ZZZ. Captain, we have a crisis. We have lost contact with the control tower. ZZZ. Try other channels. I've attempted that, but it's futile. ZZZ. What about the satellite phone? It appears our signal has been jammed. We have lost all contact with the outside world. Switch to navigation mode. Our communication with the tower must remain uninterrupted. Understood. Tower. ZZZ. Report data. Altitude, 11,000 meters. Pressure XX. Wind speed XX. Airspeed. This is dire. All electronic devices have failed. Only the physical measurement instruments are operational. Our current location, just east of XX longitude and north of XX latitude, deep in the Atlantic Ocean. At this altitude, should the aircraft encounter disaster, survival is unlikely. We must reduce speed and altitude, continue reporting data, and trying to establish contact with the outside. Understood. Altitude at 10,000 meters, airspeed XX. Altitude at 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters. Alert the passengers. It's too late. Buzz. What's that sound? It seems to be electromagnetic waves. It must be from the cargo hold. Buzz. ZZZ malfunctioning. 1,000 meters cannot buzz. Shit, bong. ZZZ. On the boundless sea, shimmering under the moonlight, a solitary crescent rises gradually from the eastern horizon, faintly illuminating a small island. This island, no more than 200 square meters, is less an island and more a rocky outcrop. A figure lies prone in the sand, half submerged in the sea. With bleary eyes, they slowly awaken. Who am I? What happened? Where am I? Struggling to the shore, they sit up and shake their head vigorously, finally recalling the events that transpired. Wang Yuan, deputy captain of security at a certain company, is a retired Special Forces soldier from the southeastern military region of Huaguo. After retiring, he was assigned to Jiangwan Group as a security officer, quickly rising to the position of deputy captain within a month. His responsibilities primarily involved training, allowing for a relatively relaxed role without the necessity of patrolling. Recently, as Jiangwan Group expanded its operations overseas, it was decided to allocate some core personnel to Africa. The company president took several key staff members aboard a flight to a nation in Africa. Initially, the security department was not required to participate, but during a company meeting, the head of security proposed that due to the persistent turmoil in Africa, security could not be guaranteed and requested the dispatch of several security personnel, recommending the security captain to lead the team. After discussion, the proposal was unanimously approved. The various departments submitted their lists to the chairman, who ultimately decided that Wang Yuan, newly retired from the army and more than capable of handling security, would replace the original captain's name with his own, thus finalizing the arrangement that, of course, Wang Yuan was oblivious to the details of the meeting. Wang Yuan rose to his feet, feeling utterly drained. Gradually acclimating to his surroundings, he surveyed the area, which spanned over 200 square meters. He stood upon a small patch of beach, perhaps a few square meters in size, while the remainder of the landscape was dominated by jagged rocks. The island was barren, devoid of any vegetation. A complete circumnavigation of the coastline would take no more than 10 minutes. Damn it, he exclaimed, cursing under his breath before collapsing onto the ground. Burying his head in his knees, he grasped his hair in frustration. After sitting for about 10 minutes, he suddenly sprang to his feet. Resolute. I must survive. Those who endure great trials are destined for fortune, and I am surely endowed with purpose. He had digressed first. He needed to devise a means of survival. Reaching into his pockets, he discovered that his cigarettes and lighter had been confiscated by airport security. All that remained was an identification card, a passport, and half a pack of tissues, all of which were soaked by seawater on his wrist. A high-quality watch emitted a faint glow, indicating it was 11:42 at night. He was clad in a security training uniform and wore a pair of training boots. Beyond that, he possessed nothing further. It had been over 10 hours since the plane crash, and he hoped that a rescue team would soon arrive. For the moment, he needed to focus on self-rescue. Survival was of utmost importance. His stomach grumbled hungrily. It was time to seek sustenance. He decided to explore the shoreline, starting to the left, examining the crevices between the rocks for any seafood or similar fare. The rocks on the left were relatively low. As he clambered atop one, a glimmer on the water surface caught his eye. Looking up, he noticed a floating object reflecting a metallic sheen, bobbing gently on the waves, approximately 200 meters away. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan dove into the water and swam towards it. Upon getting closer, he discovered it was a fragment of a foam insulation box, adorned with tinfoil, upon which lay a flight attendant, unconscious and possibly lifeless. Quickly, he dragged the foam piece, bringing the attendant to the shore. Checking for breath, he found she was still alive. Without a moment to lose, he began administering chest compressions and artificial respiration. At last, the flight attendant coughed violently. Cough, cough. You're awake, he exclaimed. The flight attendant slowly opened her eyes, glancing at Wang Yuan before surveying her surroundings. Weakly, she inquired, "Where are we?" "I'm not certain. We both fell from the plane into the sea, and now we're on a small island." Gradually, she sat up, taking in the scene and realizing that Wang Yuan had saved her. "Thank you," she said gratefully. "Do not mention it. We are both castaways in this perilous situation, and we must aid one another. Is there any water?" "Imzotiesti. Unfortunately, there is none. Given our predicament, how could there be water? Can you walk? Are you uninjured?" Wang Yuan noticed the flight attendant was still in her uniform, her long legs clad in stockings and her feet in high heels. Fortunately, the shoes had not come off. Feeling Wang Yuan's gaze upon her, she blushed as he appraised her. "Fortunately, I am uninjured. My body is intact," she replied. "Very well. Let us search along the shoreline and see if there is anything to eat." "All right." Wang Yuan extended his hand to assist the flight attendant in rising, and with a blush, she took his hand and stood up. "I am Wang Yuan. And you?" "My name is Ren Yuan," the flight attendant replied, lowering her gaze. "Ha, what a coincidence. Our names both contain Yuan. I am Yuan, as in the source of water." "Indeed. Let us begin our search to the left." "Okay." The two proceeded to the left. After walking for a while, Wang Yuan noticed the absence of sound behind him. Upon turning around, he discovered that Ren Yuan was cautiously traversing the rocky terrain. He then realized, "I apologize, I forgot you're wearing high heels." Ren Yuan's face flushed again, and she fell silent, looking down. "Perhaps you should rest here while I explore a bit. It's not a large area." Ren Yuan shyly replied. "Come now, it's such a small place. I can see the end from here. I will return shortly." "Thank you." "Not all." Wang Yuan made his way to the rocky shoreline. He discovered 2 empty water bottles wedged between the rocks, and he picked them up. Continuing his search, he turned over stones and examined crevices, spotting a few small crabs, but alas, they were too diminutive for consumption. He also found several sizable sea urchins on the rocks, and, using a stone, cracked one open. In less than half an hour, he had scoured the coastline, collecting over a dozen large sea urchins, which should suffice to satiate both their appetites. "Come, let us enjoy these first," he said, cracking one open and offering it to Ren Yuan. "Thank you." Before long, they had finished the sea urchins. "Delicious, exceedingly fresh. If only we had some horseradish," Wang Yuan remarked. "These are truly wild. I have never tasted such exquisite sea urchins." Ren Yuan laughed. "Indeed, one cannot find such delicacies in the city, though I have had my fair share of wild fare." "Oh, what do?" "I am merely a security guard." "Then you must be quite wealthy?" "What nonsense! I am but a pauper. In my past life in the military, during field training, there were times when we went days without food, and we had to catch wild game ourselves, often consumed raw." "What have you eaten raw?" "Large creatures like wild rabbits, rats, and snakes, smaller ones like grasshoppers, ants, and earthworms." "Stop right there. I feel nauseous." Wang Yuan was animatedly recounting his experiences when he was interrupted by Ren Yuan. My apologies," Wang Yuan said, his expression turning awkward. "What kind of soldier were you that you could eat such things?" After a moment, Ren Yuan inquired. "A soldier in the field, infantry." "Huh, I can hardly believe that." It's true." For a moment, silence enveloped them. Wang Yuan reclined on the beach, resting his head upon his arms, gazing at the moon in the sky. Ren Yuan, too, lay on her arm, gazing at the moon. After a while, she turned her head to look at Wang Yuan and found him truly handsome, especially his deep-set eyes that seemed capable of attracting all light. "What are you thinking about?" "It's past midnight. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival," Wang Yuan replied. "Yes, happy Mid-Autumn Festival," Ren Yuan responded. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's get some sleep. Dawn is approaching, and perhaps the rescue team will arrive soon." "Okay." In a state of drowsiness, the two soon fell asleep. As dawn broke, Wang Yuan awoke, and opened his eyes. He raised his wrist to check the time, 6:10. Turning, he saw Ren Yuan curled up, sleeping soundly. He quickly got up and removed his jacket, draping it over her. He walked to the shore, scooping up some seawater to rinse his mouth before gazing out at the horizon. Suddenly, he spotted a suitcase drifting on the water. He quickly removed his shoes and stripped off his clothes, diving into the sea clad only in his underwear. The suitcase was 300 or 400 meters away if he didn't retrieve it soon. It would drift to FA or 8T that moment. Ren Yunyun awoke, opening her eyes to see the jacket on her. A wave of gratitude washed over her. Looking around, she saw no one, quickly standing to scan the area. Where was he? Could he have been devoured by a beast? But there are no beasts here. Surely he hasn't abandoned me. That scoundrel. Tears threatened to spill. Yuan. She suddenly heard someone calling her from the sea. Looking up, she saw Wang Yuan swimming towards her, dragging a suitcase. She rushed over, throwing herself into his arms, crying, "I thought you had left. Woo woo woo. Ha ha, how could I? I would never abandon you. Woo 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 woo. All right, stop crying. Look what I found." At that moment, Ren Yuan noticed that Wang Yuan was still without clothes, and her face flushed crimson. "Oh my, you should put on some clothes quickly." Okay. Wang Yuan hurriedly dashed away, hastily putting on his clothes. "And look at those 8-pack abs." Ren Yuan thought, "Oh dear. Ren Yuan, what are you thinking?" Her face turned even redder. Just then, Wang Yuan returned, having dressed, and lifted the suitcase. He said to Ren Yuan, "Come on, let's see what's inside." They walked to the beach and set down the suitcase to examine it. Fortunately, the suitcase was not locked, and Wang Yuan quickly opened it. They both peered inside. It contained some men's clothing, a pair of canvas shoes, a pair of sneakers, all in size 42, which fit him perfectly. There was also a toiletry bag that held a bar of soap, a bottle of facial cleanser, a bottle of shower gel, a portable dental kit, an electric razor, and a mobile phone charger, with a data cable. Digging deeper, they discovered a set of keys, which included a multi-functional fruit knife. Then Wang Yuan unzipped another compartment, discovering a collection of medications. Within, upon opening a smaller zipper, he came across a box, and upon inspection, it was Doom Mauer's. Ren Yuan's face flushed crimson, and she reached for the box, intending to discard it, but Wang Yuan swiftly intervened. "Do not throw it away, it may prove useful." "Bah, you rogue," Ren Yuan retorted, turning to walk away. "How am I a rogue?" Wang Yuan exclaimed, utterly bewildered. As he spoke, he returned the box to its place and stumbled upon a wad of cash, amounting to over 10,000 yuan. "What size shoes do you wear?" Wang Yuan called out to Ren Yuan, who had retreated to the rocky area of the beach, seated upon a stone, sulking in silence. She did not respond to his call. Wang Yuan rummaged through the suitcase and found a black tracksuit, which he retrieved and approached Ren Yuan, offering her the garment. Chapter 4. The Freshwater Crisis. Humph. How am I supposed to change? Ren Yuan feigned annoyance. "Change behind that large rock. I won't peek," Wang Yuan suggested, pointing to a substantial boulder. "Humph." Ren Yuan snatched the clothes and carefully made her way behind the rock. Wang Yuan returned to retrieve the fruit knife from his keychain and wandered off in search of food. After prying open a dozen oysters, he collected 4 sea urchins and 2 empty water bottles before spotting Ren Yuan sitting on the beach, gazing blankly at the sea. Yuan, have something to eat," he urged. Wang Yuan sat beside her and opened an oyster, offering it to her. They quickly finished the oysters, and Wang Yuan then cracked open a sea urchin, revealing rich, golden insides. He opened the remaining ones and handed 2 to Ren Yuan. "Be careful, don't prick your hand." "How do I eat this?" Ren Yuan asked, frowning as she accepted the sea urchin. "Wait a moment, I'll show you." Wang Yuan found a longer key, rinsed it in the seawater, and handed the fruit knife to Ren Yuan. He picked up a sea urchin and used the key to extract a piece of the golden flesh, savoring it. "Wow, it's delicious. This sea urchin is quite large. You can use the knife to scoop out the flesh inside." Ren Yuan imitated Wang Yuan, using the small knife to taste a bit of the sea urchin. It's tasty." After they finished eating, the sun emerged. "Ah, I'm so thirsty. Is there any fresh water around?" Ren Yuan asked, her cheeks flushed. "We truly have encountered a freshwater crisis," Wang Yuan remarked, standing up to survey the surroundings. Yuan, "I'll check up there. Wait for me." He pointed to a rock formation. Okay. This rock was the tallest in the vicinity, towering over 10 meters, and the low stones below formed a natural slope. Wang Yuan climbed up the incline. Atop the rock, he discovered a small puddle, containing a limited amount of water, enough to fill 2 water bottles. However, the water was quite dirty, with tiny insects swimming in it. Wang Yuan dipped his finger to taste it. It's fresh water, likely rainwater that hasn't evaporated yet. Yuan, I've found fresh water. Wang Yuan shouted down to her. Ah, really? Hurry. Pull me up. Yuan ran toward him. Slow down, don't fall. Ah, as if foretelling misfortune, Yuan cried out and tumbled to the ground. Wang Yuan rushed down to her side, helping her to her feet. Are you all right? I twisted my ankle, and my arm really hurts, Yuan said, tears welling in her eyes. Let me take a look. Wang Yuan gently helped her sit down. Which arm? Yuan extended her left arm, whimpering. This one. Wang Yuan took her delicate hand in his right, while with his left he carefully rolled up her sleeve. Try to bear it. Gradually, he revealed her fair, tender arm, which bore only a slight bruise and a minor scrape. It's all right. I'll get you some medicine shortly. Which foot did you sprain? Wah, it's my left foot, she said, extending her left foot. Wang Yuan sat cross-legged opposite Yuan, placing her left foot on his thigh and gently removing her high heel, revealing her delicate foot, the outer ankle already swollen. Wah, will I end up limping? Yuan gazed at Wang Yuan with tearful eyes. Do not worry, it's merely a sprain. Nothing is fractured, he reassured her, gently pinching her ankle and asking, Does it hurt here? No, she replied, and after examining several spots, he discerned that there was only one tender area. Chapter 5. A natural sanctuary. At this moment, Yuan's face flushed crimson. Wang Yuan glanced up at her and suddenly pointed behind her, exclaiming, Look, a boat. Yuan turned around, surprised. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan held her ankle with one hand and her petite foot with the other, twisting and releasing, resulting in a crack. Ah! Yuan shrieked. Stop shouting. There is no boat. I wasn't shouting about a boat. I was in pain, she retorted, irritation evident on her tear-streaked face. Well, try moving it now. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore, she said, twisting her small foot and smiling. I didn't expect you had such skills. Indeed. I often go for foot massages and learn from the practitioners. When you have time, I'll treat you to a foot spa package. Just 98, not 398 or 298. Yuan initially appeared bewildered. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, Pa, you rogue, and blushed deeply. Stand up and walk a bit. Does it still hurt? Wang Yuan helped her to her feet, and she limped a few steps. No, I can't put any weight on my left foot. No worries. It will be fine by tomorrow. I'll carry you over, he said, gesturing towards the luggage on the beach. He bent down, offering his back to her. Bashfully, Yuan climbed on, wrapping her arms around his neck. Wang Yuan rose, supporting her thighs from below, and walked to the luggage, gently setting her down. Yuan sat on the ground as Wang Yuan opened the suitcase, retrieving a box of Band-Aids and tearing it open. Here, let me help you apply this, he said, taking her left hand and carefully placing the Band-Aid on her arm's wound. Thank you. It's nothing. We help each other out. Just wait a moment, he replied, picking up 4 bottles of mineral water and a fruit knife, heading towards the rocks. Upon reaching the rocks, he sliced a bottle in half with the knife. Discarding the top and retaining the bottom as a cup, he scooped water from a puddle, filling the bottle to the brim, albeit slightly murky. Wang Yuan returned with the water, rummaged through the suitcase for a pure cotton white shirt, spread it over the cup, and poured water through the fabric until it filled the cup. He lifted it to inspect. It's drinkable. Here, make do with this, he offered, presenting the cup to Yuan. Thank you. Yuan took a sip and drank it all. Thus, the two shared a bottle of water, leaving one behind. Wang Yuan suggested that they keep this bottle for emergencies. Agreed. Wang Yuan then filtered the remaining water, bottled it, and placed it in his suitcase. It was already noon. You should take a break while I find something to eat. Wang Yuan glanced at the sun, which was glaring fiercely at midday. The temperature must be around 35 degrees Celsius by now. Very well. Yuan's large eyes were fixed on Wang Yuan throughout. Wang Yuan walked to the large rock, maneuvered around it, and suddenly discovered a stone crevice. A large boulder was leaning against the rock, creating a V-shaped gap below, open on both sides. The narrow interior was blocked by several large stones, but the outer entrance was spacious, providing an area of about 8 to 9 square meters, a natural refuge. Wang Yuan hurried back. Yuan. Quickly, come. There's a crevice over there where we can take shelter from the wind and sun. Really? She asked. Yes, come on. I'll carry you over. Wang Yuan swiftly lifted Rin Yuan onto his back. Ah, it's quite cool in here. Rin Yuan exclaimed as she settled inside. Wang Yuan brought in the suitcase and wiped the sweat from his brow. I'll go find something to eat. Please wait a moment. Chapter 6. Discovering the island, Wang Yuan walked along the rocky coastline, prying off a few oysters to stow in his pocket. He noticed a 5-liter plastic peanut oil container wedged in the crevice, which was empty and greasy. He quickly picked it up, opened the lid, filled it with seawater, added a handful of sand, and shook it vigorously to clean it. He then used a knife to carve 2 symmetrical holes in the top, making it easier to carry. He placed the oysters inside and, carrying the oil container, strolled along the shore before returning with another oil container and half a bucket of seafood. Wow, so much seafood, he exclaimed. Yes, I found 2 containers. There were a dozen oysters, 2 sea urchins, several sea cucumbers, and a large conch. The conch was tough. So Wang Yuan smashed it with a rock, rinsed the meat with seawater, and sliced it thinly for them to share, finishing off the rest of the seafood. Phew. I'm so full, Rin Yuan said, rubbing her belly. You should rest a bit. I'll go take a look up top. Wang Yuan laid down a foam board and gestured for Rin Yuan to lie down. Okay. She used her jacket as a pillow and reclined. Wang Yuan climbed up the rock and surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, in the southeastern direction, he spotted a grayish outline that resembled an island, too distant to see clearly. It must be an island. Yuan. Hurry, there's an island. Wang Yuan called down excitedly. Where? Rin Yuan sprang up, jumping with excitement as she rushed out. Over there. Wang Yuan pointed to the southeast. Rin Yuan looked over and faintly saw a gray shadow, waving to Wang Yuan and urging, Hurry, pull me up. Wang Yuan jumped down and asked, Does your foot still hurt? Just a little. It feels much better now. Wang Yuan carefully helped Rin Yuan ascend along the slope. The two gazed towards the southeast. Most likely, it is an island, surrounded by numerous visible and concealed reefs, Wang Yuan remarked. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. He added with a chuckle. We must devise a means to traverse this expanse. We cannot endure here for long, as a rising tide may very well submerge us. How shall we get across? Swim, perhaps? Can you swim? I can, but not for long distances. Very well, we shall swim over tomorrow. Do you think there are sharks in the water? That I cannot assure you. It is left to chance. The rescue team's arrival remains uncertain, and we cannot simply await our demise here. The seafood will soon run out, and there is no fresh water available. All right then. Eating solely raw food is not ideal. I will venture down to gather some provisions to dry for tomorrow. You should rest here for a while. You go ahead. I will sit for a moment. Wang Yuan leaped into the water, carrying the oil drum as he meandered along the shore. Rin Yuan sat for a while, observing Wang Yuan as he busied himself among the rocks, a sweet smile gracing her lips. After a time, she stood up and cautiously descended, making her way to the beach, where she removed her high heels and set them aside. Barefoot, she approached the sea, rolled up her pant legs to reveal her delicate calves, and pulled out her stockings to wash in the salt water. Suddenly, she felt something underfoot, reaching down. She discovered a clam, quite a sizable one indeed. She hurried back to shore, placing the stockings on a rock to dry, and returned to the water, gingerly probing with her feet. Soon, she bent down to retrieve another clam, joyfully leaping in delight. After about half an hour, Wang Yuan returned with the oil drum in hand. Noticing Rin Yuan's jubilant demeanor, he inquired, What are you up to? Chapter 7. Preparation for Migration. Look. What is this? Rin Yuan exclaimed, pulling a handful of clams from her pocket and proudly presenting them to Wang Yuan. Remarkable, he replied, grinning. Rin Yuan reached into another pocket and produced yet another handful of clams, offering them to him. Wang Yuan accepted them and placed them into the oil drum, noting, These are white clams, adorned with beautiful patterns. Indeed. Let us dry these out, she suggested. Very well, he agreed. The two found a flat, broad stone and emptied the seafood from the oil drum onto its surface. Over 20 sea urchins, more than 20 oysters, 15 or 16 white clams, 4 or 5 conch, 4 or 5 spicy snails, along with several small sea snails. They smashed the shells with stones, extracting the meat to lay it out under the sun to dry. Wang Yuan stood, exhaling deeply. What size shoes do you wear? He asked. Size 36, why do you ask? Take a moment to rest. I will be back shortly. With that, Wang Yuan dashed back to the stone, opened his suitcase, and retrieved a pair of sneakers along with 2 pairs of men's underwear. Without hesitation, he tore the underwear, extracted the elastic bands, and stuffed the scraps into the shoes, arranging them neatly. He then handed the makeshift footwear to Rin Yuan. Here, try these on. If they do not fit, I shall adjust them. All right, Rin Yuan replied, accepting the shoes and standing to test them. Haha, just perfect. You are truly remarkable. With a playful peck, Rin Yuan dashed in front of Wang Yuan and planted a kiss on his cheek. Wang Yuan touched his face, a bit taken aback. My apologies. I got a bit too excited. Thank you. Rin Yuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. I discovered a cove over there, teeming with seafood. Shall we gather some for dinner? Wang Yuan gestured towards the east and began to walk away. After a few steps, he turned back and said, could you help me carry that bucket? He continued on his way. With a giggle, Rin Yuan covered her warm face and burst into laughter, picking up the oil drum to follow him. Oh dear. She slyly glanced at Wang Yuan and called out, my foot still hurts a bit. Why don't you rest here for a while? I'll go by myself, he suggested. No worries, it's just a short distance. Should I carry you over? No need, just support me a little. Rin Yuan thought to herself, humph. Such a straightforward man. She extended her right hand, and Wang Yuan, albeit reluctantly, grasped it, helping her carefully forward. Upon reaching the edge of the cove, he helped Rin Yuan sit on a stone. This is the cove. During high tide, many sea creatures are swept in, and when the tide recedes, they are trapped by the surrounding rocks. Oh, she replied. You stay here while I catch some seafood and toss it to you to collect. All right. Wang Yuan removed his shoes and socks, rolled up his pant legs, and slowly waded into the water. The water was shallow, barely reaching his knees at the deepest point. He bent down cautiously, feeling around with his hands. Soon, he found 2 fist-sized conchs and tossed them to Rin Yuan. Here, he called, throwing them near her feet. Ah ha ha ha. Rin Yuan laughed joyfully as she picked them up and placed them into the oil drum. And here comes another. A fist-sized object flew towards her. And with only 3 or 4 meters between them, it was not moving fast. As it approached, Rin Yuan realized it was a sea urchin and quickly withdrew her outstretched hand. You are so annoying. Chapter 8. The Joy of Gathering Seafood. Haha. Wang Yuan laughed heartily. Humph. You pest. You wretched Wang Yuan. I shall not let you bully me. Pouting, Rin Yuan crouched by the cove and splashed water at him. Wang Yuan quickly raised his hands in surrender. I yield. Spare me, fair warrior. Humph. Rin Yuan turned her head away, ignoring him. Wang Yuan hurried over, picked up the sea urchin, and approached her. Look, the spines of this sea urchin aren't sharp. At this close range, I want to poke you. But it would hurt quite a bit. All right, I was wrong. Please, fair warrior, spare me. To seek vengeance for the warrior, I have decided to slay this sea urchin and let her consume it raw. Wang Yuan proclaimed fiercely, drawing a small knife and advancing on the sea urchin. I will not allow you to bully my Yuan. With a swift motion, he pried open the sea urchin and presented it to Rin Yuan, announcing in a high-pitched voice that the culprit had been executed, urging the lady to enjoy her meal. A chuckle escaped Rin Yuan's lips as she accepted the sea urchin and the small knife. Your servant shall prepare dinner for you shortly, my lady, he said with a laugh. Rin Yuan, momentarily serious, replied, Xiao Yuanzai, I am quite fatigued. You may leave now. Yes. Wang Yuan hastily bowed and stepped back. With a hearty laugh, he returned to the water bay to continue his quest for seafood. Rin Yuan savored the sea urchin, and Wang Yuan tossed up a sea cucumber, which she eagerly seized. A sea cucumber. A wild sea cucumber. Rin Yuan exclaimed in delight. This is known as a sea eggplant, a variety of sea cucumber. He clarified. Not content to remain seated, Rin Yuan crouched by the edge of the water bay, where the water was remarkably clear, revealing the sandy bottom. She pointed excitedly in one direction. Look, there's a sea urchin. Then, gesturing to another spot, she exclaimed, Quick, there's a conch. Oh, look, a huge lobster. Shoo, quiet now. Wang Yuan cautioned as he cautiously approached the lobster, his hands slowly inching closer. Suddenly, he grasped the lobster's back, lifting it triumphantly. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Yay. Rin Yuan danced with joy. Wang Yuan quickly ran to the shore, placing the large lobster into an oil barrel. This lobster is nearly the size of my arm. He returned to the water bay, gathering more sea urchins and conchs. That's enough. The remaining fish and crabs aren't suitable for eating raw. Let us head back. All right, Rin Yuanyuan replied, her spirits high. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was past 6. He poured some seawater into the barrel and assisted Rin Yuanyuan back to the stone cave. They skillfully prepared the lobster, slicing it for consumption, and indulged in several sea urchins and conchs until they were satisfied. I need to relieve myself, Rin Yuanyuan said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You can go behind that rock. I'll check on the drying seafood, Wang Yuan suggested, handing her a packet of tissues. Oh, thank you, she replied, taking the tissues and moving toward the rocks. Wang Yuan took a shirt and walked to the area where the seafood was drying. It was all adequately sun-dried. He wrapped the seafood in the shirt and noticed a pair of stockings drying nearby, which he collected as well. As he placed the wrapped seafood aside, Rin Yuanyuan returned and he handed her the stockings. Blushing, she accepted them and tucked them into her pocket. I want to sit on the rocks for a while. Would you like to join me? Sure, let us go together, Wang Yuan replied. They climbed onto the rocks and sat side by side. The sky had not yet completely darkened, but the moon had risen, casting a gentle glow as a cool breeze wafted through the air. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Wang Yuan said. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Rin Yuanyuan echoed. Wang Yuan reclined on his arm, gazing up at the moon, and Rin Yuanyuan mimicked him, lying back as well. Chapter 9. The rising tide as dusk settled, the moon shone bright and full, illuminating their surroundings. The two lay quietly on the rocks, their eyes fixed on the moon above. Brother Yuan, how old are you this year? Rin Yuanyuan asked, her voice a blend of curiosity and awkwardness as she addressed him for the first time in such a manner. I am 23. And you? I am 21. What do you do? I served as a soldier for 5 years and returned home over 6 months ago after my discharge last year. I struggled to find employment until my commanding officer referred me to a company as a security guard. I worked there for less than 2 months. The company was expanding its overseas operations and organized a group of key personnel to establish a subsidiary in Africa, which led to a series of unexpected events. I fail to understand what a mere security guard like myself could contribute to the establishment of a subsidiary. Do you miss home? I certainly miss my parents. I am an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage. Oh, I am sorry. It's all right. Do you have a girlfriend? Rin Yuanyuan turned to look at Wang Yuan. No. At that moment, a figure flashed through Wang Yuan's mind, with 2 pigtails and big, bright eyes, standing beneath the large tree at the orphanage entrance. One hand wiping away tears and the other waving, crying out, Brother, you must come back to find Xiao and I. Unbeknownst to him, a tear slipped down his cheek. Unnoticed by Rin Yuanyuan, the wind began to pick up. Let us head down. I'm feeling a bit cold, Rin Yuanyuan said. Wang Yuan sat up, gazing into the distance where the waves were growing larger, a white line approaching rapidly massive waves. Oh no, the tide is coming in. Quickly, let us gather our things. Wang Yuan exclaimed. Huh? Rin Yuanyuan stood up, bewildered. Hurry. Don't just stand there. Wang Yuan urgently pulled her down. They reached a small platform about 2 meters above the ground on the slope. You wait here, Wang Yuan instructed before jumping down. He hurried back to the cave, grabbed a suitcase and an oil barrel and tossed them onto the platform. Then he ran back, grabbed a foam board and another oil barrel, and threw those up as well. He returned to the cave for several water bottles, checking to ensure nothing was left behind before climbing back up the rocks. By this time, the seawater had already risen into the cave and was visibly increasing. They both carried their belongings to the top of the rocks. The water won't rise here, will it? Rin Yuanyuan asked. It won't, he replied confidently. How do you know? Because I have managed to obtain fresh water up here. Oh, Rin Yuanyuan thought for a moment and understood. After a while, the wind diminished and the waves gradually subsided. The seawater rose to within 5 or 6 meters below them and finally halted its ascent. I am so thirsty. Well, drink sparingly. We need to conserve some for tomorrow. Wang Yuan said as he produced the filtered water, twisting open the cap and handing it to Rin Yuanyuan. All right. She took a couple of sips before returning it to him. Wang Yuan took it back without looking, drinking straight from the bottle. Isn't that akin to an indirect kiss? Rin Yuanyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Yuan opened the suitcase and pulled out a jacket, draping it over her. Thank you, she murmured, her head lowered, voice barely audible. Wang Yuan spread the foam board out and said, We will have to make do here for tonight. You should rest for a while. MHM. Rin Yuanyuan curled up on the foam board, while Wang Yuan rummaged through the suitcase for a suit coat to cover her with. Wang Yuan stood up, surveying his surroundings as the tide gradually receded, now some 7 or 8 meters above him, while the cave remained submerged in water. Suddenly, he noticed something floating in the sea, and by the light of the moon, he discerned a grayish object approximately 200 meters away. Chapter 10. A backpack in a flurry. Wang Yuan removed his shoes and clothes, plunging into the sea to swim towards the drifting object. Ren Yuanyuan lay for a while, sensing an eerie silence. She lifted her head, wondering where he had gone. With a hint of suspicion, she stood up and scanned the area, soon spotting Wang Yuan swimming towards the object. Unable to contain her excitement, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Wang Yuan, keep going. You can do it." Wang Yuan, submerged in the water, thought to himself, "This ISNTA competition." As he approached, he discovered it was a blue backpack, and a wave of joy surged within him as he grabbed it and began to swim back. Near the rocks, Ren Yuanyuan continued to call out to him. All right. Stop shouting," Wang Yuan said as he clambered onto the top, opened the backpack, and rummaged through its corners to find a disposable towel. He hastily dried his hair and body before putting on his clothes and inspecting the contents. "Humph, I see you have abs, showing off," Ren Yuanyuan muttered. Wang Yuan opened the backpack to reveal several pieces of women-esque clothing, a pair of women's travel shoes, all soaked, alongside a sealed plastic box serving as a storage container. The buoyancy of the box likely prevented the backpack from sinking. Additionally, there was a pack of chocolate and some snacks such as biscuits. He extracted the box, which had a clasp on each side. Upon opening it, he found several bottles of cosmetics and a toiletry bag containing a bar of soap, a comb, toothpaste, and a toothbrush. In a small pocket within the backpack's compartment, he uncovered some medications, several thousand yuan in cash, a roll of toilet paper, and a pack of sanitary pads. After emptying the contents and setting them aside to dry, he said, "This backpack is yours from now on." "Okay," Ren Yuanyuan replied, her cheeks flushing. Wang Yuan checked his wristwatch and noted it was midnight. "Let us rest. We have to head to that island tomorrow." He then retrieved 2 pairs of pants from the backpack, rolled them up to use as a pillow, and lay down. "You go ahead and sleep," Ren Yuanyuan said, turning her attention back to the plastic box, now filled with cosmetics and toiletries. Wang Yuan, indifferent to her, soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, as dawn broke softly, Wang Yuan awoke, glancing at his watch. It was 6 o'clock. This was a habit ingrained from military life. Rising promptly at 6 each day, he got up and looked around, noticing Ren Yuanyuan still sound asleep in her suit. By this time, the tide had fully receded. He opened the backpack, took the toiletry bag, and jumped down from the rocks, moving behind a large stone to attend to his personal needs. Then, he made his way to the beach, scooped some seawater to rinse his mouth, and squeezed a bit of toothpaste onto his finger, opting to brush his teeth with it instead of the toothbrush, which he felt was unsanitary. After brushing, he washed his face with soap before returning to the cave to drop off the toiletry bag and climb back onto the rocks. Gathering all the items that had been left to dry, they transported everything into the stone cave and then settled down, gazing toward the distant sea in the east. Gradually, the dawn began to rise, painting the horizon with a breathtaking and magnificent glow. Yuan, wake up," Wang Yuan called out, turning his head. "Ah, it's dawn," Ren Yuan murmured, rubbing her eyes as she rose. "Come quickly to see the sunrise. Ah, it's so beautiful. If only I had my phone. I would love to capture this moment." Ren Yuan approached Wang Yuan, admiring the eastern sky ablaze with color. Soon, the sun ascended, and Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. Let us head down," he suggested, lifting his suitcase and backpack as he made his way down. "Humph. Silly, lacking appreciation." Ren Yuan stuck out her tongue at Wang Yuan's retreating figure, then followed him down, carrying 2 oil barrels. Wang Yuan set down their belongings and returned to the rocks to retrieve the remaining items. You should take off your shoes and change into those instead. Also, switch your clothes. I'll prepare by the sea in a bit," Wang Yuan instructed. Chapter 11. The Transoceanic Migration. Ren Yuan removed her shoes and handed them to Wang Yuan. "You go wash up by the sea while I prepare over there," she suggested. Wang Yuan accepted the shoes, extracting some cloth from inside them. All right. He packed the shoes into the suitcase, stashed the cloth into his pocket, and picked up a foam board, a bottle of mineral water, and one of the oil barrels as he stepped outside. Ren Yuan hurriedly opened her backpack and changed her attire. Wang Yuan circled to the southeast, found a stone to sit on, tore the cloth into strips, and tied the 3 bottles and the oil barrel to the 4 corners of the foam board. After placing the items down, he returned. Ren Yuan was still washing up by the beach, and Wang Yuan organized the clothes and shoes, stuffing everything into the suitcase, which he then placed next to the foam board, securing it with cloth strips. The suitcase was waterproof, so it should be fine. Wang Yuan returned to the stone cave, where Ren Yuan reappeared with a plastic storage box. She had changed into tourist shoes, jeans, and a shirt, foregoing a jacket, which accentuated her figure. Let us eat something before we set off, Wang Yuan said, retracting his gaze. All right, Ren Yuan replied with a hint of a smile. Wang Yuan picked up the modified oil barrel, which contained seawater with several oysters and sea urchins soaking inside. They consumed the contents in a short while. Let us go, Wang Yuan declared, packing the plastic container into his backpack, shouldering it, and kicking the oil barrel away. Okay. The two walked toward the foam board in the southeast, where Wang Yuan opened the suitcase and retrieved a belt. Here, let me fasten this around you. It will prevent you from sinking, he said, securing the belt around Ren Yuan's arm. He tightened the oil barrel to the foam board using an elastic band taken from his underwear and secured it with the belt around her arm. Take off your shoes. I'll carry them, Wang Yuan offered. All right. The two removed their shoes and placed them into the backpack, which Wang Yuan carried as he shouted, let us set off. Two individuals plunged into the sea, carrying a foam board and a suitcase, as Ren Yuan interrupted in laughter, exclaiming, we are setting sail. The duo, gripping the foam board and suitcase, leisurely swam towards the southeast. Yuan Go, do you think there are any survivors on that island? I am uncertain. But the plane did crash in this vicinity, so there should be some. What if we encounter sharks? Your train of thought is a bit hard to follow, but... Well, we can only rely on luck. Oh, if we do meet one, we could slay it and feast on its meat, perhaps even cook shark fin soup. Wang Yuan was rendered speechless. Do you think the rescue team will find us? They will. Wang Yuan found it challenging to keep pace with the young lady's whimsical musings. What position are we in now? I have no idea. Aren't you a flight attendant? Shouldn't you know? We cabin crew truly do not have any knowledge. The accident occurred quite suddenly. Did you hear anything unusual or notice anything amiss at that time? Not really. I only heard an explosion from the luggage compartment. And then everything went dark, Ren Yuan replied, furrowing her brow. Finally, a serene silence enveloped them. Observing her deep in thought, Wang Yuan glanced around, deciding to conserve their strength as they paddled slowly. Look, that is indeed an island, Wang Yuan suddenly shouted. Yay, it really is. Let us swim over there quickly. Ren Yuan chimed with excitement. The island appeared quite expansive, stretching an estimated 5 to 6 kilometers due to the direction and distance involved. It's 12 o'clock now. Let us have something to eat to replenish our energy, and then with renewed vigor, we should reach it in another 2 to 3 hours, Wang Yuan remarked, glancing at his watch. Chapter 12. The Perilous Ascent to the Island. All right. Ren Yuan responded joyfully. Wang Yuan opened the suitcase, retrieving some dried seafood wrapped in a shirt, which they shared. They also finished off most of a large bottle of water. Feeling their strength returning, they felt much better. Let us keep going, Wang Yuan encouraged. Let's go, let us go. They resumed paddling on the foam board. After some distance, they could discern the lush trees on the island. To the north of the island lay some rocky formations, with a vast beach south of the rocks, the sand appearing a grayish-white. Beyond the beach, a towering cliff rose steeply above the water, obscuring the view further south. Look, there's a piece of clothing. Ren Yuan suddenly pointed ahead. The two of them paddled vigorously towards it, and Wang Yuan retrieved the garment. It was a white jacket, tattered and seemingly torn by something, with several gashes and a number of bloodstains. This is bad. There might be dangerous beasts nearby. Let us quicken our pace, Wang Yuan exclaimed, discarding the clothing with a frown. Let us paddle faster, Ren Yuan urged. They hastily used both their arms and legs to propel themselves through the water. Quick, paddle towards the beach. The water is shallower over there, Wang Yuan urged, surveying the sea around them. The two individuals soon discovered a tattered pair of trousers, and they exerted every effort to paddle. Suddenly, a colossal splash erupted behind them. Wang Yuan turned to see a massive shark leap from the water before plunging back in, the resulting waves propelling them forward. Fortunately, they were being pushed toward the shore, still over 200 meters away. Ren Yuan screamed. Forget the foam board, swim quickly. Wang Yuan smashed a corner of the foam board tied to an oil drum and forcefully propelled Ren Yuan forward. She surged ahead 5 or 6 meters, while Wang Yuan was pushed back 4 or 5 meters. Don't look back. Paddle with all your might, Wang Yuan shouted. Ren Yuan cried out in terror. her limbs moving frantically as she paddled, her face turning pale with fear. They were now only 50 meters from the shore, and she could feel the seabed beneath her feet. Hastily, she stood up, the water now reaching her waist, and glanced back. She saw Wang Yuan about 10 meters away, clutching a suitcase with a triangular fin emerging from the water roughly 10 meters behind him, swiftly approaching. "Ah!" Ren Yuanyuan screamed in fright. "Run, don't worry about me." She hurriedly fled toward the shore, when suddenly there was a tremendous crash behind her, followed by a splashing sound as Wang Yuan landed beside her, still gripping the suitcase. Wang Yuan stood up, shook his head, grasped Ren Yuanyuan's hand, and they dashed toward the shore together. At last, they reached the land, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath. "Ha ha." Wang Yuan laughed heartily. "Couldn't you have just thrown away the suitcase? You value possessions over your life." Ren Yuanyuan shot him a glare. "You wouldn't understand. This suitcase saved my life." Upon turning it over, they noticed several deep cracks on one side. "This suitcase is of good quality. It must be domestically made." Wang Yuan explained that when he spotted the shark barreling toward them, he seized the moment to stand the suitcase upright, twisting his body to hide behind it. The shark crashed into them, sending both him and the suitcase flying. Wang Yuan recounted the tale with a cheeky grin. "You're just showing off." Ren Yuanyuan shot him another glare. Checking his watch, Wang Yuan noted it was already 3:30. What a reliable domestic watch. It hasn't taken on any water. Chapter 13. Another survivor. Wang Yuan rose to survey the island and spotted 3 coconut trees standing in a row, about 5 or 6 meters apart. "Haha, coconuts," he exclaimed, pointing toward the trees. "Where?" Ren Yuanyuan scrambled to her feet to look. They ran to the base of the trees and looked up to see each tree adorned with 7 or 8 coconuts. "They're too high. We can't reach them," Ren Yuanyuan said, her face filled with disappointment. "Watch me." He spat in his hands, rubbed them together, bit down on a fruit knife, and barefoot began to climb. Ren Yuanyuan watched in astonishment, mouth agape, as Wang Yuan ascended to the top in under 10 seconds. "Watch out. Don't let them fall on you," he called out. Before long, 6 large coconuts tumbled down, leaving 2 still perched atop the tree. As Wang Yuan scanned the area, he suddenly spotted 2 people in the northern rocky outcrop. "Hey, over here. Come." Wang Yuan embraced a tree with one arm, while gesturing towards the distance with the other. Ren Yuanyuan also gazed in that direction, but due to the angle, she could discern nothing. The 2 individuals nearby heard the commotion, turned their attention towards them, and hurried over. Wang Yuan slid down from the tree. As they settled down, he used a small knife to carve openings in 2 coconuts, handing one to Ren Yuanyuan. They sipped from their coconuts while awaiting the arrival of the 2 newcomers. Moments later, the 2 approached. Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, "Sister Fong." "President Jiang." Wang Yuan responded, revealing that one was a flight attendant from their flight, while the other was Jiang Yin, the beautiful president leading Jiang Wan Group's efforts to expand overseas. Ren Yuanyuan stood and grasped the flight attendant's hand, joyfully declaring, "I'm so glad to see you alive, Sister Fong." She then pulled the flight attendant to sit beside her. The flight attendant, equally thrilled, engaged in animated chatter with Ren Yuanyuan. "President Jiang, please take a seat," Wang Yuan invited. Jiang Yin sat down and, noticing the coconuts on the ground, inquired, "May I have a coconut? I'll pay you for it." "Ah, no need for that," Wang Yuan replied, as he deftly opened 2 more coconuts with his knife and handed them to Jiang Yin and the flight attendant. The 2 thanked him before tilting their heads back and drinking eagerly from the coconuts. Wang Yuan then found a stone and smashed the 4 coconut shells, revealing the pristine white coconut flesh inside. He passed the knife to Ren Yuanyuan and began scooping out the flesh with his hands. The 3 watched him in astonishment. With a grin, Wang Yuan produced a set of keys, offering 2 to the flight attendant and Jiang Yin, saying, "You can use these to scoop out the flesh." After they had all enjoyed the coconut, Wang Yuan suggested, "Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Wang Yuan. President Jiang is my boss, and I'm just a humble security guard at the company. I'm Zhang Lanfang, the flight attendant for this flight." The flight attendant introduced herself. "I'm Jiang Yin, president of Jiang Wan Group," Jiang Yin stated. "I'm Ren Yuanyuan, also a flight attendant on this flight. I'm 21, unmarried, and my family is from the Spring City." "That's enough. We're not here for matchmaking," Zhang Lanfang interrupted before Ren Yuanyuan could finish. Ren Yuanyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. You all wait a moment. I'll go pick some coconuts," Wang Yuan announced, taking the small knife in his mouth and quickly climbing up 2 other coconut trees to toss the coconuts down. despite having seen him do this once before. Rin Yuan and the others watched in awe. Wang Yuan slid down and, seeing their astonished expressions, shook his head in disbelief. He then opened his suitcase and handed Rin Yuan her travel shoes, slipping into his tactical boots. There are some clothes inside. Yuan, could you help them change? Wang Yuan pointed to the suitcase. Sure, she replied. All right, I'll scout the area to see if I can find something to eat, Wang Yuan said, shouldering his backpack. Grabbing a multifunctional fruit knife and heading into the jungle. Sister Fong, Sister Yin, come, you can choose, Rin Yuan said as she opened the suitcase for the two women. These are all things from the deceased. I don't want any of it. Jiang Yin scoffed. Such pretentiousness, Wang Yuan thought as he walked away, overhearing her remark. Chapter 14. Capturing the Cobra. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. We are stranded on a deserted island, uncertain of when rescue will arrive. Moreover, we are clad in short skirts, and this island may harbor venomous insects and mosquitoes. We are in dire need of medical supplies, and a bite could be detrimental, Zhang Lanfang remarked. As a flight attendant, she had acquired some knowledge of wilderness survival, which allowed her to reason with Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, dressed in a professional outfit featuring a now-soiled white blouse and a black skirt that accentuated her long legs, completed her attire with sheer black stockings and high heels. Zhang Lanfang, in her flight attendant uniform, wore flesh-colored stockings and black heels as well. Both were quite dirty. Enough of the theatrics. Let us change, Rin Yuan said, casting a glance toward Wang Yuan, who had already ventured into the thicket. Very well, Jiang Yin replied reluctantly as she began to search for clothes. Followed suit by Zhang Lanfang. Zhang Lanfang found a set of women's sportswear, while Jiang Yin discovered a pair of casual trousers and a hoodie. The two then changed their attire. Wang Yuan stepped into the jungle, surveying his surroundings. Near the beach, he spotted some reeds, and further in, a thicket of bushes leading to tall trees. He picked up a branch approximately 2 meters long, using it to prod through the underbrush as he made his way toward the forest. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, he discovered a cluster of cacti adorned with numerous fruits, many of which were ripe. Wang Yuan hastily began to gather the cactus fruits, placing the harvested bounty into his backpack, despite suffering several pricks from the thorns. Then, altering his course, he refrained from entering the woods due to the encroaching darkness and the uncertainty of potential wildlife lurking within. He continued to prod through the foliage, meandering back toward the beach. Along the way, he encountered several palm and banana trees, but the latter bore no fruit. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the left ahead, prompting Wang Yuan to halt and listen intently. Out of the brush, a snake's head emerged, flicking its tongue toward him. By heavens, what a robust cobra! Wang Yuan felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. He cautiously approached the serpent, stopping 2 meters away while gripping the branch tightly. At that moment, the cobra reared back, arching its head in preparation to strike. Now is the time. Wang Yuan swung the branch forcefully at the cobra. With a resounding crack, he struck the snake at its midsection, causing its head to lurch to the side. Wang Yuan discarded the branch, leaping toward the cobra, seizing its head with his left hand. Ha ha ha, what a splendid catch, he exclaimed joyfully. The snake was as thick as a child's arm and measured approximately 2.5 meters in length. It seemed dazed from the blow, its body writhing while its tail dangled limply. With his left hand grasping the snake's head, he coiled its body around his arm, retrieved the branch and oil canister, and made his way back to the beach. Upon his arrival, he found the 3 women seated beneath a coconut tree, engaged in conversation. Wang Yuan approached them. Look what I have caught, Wang Yuan exclaimed, extending his left hand towards them. Ah! The 3 girls gasped in fright. Quick, get rid of it. Perhaps the snake had already awakened, constricting Wang Yuan's left hand, causing it to swell and turn purple, while it occasionally flicked its tongue. The girls were visibly shaken. Hee. This is quite a delicacy, Wang Yuan said, extracting a small knife and swiftly severing the snake's head, tossing it into the sea while discarding the body aside. The sight of the writhing snake body made the girls recoil in horror. Chapter 15. Constructing a shelter, throw it away. Farther, Rin Yuan shouted. It's fine. It's already dead, Wang Yuan reassured them. I'll cook snake meat for you tonight. I would to eat that. It's disgusting, Jiang Yin protested. Neither would I. It's too terrifying, Zhang Lanfang added. Exactly, we want to eat it, Rin Yuan echoed. Alright then. It's getting dark. Let us build a shelter while there's still light, Wang Yuan suggested. Okay. The 3 girls stood up in unison. What should we do? Rin Yuanyuan inquired, looking towards Wang Yuan. You all go over there and gather some leaves. There are palm and banana trees in that direction. Wang Yuan pointed to where they had just come from. All right, let us go. Rin Yuanyuan called out. Wait a moment. Take sticks with you to beat the grass. It will help ward off snakes and insects. Wang Yuan handed a branch to Rin Yuanyuan. Got it, she replied as she accepted it. Wang Yuan headed towards the northern rocky area while the three girls ventured into the jungle. Observing the rocky formations, Wang Yuan suddenly spotted a large boulder. Towering 5 or 6 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide, sloping towards the south, an ideal spot. He began searching for marine debris around the rocky area, discovering a substantial amount: bamboo, wood, buoys, foam boards, and old fishing nets. He collected a fair amount of debris and placed it beneath the boulder, while the three girls returned with a considerable number of large leaves. Wang Yuan, are these leaves enough? Zhang Lanfang asked as they set the leaves down. That is sufficient. Wang Yuan replied. What shall we do next? Rin Yuanyuan asked. You all should gather some dry grass and continue collecting marine debris, he instructed. All right. The three girls turned and walked away. Wang Yuan picked up a dozen bamboo poles, laying them side by side with a spacing of over 20 centimeters between each. He then placed 3 more poles across them, one in the middle and one at each end. Finding a discarded fishing net, he used his knife to extract some rope, binding the bamboo poles together and layering the leaves on top, securing them with the rope. As darkness fell, the three girls returned with a significant amount of marine debris and a pile of dry grass. Let us go retrieve the suitcase and the coconuts, Wang Yuan suggested, leading the way towards the coconut trees, with the girls following behind. They gathered a total of 14 coconuts, with each girl carrying 4. While Wang Yuan placed 2 in his backpack, held the suitcase, and picked up the dead snake, carrying the oil drum back with him. The girls kept their distance upon seeing Wang Yuan with the dead snake. A few individuals set their belongings down, and Wang Yuan suggested, let's lift this and place it here. Holding the bundled bamboo and leaves, he was soon joined by the 3 young women who lent their hands. The bamboo leaned against the rocks, forming a triangular shelter that provided ample space, albeit with openings at both ends. Wang Yuan gathered some wooden planks to seal the eastern exit, but could not cover it completely. He then tied several leaves atop the planks, leaving an opening towards the sea. Yay! Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and running to Wang Yuan, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Wang Yuan touched the spot where he was kissed, slightly taken aback by her exuberance. Rin Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Lanfang exchanged a knowing glance with her, while Jiang Yan remained stoic and aloof. Please lay down those foam boards inside for a comfortable night's sleep, Wang Yuan instructed, subsequently placing his suitcase inside. The 3 women arranged their surroundings within the spacious shelter, which could comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 individuals without feeling cramped. Chapter 16. Fire by friction outside. Wang Yuan searched for a decayed log and used a small knife to bore a hole into it. He then found a twig and sharpened one end. Laying down some leaves, he positioned the wood atop them, placing the pointed end of the twig into the hole, and began to rub it vigorously with his hands. Moments later, Rin Yuanyuan emerged, curiosity evident in her eyes as she asked, "What are you doing?" The other 2 women, having finished arranging the shelter, also came out to observe him. I'm creating fire by friction, Wang Yuan replied. Can you really make a fire? Rin Yuanyuan questioned skeptically. Just watch, he replied. Suddenly, she exclaimed, it's smoking. It's smoking. As the smoke thickened, Wang Yuan grabbed a handful of dry grass, sprinkling it over the smoldering leaves. Cradling the grass in his hands, he blew gently, and after a moment, a flame burst forth. Yay! Rin Yuanyuan jumped up once again. Wang Yuan set the flames down, added more dry grass, and then some twigs, eventually incorporating thicker logs until the fire blazed brightly. The 3 women gazed at Wang Yuan with admiration. The 4 of them settled around the fire, and Wang Yuan took a piece of bamboo to carve several skewers before retrieving a dead snake. The 3 women recoiled in fright. Wang Yuan skinned the snake, placing it on some leaves, then washed it in the sea, discarding the entrails into the water. Returning to the fire, he sliced the snake meat into segments and skewered them, preparing more than a dozen in total. Holding up 4 skewers, he placed them over the flames to roast. The 3 women looked at him with evident disdain as he busied himself. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, and the women found themselves salivating at the sight of the sizzling meat skewers. Wang Yuan took a skewer, bit into it, and exaggeratedly smacked his lips. Mmm. It's cooked and delicious, he declared, offering the other 3 skewers to the women. They shook their heads at the golden brown skewers, but eventually, Rin Yuan could no longer resist and took one, closing her eyes as she took a bite. Mmm, it's really fragrant, Rin Yuan remarked. Sister Fong, Sister Yin. It's truly delicious, though it lacks salt. You should try some too. Then nothing could obstruct the law of irresistible allure. Wang Yuan grilled the remaining skewers of meat, and the 4 of them shared the feast. Here, let us drink some coconut juice, 2 for each pair, he suggested. All right, the 3 women replied. Wang Yuan opened 2 coconuts, handing one to Rin Yuan and the other to Jiang Yan. After taking a few sips, Rin Yuan passed hers to Zhang Lanfang, who finished the remainder. Jiang Yan, drinking slowly, blushed as she offered her coconut to Wang Yuan, who, without hesitation, drank it all. Brother Yuan, why didn't you pick all the coconuts? You left 2 on each tree, Rin Yuan inquired. Well, let us leave a glimmer of hope, Wang Yuan replied. Sister Fong, Sister Yin, how did you survive? How did you end up here? Rin Yuan asked. I fainted after the accident and woke up on this beach. And Jiang was over there. We've been searching for some seafood to eat, Zhang Lanfang explained. Let us put the coconuts inside, Wang Yuan suggested as he picked them up and walked into the shelter. The 3 women followed suit, placing the coconuts inside, and Wang Yuan took out his backpack. And they all sat down once more. Let us enjoy some fruits after our meal, he said, opening his backpack and handing some fruits to the 3 women. He then took out a cactus fruit and began to peel it. What is this? Rin Yuan asked. Cactus fruit, Wang Yuan replied, taking a bite. Mmm. It's sweet and tangy, truly delicious. It's tasty, somewhat resembling dragon fruit, Rin Yuan remarked, also peeling one to taste. Soon, all 3 women were enjoying the cactus fruit. Chapter 17. Moonlit Shenanigans. Sister Fong, Yuan, are you going to relieve yourselves? Jiang Yan asked with a flushed face. Let us go together, Rin Yuan replied, but no peeking. Wang Yuan, feeling a bit exasperated, watched as the 3 women stood up, laughing, and walked away. He found a few wooden planks and laid them beside the fire, placing some foam boards on top. Then took a foam float and cut it in half with a bamboo stick, using one half as a pillow before lying down. In the distance, he could hear the 3 women chattering. Let us do it here, they said, moving behind a rock illuminated by the moonlight. Wow, Sister Fong, your stream is really powerful, Rin Yuan exclaimed. You little rascal, do you want a beating? Zhang Lanfang scolded, casting a glance towards the fire. You could be a bit quieter, she added. Hee. It's fine, we're far enough away. He can't hear us, Rin Yuan giggled. Huh? What's wrong? Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin turned to her. Rin Yuan feigned surprise and said, Sister Yin, I've noticed something about you. What is it? Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. I think you might not have ever had a boyfriend. How do you know that? What gave it away? Jiang Yin looked at her in confusion. Because Sister Fong has been married, and you're a bit different from her. How so? The 2 women exchanged glances and then turned to Rin Yuan with curiosity. I've realized, Rin Yuan teased, prolonging the suspense. Oh, you little brat, just spill it, Zhang Lanfang urged. Rin Yuan adjusted her pants and leaned in to whisper, I've noticed that Sister Yin's stream is even stronger than Sister Fong's. With that, she burst into laughter and dashed away. Hey, you little pervert. Deviant. Jiang Yin's face turned beet red. Oh dear, how dare you little brat. Just watch me beat you up, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed, leaping up to give chase. Quickly, General Jiang, catch her. All right. The 2 women pursued her. As they approached the fire pit, they spotted Wang Yuan lying there. Rin Yuan quickly halted, raising her hands in surrender. All right. I yield. Please spare me. Dear sisters, you little rascal, next time I won't go easy on you. Zhang Lanfang retorted fiercely. Yes, thank you, valiant heroine, for your mercy, Rin Yuan responded. Bowing obsequiously, stealthily, Rin Yuan crouched beside Wang Yuan, noticing him with his eyes closed, assuming he was asleep. She quietly picked up the other half of the pillow that Wang Yuan had discarded, and the 3 of them entered the shelter together. Wang Yuan opened his eyes, sat up, and then found a foam float. He sliced it open with a bamboo stick, taking it to the entrance of the shelter. Here, take this and make do with it as a pillow, he said before turning back to lie down. Inside the shelter, 2 hands reached out to retrieve the pillow, followed by peals of laughter. This is survival on a deserted island, Wang Yuan mused, glancing at his watch as it neared midnight. Is there really this much excitement? He tossed a rough piece of wood into the fire and lay back down, drifting into a hazy sleep. Meanwhile, the three women inside the shelter whispered amongst themselves, laying on the foam boards while engaging in quiet conversation. From now on, don't call me General Jiang. Just call me Xiaoyan or Yin Yin. It feels strange to be addressed as General, Jiang Yin said. Xiaoyan, have you truly never been in love? Zhang Lanfang inquired. I don't even know if it counts as love, Jiang Yin replied. What happened? Rin Yuanyuan lifted her head, her expression filled with curiosity. While studying abroad, I met a male classmate from another country. We were together for less than 2 months before I returned home, and we broke up due to cultural differences. It's been nearly half a year since we parted ways, Jiang Yin explained. Did you two ever, Rin Yuanyuan asked. Oh, what do you mean? We didn't even hold hands, Jiang Yin responded. What do you know, you little kid? Zhang Lanfang scolded. Did you really get married, Sister Fang? Jiang Yin inquired. Yes, but I'm already divorced, Zhang Lanfang replied. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's all right. We were just often apart, and our personalities clashed. It's been a year since the separation, Zhang Lanfang added. Sister Fang's ex-husband is a pilot, quite handsome. There were lines of girls chasing after him. Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed. What do you know, little brat? And didn't you say you haven't been in a relationship either? Just a moment ago, you were talking nonsense about Xiaoyan, Zhang Lanfang teased. Jiang Yin felt her face flush crimson. That's different. She's just a vibrant young lady in her prime, Rin Yuanyuan said, cupping her cheeks with her hands, looking quite pleased with herself. Are you implying that we are old? Zhang Lanfang glared at her. I didn't mean it that way. Let me ask you. Do you have feelings for Wang Yuan? Zhang Lanfang teased. Nonsense, of course not. Rin Yuanyuan denied. Not yet. With the way you gaze at Wang Yuan, one cannot deny it. At this moment, Jiang Yin turned her head to look at Rin Yuanyuan. So tell me, how did you two meet? And how did you arrive on this island? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Rin Yuanyuan recounted the events following the incident, and when she mentioned encountering sharks while swimming over, both women turned pale with fright. Only when she described their safe arrival on the shore did they finally exhale in relief. Given Zhang Lanfang's greater age and social experience, she advised them, let me say something. You must remember it. Yes, go ahead, Rin Yuanyuan responded, nodding in agreement with Jiang Yin. Zhang Lanfang lowered her voice, saying, Wang Yuan is the only man among us, and he constructed this shelter. We have not contributed much, and yet he allows us to stay here while he sleeps outside, which speaks volumes about his character. Analyzing what Yuanyuan had shared, it became evident that Wang Yuan possessed formidable survival skills. The two women nodded in affirmation. Zhang Lanfang continued, We do not know when the rescue team will arrive. Before they come, we must rely on ourselves. We must survive. Both women pondered Zhang Lanfang's words thoughtfully. There are not many like Wang Yuan, so we should cling tightly to him, ensuring he is never out of our sight. No matter where he goes, one of us must follow. We may be a burden to him, and if he chooses to leave us behind, it would be understandable. Zhang Lanfang fixed her gaze on the two women. Surely not, Rin Yuanyuan replied uncertainly. All right, human hearts are inscrutable. We must simply be more vigilant from now on, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Jiang Yin appeared lost in thought, and Rin Yuanyuan also fell into contemplation. The three women fell silent. As dawn broke, Wang Yuan awoke from the cold. Glancing at his watch, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Although they were on a tropical island, the morning sea breeze was still quite brisk. The fire had long since extinguished, and after stretching, Wang Yuan ventured into the jungle. He discreetly took care of personal matters behind the thatch before returning, cautiously retrieving his suitcase from the shelter. Noticing the three women were still fast asleep, he stepped outside to open his suitcase and fetched his toiletries, heading to the beach to freshen up. Chapter 19. Selecting a leader upon returning from washing up, Wang Yuan repacked his toiletries into the suitcase. Seeing that the three women had not yet awakened, he sat beside the extinguished fire, deep in thought. The arrival of the rescue team remained uncertain, and to survive, a series of challenges had to be addressed. Their lodging and clothing issues were barely resolved, but the primary concerns now lay in food and water. Although there were over a dozen coconuts, they would not last long. An excessive consumption could lead to illness. Falling sick on the island could be fatal. The suitcase contained some medications for emergencies. He decided it was necessary to venture deeper into the jungle for a stroke of luck, as the dense vegetation promised many opportunities. With that thought, Wang Yuan stood up and began searching among the rocky outcrops for ocean debris, plastic water bottles, discarded fishing nets, bamboo poles, rotten wood, soda cans, and powdered milk containers. collecting anything he deemed potentially useful. Shortly thereafter, the three women awoke and emerged to find Wang Yuan foraging, having amassed quite a collection. Jiang Yin disdainfully curled her lip. Brother Yuan, were you a scavenger in your past life? Rin Yuanyuan laughed. These items will surely come in handy, Wang Yuan replied. Setting down a bamboo pole, he began sorting through the pile, then said, You all should freshen up. Afterward, we can have something to eat. All right, Rin Yuanyuan responded. The three women ventured into the thicket to attend to their personal matters, then returned with their toiletries, heading to the seaside to wash up. Wang Yuan organized the items and then took up the bamboo pole, using a small knife to fashion several slender strips. He also dismantled a broken fishing net, using the fine strings to mend both the net and a small bamboo cage he was constructing. Once the women had finished washing up, they gathered around to observe Wang Yuan at work. What are you doing? Rin Yuanyuan inquired. Crafting a fish trap, he replied. A fish trap? The three women looked puzzled. You'll see shortly, he assured them. In no time, Wang Yuan had fashioned a cage over 1 meter in length, with a modest opening at one end. He cut the bottom off a plastic water bottle and the neck as well, then made several vertical slits at the opening, fastening it to the cage's entrance. He tied a 10-meter length of rope to one end of the trap. With the trap and the water bottle in hand, he made his way to the beach, the three women curiously trailing behind. Wang Yuan collected a handful of small seashells from the rocky shore, crushing them with a stone and placing them into the water bottle. He sealed it, punctured several holes in the bottle using his knife, and placed it inside the fish trap, adding a few stones for weight. He then hurled the trap into the sea, securing the rope to a rock. Turning back, he saw the three women gazing at him with admiration. Well then, let us return and have something to eat, he suggested. Upon arriving at their shelter, Wang Yuan said, Let's share a coconut. We can enjoy some coconut meat and cactus fruit. Sounds good, they agreed. The four of them drank the juice from 2 coconuts, along with the 2 from the previous night that Wang Yuan had cracked open with a stone, dividing the contents among themselves, and each indulging in a few cactus fruits. Why don't you all take a break? I'll explore the jungle for a bit, Wang Yuan proposed as he stood up. Wait a moment, I have a suggestion. Zhang Lanfang interjected. What suggestion? Wang Yuan sat back down. With 4 of us, and you being the only man, why don't you take on the role of our leader? You can give us instructions for what needs to be done, all right? That seems inappropriate, Wang Yuan replied. I agree. Rin Yuanyuan raised her hand. So do I, Jiang Yin added. See, we all agree. It's only temporary. Once the rescue team arrives, our group will disband. Zhang Lanfang insisted. Very well, Wang Yuan conceded. Chapter 20. Has the rescue team arrived? If you're going into the jungle, we want to accompany you, Zhang Lanfang stated. The other 2 women nodded in agreement. However, only Yuanyuan is wearing hiking shoes. You 2 are in high heels, which won't be convenient in the jungle. Wang Yuan frowned. Why don't I join you? They are waiting for us, Rin Yuanyuan suggested. No, if there is danger inside, you won't be able to escape, Wang Yuan replied. But there are still 2 pairs of shoes in the suitcase, Rin Yuanyuan pouted. Very well, Rin Yuanyuan said as she took out 2 pairs of shoes, canvas shoes and sneakers, both size 42. You can choose for yourselves. The 2 girls exchanged glances. Wang Yuan rummaged through the suitcase, found a shirt, and cut it into strips with a knife to stuff into the shoes. The 2 girls finally understood. Then Jiang Yin put on the sneakers while Zhang Lanfang donned the canvas shoes. They stood and took a few steps, finding them acceptable, though not entirely comfortable. All right, let's set off, Wang Yuan declared as he emptied the cactus fruit from his backpack. Yuan, this backpack will still belong to you. We'll take a few bottles. Okay, Rin Yuanyuan replied, happily packing a few bottles into the backpack. Wang Yuan grabbed a bottle of peanut oil and a branch, and the 4 set off. Wang Yuan whipped the grass as they slowly ventured deeper into the woods. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, the 4 stopped. Ahead is the forest, which is quite dense. There may be venomous insects or fierce beasts. Everyone must remain cautious, Wang Yuan warned. Understood, the 3 girls replied. Just as they were about to enter, the sound of an engine suddenly filled the air. Listen, an engine, Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed. Could it be the rescue team? Jiang Yin asked excitedly. Is it the rescue team? Then we must hurry back, Zhang Lanfang urged. Quickly, without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned the grass and rushed toward the coastline. Leaping over the bushes, they reached the grass patch, and ahead lay a cluster of rocks, with a beach to their left. Stop! Wait a moment, Wang Yuan called out. What's wrong? The 3 girls, lagging behind, halted and inquired. Something feels off. We should observe first. What could possibly happen? Even if it's not the rescue team, we can still seek help, Jiang Yin argued. No, trust me. We need to assess the situation before proceeding, Wang Yuan insisted. You just don't want to go. You're the only male on this island and want us 3 beauties to accompany you, right? You not only desire to be the leader, but to be the emperor. Jiang Yin retorted. Wang Yuan stared at her in shock. Jiang Yin huffed and walked away. Rin Yuan and Zhang Lanfang followed, casting apologetic glances at Wang Yuan as they passed. The 3 girls approached the rocky outcrop, while Wang Yuan, shaking his head in resignation, moved to the edge of the grass, parting the foliage to observe the sea. To the north, a fuel boat was heading south, accompanied by 4 fast boats. As the vessels drew nearer, the situation became clearer. On the deck of the fuel boat stood 7 or 8 individuals, each armed with an AK-47. While each of the 4 fast boats carried 3 people, 1 steering and 2 wielding firearms. This is bad, pirates, Wang Yuan thought to himself. The 3 girls hastily approached the shore, shielded by the rocks, unaware of the unfolding danger. The boats sped past, and just as the 3 reached the water's edge, they caught sight of the boat's stern. Fortunately, the pirates had not detected them. Phew, Wang Yuan exhaled, the tension in his heart finally easing. Upon reaching the shelter, he glanced at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. He picked up a coconut, sat down, and swiftly cracked it open, drinking deeply. The 3 girls approached, looking at him awkwardly. I'm sorry, Jiang Yin murmured, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Chapter 21. The Bounty of the Fish Trap Captain. I'm truly sorry, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Captain, please forgive us, Rin Yuan added. I really do not wish to be the captain, Wang Yuan replied. Jiang Yin lowered her head in embarrassment, unable to articulate her feelings. I don't even know how to express this, but we genuinely feel remorseful. From now on, I will only recognize you as my captain. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. I will heed your every command. Please forgive us. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the south, punctuated by several explosions. Rat-tat-tat. Boom. Wang Yuan calmly sipped his coconut juice, while the 3 girls were visibly shaken. After a tremendous roar, the gunfire ceased. After a moment, Wang Yuan instructed, quickly, take cover. The girls stared at him in confusion. Hurry, Wang Yuan urged, his voice stern. He then ducked behind a rock, prompting the girls to find their own hiding spots. Do not peek out, Wang Yuan shouted. At that moment, the sound of an engine grew louder as it approached from the south. Wang Yuan peered through the cracks in the rocks, now able to observe clearly. He saw a dozen individuals on the deck of a speedboat, most of them black, with a few white individuals among them. Only 1 person piloted the boat. While those on the deck leaped and shouted in jubilation, some wildly drinking from bottles, others firing AK-47s into the air. Shortly thereafter, the boat sped past, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief. The 3 girls cautiously peered out, watching until the boat was no longer visible, and then plopped down on the ground. Wang Yuan rose and walked toward the sea, untying the rope that secured the fish trap, pulling it up. The girls followed curiously, watching him closely. Captain, will we really catch fish? Rin Yuan inquired. Indeed, Wang Yuan replied, opening the trap to take a look. Soon, he poured out 4 or 5 palm-sized fish along with several large crabs. Hooray! Captain, you're amazing. I adore you, Rin Yuan exclaimed. Wang Yuan repacked the fish trap and tossed it back into the sea. After securing it, he handed a fruit knife to Zhang Lanfang, saying, Well, Sister Fang, could you tidy these up? I'll go back and start a fire. All right, Zhang Lanfang responded, taking the knife and calling the other 2 girls to help her with the fish. Wang Yuan picked up the crabs and took them back, placing them in a milk powder canister before starting the fire. In no time, the fire was crackling, and the 3 girls returned with the cleaned fish. The 4 of them skewered the fish and crabs on bamboo sticks and began roasting them. Once the fish and crabs were done, they shared the feast. Wang Yuan opened 2 more coconuts for the girls, then smashed the empty ones, and they all savored the coconut meat. I'll take a stroll in the jungle. You all rest here, Wang Yuan said. We should go together, Rin Yuan replied. The 3 young women gazed at Wang Yuan with hopeful anticipation, while Jiang Yin remained silent, burdened by guilt. No need. Let Fang Jie join me, Wang Yuan said. You all can do something else here. He began to stack stones into a makeshift stove over the fire, then took a canister of milk powder to the shore to fill it with seawater, placing it over the fire to boil. You can fill the bottles with seawater, When the water in the canister boils and reduces, just add more, he instructed. What is this for? Rin Yuanyuan asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing, just something to keep you occupied, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, don't forget to add water and firewood. He reminded them. Noticing the time, he said, it's 12:30 now. Fang Jie, let's set off. Chapter 22. Fragments of the airplane. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang ventured into the jungle, Wang Yuan carrying a backpack and a stick, while Zhang Lanfang held a container of peanut oil. Soon, they reached the edge of the woods. We don't know what lies inside, and it's getting late. Let us return another day and explore together. For now, let us search around the perimeter, Wang Yuan suggested. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied. As they scanned their surroundings along the edge of the forest, Wang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, Look, there are wild vegetables here. Oh, what kind of vegetables are those? Zhang Lanfang inquired. This is Stewardess purse. Haven't you seen it before? I've only had dumplings filled with it. But I've never seen what it actually looks like. There are plenty nearby. Let us dig some up. Wang Yuan picked up a stick and began to dig. Zhang Lanfang followed suit, and together they filled half a backpack with the greens. That should be enough. Let us move further along, Wang Yuan said, shouldering his backpack. After walking for a while, Wang Yuan paused and said, Fang Jie, wait for me. He set down his backpack and stick, swiftly climbed a tree, and broke off several branches. Using a small knife, he began to carve them, though the knife was quite small, making the task somewhat laborious. After a while, he fashioned a forked branch, the tips sharpened, measuring about 1.5 meters in length and the thickness of an egg. Wang Yuan swung it, finding it quite handy. Glancing at the time, he noted, it's 5 o'clock. It's getting late, we should head back. We can clean up the remaining branches later. Okay, Zhang Lanfang agreed, and they gathered their things to return to the shore. On their way back, Zhang Lanfang carried her backpack, the oil container, and a stick, tapping the grass as she walked, while Wang Yuan held the carved branch and several broken-off sticks. Wait a moment, look over there. Wang Yuan suddenly pointed to a glimmer on the right. Zhang Lanfang noticed it too and suggested, shall we go check it out? Sure. They cautiously approached, discovering a piece of metal embedded in the ground, partially obscured by grass, reflecting light sporadically, a stroke of luck. Wang Yuan pried it out and found that it measured approximately 1 square meter, with jagged, torn edges, taking on an irregular square shape. The tear appeared quite fresh, indicating it had only recently been placed there. Fang Jie, take a look. Could this be metal from our airplane? Wang Yuan inquired. Zhang Lanfang glanced at the metal fragment, and, while I do not recognize it, I can ascertain it belongs to our aircraft. Oh, how can you tell? Wang Yuan inquired. The break in this metal plate is fresh, indicating it has only recently detached. The metals used in different parts of the airplane vary in color, texture, and thickness. Based on my familiarity and observations, I can confirm it is a piece from the ceiling of the economy class, Zhang Lanfang replied. All right, let us take it back. Wang Yuan nodded, having already formed his own conclusions. He grasped the metal sheet with one hand while wielding a branch with the other. Zhang Lanfang forged ahead, clearing the way with her branch as she walked. Captain, regarding this morning's incident, please do not hold it against us. After all, we are all survivors, and it is only natural to wish to return home swiftly after such an event. I apologize on their behalf and hope you can forgive us, she said, drawing on her experience and maturity. Sister Fang, you are a flight attendant, which places you somewhat within the system. However, we are in survival mode on this deserted island. Through our time together, I have come to trust you. There are matters I can confide in you. But I must insist on discretion. If this information were to leak, I cannot guarantee the consequences, as it is just the 5 of us now, Wang Yuan stated solemnly. Chapter 23. Analyzing the situation. Zhang Lanfang understood the gravity of the situation. Although Wang Yuan often appeared carefree, he had his boundaries, and he was making it clear to her. All right, go on. She took a deep breath and said, I was once a soldier. Within a year, I was assigned to the Special Forces, and shortly thereafter, to a specialized unit that serves as the nation's sharp blade. You may have seen depictions of it in films. While fictional, there are elements of truth within, Wang Yuan recounted. During one operation, I accidentally injured a fellow soldier, which led to my discharge. He gazed deeply at the sunset. Although I am no longer in service, I will do everything within my power to bring you all back safely. Zhang Lanfang comprehended the implications of his words. Though she had never encountered such clandestine sectors, she realized that while the nation may appear prosperous on the surface, it is upheld by those who bear heavy burdens. Some remain unnoticed, Yet the country does not forget them. And even those who have retired continue to strive for its well-being. These individuals are the backbone of our nation. I will certainly keep this secret, Zhang Lanfang affirmed. 3 days had passed since the plane crash. The optimal rescue window is 72 hours. The country must be aware of our predicament by now. And their lack of response must stem from some reason. While I am unaware of the specifics, various signs can help us deduce a general understanding, Wang Yuan elaborated. I have not been involved at that level, so I am uncertain of the situation, Zhang Lanfang replied. Could you share your insights with me? Not only Zhang Lanfang, but many others live in an era of peace, experiencing the nation's strength and the beauty of life. Yet, the underlying treachery and political indifference to life remain beyond their imagination. Let me briefly explain. Did you witness those pirates this morning? In light of the capabilities of various developed nations in today's world, pirates resemble mere ants. Yet, why do they continue to roam the seas with such impunity? It is because certain nations covertly support them, Wang Yuan remarked. Furthermore, the Africa we are heading to is embroiled in conflicts in several countries. Why does warfare still persist in this era? Undoubtedly, the shadows of those nations loom large. Wang Yuan continued, thus this area is likely besieged by numerous powers. I even suspect that our plane's mishap is the handiwork of these entities. Is that truly the case? Zhang Lanfang inquired incredulously. This is merely my conjecture. By estimating our flight time, we can approximate our location. This region is fraught with peril. Several pirate factions and war-torn nations surround us, each influenced by various nations pulling the strings. Therefore, our survival hinges on navigating these treacherous gaps, Wang Yuan explained. Yes, Captain. We are utterly clueless and must rely on you, Zhang Lanfang admitted. I am no deity. Thus, we must endeavor to save ourselves. You must also encourage the others to learn self-rescue, Wang Yuan advised. Understood. Let us strive together. With that, the two returned to the coastal refuge, where they found the two women still boiling seawater in a milk powder canister. Captain, you have returned, Ren Yuanyuan greeted them. How did you fare? Wang Yuan asked. Humph. What fun. You have us merely boiling salt, Ren Yuanyuan pouted. To his surprise, the milk powder canister had accumulated a small half canister of crystallized salt. Wang Yuan chuckled awkwardly, then set down his belongings and approached to inspect. Chapter 24. The production of salt. The seawater in the milk powder canister was boiling, yielding a small half canister of crystallized salt. Wang Yuan quickly grasped the canister with 2 pieces of wood and removed it from the heat, pouring out the seawater while placing it back on the stove. Captain, why did you pour out the water? Why aren't you adding more seawater? Ren Yuanyuan asked. What I discarded were harmful substances such as magnesium chloride. What remains is sodium chloride, or table salt. Naturally, some harmful elements persist, but they are negligible and safe for consumption, Wang Yuan explained. Once the canister was dried, he removed it from the heat and set it aside to cool, then placed the salvaged iron plate on the stove to heat. You all should wait for the salt to cool before transferring it into mineral water bottles, Wang Yuan instructed, moving several stones of varying sizes into position. The 3 women filled 2 bottles with salt, watching as Wang Yuan busied himself. He heated the iron plate for a while, then set it down on a larger stone he had found, taking a fist-sized pebble to begin hammering it. After several repetitions, he returned the iron plate to the stove. After multiple cycles, he walked to a nearby rock formation, inserting the iron plate into a crevice and shaking it up and down until it was shaped into a circular plate approximately half a meter in diameter. He then returned the plate to the stove, adding some firewood. Wang Yuan continued to cook, intermittently striking the pan until it was perfectly prepared. The 3 girls gazed at him with admiration, and Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, Captain, you are truly remarkable. Well, let us gather the fish traps. The sky is darkening, Wang Yuan suggested. He collected the scraps from the iron plate, and the 4 of them walked to the shore. Wang Yuan pulled up the fish trap, spilling out the catch, 5 or 6 palm-sized grouper for large crabs, and finally, a sizable eel, over a meter long and as thick as an arm. Ah! The 3 girls shrieked in fright. Wang Yuan swiftly dispatched the eel with a stone, then skillfully gutted it with a small knife, slicing it into 4 segments. He washed them clean in seawater and handed the knife to Zhang Lanfang, instructing, you all handle the fish. I will return to grill these. Remember to place the entrails in this bottle. He filled the bottle with the eel's innards, then took the 4 crabs and the eel back to the fire. He placed the frying pan over the flame, added a splash of seawater, and broke a few bamboo sticks to lay inside. He placed the 4 crabs into the pan and covered them with 2 large leaves. Then, he skewered the 4 segments of eel with bamboo sticks, sprinkled a bit of sea salt over them, and set them to grill over the fire. Before long, the 3 girls returned, having cleaned the 6 fish, and began to skewer them as well. Have you lowered the fish trap? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, we have, Ren Yuanyuan replied. Now, rub some salt on those fish and grill them, Wang Yuan instructed. Wow, it smells wonderful, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, moving closer to the fire, while Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang sprinkled salt over the fish. Here, take this skewer of grilled fish, he offered to Ren Yuanyuan. Hee, thank you, she said, taking a bite. It's so hot. Delicious, truly delicious. He handed each of them a skewer of grilled eel, and he too indulged in one. After finishing, he placed the marinated fish onto the fire to roast. He removed the frying pan from the fire and set it on the ground, lifting the covering leaves to release an enticing aroma. Wow, it smells divine. Ren Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Now, for the 4 crabs, 1 for each of us, he announced. Once they finished the crabs, the fish were also ready. I'm so full, I can't eat another bite, Ren Yuanyuan said, patting her stomach. Well then, let us save these fish for breakfast tomorrow, Wang Yuan replied, equally satisfied. Chapter 25. Another group of survivors. Wang Yuan wrapped the cooked fish in leaves and placed them in the shelter. If you feel tired, you may rest for now, he suggested. We're not tired yet. Let us sit here for a while, Zhang Lanfang replied. Wang Yuan turned over the remaining iron plate, placing some smaller pieces at the edge of the stove, while a larger piece seemed suitable for another frying pan. He set this larger piece into the shelter and took a seat by the stove. He picked up a piece of iron and tossed it into the fire, then filled a milk powder can with seawater and placed it by the stove. Using 2 sticks, he retrieved the glowing iron and placed it on a stone, picking up a pebble to begin hammering it. The 3 girls watched him with curiosity. Captain, what are you doing? Ren Yuanyuan asked. You will see soon enough, Wang Yuan replied, tossing another iron piece into the fire. With repeated strikes, the object was finally cast into the powdered milk can, producing a resounding splash. The seawater within the can surged and billowed into clouds of mist. After a brief moment, Wang Yuan retrieved it, still warm to the touch, yet bearable. Before him materialized a dagger, over a foot in length, with a gleaming black blade. Subsequently, he whittled 2 bamboo strips and bound them to the hilt with rope. He found a stone, poured seawater over it, and began to hone the dagger upon its surface. Soon, the double-edged blade shimmered with a cold light, ready for use. Testing its sharpness on a piece of wood, he found it exquisitely keen. He then took the 2 bamboo strips, crafted a sheath by binding them together with rope, and inserted the dagger within. Task accomplished. The 3 women gazed at him in admiration. He added a few pieces of wood to the fire, tossing in several small iron scraps to fuel the blaze. Then, seizing the branches he had gathered in the afternoon, he unsheathed the dagger and began to carve. The blade was remarkably sharp, and he worked with ease. Before long, he had fashioned 3 sturdy forks. Using a stick, he extracted the glowing iron pieces, placing them on a stone to hammer them into shape. Once he had completed one, it was placed into the powdered milk can, ultimately resulting in 8. He then polished the iron pieces, affixing them to the forks, and secured them with rope, completing 3 harpoons. These harpoons shall be ours to carry, each one of us taking one wherever we go. There may be ferocious beasts on the island, and you have already witnessed venomous snakes. These will serve as our protection, Wang Yuan declared, turning to see the 3 women gazing at him with stars in their eyes. Thank you, Captain, they responded, snapping back to reality. Well then, let us take a rest, Wang Yuan suggested, glancing at his watch. It was nearly midnight. Shall we go relieve ourselves? Ren Yuanyuan proposed as she stood. All right, Wang Yuan replied. But wait a moment, as he picked up a harpoon. Oh, very well. Each woman took a harpoon and made her way towards the distant rocks. Wang Yuan moved to the shoreline to attend to his needs, then returned to the cooking area, laying down a foam board before sitting. Shortly after, the 3 women returned. Captain, we are heading inside to rest, Ren Yuanyuan informed him. All right, Wang Yuan nodded. The women placed the harpoons outside the shelter and were about to enter when suddenly, voices echoed from afar. Look, there's a fire over there. The sound emanated from the northern side of the rocky outcrop, distant yet clear in the stillness of the night. A woman's voice carrying across the air. The 3 women quickly picked up their harpoons and stood beside Wang Yuan. After a while, a group approached, 4 men and 4 women. their clothing tattered and soiled. The 8 individuals scrutinized the 4, while the 4 returned their gaze. "Ah, President Jiang, is that you?" called out 3 from the opposite side. "President Jiang, President Jiang," they exclaimed. Jiang Yin recognized the 3. 1 man and 1 woman were from her company, while the other, a portly middle-aged man, was the head of an electronics company that had dealings with hers. Chapter 26. Conflict. "Oh, it's you," Jiang Yin said. At this moment, the 8 exchanged whispers, casting furtive glances at the 4 and the shelter. Jiang Yin noted that the middle-aged man who had spoken was Zhao Zhengwo, chairman of a prominent electronics sales company in the country, while the man and woman were her colleagues. Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuan, both flight attendants, recognized a few individuals among the group. Zhang Lanfang remarked that they were passengers from their flight. At that moment, a man in his mid-20s approached them, introducing himself as Zhang Jinping, another survivor from their aircraft. He stated that they had all found themselves stranded on this island and extended an invitation for them to join forces, asserting that strength lies in numbers and that their chances of survival would increase through unity. Jiang Yin furrowed her brows and glanced at the other 3. Noticing Wang Yuan's silence and Ren Yuan and Zhang Lanfang engaged in quiet conversation, she was about to speak when Zhang Lanfang interjected, expressing her willingness to join them, albeit with a question regarding what they would be required to do and what benefits they might receive in return. Zhang Jinping was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed man with earrings stepped forward, asserting that the essence of their cooperation would be resource sharing, with food being equitably divided among them, as survival necessitated mutual assistance. However, Zhang Lanfang countered, stating that they had sufficient resources and did not require help. The man insisted that their larger group would be able to acquire more resources, which they would subsequently share. Ren Yuan stepped forward, challenging his assertion, while Zhang Lanfang defended their position, questioning why they should supply resources to those who contributed nothing. The man was momentarily speechless, glancing back nervously. At that moment, one of the men from Jiang Yin's company approached her, urging her to reconsider, citing the advantage of their numbers. Jiang Yin surveyed the group, feeling uncertain. Ren Yuan firmly declared that they would not join them, advising them to abandon their hopes. The earring-clad man, furious, pointed at Ren Yuan, threatening retribution. She boldly retorted, challenging him to act on his threats. The man turned to rally his companions, declaring that they should confront her together. Suddenly, Zhang Lanfang lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to the earring man, followed by a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. She taunted the others to come at her, and they were momentarily stunned into silence. Just then, a woman in her 30s approached, casting a glance at the remnants of fish bones, crab shells, and coconut husks scattered on the ground. She inquired about the source of the coconuts. Zhang Lanfang pointed towards a cluster of coconut trees on the beach. Grateful, the woman signaled to the 2 men, who helped the earring man to his feet, and they all made their way toward the beach. Once they departed, the 4 remaining individuals gathered around the stove once more. Throughout the encounter, Wang Yuan had remained utterly silent. "That kick was impressive, Lanfang," Ren Yuan exclaimed. "Of course. Do you think I learned Taekwondo for nothing?" Zhang Lanfang remarked. Ren Yuan is aware that Zhang Lanfang often visits the Taekwondo dojo when she has free time. Chapter 27. The deal. 4 men and 4 women arrived at the beach, where they found 3 tall coconut trees. "These are far too high. How on earth can we reach them?" one of the women exclaimed. This woman was a popular internet celebrity, possessing striking beauty. The man with the earrings gazed at her greedily and said, "Who among us can climb trees?" Everyone shook their heads in unison and then sat down, gazing longingly at the trees. "Zhao, I recall you have a cigarette in your bag, don't you?" the woman inquired. What of it?" Zhao Zhengwo replied. "Well, we have no fire. Having a cigarette is useless without a light. Why not offer him a pack? I've noticed that man seems to be in charge. Even though he hasn't spoken, perhaps he smokes. You could approach him to borrow a light, and we can start a fire. That way, we won't freeze." "All right." Zhao Zhengwo pondered for a moment before unbuckling his backpack. The bag was not large, but Zhao was quite portly, and in the dimness of night, it was hard to discern that he was carrying it. "You all gather some dry twigs while I go ask for a light," he instructed. He opened the backpack, retrieved an unopened pack of Huaxia cigarettes, took 2 out, and stowed them in his jacket pocket before heading towards the rocky outcrop. The backpack was one he had found in the woods. "All right, let us go gather firewood," the woman said. The remaining few reluctantly stood up and walked toward the thicket. Meanwhile, the four from Wang Yuan's group had not rested, engaging in casual conversation around their cooking fire. Captain, what should we do? Will they come back? Ren Yuan asked. We'll take it step by step. I suspect someone will return shortly, Wang Yuan replied. How can you be so sure? The three women questioned him. Because they possess nothing, and they might not even be able to reach the coconuts, so they will undoubtedly seek our assistance, Wang Yuan explained. Huh, hello there. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the rocks, smiling brightly. Oh, it's Zhao. What brings you here? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Can we discuss a matter? The newcomer, Zhao Zhangwo, requested. Oh, please speak with our captain, Wang Yuan. Zhang Lanfang gestured towards him. Zhao Zhangwo took out a pack of cigarettes, opened it, offered one to Wang Yuan, and lit one for himself. Captain Wang, could you enlighten me on how you managed to retrieve the coconuts? He asked. Wang Yuan placed the cigarette in his mouth without lighting it, and said, I have a method, but you may not be able to master it. Come on, Captain Wang, lend a hand. After all, we are all survivors and need to coexist on this island. We see each other every day, so it's only right to help one another, Zhao Zhangwo pressed, handing the cigarette pack to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan accepted the pack and replied, Very well. I'll share my knowledge. You should gather some sticks and tie them together, then use them to strike the coconuts. You should be able to knock them down. Alternatively, you could try throwing stones. That might work as well. All right, I'll give that a try, Zhao Zhangwo said. By the way, Captain Wang, could I borrow a light? That is not possible. I am aware of your intentions. We possess resources, but they are only sufficient for our own needs. We do not support idlers, Wang Yuan stated. Zhao Zhangwo chuckled awkwardly in response. Mr. Zhao, please do not take offense. We are merely striving for survival. It is not impossible for you to obtain our resources, but it must be exchanged for something of value, Zhang Lanfang interjected. Very well, Zhao Zhangwo replied, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering it to Wang Yuan. Accepting the gift, Wang Yuan retrieved a burning log from the fire, lit his cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then handed the log back to Zhao Zhangwo. It has been several days since I last smoked. This first puff has left me slightly lightheaded. Is it not simply a matter of wanting to start a fire? There is no need for subterfuge. Take this log back with you. Chapter 28. A hearty breakfast. Thank you, Captain Wang. Zhao Zhangwo awkwardly lit his cigarette. All right, Mr. Zhao. We shall not see you off, Wang Yuan said. With the burning log in hand, Zhao Zhangwo departed. As soon as Zhao Zhangwo was out of earshot, the three women erupted into laughter. Captain, why did you give him the fire starter? Seeing them like that makes me furious, Ren Yuan queried. After all, we are all facing difficulties. We cannot simply stand by and watch them suffer. They have already set their sights on us, and if we do not assist them, they will continue to come back. I also prefer not to be pestered by them daily, Wang Yuan explained. Agreed. I support the captain's decision. We cannot remain here forever. If we leave, they will surely come, Zhang Lanfang added. I just find them unpleasant, Ren Yuan remarked. When assessing a situation, one must look beyond the surface to grasp the underlying essence. Oh, I understand now. Very well, let us all rest, Wang Yuan concluded. The three women retreated to the shelter. After finishing his cigarette, Wang Yuan added another log to the fire and lay down to sleep. The following morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. Noticing embers still glowing in the fire pit, he quickly added some dry grass and, after blowing gently, kindled the flames. He then added some small branches before heading to the thatch to attend to personal matters. Upon returning, he added another log to the fire and took his wash bag to the seaside for his morning routine. After washing up, he returned, emptied the wild vegetables he had gathered the previous day, wrapped them in banana leaves, and took them to the shore for cleaning. Once completed, the three women emerged one after another. Captain, you are up so early, Ren Yuan exclaimed. Yes, go attend to your needs, and breakfast will be ready upon your return. He replied. Thank you, Captain, they said in unison as they departed. Wang Yuan cracked open 2 coconuts, pouring the juice into a frying pan, which he placed over the fire. He then smashed the coconuts, scooping out the flesh and breaking it into small pieces to add to the pan, along with the cleaned wild vegetables. He also heated the leftover roasted fish from the night before by placing it near the flames and walked to the shore to check the fishing traps. At that moment, the three women, having finished their morning routines, approached to inspect the catch. Wow, quite a haul, Wang Yuan exclaimed as he emptied the contents of the traps. Ren Yuan replied with delight, for grouper fish, 2 crabs, and 2 octopuses. Once we are finished preparing, Let us return to enjoy our meal. Handing a fruit knife to Zhang Lanfang, Wang Yuan grasped a dagger and commenced the preparation of the octopus. I shall return first. Remember to place the entrails in that bottle and then lower the fish trap, he instructed. Understood, came the reply. Upon reaching the stove, Wang Yuan discovered that the coconut milk in the skillet had reached a boil. He sliced the octopus into segments and tossed them into the pot. Adding a pinch of sea salt, he rummaged through the refuse to find 4 aluminum cans, expertly cutting off their tops to fashion them into cups, which he then rinsed with seawater. He removed the skillet from the heat and placed it upon a stone. The 3 women returned with seafood, laying the fish upon banana leaves and placing the crabs into a milk powder can, gathering around eagerly. Wow, it smells divine, Ren Yuanyu and exclaimed, nearly drooling. The 4 collaboratively poured the soup from the pot into the makeshift cups, dividing the vegetables and octopus among themselves, leaving a considerable amount still in the pot. As Ren Yuanyuan reached for more, Wang Yuan lightly smacked her hand. Be careful, it's hot. Oh, Ren Yuanyuan's expression turned despondent. Learn from this, Wang Yuan advised, breaking off a piece of styrofoam to set the cups upon. He picked up 2 bamboo skewers fashioned as chopsticks and began to eat. The 3 women mimicked him until the last of the soup was consumed. Ren Yuanyuan patted her belly and declared, that was exquisite. I finished the soup. I am so full now. Captain, what shall we do today? Chapter 29. Into the jungle today. Sister Fong and I will venture into the jungle to see if we can locate fresh water and food. You 2 should dry the fish to stock up. If we have not returned by noon, roast the crabs for your meal and check the fish trap. If there are fish, dry them as well. Otherwise, just roast what you have. We will return by evening at the latest, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, Ren Yuanyuan replied. Sister Fong, let us prepare and set off. Wang Yuan handed the fruit knife to Ren Yuanyuan. Okay, Zhang Lanfang said as she packed several mineral water bottles into her backpack, grasping a fish spear. Wang Yuan also took up a fish spear, hoisted a barrel of peanut oil, and strapped the dagger to his waist. Together, they ventured into the jungle. Upon reaching the edge of the thatch, they gazed toward the southern beach, where they observed 4 men and 4 women gathered around a fire beneath the coconut trees, roasting something. The 2 exchanged amused glances and continued on, varying their direction each time to broaden their search area. They advanced slowly, prodding the underbrush with their fish spears. Ah, a snake! Zhang Lanfang suddenly cried out. Don't move, Wang Yuan cautioned, having already spotted a black and white snake coiled before them, its triangular head poised, flicking its tongue. This is a silver-ringed snake. A bite from it is certain death. We must be cautious, Wang Yuan whispered. As the snake prepared to strike, Wang Yuan seized the moment, raising his fish spear with precision and delivering a swift blow. Crack! The snake was knocked to the ground, and seizing the opportunity, Wang Yuan rushed forward, thrusting the spear forcefully, piercing it at its midsection. The snake writhed around the spear. Wang Yuan quickly drew his dagger and plunged it toward the snake's head. Thud! The snake's head was pinned to the ground. Wang Yuan released his grip and stepped back, noticing that Zhang Lanfang was still in a daze, staring at the writhing snake on the ground. Sister Fong, it's all right now. Oh, Zhang Lanfang responded, regaining her senses. After a moment, the snake lay still. Wang Yuan approached, lifted his dagger, and used a spear to prod the snake, observing, it's not as plump as the one we encountered that day. Heh, you're still thinking about eating snake? Zhang Lanfang remarked, her heart still racing. Just then, a gust of wind swept through. Ah! Zhang Lanfang shrieked, pointing skyward. Wang Yuan felt a lightness in his hand and looked up to see an eagle soaring overhead, clutching the snake as it flew away. Come down. I promise I won't kill you. What can you do up in the sky? So what if you can fly? Wang Yuan shouted angrily, waving the spear at the sky. Pfft. Ha. Zhang Lanfang laughed at his antics. Let us go, Wang Yuan said with a sigh. The 2 walked to the edge of the woods and chose a path opposite to their previous one. After a short distance, they stumbled upon an orange tree laden with fruit, some green, others a ripe orange-yellow. Ah, sweet and tangy, quite delicious, they exclaimed. Zhang Lanfang dashed over, plucked one, and began to peel it. Let us gather the ripe ones, Wang Yuan suggested after tasting one. Sure, Zhang Lanfang replied, taking off her backpack to collect the fruit. Wang Yuan climbed the tree to reach the higher oranges, and together, they gathered over 20, placing them into the backpack, leaving behind the unripe ones. Captain, why not pick them all? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Those that are still unripe can ripen in a couple of days. Well, Do you remember the coconut tree? Leaving some is akin to preserving hope. Our hope and that of future visitors, Wang Yuan explained. Seeing Zhang Lanfang look a bit puzzled, he added, we do not belong here. This island has its own ecological balance. Since we have arrived, we have disrupted that equilibrium, and we must hold nature in reverence. Chapter 30. Discovery of Bamboo. Oh, I think I understand now, Zhang Lanfang said. Well then, let us continue and see if we can find something to fill our stomachs. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was noon. Look, bamboo. Not far ahead, they spotted 2 clusters of bamboo, numbering around 20 to 30 stalks. Let us take a few with us when we head back, Wang Yuan proposed. As they proceeded, Zhang Lanfang suggested, why don't we search deeper into the woods? All right, but let us not venture too far. The foliage here is dense, and we are unaware of what lies within. There are surely venomous creatures and wild beasts. Wang Yuan cautioned. Thus, the 2 cautiously entered the forest. After a short distance, they discovered a papaya tree, bearing around 10 papayas, 5 golden and ripe, 2 half-ripened, and 3 or 4 obviously unripe. Sister Fong, let us take a break here and have some papaya to satisfy our hunger, Wang Yuan proposed. Sounds good, she agreed. They settled beneath the tree, set down their gear, and proceeded to harvest the ripe and half-ripened papayas, leaving behind 4 unripe ones. Wang Yuan selected the largest papaya, slicing it open with a dagger, and they each indulged in half. This papaya is exquisitely sweet, he remarked, as Zhang Lanfang's face became smeared with juice. Delicious. Wang Yuan stated, once we finish, let us meander back. By the time we return, night will likely be upon us. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied. After satisfying their hunger, they packed the remaining papaya into their already full backpack. Allow me to carry the backpack, it is quite heavy, Wang Yuan offered, noting its substantial weight of around 20 to 30 pounds. Very well, she agreed. Wang Yuan shouldered the backpack and wielded a fish spear, leading the way while Zhang Lanfang followed behind, carrying an oil drum and her own spear. They altered their course, moving outward. After a while, they stumbled upon a wild Sichuan pepper tree, each gathering a handful of its berries before stowing them in their pockets. They located the bamboo they had encountered earlier. Wang Yuan skillfully carved a few notches at the base with his dagger before breaking it, neglecting the branches, and carried 2 stalks back. They did not retrace their steps but instead ventured in a different direction, spotting a few wild rabbits along the way, which proved elusive given their equipment, prompting them to abandon the chase. As they approached a thicket, the shoreline was not far off. Suddenly, Wang Yuan spotted 2 plants and hurried over to examine them closely. What is this plant? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Wang Yuan plucked a leaf, rubbed it between his fingers, and inhaled its fragrance. This is wild ginger. It can be used as ginger. Give it a whiff. Many leaves bear a resemblance to this, and this method can help distinguish them. Indeed. There is a hint of ginger. I shall remember this scent, Zhang Lanfang replied. There are 2 plants here. Let us dig them up along with the roots. If only there were fresh water, we could make a delightful fish soup with some wild Sichuan pepper and slices of wild ginger. They each picked up a stick and began to dig. Although the leaves were large, wild ginger is not as robust as the ginger we are familiar with. It grows quite slender. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 4:30, and dusk was approaching. As they emerged from the thicket, they turned their gaze towards the coconut trees. They observed 2 men attempting to reach coconuts with a long stick, while 2 others beneath a different tree hurled stones upwards, dodging falling debris. 4 women were scouring the shoreline for seafood. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang exchanged a knowing smile before returning to their campsite, where Ren Yuan and Jiang Yin were seated on the rocks by the sea, engaged in conversation. We are back, Zhang Lanfang announced. They placed their belongings by the cooking area. Wang Yuan retrieved a piece of wood from the fire and lit a cigarette as he settled down. Chapter 31. Jiang Yin's apology. You've returned, Ren Yuan exclaimed, turning to see them and rising to approach. Yes, we have, Zhang Lanfang replied. I am so thirsty. Captain, shall we have a coconut? Certainly. Wang Yuan continued to smoke. Zhang Lanfang fetched 2 coconuts from the shelter, saying, Captain, may I borrow your dagger? Wang Yuan handed it over, asking, You haven't had fresh water all day, have you? Indeed, Ren Yuan responded. Have you not found any fresh water? Unable to find anything. Let us indulge in some coconut juice, suggested Wang Yuan. Zhang Lanfang skillfully cracked open 2 coconuts and poured the refreshing juice into 4 aluminum cans, which the 4 of them eagerly consumed. Captain, what treasures did you uncover today? Your backpack appears quite heavy, remarked Ren Yuanyuan. Oh, you should take a look for yourself. Zhang Lanfang replied. Wow, so many papayas and oranges. Yay, it has been ages since I last savored papaya. Captain, you are simply amazing. Wang Yuan chuckled as he lit another cigarette. You silly girl. You could certainly use some papaya to nourish yourself, Zhang Lanfang teased. What do you mean? Why do I need nourishment? Jiang Yin glanced at Wang Yuan and then leaned closer to Ren Yuanyuan, whispering a few words. Lanfang, you are bullying me. Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed as she looked down at her chest. Pfft. Haha. Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuanyuan could not contain their laughter. Humph. You all are bullies. Ren Yuanyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, I think I shall take a stroll along the beach, Wang Yuan said awkwardly, before walking towards the shore with a cigarette in his mouth. All right, enough of the antics. What did you all have for lunch? Zhang Lanfang inquired. We collected the fish traps at noon and caught a few fish along with 2 crabs, which we steamed and enjoyed, Ren Yuanyuan replied. This afternoon, Zhao Jingwo came by, lamenting that he couldn't reach the coconuts and asked if there were any other methods. I told him to return in the evening since the captain was not around. Jiang Yin added, Do you think the captain is truly remarkable? If we weren't with him, would we have starved? Ren Yuanyuan pondered. I can't say whether we would starve, but it is certain we would have fallen prey to pirates. If the captain hadn't delayed us for just a few minutes that day, we would have undoubtedly been discovered by the pirates. And you all know the dire consequences of being captured, Zhang Lanfang remarked, her expression darkening as she recalled her harsh words to Wang Yuan. Observing her discomfort, Zhang Lanfang shifted the conversation. Today, we encountered a snake again. The captain claimed it was a silver-ringed snake and killed it. Why didn't the captain bring it back this time? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. Zhang Lanfang then recounted the incident, and as she mentioned Wang Yuan scolding the eagle, the 3 women burst into laughter. I am going to find the captain, Jiang Yin announced as she stood up and walked towards Wang Yuan. He had settled on a rocky outcrop, finishing one cigarette before lighting another. As Jiang Yin approached, she sat down beside him. Captain, about what happened that day. I am truly sorry, she said. Oh, it's quite all right. Everyone wishes to return home sooner, and I completely understand, Wang Yuan replied. Thank you. What should I thank you for? Without you, I might have starved, thirsted, or been captured by pirates, she responded. Oh, it's nothing. It's survival on a deserted island. We help one another here. Everyone is equal. You are not the CEO, I am not the security guard. And they are not flight attendants, Wang Yuan stated. I understand now, Jiang Yin said. By the way, what is your relationship with my father? She asked. We have no relationship at all. Why do you ask? Wang Yuan replied, puzzled. Chapter 32. Heart to Heart by the Sea. You have only been at the company for a little over a month, yet you were promoted to Deputy Security Chief, a position that involves solely training without the need for patrolling. What do you think accounts for this? Jiang Yin inquired. Who is your father? Wang Yuan asked, perplexed. My father is Jiang Hao, the chairman of our company. It is through his influence that you were appointed as Deputy Security Chief. He also proposed that you go abroad to oversee security matters, stating that you possess remarkable capabilities. Did your father serve in the military? Wang Yuan pondered. Yes. He was a paratrooper. Oh, I see. He was a hero in a certain airborne unit of our southeast military region. I also served there. After retiring, I was introduced to this company by my former commander. Initially, I thought it was a military assignment, given the current job market. I wondered how one could be placed in a private enterprise. Now it makes sense. What did my father do in the military? Wang Yuan asked. He rarely spoke about it, only mentioning training and marksmanship. And what about you? Jiang Yin queried with curiosity. Well, there are certain secrets regarding the military that we cannot disclose. How mysterious. Could it be that you were part of a special forces unit? Indeed. What's the big deal? Television and movies portray such things freely. Surely you are not part of some shadowy organization within the special forces? You certainly have a vivid imagination. At that moment, Ren Yuanyuan and her companions glanced over at them. Ren Yuanyuan remarked, Sister Fong, they seem to be enjoying their conversation. Do you think the captain has forgiven Sister Yin? The captain is not the type to hold grudges. I doubt he was ever truly angry, Zhang Lanfang replied. Oh, you know the captain so well. Have you developed feelings for him? You silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Lanfang retorted, her cheeks flushing. I think you might be the one with a crush on the captain. Not at all. Ren Yuanyuan blushed in response. Look, the captain has retrieved the fish trap. Let us join him, Zhang Lanfang suggested. The two picked up their knives and a can of powdered milk, along with 2 banana leaves, and walked over. Wang Yuan pulled up the fish trap and emptied its contents, for fish and 2 large crabs. Yay! Ren Yuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing their catch. Zhang Lanfang placed the crabs into the can and began to assist the 2 girls in preparing the fish. Wang Yuan returned with the powdered milk can and several water bottles, filling them with seawater. He then used the seawater to wash a frying pan, pouring some into the pan and placing it over the fire. He added a few bamboo sticks and rinsed 2 wild ginger leaves in seawater, laying them in the pan. Once the 3 girls had finished preparing the fish, Ren Yuan asked, "Captain, are we grilling the fish?" "This time, we are steaming them," Wang Yuan replied. He sprinkled sea salt on the fish and placed them in the pan, along with the 2 crabs. Covering the pot with banana leaves, he added some firewood. "Captain, what kind of leaves are you using in the pot?" Ren Yuan asked, intrigued. "Wild ginger leaves," Wang Yuan answered, settling down and picking up his knife to begin peeling bamboo. After skillfully peeling the bamboo, I ventured to collect some litter and found a thicker piece of bamboo. I cut it to create a bamboo tube, one end of which was blocked by a node. Measuring it against the peeled bamboo, I carved a hole into the side of the tube. "All right, let us dine," Wang Yuan declared as darkness enveloped the sky. He removed the pot, and each person received a fish, which they placed on banana leaves to eat. "Delicious," Ren Yuan exclaimed. "The fish steamed with ginger leaves is truly exquisite." "You glutton. Even the rice cannot silence your mouth," Zhang Lanfang retorted. "Hee, it really is delicious," came Ren Yuan's cheerful response. Chapter 33. The production of distilled water. The steamed fish and crabs were indeed delectable, and the 4 of them, having shared the feast, still felt a lingering desire for more. Wang Yuan cracked open 4 coconut shells, and they savored the coconut meat until satiated. "Take the fruits from the backpack and enjoy," Wang Yuan suggested, lighting a cigarette. "Now that we are full, let us refrain from further eating. Our food supply is limited, and we must conserve," Zhang Lanfang advised. Indeed, both Ren Yuan and Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. Wang Yuan remained silent, picking up a bamboo pole, which he cut to over a meter in length with a dagger. He then procured a wooden stick to clear the node, fashioning it into a bamboo tube. "Captain, what are you crafting?" Ren Yuan inquired as she approached. "You will know shortly," Wang Yuan replied. He filled a milk powder can with seawater, affixing the bamboo tube he had begun to construct atop it, and stuffed the gaps with some thatch. He placed the can on the stove to heat, inserting the bamboo pipe into the hole on the side of the tube, propping it up with a stone underneath. Rising, Wang Yuan retrieved a shirt from his suitcase and said, "Let us gather some seawater, we need more." At the shore, he soaked the shirt in seawater and filled the oil drum with seawater before returning. He found a 5-liter mineral water bottle, opening it and placing it beneath the bamboo pipe's exit. The damp shirt was wrapped around the bamboo pipe. The 3 women, each carrying bottles of seawater, joined him. "I see now, Captain. You are distilling water." Ren Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, the seawater in the milk powder can began to boil, and droplets of water started to form at the bamboo pipe's opening. "Yay!" Ren Yuan squealed with delight, rushing to Wang Yuan and planting a kiss on his cheek. Wang Yuan touched his face, bemused. That excitement is quite palpable," Ren Yuan replied, her face flushed. "Your excitement is fine, but why douse me in saliva?" Wang Yuan exclaimed with a look of disdain. "Uft! Ha! Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin could not contain their laughter. "Humph! You are so annoying," Ren Yuan retorted, mortified. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, taking a deep breath. "If you are tired, feel free to rest." "We are not tired. Zhao Jiangwo mentioned he would come by tonight to ask you how to pick coconuts. They have been unsuccessful," Jiang Yin informed him. Meanwhile, on the southern beach, 8 individuals gathered beneath a coconut tree. Zhao Jiangwo and the earring-wearing man were smoking, while the others abstained. The group appeared lethargic, having gone days without water. They had caught a few small crabs and collected some clams from the beach, barely enough to share among themselves. "Zhao, could it be that fellow is toying with us? After a long day of effort, we still cannot reach even a single coconut," remarked the man with ear studs. "It should be impossible. Just look at that coconut tree. So tall and straight. Who could possibly climb it?" replied Zhao, the leader. Zhang Jinping suggested, "How about this, Zhao Li? Why don't we head over later and bring back some cigarettes? Perhaps we can exchange them for food and fresh water." "I agree. We only had a few wild fruits the day before yesterday, which were both sour and astringent. We haven't replenished our fluids since then. In a couple of days, we might truly perish from thirst," the man known as Li added. "Well, Whether we smoke or not is irrelevant. We truly cannot go on without food and drink. Zhao Zhengwo stated. Zhao, why not take Sister Zhou along? She is quite articulate, and it may improve your chances, suggestively. All right, Zhao, let us go together, responded the middle-aged woman, Sister Zhou. Wang Yuan glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. He had collected nearly half a bucket of distilled water, pouring some into a mineral water bottle and distributing the remainder into 4 cans, each receiving a small half cup. Here, give it a taste. The 4 of them lifted their cups and drank. It's fresh water with a hint of bamboo fragrance. Truly delightful, Ren Yuanyuan praised. Chapter 34. A new transaction. Wang Yuan returned the water bucket and poured some seawater into the milk powder can, adding a bit of wood to the stove. If Zhao Zhengwo doesn't arrive soon, we will rest without waiting for him, Ren Yuanyuan remarked. Captain Wang, we are here now, Zhao Zhengwo called from a distance as he and Sister Zhou approached. We were about to sleep if you didn't come, Ren Yuanyuan glared at them. Apologies, Zhao Zhengwo said sheepishly. Captain Wang, we tried your method today, but we simply could not reach the coconuts. Oh, did you think I was deceiving you? Wang Yuan replied. Not at all, Captain. There has been a misunderstanding, Zhao Zhengwo hurriedly clarified. We genuinely did not manage it that way. Captain Wang, we never doubted you. Just look at how tall and smooth that coconut tree is. It is impossible for a person to climb it. We merely hoped for your assistance. Given that we are all in this unfortunate predicament, Sister Zhou interjected. Oh, and may I ask your name, dear lady? Wang Yuan inquired. I am Zhou Guiyan. Sister Zhou replied. Very well, Sister Zhou. It is not that I am unwilling to teach you. Simply observe your companions. What can I say? I provide you with the simplest methods, yet you seem unable to apply them, Wang Yuan remarked. Sister Zhou glanced towards the stove and responded, Indeed, Captain Wang. Most of our group comprises pampered young men and women from the city who have never faced hardship. We truly had no choice but to seek your guidance. With that, Sister Zhou exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Zhengwo, who promptly offered Wang Yuan a pack of cigarettes, saying, Captain Wang, please consider this. All right, Wang Yuan replied. Do you have anyone from the countryside among you? I come from the countryside myself. I lived there until a few years ago when I began working in the city. Sister Zhou explained. Indeed, Sister Zhou, have you ever witnessed the repair of electrical lines in the countryside? How do they ascend the utility poles? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, I have seen it. They wear a rubber foot harness, Sister Zhou responded thoughtfully. This is precisely why I refrained from sharing this method with you. Even if I divulged it, you would struggle to master it. Since you have witnessed them climbing the poles, allow me to share my knowledge. And I hope you can comprehend it, Wang Yuan stated. Please proceed, Captain Wang. The purpose of the foot harness is merely to enhance friction. The technique I will teach you is based on this principle. Wang Yuan continued. Do you have a belt? It can serve the same function. Yes, I have one. Zhao Zhengwo quickly removed his belt and handed it to Wang Yuan. Excellent, Zhao. Sister Zhou, I will demonstrate. Observe closely. The fundamental principle is to increase friction. If you require an explanation, it may take some time for me to articulate it clearly. With that, Wang Yuan fastened the belt into a loop, twisted it twice to form 2 circles resembling the figure 8, picked up a piece of wood, and stood it upright. He then placed his feet inside the 2 loops of the belt, sitting with his feet on either side of the wood, the belt snugly gripping the inner side of the timber. He then shifted his feet upward along the wood a couple of times. The onlookers appeared enlightened. Do you understand now? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, I comprehend, came the replies. Very well, I shall not detain you any longer, Wang Yuan declared. After discussing so much, I find myself somewhat parched. He then took a sip from the bottle of distilled water. Yuan, could you pass me an orange? Certainly. Ren Yuanyuan opened her backpack and handed Wang Yuan 2 oranges. Chapter 35. Rain. Zhao Zhengwo and Sister Zhou felt their eyelids grow heavy, their throats dry. Captain Wang, could we possibly have some water? Zhao Zhengwo pleaded. Unfortunately, we only have this 1 bottle left, Wang Yuan replied. That's not the issue, Captain. You still have the means to produce fresh water there, but we have gone days without drinking. If we don't hydrate soon, we truly cannot endure any longer. Please help us. We can barter, Sister Zhou insisted. Yes, please, Captain Wang, lend us a hand, Zhao Zhengwo echoed, offering a pack of cigarettes. Very well. Wang Yuan accepted the cigarettes and handed the water to Zhao Jianping. Captain Wang, could you teach us your method of producing fresh water? Sister Zhou inquired. Certainly. But it must be exchanged for something. We cannot teach for free, Wang Yuan replied. What do you require? Sister Zhou asked. Clothing or shoes would suffice. As long as it is something we need, or at least 2 packs of cigarettes, Wang Yuan stated. That is agreeable. We haven't brought that much. So let us arrange it for tomorrow morning, Zhao Zhangwo replied. Very well then, Zhao. I shall not escort you further, Wang Yuan said. All right, Captain Wang. We shall return tomorrow. The two turned to leave. Until tomorrow then, Wang Yuan said. Yuan, prepare a few fish to grill for a late-night snack. I am quite hungry. Of course. Should it still be 2 fish each? Rin Yuan playfully called out. Considering the late hour, let us have a modest portion, just 1 fish each. As we have all gained a bit of weight lately, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. As Zhao Zhangwo stumbled, Sister Zhou quickly lent a hand, and the two hurriedly departed. Ha! Once they were out of earshot, laughter erupted among the group. You are truly mischievous, Jiang Yin chuckled, clutching her belly in amusement. All right, everyone, let us take a break. Wang Yuan suggested. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, and just as the 3 women entered the shelter, raindrops began to pour. Ah, it's raining, Rin Yuan exclaimed. Quick, everyone, gather your things. Wang Yuan shouted. They swiftly extracted the burning firewood from the stove and moved it into the shelter, while the 3 women hurriedly joined in the effort. Their luggage, backpacks, and dried fish were all stowed away in the shelter. They also brought in wooden planks and bamboo, placing anything that wouldn't fit under the rocky outcroppings. Everything that could hold water was taken inside. Wang Yuan pointed to the heaps of ocean debris and said. As the rain intensified, the 4 of them finished packing and were drenched. You all should go inside and warm yourselves by the fire. Keep an eye on the flames, Wang Yuan instructed. After the 3 women entered, he stepped outside the shelter with a dagger to split bamboo. The slanted rocks shielded him from the rain below. In total, he split over 10 bamboo stalks in half, using wood to bore holes through all the nodes. He then moved several stones to arrange the bamboo, ensuring that the lowest stalk extended to the entrance of the shelter, with the others stacked atop it in a descending manner, all concave side facing up. Thus, a rainwater collector was fashioned. Rainwater flowing from the external bamboo would channel into the lower bamboo, which directed the water to the shelter's entrance. Wang Yuan stepped inside the shelter and picked up a can of milk powder to begin collecting rainwater. Sister Fang, please boil the water before drinking, he said. As he filled the can, he turned to find the 3 women seated around the fire, gazing at him in admiration, causing his cheeks to flush. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied, snapping back to reality as she took the can. Jiang Yin and Rin Yuan quickly moved some stones to create a makeshift stove atop the fire, and Zhang Lanfang placed the can onto it. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan continued to collect rainwater using a mineral water bottle. Captain, why don't you warm yourself by the fire for a bit? I'll keep collecting, Jiang Yin suggested as she approached. Chapter 36. The Empty Fish Trap. Zhao Zhangwo and Sister Zhou had not walked far back when they shared the bottle of water. Just as they returned to the coconut tree, rain began to fall. Quickly, everyone, grab bottles to collect rainwater, Zhao Zhangwo urged. Fortunately, they had gathered a few mineral water bottles during the day, though the openings were too small to fill them adequately. Let us head further in. There are some palm and banana trees not far ahead, where we can take shelter from the rain and collect water from the leaves, Sister Zhou proposed. All right, let us hurry, Zhao Zhangwo agreed. The fire was soon extinguished by the downpour. The group walked a short distance before encountering several palm trees. They gathered beneath the trees to shield themselves from the rain, but as the downpour intensified, the palms could only offer limited protection, leaving them all soaked. Zhang Jinping and Li Xiao held 2 bottles each, collecting water beneath the leaves, while several of the women simply opened their mouths to drink the rainwater directly. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiao lifted a bottle and took a sip, passing another bottle to Zhao Zhangwo, inquiring, "What has changed this evening, Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Zhangwo, having already consumed half a bottle of water, accepted the bottle and took a sip merely for show, then handed it to a woman, stating, "We have adopted a new method for coconut harvesting. Once the rain ceases, we shall proceed. Mr. Zhao, have we not considered any other changes?" Zhang Jinping inquired. "None. But they possess a technique for producing distilled water from seawater. We shall learn it tomorrow." Indeed, Zhang Jinping then passed another bottle to a young man, saying, "Xiao son, you should accompany Mr. Zhao tomorrow. Your intellect is sharp, and it would be beneficial for you to learn, especially since you and that lad, along with Jiang Yin, are from the same company." "Very well," Xiao Sun replied, taking a sip before offering the bottle to a female colleague. "Lily, here, Have a drink. Thank you, Lily responded, finishing the bottle in 2 gulps, and then resumed collecting rainwater. The group took turns drinking the rainwater, which alleviated their thirst somewhat. The following morning, the rain had ceased. The 8 of them, having spent the night awake, managed to collect 4 full bottles of water. They returned to the beach, where they searched for seafood. As the tide receded in the morning, numerous marine creatures were stranded on the shore, and they consumed one raw due to their overwhelming hunger. There was no other option. Wang Yuan and his 3 companions, however, were sound asleep around the campfire. Wang Yuan was the first to awaken and noticed a few embers remaining in the fire pit. He quickly threw in a handful of dry grass and blew vigorously until thick smoke billowed forth. Cough, cough. The 3 women awoke, and one of them greeted, "Captain." "Good morning." "Yes, you ought to take care of your needs, but refrain from entering the jungle," Wang Yuan instructed. "Why not?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "Because after the rain, we avoid the woods." "Oh," they replied, gathering their toiletries as they stepped outside. Wang Yuan then collected all the bamboo and set it aside before directing the fire to the outdoor stove. He placed a frying pan atop the stove, filled with rainwater collected from the previous night. After adding a piece of wood to the fire, he took his toiletries and headed to the beach to tend to his personal matters. Afterward, he returned his belongings and went to retrieve the fish traps, but found them empty, likely due to the rain during the night. "Captain, what did you catch?" The 3 women approached him. "Nothing, probably because of the rain." Wang Yuan replied with a hint of resignation before tossing the traps back into the sea. "Not to worry, we still have grilled fish and fruit. Not to mention 3 coconuts," Zhang Lanfang remarked. "Let us explore the beach. The tide rose last night, so there must be plenty of seafood," Wang Yuan suggested. Agreed. The 4 began their seaside foraging among the rocky outcrops, successfully gathering a fair amount of sea snails and scallops. Chapter 37. Crafting fishing rods. Upon returning to the shelter with their bounty from the beach, Wang Yuan and his companions found the water was now boiling. They placed the seafood on banana leaves, and Wang Yuan picked up the frying pan, filling 4 aluminum cans with the contents. As there was still ample water in the pan, he then placed all the seafood into the pot to cook. "Everyone, let us drink some warm water to warm our bodies," Wang Yuan suggested, lighting a cigarette. After finishing his smoke in the warm water, the seafood was ready to be enjoyed. "Today we shall remain here and not venture into the jungle," warned Wang Yuan. After breakfast, Ren Yuanyuan expressed her discontent, stating, "What shall we do here? It is dreadfully dull." Wang Yuan then proposed, "Allow me to prepare something for you." "What will you make?" they inquired. "You will see shortly," he replied. Gathering several worn fishing nets, Wang Yuan began to dismantle them, skillfully twisting and tying them into slender strings. He affixed these strings to a bamboo pole brought back the previous day, and with a few pulls, fashioned 3 pull-tab fish hooks, meticulously sharpening them against a stone. "Let us go fishing," he declared, gesturing towards the fishing rod. "Excellent. Let us see who can catch the most," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly. "Wait a moment," Wang Yuan interjected, as he took 3 floats, each punctured with a large hole, and tied strings to them for handles. "You may carry these and place your catches inside." "Very well." The 3 women each took a float. "Smash the sea snails for bait," Wang Yuan instructed. "All right, off we go to fish." The 3 women joyfully made their way to the seaside. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, tidied up the cut bamboo branches, and, along with the remaining half of the bamboo pole, began to whittle them down to splinters. He then settled down to commence weaving. On the beach, beneath the coconut trees, 8 men and women sat on the ground as Zhao Jiangwo organized their tasks. "Xiao Sun, shortly you will accompany me to learn how to distill water. Sister Zhou, please lead the women into the jungle to search for wild fruits. Carry the backpack with you. Yesterday, I noticed oranges, which must have been found in the jungle. Li Xiao, you and Zhang Jinping gather some dry firewood and leave it here to dry in the sun. It's warm, and by noon it should be sufficiently dried." "All right, everyone, let us get moving," Zhao Jiangwo instructed. With a sense of lethargy, the group rose to their feet. "Xiao Sun, let us go," Zhao Jiangwo said, emptying the contents of his backpack and handing them to Sister Zhou, while stowing the remaining cigarettes in his pocket. The 2 made their way towards the cluster of rocks, and upon rounding 2 boulders, discovered Wang Yuan seated on a stone, weaving with bamboo strips, while the 3 women fished on the nearby rocks. "Ah, Captain Wang, we have arrived," Zhao Jiangwo called out. "Oh, please, have a seat," Wang Yuan replied, acknowledging Xiao Sun's presence. "Hello, Captain Wang," Xiao Sun greeted, for they were colleagues. Zhao Jiangwo produced 4 packs of cigarettes and offered them to Wang Yuan. Zhao, there is no need for so many. Did we not agree on 2 packs? Wang Yuan declined to take them. Please, hold on to them, Captain Wang. Let me explain, Zhao Jiangwo insisted. Very well, Wang Yuan accepted the cigarettes. The truth is, we have very little left on our end. These 4 packs are complete, and we still have over half a pack reserved. We lack tools and would like to ask for your assistance in constructing a distillation device. And if possible, could you also teach us how to make fishing rods? Zhao Jiangwo requested. All right, Wang Yuan pondered briefly, but we lack materials here. Perhaps you could search to the north. There is plenty of marine debris. If you find some, I will assist you in crafting the devices. Does that sound acceptable? Zhao Jiangwo inquired. What do you need? Chapter 38. Mastering skills primarily. It involves tubular objects. If those are unavailable, bamboo can serve as a substitute. Additionally, metallic containers such as cans or powdered milk tins will suffice. Furthermore, materials suitable for crafting ropes, like fishing nets or cables, are also essential. That should be about it, Wang Yuan replied. Very well, let us search, Zhao Jiangwo responded. The two ventured northward, while the 3 women kept a watchful eye on them. At that moment, Ren Yuanyuan set down her fishing rod and approached quietly, asking the captain, what is the situation? Why do you seem so secretive? They merely came to learn about distilling water and making fishing rods. I sent them to gather materials. Oh, then I shall go fishing, she declared. Wait, what shall we eat for dinner if you don't catch any fish? Are you deliberately avoiding fishing? You traitor, you collaborator. Wang Yuan jested with a stern expression. I am indeed a traitor, a collaborator. But I am a beautiful traitor, a charming collaborator. Humph. I am an irresistibly cute little special agent. Ren Yuanyuan turned away, pridefully heading to fish. Wang Yuan shook his head and resumed his weaving. After a while, he fashioned 2 ropes into straps, testing them on his back. They fit perfectly and were remarkably sturdy. It turned out he had crafted a backpack. Captain Wang, do you think we have enough materials? Zhao Jiangwo and his companion had gathered a considerable amount and inquired. Yes, that will suffice. Come here, I will teach you. I shall also explain the principles involved. In the future, should anything break, you can repair or replace it yourselves, Wang Yuan instructed. Then, Wang Yuan began assembling the distillation apparatus, explaining the function of each part while simultaneously working with a dagger. Xiao Sun listened intently, while Zhao Jiangwo's gaze wandered aimlessly. Due to the lack of suitable bamboo for the cooling water vapor guide tube, Wang Yuan improvised with a mineral water bottle, cutting off the bottom and inserting the neck into an opening on the bamboo tube. He also cut 2 more bottles, fitting them together in a cylindrical manner, which he attached to the bamboo tube's exterior to serve as a backflow pipe. Do you all understand? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, understood. Thank you, Xiao Sun replied. Good. Many components can be substituted with other materials. Understanding the principles is what truly matters, Wang Yuan taught meticulously. Subsequently, he instructed them on crafting fishhooks from the pull tabs of soda cans. Making fishhooks was straightforward. Sturdy items like wire, paper clips, or hairpins could be utilized. Fishing lines could be fashioned from torn fishing nets or nylon ropes. And for fishing rods, creativity was encouraged. All right, Captain Wang, we have essentially grasped it, Xiao Sun stated. Captain, look, Sister Fong has caught a large fish, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed as she rushed over, while the fish trap contained only 2 small fish. Very well, let us prepare fish soup for lunch, Wang Yuan suggested. By the way, Zhao, we shall not keep you any longer. If you have further inquiries, feel free to return. Then we shall head back. May I borrow a light? Our fire was extinguished by the rain, Zhao Jiangwo requested as he offered a cigarette. Certainly, Wang Yuan replied. And both he and Zhao Jiangwo lit their cigarettes. Zhao Jiangwo and Xiao Sun departed with the distillation apparatus and fishing hooks. Captain, what have you taught them? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. I've instructed them on constructing the distillation device and using the fishing hooks, he replied. All right, let us take a moment's respite. Have you caught anything? Wang Yuan remarked as he placed his cigarette in his suitcase. Oh, I didn't catch anything, but Sister Fong managed to reel in a larger fish, while Sister Yin caught a smaller one. Ren Yuanyuan felt a bit embarrassed, noting that their fish trap yielded 2 smaller catches. We are all set now. The fish trap has been replaced. Captain, let me prepare the meal this time. You all take a break, Jiang Yin suggested. Very well. Chapter 39. Environmental Exploration. Jiang Yin placed a frying pan on the stove, filled it with water, and carefully scored the 4 fish with a knife before adding them to the pan. She tossed in a few wild peppercorns and sliced some wild ginger. Then added a piece of wood to the fire and covered the pan with 2 palm leaves. Before long, the water began to boil. She added a pinch of sea salt and allowed it to simmer further. All right, it's time to eat, Jiang Yin announced, lifting the pan with leaves as a cushion. The 4 shared the fish soup, and Rin Yuan exclaimed, Sister Yin, your fish soup is exquisite, so fresh. Then I shall take on the cooking duties from now on. Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Agreed, Rin Yuan affirmed. Very well, Wang Yuan added. In the afternoon, Sister Fong and I will head to that cliff to the south. You two may continue fishing. All right, the 3 women responded. After finishing the fish soup, they shared a papaya. Wang Yuan donned his backpack, and along with Zhang Lanfang, took up the spear and set off, while Rin Yuan and Jiang Yin resumed their fishing. The beach was deserted, presumably as everyone had ventured into the jungle. Beneath the coconut trees, a fire pit still smoldered, but Wang Yuan and his companion paid it no mind as they continued southward. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, they began their observations. The cliff towered approximately 10 meters high, nearly vertical, extending far into the sea. Beyond the beach lay a ravine that separated the cliff. Within the island, the cliff formed a mountain range, almost as if the island had been cleaved in 2 by this precipice. It was impossible to scale the cliff directly, as there were scarce footholds. Captain, shall we attempt to climb over? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yes, we will do so tomorrow. Why? She replied, isn't it quite pleasant here? Our supplies are rather limited here, and with that group around, they will simply not suffice. I am confident they will attempt to steal from us while we sleep tonight. Wang Yuan explained. How do you know that? Zhang Lanfang pressed. This morning, Zhao Zhengwo observed our shelter for quite some time, thinking I was unaware. That Zhao Zhengwo. We shall give him a reckoning tonight. No need for that. We will carry on as usual. Let us leave some provisions for them, so they don't constantly linger on our minds. We can consider it our benevolent act of assistance. It just unsettles me. All right. Let us return quietly to avoid alarming Yuan again. When it's time for sleep, call me into the shelter while I leave some items outside for them. Wang Yuan suggested. Very well. Let us return, then. The 2 of them walked back. The crowd on the beach had not yet returned, and the fire had diminished significantly. Upon reaching the campsite, Zhang Lanfang went fishing, while Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, retrieved the torn fishing net, and sat on a stone to begin dismantling it. Time slipped by as he worked, and glancing at his watch, he noted it was nearly 6 o'clock. He lit another cigarette, added a piece of bamboo to the fire. As the wood was nearly burnt out, intending to preserve some embers for the evening, and placed a bit of water in the frying pan. Approaching the seaside, he prepared to cook. Yet, I had caught nothing. Rin Yuan wore a sorrowful expression. No matter, Wang Yuan began to gather the fishing traps. Wow, an octopus! A large lobster and crabs. Rin Yuan exclaimed in surprise upon emptying the traps. There was 1 octopus, 1 sizable lobster, 2 crabs, all quite substantial, along with 2 grouper fish. In the afternoon, Jiang Yin had also caught 2 grouper fish, while Zhang Lanfang managed to reel in a toadfish. Dinner would be ample, as they had grilled 8 or 9 dried fish the previous day. Once they had tidied up the fish, they returned the traps to the sea. Chapter 40. Someone was bitten by a snake at noon. Zhao Zhengwo and Xiao Sun returned to the beach, setting down their belongings. By this time, Li Xiao and Zhang Jinping had gathered quite a bit of firewood, spreading it out under the coconut trees to dry, much of which was already ready. The 2 men were resting beneath the trees. Zhao Zhengwo quickly sought some slender grass, wrapped it around his lit cigarette, and with a strong puff, flames soon flickered to life. Once the fire was established, Zhao Zhengwo suggested to Li Xiao, let us find something to eat by the sea. Oh, when will this end? I am utterly exhausted, famished, parched, and overheated. Li Xiao lamented. Come now, Li Xiao, are we not all in the same boat? None of us desire this. Zhang Jinping replied. Last night, we received 4 bottles of water. The women took 1, leaving us with 3. Let us drink some water and then get to work. Zhao Zhengwo said, opening a bottle. The 4 of them shared a bottle of water and lethargically made their way toward the sea in search of seafood. Zhao Zhao? At that moment, Sister Zhou rushed over, calling urgently, hurry, hurry. Wu Xiaoxia has been bitten by a snake. Wu Xiaoxia was the youngest among the 4 women. Only 20 years old, a social media influencer who had traveled abroad to capture some footage in Africa. The 4 men were taken aback. Oh dear. You must go see her. What should we do? Sister Zhou urged. Quickly, the 4 men hastily followed Sister Zhou into the thicket. Earlier that morning, The four women had ventured into the forest, chatting as they walked leisurely. Lily, Jiangyan, and Wang Yuan are from the same company as you. Do you know them? Sister Zhou inquired. President Jiang is the CEO of our company. Her father is the chairman. She is typically quite aloof. I am merely a small accountant in the finance department, and our interactions are limited to work-related discussions. As for Wang Yuan, he joined our company not long ago. Initially, he patrolled the company often, so I would occasionally see him, but he did not leave a deep impression. Recently, I have not seen him at all, Lily replied. Last night, I had an encounter with him. This individual possesses remarkable survival skills in the wilderness, as Sister Zhou remarked. The three women all heed his guidance, including Jiang Yan. I have heard that he once served in the military, Lily added. It would be splendid if we could join forces with him. Just look at the men on our side, each one more ineffectual than the last. Especially that Li Pengfei, the way he gazes at us is most unsettling. I am certain he harbors ulterior motives, Wu Xiaoxiao observed. Li Pengfei is also referred to as young Master Li. He is a scion of wealth, with influential connections that even Zhao Zhangwo dares not provoke, Sister Zhou noted. Perhaps we should seek refuge with them, suggested another woman with an air of sophistication. Zhengjia. Do not dismiss it. This idea has merit, I concurred, Wu Xiaoxia added. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. It is uncertain whether they would even take us in. And even if they did, do you think Zhao Zhangwo and Li Pengfei would simply let us go? Sister Zhou cautioned. Let us take it one step at a time. If we find ourselves in dire straits, I will indeed seek them out, Zheng Jie replied. Yes, I will too, both Wu Xiaoxia and Lily affirmed. Very well. We shall face it together, Sister Zhou declared. Look, there's an orange tree, Lily pointed ahead. Let us hurry over, they agreed. Upon reaching the tree, Sister Zhou remarked that the oranges bore signs of having been picked. Wang Yuan and his companions must have gathered them here. But why did they not harvest them all? Lily pondered. They only took the ripe ones, leaving the unripe ones behind, Sister Zhou explained. Chapter 41. Someone has died, never mind. The unripe ones are still edible. Let us pick a few to taste, Wu Xiaoxia suggested. As the four of them sampled a few, they winced at the sourness. How tart! Lily exclaimed. That's enough. The sourness can quench our thirst and is rich in vitamins, Sister Zhou reassured them. After one person tasted the sour fruit, none dared to eat another. Let us gather them all. Even if we do not consume them now, they can ripen in a few days, Zheng Jie proposed. Agreed, they responded. From a higher vantage point, someone retrieved a stick to knock the remaining oranges down. Once they had collected all the fruit into their backpacks, they set off again. Look. Papayas. Zheng Jie pointed ahead after a short distance. The group arrived at the papaya tree and looked up. There were signs of previous harvesting. It was evident that Wang Yuan and his group had taken the ripe ones, leaving 4 unripe ones behind, Sister Zhou noted. Well, having some is better than having none. Go ahead and pick them. I need to relieve myself, Wu Xiaoxia said. All right, be quick about it, Sister Zhou urged. Understood. Wu Xiaoxia replied as she walked behind a large tree. Just as Sister Zhou and the 3 women had plucked 4 papayas, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah! The trio froze and hurried to the tree's side, finding Wu Xiaoxia sitting on the ground. What happened? Sister Zhou inquired. I was bitten by something, Wu Xiaoxia replied. The 3 women began to search the area frantically. Ah, a snake. Lily pointed at the ground nearby. They observed a small yellow snake, about the thickness of a thumb, slithering into the underbrush. Oh no, could it be that Xiao Xia was bitten by a snake? Sister Zhou exclaimed. Sister Zhou, help me, I don't want to die. Wu Xiaoxia cried out. Where were you bitten? Let me see the wound. Perhaps that snake was not venomous, Sister Zhou replied. Woo, it's on my right thigh, Wu Xiaoxia sobbed. Sister Zhou hurriedly lifted her clothing to inspect. Wu Xiaoxia's pants were still unfastened, revealing 2 small puncture wounds on the outer side of her right thigh, near her hip, with a trickle of purplish-black blood that had already begun to dry. It was evident that she had been bitten by a venomous snake. Xiao Xia, does the wound hurt? Sister Zhou inquired. It doesn't hurt anymore, Wu Xiaoxia responded. All right then, it's nothing to worry about. You rest here. I will go fetch help, Sister Zhou said, calling out, Lily, Xiaoxiang, stay here with Xiao Xia. She then dashed away. By the time Sister Zhou and 4 men returned, Wu Xiaoxia had already lost consciousness, her face taking on a faint bluish hue. Zhao, Sister Zhou. What is wrong with Xiao Xia? Lily shouted. It's critical. Although she still breathes, she won't last long, Zhao Zhangwo said, checking Wu Xiaoxia's pulse. Is there truly no hope? Sister Zhou asked despairingly. There's nothing we can do. We lack medical supplies. To counteract snake venom, we need anti-venom. And given our current situation, that is unattainable, Zhao Zhengwo explained. Are we to simply watch Xiao Xia perish, powerless to intervene? Sister Zhou lamented. Sister Zhao is right. We truly have no means, Zhang Jinping added. But it was just a small snake. Sister Zhou argued. Even the smallest of snakes can be venomous. We possess no means of treatment, Zhang Jinping replied. I've seen on television that if bitten by a snake, one can just cut the wound and suck out the venom, Li Pengfei remarked. Television is merely dramatization. If bitten by a venomous snake, perhaps sucking out the venom immediately might help, but some venom would remain in the body. Those with good health might withstand it, while others might need some medicine. However, we've already been here for over half an hour, and considering Sister Zhou took time to call us, it's been over an hour now. Even the smallest amount of venom may be beyond our ability to combat, Zhao Zhengwo stated. At that moment, Wu Xiaoxia's body stiffened, her hand relaxed. And she had truly passed away. Chapter 42. Crafting a rope. Wang Yuan finished his lunch, lit a cigarette, and resumed dismantling the fishing nets. While the three women had gone fishing. As dusk approached, Wang Yuan checked his watch. It was 6 o'clock. He stood up, stretched lazily, lit another cigarette, and walked to the shore. All right, ladies, let us call it a day. Let us tidy up and return to prepare dinner, he announced. Sounds good, Ren Yuanyuan replied. Elated as she had finally caught a fish that afternoon. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin each had caught 2 fish, though they were only the size of a palm. Wang Yuan collected the fishing cage, which yielded 3 fish, 2 crabs, and 1 octopus. Once the 4 had tidied up, they placed the fishing cage down and, with their catches in hand, made their way back to camp. Jiang Yin went to prepare dinner, while Ren Yuanyuan and Zhang Lanfang assisted her. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and continued to fiddle with the tattered fishing nets. 4 grilled fish, 2 roasted crabs, 1 grilled octopus, and a pot of fish soup left the 4 of them utterly satisfied. After the meal, Wang Yuan picked up a rope detached from the fishing net and began to twist it, soon creating a cord as thick as a finger. Allow us to help you. The 3 women approached, with Zhang Lanfang saying, Captain, what can we do? You can attach the rope, he replied. Some of these fine strands are quite short, so you'll be responsible for connecting them while I twist. The method for connecting the rope is as follows. Wang Yuan picked up 2 thin ropes and demonstrated how to tie a knot. The knot for connecting the ropes was simple, and the 3 women quickly learned it. There were 3 strands in total. Each woman took one, while Wang Yuan lit another cigarette and continued twisting. All right, that's sufficient. Lanfang, could you chop up a papaya? Let us have a break after we finish eating. Wang Yuan assessed the length of the rope, estimating it to be about 20 meters long. Sure, Zhang Lanfang replied, taking out a wooden claw, while Jiang Yin picked up a dagger and began slicing. Wang Yuan added a piece of bamboo to the stove, placed a frying pan on top, poured in 2 bottles of water, and lit a cigarette as he sat down. The 4 of them finished the papaya and drank some warm water. Wang Yuan continued twisting the remaining rope. All right, you all go rest now, he instructed. Okay, Captain. You should also rest early, Ren Yuanyuan suggested. Off you go, Wang Yuan replied. Captain, you should also come into the shelter to rest. It's too cold outside at night, Zhang Lanfang advised, as all 3 women turned to look at Wang Yuan. All right, I'll join you once I finish tidying up. The 3 women turned and departed, resolving their personal matters behind the rocks before entering the shelter to rest. Wang Yuan completed the final section of twisting, tied a knot, then lit a cigarette and looked around, glancing at his watch. It was nearly midnight. At that moment, Zhang Lanfang emerged and sat beside Wang Yuan, saying, Captain, do you really think they will come? I'm not sure. It's just an instinct. If they don't arrive tonight, they'll come tomorrow night, Wang Yuan replied. Hee, do you actually believe that? Well, it's been a week since our crash, hasn't it? 5 days, to be precise. The optimal rescue time is 3 days. Those who have persevered for 5 days under such circumstances must be revealing their true natures. Once one person loses control, it will influence many others, Wang Yuan explained. Should we take precautions? No need. Let us consider it as doing a good deed, leaving some provisions for them, assisting them a little. We would have fulfilled our moral obligation, he stated. All right, Captain, are we leaving tomorrow? Zhang Lanfang inquired. We will depart when they arrive. If they do not come tonight, we will stay. If they arrive tomorrow night, we will leave the day after, Wang Yuan clarified. Understood, Zhang Lanfang replied. Chapter 43. The theft Zhao Jiangwo and the others watched helplessly as Wu Xiaoxia passed away, feeling a deep sense of despair. Wu Wu Lily and Sister Zheng were all wiping away their tears. Enough, do not weep any longer. After all, we must continue to live, Sister Zhou said. We lack tools for digging. So let us find something to cover it, Zhao Jiangwo suggested. They laid the body flat beneath a tree, and the group gathered some branches and grass to cover it adequately. All right, cease your tears. Let us return, Li Pengfei remarked, noticing that several women were still wiping their eyes. Yes, let us go back, Sister Zhou said to the other two women. And they slowly made their way toward the seaside. Upon reaching the coconut trees, the group sat dejectedly. Zhao Jiangwo noticed some embers still glowing in the fire pit. He added a handful of dry grass and blew gently until the flames ignited. Zhao, perhaps we should relocate. There is little food here, and fresh water is scarce. Xiao Sun suggested. Today we learned to distill water, but the process is painfully slow, insufficient for our numbers. I concur. We can only gather a meager amount of seafood here, not enough for one person. In the jungle, we might find wild fruits, Zhang Jinping added. Wild fruits are not easily found. Today's search cost us a life, Sister Zhou interjected. That was an accident, Zhang Jinping replied. I propose we take decisive action. Let us drive them away from the reef and seize their supplies. We can take up residence there, Li Pengfei stated. Indeed, with our numbers, should we fear them? Zhang Jinping echoed. What are your thoughts? Zhao Jiangwo inquired. I have a bad feeling about this, Xiao Sun admitted. What is there to fear? We are on the brink of starvation. Shall we simply wait to perish? Li Pengfei retorted. What if we wait until late night to stealthily take their belongings and then depart? What do you think? Sister Zhou suggested. That sounds plausible. Once they are deprived of their supplies, they will likely leave. We can return in a couple of days to check, and once they're gone, we will occupy their space, Zhao Jiangwo agreed. I am in favor. Both Li Pengfei and Zhang Jinping concurred. All right then, Xiao Sun responded. The other two women remained silent. Their heads bowed, engulfed in melancholy. So it is settled. We shall eat something, wait until late night, and the four of us men will go. Upon our return, we will leave, Zhao Jiangwo declared. Let us first gather coconuts. We have forgotten about them today, Sister Zhou remarked. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang tidied their belongings before entering the shelter, where the two women had already fallen asleep, leaving ample space. Wang Yuan found 2 foam boards to partially block the entrance of the shelter, then laid one down in a corner and reclined on it. Around 1 in the morning, sounds emerged from outside. Wang Yuan peered through the gaps in the foam board and saw 4 figures moving their belongings in the moonlight. After a while, the 4 departed, and Wang Yuan turned over and fell asleep. In the morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. He moved the foam board aside, stepped out of the shelter, and stretched. Everyone get up. Our belongings have been stolen. Wang Yuan called into the shelter as he grabbed a handful of dry grass and began to blow on the fire. What happened? The 3 women emerged one after another. Let us examine what has been overlooked. Wang Yuan, having ignited a cigarette, remarked, the shelter is not lacking in provisions. Zhang Lanfang responded, casting a glance at Wang Yuan. Those rascals, the frying pan is missing, Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed with indignation. Half a bottle of sea salt is gone as well, Jiang Yin added. Even the dried fish is missing, Zhang Lanfang noted. Chapter 44. Relocation. I shall go in search of them, Rin Yuanyuan declared. No need to search. They have long vanished, Wang Yuan replied. Even if we found them, what would it matter? They would conceal the items and deny everything. What could you do to them? Zhang Lanfang remarked. I am simply infuriated. Who are these people? Rin Yuanyuan lamented. All right, let us freshen up and prepare a meal, Wang Yuan suggested. Once everyone had tended to their personal matters, they gathered by the seaside, while Rin Yuanyuan still pouted. Fortunately, the fish trap remains, Wang Yuan noted. They retrieved the trap and emptied its contents. Wow, another sea eel, Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed, her spirits lifted by the discovery. They had caught 2 crabs, 2 grouper fish, and 1 eel, sufficient for a breakfast for 4. The 4 of them grilled their catch. Lacking salt, they had to make do, yet it was still quite delectable. By the way, Sister Fong, how many days has it been? Wang Yuan inquired after finishing breakfast. Today marks the 6th day, Jiang Yin replied. Indeed, Zhang Lanfang concurred. We cannot linger here. We must relocate, Wang Yuan stated as he lit another cigarette. Why is that? Rin Yuanyuan asked. We have caught their attention. We need to move to a place where they cannot find us, Wang Yuan explained. I agree, Zhang Lanfang affirmed. But I am somewhat reluctant to leave this place, Rin Yuan admitted. Do you remember the pirates? What if we are discovered while making a fire here? Wang Yuan cautioned. Yes, the captain is right. I concur, Jiang Yin said. All right, I agree as well, Rin Yuan acquiesced. A change of scenery may lead to new opportunities, Wang Yuan declared. Captain, where shall we move? Rin Yuan inquired, as the three women looked toward Wang Yuan. South, Wang Yuan pointed in that direction. Isn't that where those people are located? Further south, he clarified. Oh, Rin Yuan frowned. All right, let us gather our belongings and take the essentials with us, Wang Yuan instructed. Some items will have to be left behind. They packed their luggage, a suitcase, a backpack, a woven basket, an iron plate, and the rope they had made yesterday. Wang Yuan placed 4 bottles of water, several empty bottles, a can of milk powder, a bottle of peanut oil, a soda can, and a length of rope into the basket. Zhang Lanfang carried the suitcase, while Ren Yuan slung the backpack filled with fruits and a box for cosmetics along with a toiletry bag. Jiang Yin held a large mineral water bottle brimming with rainwater. Wang Yuan secured a dagger at his waist, donned the basket on his back, grabbed a bamboo tube, and brandished a fish spear, proclaiming, "Let us depart. Onward." The 3 women echoed, mimicking Wang Yuan's flourish with the spear. Laughter erupted among the 4 as they set forth. As they passed by the coconut trees, they found that the coconuts were gone, and the fire beneath the trees had extinguished. The 4 of them sighed and continued their journey southward. Soon, they arrived at the base of a cliff. "This is too high. How are we supposed to ascend?" Rin Yuan remarked. "Captain, should we perhaps find a way around?" Zhang Lanfang suggested. "There's no way around. Look at that deep ravine inside, and over there in the sea, the water is quite profound. There are sharks nearby. We might manage to swim through the shallow waters," Wang Yuan responded. "What shall we do then?" Rin Yuan inquired. "All right, let's set down our belongings. I have a plan," Wang Yuan declared. They placed their items down and sat. Wang Yuan retrieved a rope, laid it aside, and used a dagger to split a bamboo tube, fashioning 2 strips, each a foot long and 2 fingers wide. He picked up a fist-sized pebble and arranged the bamboo strips in a cross shape, binding them to the pebble with the rope. Standing firmly at the cliff's base, Wang Yuan gauged his position, swung the bamboo in several times, and then hurled it upward with force. Chapter 45, Climbing the Cliff Whoosh. The rope flew towards the cliff, cutting through the air. Crack! The bamboo end landed atop the cliff, and Wang Yuan yanked the rope with determination, only to have it fall back down. He glanced upwards, shifted to another spot, and tossed the rope again. This time, it succeeded without being dislodged. "I'll go up first. Once I'm up, you can tie your things, and I'll haul them up. Then you can follow," Wang Yuan instructed. "All right," the 3 women nodded in agreement. "Watch my movements closely," he added as he grasped the rope tightly, leaped upward, propelled himself against the cliff face, and alternated his hands on the rope, scaling the height in less than a minute. The 3 women were left in awe, their mouths agape as they watched him ascend. Wang Yuan reached the top and surveyed the surroundings. To the south lay a stretch of golden beach, with a cluster of rocks to the east. Within the beach was a lush expanse of forest, verdant and thriving, adorned with 5 or 6 coconut trees, presenting a breathtaking vista. On this side of the cliff was a slope, beneath which lay several rocky formations. "Captain, how does it look over there?" Rin Yuan asked. "It's stunning." "Now, let us get to work," Wang Yuan replied. The 3 women were elated, swiftly tying their belongings and managing to pull everything up to the cliff top in 3 trips. Wang Yuan then secured the rope to a stone and called down, "All right, you can come up one at a time." After a brief discussion, Rin Yuan, feeling a bit apprehensive, ultimately decided that Jiang Yin would ascend first, followed by her, and Zhang Lanfang last. Jiang Yin mimicked Wang Yuan's actions, leaping upward to grasp the rope, using her feet against the cliff to climb, but soon found herself lacking strength, calling out, "Captain, I'm out of energy. Hold on to the rope tightly. I'll pull you up while you kick against the cliff," Wang Yuan shouted, then began to hoist her upward. "Come on, Yinjia," Rin Yuan encouraged. In a short while, Wang Yuan brought Jiang Yin to the top, extending his hand. "Give me your hand." Jiang Yin reached out, and with a firm grip, Wang Yuan pulled her up. "Yay!" Rin Yuan exclaimed. Jiang Yin glanced at the scenery over there and exclaimed, "Wow, so beautiful. Huh, Captain, quickly pull me up." Rin Yuan, no longer afraid, hurried over, grasped the rope, and allowed Wang Yuan to pull her up without climbing. With her feet pressed against the cliff wall to prevent injury, Wang Yuan shouted, Got it. Soon, he pulled Ren Yuan up, and upon looking around, he called down. Sister Fong, hurry. It's truly breathtaking over here. After Zhang Lanfang joined them, the three women sat together, admiring the view while Wang Yuan coiled the rope back into the backpack. I want to wear a bikini and sunbathe there. I want to swim in the sea. Ren Yuan said dreamily. There are sharks in the sea, Wang Yuan replied. Uffed. The three women nearly choked on their laughter. Facing the sea, with spring in full bloom. Who will build me a house here? I will marry him. Ren Yuan shouted. Enough of that. You're confronting pirates. They'll just laugh at you and say, why haven't you run away yet? Wang Yuan quipped. Ha ha. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Why do I want to beat you so badly? Ren Yuan said, exasperated. Can we not have a pleasant conversation? Your servant humbly welcomes the princess to the beach. Please, your highness, proceed, Wang Yuan said with a bow. Uffed. You really are a conversation ender, Ren Yuan chuckled. Ha ha. Oh dear. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha. Fangjia, hurry help me. Ha ha. Jiang Yin laughed, one hand clutching her stomach and the other reaching out to Zhang Lanfang. Ha ha. I can't take it either. My stomach hurts. Zhang Lanfang laughed heartily. Chapter 46. The Golden Beach. The three women and one man supported each other as they descended the slope, where several rocks formed a small cove. Look, there's a package. Jiang Yin pointed between two rocks near the shoreline. Wait a moment. I'll go over, Wang Yuan replied. Having also spotted it, he carefully navigated around the cove, climbed over the rocks, and retrieved the package. It seems to be a standard military backpack, made of waterproof camouflage material. There's a small label in the corner, and beneath a mass of foreign language, it reads made in Huagua. Let us open it. Zhang Lanfang suggested. Wang Yuan unzipped the bag and opened it. Inside, he found a set of camouflage clothing, a pair of combat boots, 2 military vests, 2 pairs of underwear, 2 packs of instant noodles from Huagua, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a military dagger. As he rummaged through a small pocket, he discovered a sewing kit, half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and 20-some pistol bullets. This might belong to a soldier from some country, Zhang Lanfang speculated. Or perhaps it's from a rescue team, Wang Yuan added. Really? Is it from a rescue team? Ren Yuan asked. I'm just guessing. All right, Jiang Yin. You carry this backpack, and let us go, Wang Yuan instructed. Okay, Jiang Yin replied. Yay, here we come. Ren Yuan shouted as she dashed toward the beach, with the two women following suit. Upon reaching the center of the beach, the three women tossed their belongings aside and lay down. Wang Yuan strolled leisurely behind, observing his surroundings. Captain, would it be all right if you built a house here? Once it's completed, I shall marry you. Ren Yuan called out to Wang Yuan as she sat up. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin also sat up, directing their gaze towards him. Well, let us take a break and have something to eat, Wang Yuan said, scratching his nose. Such a blunt man, Ren Yuan murmured. Hopeless, Zhang Lanfang whispered, as she retrieved her backpack and took out 2 papayas. Hee, Jiang Yin chuckled, opening her backpack to pull out a military knife to slice the papayas. You all take a rest, then head to the beach to gather seafood. I will check the eastern rocks, Wang Yuan announced after they shared the fruit. All right, the three women replied. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, fastening a dagger to his waist, and picked up a harpoon as he headed east. Upon reaching the rocky outcrop, Wang Yuan searched the area. There was quite a bit of marine debris. This world often sees many neglecting the oceanic environment, carelessly discarding waste, and polluting the surroundings. Wang Yuan primarily sought a location away from the shore that was both concealed and offered a vantage point for observation. As he walked, he sensed something amiss and slowed his pace. Stop. Don't move. Raise your hands. Suddenly, he felt something press against his back. A man speaking in a universal language was behind him. Wang Yuan instinctively recognized the pressure of a handgun and slowly raised his hands. Turn around slowly, the man commanded. Don't shoot, Wang Yuan replied in the universal language. We can talk this out. As he turned around cautiously, he suddenly crouched down, sweeping his right leg and executing a joint lock, bringing the man to the ground and securing his right arm, causing the handgun to fall. Hey, what are you doing? The man exclaimed. Wang Yuan released him and picked up the handgun. The man turned to face Wang Yuan, and they both froze in surprise. Wang, the man uttered in Mandarin. Haha, Dahei, Wang Yuan responded. It's me, my friend. They embraced briefly. Dahei, a man of African descent, looked at Wang Yuan and asked, how did you end up here? I retired and was on my way to work for the country, but the plane crashed. And here I am, Wang Yuan explained. What about you? I'm part of a rescue team, here to search for you, Dahe replied. Why are you alone? Wang Yuan inquired, noticing Dahe was dirty and had an injury on his left arm, a tattered cloth wrapped around it, and he was barefoot. A few days ago, our country received a distress call from the Chinese embassy, reporting a plane crash in this area and requesting our assistance. We participated in the rescue, and I had a dozen men with me searching the waters to the south, but we encountered pirates, and now I'm the only one left, Dahe recounted. Dahe, I am truly saddened. Please accept my condolences, Wang Yuan said. A few days ago, I heard there was gunfire to the south. Was that you? Yes, that was us. It's a pity about my brothers, Dahe replied. Due to our mission being a search and rescue operation, we did not bring much equipment. Otherwise, those pirates would not have succeeded. I would ensure their obliteration. How is your injury? Wang Yuan inquired. Just a scrape from a bullet. It's nothing, came the reply. Let me take a look. No need. It will heal in a few days. Come on, I have some comrades over there, and we have a bit of medicine. Show me your wound so I can treat it. All right. Wang Yuan untied the bandage on Dahe's wound and observed. It's become infected. And you say it's nothing? Wait a moment, I'll call them over. Wang Yuan tossed a handgun to Dahe, which was out of bullets. Merely a prop for intimidation. Upon reaching the beach, he noticed 3 women collecting seafood and hurried towards them. Hey, everyone, come here, Wang Yuan called out. The 3 women approached, and Wang Yuan explained, there's a person over there, part of the rescue team sent by our country. But he encountered pirates a few days ago, and now he's the only one left. What? The 3 women's expressions reflected despair. All right, let us gather our things and head over. He is injured and needs treatment. Oh, okay. The 3 women snapped back to reality and began to pack their belongings to join him. After introductions, Dahe pointed to a military backpack and said, that belongs to my comrade. It's a shame he is gone. Don't worry, Dahe, we will avenge him, Wang Yuan replied, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Dahe as well. Let me take care of your wound. Fortunately, there were some medical supplies in the suitcase. Wang Yuan helped Dahe remove his shirt, took a military knife, and wiped it with an alcohol swab. Bear with it, he instructed. All right. Wang Yuan used the knife to excise the infected portion of Dahe's wound, then cleaned it with the alcohol swab and prepared a needle with thread, sterilizing it with alcohol before beginning to suture the wound. Once stitched, he applied 2 adhesive bandages. Dahe remained silent throughout the process. Wang Yuan patted his shoulder and said, Dahe, you're a tough man. Given our limited resources, this is the best we can do. Indeed. I am a true man, Dahe responded, eliciting laughter from the 3 women at his foreign accented Mandarin. Thank you, Wang, Dahe said earnestly. We are friends. Wang Yuan replied. Did you know each other before? Zhang Lanfang asked, looking at the 2 men. Yes, Dahe's name is Zaman. He is a soldier from our country. Our nations are strategic partners, and we often provide aid to each other. I have executed missions alongside Dahe. We affectionately refer to him as Dahe. As we are comrades, Wang Yuan explained. No, we are brothers. Dahe interjected. You should change your clothes. We'll go find something to eat, Wang Yuan said, handing the military backpack to Dahe. Wang Yuan and the 3 women ventured to the beach to gather seafood, while Dahe changed into new clothes and donned military boots. Chapter 48. The scavenging begins. A clad Dahe joined the others at the beach, and the 5 of them commenced their foraging. Wang Yuan collected 2 buoy balls, each punctured with a hole to store seafood. How have you been these past 2 days, Dahe? Wang Yuan inquired. Our boat was destroyed by pirates, and I was knocked unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here, surviving on raw seafood. Where do you sleep? There are a few rocks nearby that provide some shelter from the wind, but it rained the night before, and I got drenched. My hands are not functioning well, making it impossible to create a makeshift shelter. There's no place nearby to escape the rain. Dahe pointed to a spot within. All right, you all continue. Dahe and I will check out the living quarters, and after tidying up, we will settle there, Wang Yuan instructed the 3 women. Understood. Wang Yuan and Dahe made their way to the area Dahe mentioned. They discovered 4 rocks, each over 2 meters high, surrounding them, with a few foam boards laid on the ground. This was where Dahe had been resting, encompassing an area of over 20 square meters. If a roof were constructed, sealing 3 of the 4 openings and leaving 1 for an exit, it would serve as a proper dwelling. Dahe, I'll gather some supplies. You rest since you're injured, Wang Yuan said. No need, my right hand is fine. I can manage without using my left, Dahe replied. It's all right. Focus on organizing your broken gun. There are bullets in your backpack. Load them just in case, Wang Yuan advised. All right, I'll finish that and then help you, Dahe said as he disassembled his handgun, looking for a piece of rag to clean it. Wang Yuan resumed scavenging among the rocks, and after a while, Dahe, having secured his handgun, came to assist. As darkness began to descend, Wang Yuan called everyone back to prepare dinner. Having a lighter is truly beneficial. They ignited a fire pit while the three women roasted seafood and heated water in a milk powder can. Wang Yuan and Dahe sat nearby, smoking and chatting. Wang, are these three beauties all your girlfriends? Dahe inquired. The three women pretended to be nonchalant while listening intently. No, they are all survivors. We were on the same flight. Wang Yuan clarified. But I can sense that they look at you differently, Dahe remarked. Ahem. Well, Dahe, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Lanfang. And this is Ren Yuan. They are both flight attendants. Ah, no wonder they are so beautiful. And what about this beauty? Dahe asked. This is Miss Jiang Yan, the president of my company, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, are all the female presidents in your country this beautiful? Dahe exclaimed. I would like to marry a female president from your country. I no longer wish to struggle. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Dahe, you already have a wife. Stop dreaming. Wang Yuan advised. But in our country, a man can marry 3 wives, Dahe stated. Why can men in your country marry 3 wives? Ren Yuan asked curiously. Many years ago, our country experienced a civil war, and nearly all men over the age of 10 were conscripted, leading to a severe shortage of men. Fortunately, with assistance from Huawei in recent years, we have started to recover, but population remains a significant issue. A few years ago, the government enacted a policy allowing men to marry up to 3 wives, Dahe explained. Oh, so you can still marry 2 more wives? Ren Yuan asked. Of course. Many men my age in my country have 2 or 3 wives. Men can marry at the age of 15, Dahe replied. If I weren't in the army, I would already have 3 wives, Dahe remarked. Dahe, how old are you this year? Do you have children? Zhang Lanfang inquired. I am 23, and I have a son who is 7 years old, Dahe replied. Chapter 49, Building a House. Wow. Dahe, does that mean you had a child at 16? Ren Yuan exclaimed. Yes, indeed, he responded. But in our country, 16-year-olds are still in high school. Wang, why not join our country? With your abilities, you would surely become a general, and then you could marry these 3 beautiful women. That would be splendid, Dahe suggested. Cough, cough. Dahe, do not speak carelessly. You know our country does not permit me to change my nationality, and I also love my homeland, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, what a pity. Time for dinner. Zhang Lanfang called, and everyone gathered to eat. After finishing the seafood, Wang Yuan fashioned 5 cups from soda cans, and the 5 of them drank some water. The 2 men resumed smoking. What shall we do now? Should we build a shelter? Dahe asked. Yes, but you all help me with the ropes. I will handle the construction, Wang Yuan replied. All right. Wang Yuan brought over a worn fishnet. Dahe wielded a military knife, and Zhang Lanfang held a fruit knife, while Jiang Yan and Ren Yuan assisted. After a while, Jiang Yan said, Dahe, your hand isn't very nimble. Let me take over. Fine, Dahe conceded. Feeling his own pace was sluggish, and handed the military knife to Jiang Yan. Wang Yuan gathered a pile of bamboo and wood, first constructing a bamboo frame with 4 pieces of bamboo, then binding several more pieces across the middle. He trimmed the longer bamboo with a dagger. He located some torn canvas and plastic sheets, laid them over the bamboo frame, and secured them with ropes. Climbing onto a rock, Wang Yuan called for everyone to pass him the bamboo frame, and together they placed the structure atop the 4 rocks. Wang Yuan descended, leaving 4 openings below, took a bamboo pole, and propped it in the center of the frame. He dug a hole in the ground, set the pole upright, and buried it with sand. 3 openings were secured with bamboo in the same manner, while one was left facing the sea. Then, wooden boards, foam boards, or plastic sheets were bound to the bamboo to seal the gaps, leaving a small window in each direction. The 3 women had grown accustomed to the scene. Yet Dahe gazed at Wang Yuan with admiration and remarked, Wang, although we have known each other for quite some time, I still find you quite enigmatic. Can you tell me what else you cannot do? At this moment, the 3 women also turned their attention to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan lowered his head in contemplation and solemnly stated, I would say I cannot bear children. Do you believe me? The 3 women burst into laughter. Unable to contain themselves, Dahe, struggling with language comprehension, took a while to respond. I believe you are joking. Ha ha. Captain, he doesn't believe you. Ren Yuan laughed heartily. Ha ha. Captain, my stomach hurts. Jiang Yin chimed in. Ha ha. How about this, Captain? Why don't you have one to show him? Zhang Lanfang added, clutching her stomach in laughter. Do you see him? Isn't he a walking question mark? Wang Yuan remarked. Oh, indeed he is, Rin Yuanyu and replied. Well, I believe that if you and he were to have a child, it would undoubtedly be of a coffee hue, Wang Yuan said with a hint of gloom. The three women were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Jiang Yin glanced at Rin Yuan, then at Zhang Lanfang. Zhang Lanfang looked at Jiang Yin, then at Rin Yuan, and nodded, saying, I feel that Yuan is indeed a possibility. Why? Rin Yuan inquired. Because your skin tone leans slightly towards yellow. Jiang Yin explained. Oh, Rin Yuan touched her face and mused, is it because of the sea breeze? Wait, why would I want to have a child with him? Aha. Chapter 50. Entering the woods. Hey. Wang, what do they mean? Dahei asked, looking bewildered. Oh, they said changing nationalities is too difficult. Otherwise, they would marry you. Wang Yuan replied. I can do it. Wang, you know I can. Dahei exclaimed excitedly. Is changing nationalities that simple? The three women turned to Wang Yuan. Dahei, aren't you tired? Wang Yuan laid down 2 foam boards and reclined. The three women also set down a few foam boards and lay down. Hey, Wang, what do you mean? I'm not tired. Why is everyone sleeping? Dahei protested. All right, Dahei, go to sleep. Once you do, everything will be fine, Wang Yuan said, turning away from him. Oh, fine. I need to relieve myself, Dahei responded. In the morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. Seeing Dahei sleeping soundly beside him, he got up to attend to personal matters. Since he had a lighter, he was not in a hurry to start a fire. After resolving his personal issues, he lit a cigarette and sat down, contemplating the next steps. Suddenly, the distant sound of engines caught his attention. To the north, Zhao Jiangwo, along with 3 men and 3 women, had stolen something and rushed into the woods. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, they halted. Zhao, let us take a break. Sister Zhou suggested. Yes, Zhao, we can't run anymore, Li Pengfei added. All right, let us rest here. We'll decide what to do when daylight breaks, Zhao Jiangwo replied. Noting the heavy breaths of his companions, they set down their belongings and soon fell asleep, some using their backpacks as pillows, others leaning against sturdy trees. As the sun rose high in the sky, they gradually awakened. Zhao Jiangwo glanced at the sun and said, It's almost noon. Let us eat something. We have a total of 8 grilled fish, 3 bottles of water, 6 coconuts, and 4 papayas. We must ration our food and drink, Zhang Jinping stated. 1 fish per person, and I'll take the 2 smaller ones, all right? Li Pengfei suggested. Fine by me, came the consensus. After finishing the grilled fish, they shared 3 bottles of water. Let us continue deeper into the woods, Sister Zhou proposed. The trees are dense inside. There must be plenty of wild fruits. Shall we split up the search? Zhao Jiangwo inquired. Let us not disperse. It is prudent for everyone to act in unison, as there may be venomous snakes or fierce beasts lurking within, Zhang Jinping advised. Indeed, I concur, the others agreed, their thoughts drifting to Wu Xiaoxia. Thus, they decided to proceed together. The 7 individuals rose and ventured toward the woods. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted forth, prompting Sister Zhou to exclaim in surprise. Chase it, Zhao Jiangwo urged. The 7 pursued the rabbit, but soon lost track of it. A collective sigh of disappointment filled the air. Do you see that? Isn't that a banana tree? Eulili pointed toward a cluster of trees ahead. The leaves bear some resemblance, but there are no bananas, Li Pengfei remarked. They approached to examine it closely. It should not be a banana tree. There are no signs of fruit, Sister Zhou concluded. Look at the moist soil. Let us search for fresh water, Eulili observed meticulously. All right, but let us make sure not to stray too far, Zhao Jiangwo cautioned. The group dispersed, maintaining close proximity as they searched. Come quickly, there's a puddle here. Suddenly, Xiao Sun's voice rang out. The others hurried toward him, finding him standing beneath a plant resembling the previously seen banana tree, beside a small puddle that could barely hold enough water for 4 or 5 mineral water bottles, which became murky with the slightest disturbance. Let us collect this water. The murkiness is inconsequential. It can be settled for drinking, Sister Zhou suggested. They filled 4 mineral bottles to the brim. Shall we camp here? It is not far from the coast, and we can be easily spotted by the rescue team. Zhang Jinping proposed. I agree, Li Pengfei added. What do you all mean? Zhao Jiangwo inquired. I concur as well, was the consensus among the group. Then it is settled. We shall remain here, Zhao Jiangwo declared. In the evening, we shall send 2 individuals to quietly observe the group near the rocks. Very well. Let us first search the surroundings for food, Li Pengfei suggested. The group dispersed once more in search of sustenance. By evening, they reconvened at the puddle. And a few had indeed found some small wild fruits, unfamiliar in type, some resembling jujubes and others resembling cherry tomatoes, though they were scant. Barely enough for each to receive 3 or 4. Let us consume these wild fruits, and then split 2 papayas and open 2 coconuts, Zhao Jiangwo proposed. The papayas were still unripe and somewhat bitter, yet the wild fruits were delightful. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they reclined beneath the trees to rest. Who will accompany me to the rocks for a reconnaissance? Zhao Jiangwo asked, but silence enveloped the group. It will be fine. We shall quietly observe and return shortly. He reassured them. Perhaps I shall accompany you, Zhang Jinping offered. Very well, let us go. The 2 set off under the moonlight toward the shoreline. As they neared the rocky outcrop, they crouched at the edge of the grass to observe the shelter. Despite the brilliance of the moonlight, the distance rendered their view unclear. The shelter was enveloped in silence, and the fire outside had dwindled to nothing. Zhao, do you think they have fallen asleep? Zhang Jinping inquired softly. Perhaps, Zhao replied. Should we go and take a look? Let us not. They might be on guard against us. So we shall just watch from here. Let us observe a little longer. We will return shortly. After a while, the stillness persisted. All right, let us head back, Zhao Jiangwo decided, and the 2 slowly retraced their steps. In the woods, several individuals leaned against the trees, nearly dozing off. Suddenly, a low, mournful sound echoed, reminiscent of some creature. Startled, they turned their heads to see a shadowy figure approaching a small puddle. Upon reaching it, the creature discovered the puddle was dry and began to emit its plaintive cries. Bathed in moonlight, they discerned it was a small wild boar, weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. Li Pengfei picked up a stone and hurled it at the wild boar, but it merely thudded beside the creature. The boar turned its gaze toward Li Pengfei and, upon spotting him, charged forward. Li was taken aback. As the boar barreled towards him, he turned and fled. However, he barely made a few strides before the boar caught up with him. With a swift thrust, it knocked him 2 meters away. Li Pengfei cried out, scrambling to his feet to run again, only to be struck down once more, this time unable to rise. Help! Help! He shouted, yet none dared approach. The wild boar stared at him as it advanced, causing Li to fall silent, eyes wide with terror. The small boar nudged him gently before turning to leave, glancing back once more before disappearing from sight. The others held their breath in fear. Ouch! Ouch! Li Pengfei began to groan. The group rushed to his side. What's wrong, Li? Asked Sister Zhou. I can't get up, he replied. Where are you hurt? Asked Xiao Sunday. My waist and thigh. It hurts terribly. Just then, Zhao Jiangwo and the others returned. Li was just charged by the wild boar. I reckon it struck him on the waist and thigh, Sister Zhou explained. Li, let me examine your injury. As long as there are no broken bones. You should be fine, Zhao Jiangwo said. All right, Li nodded. The 3 women stepped aside as Zhao Jiangwo began to loosen Li Pengfei's trousers. Be gentle, it hurts. Li cried out. Bear with it, Zhao replied as he pulled down the pants. There was no bleeding, but the extent of the injury remained uncertain. Upon inspection, they saw that Li Pengfei's waist and thigh were severely bruised and swollen. Li, endure a bit longer. I'll help you put your pants back on. In our current situation, we lack medical supplies and must endure. Stay strong. Perhaps the rescue team will arrive at any moment. Try not to move much in the next couple of days. You may heal with a bit of rest, Zhao Jiangwo advised. Yes, I understand, Li acknowledged. Zhao helped him into his trousers, eliciting yet another grimace of pain from Li. Let us all take a moment to rest. We shall continue our discussion when dawn breaks, suggested Zhao Jiangwo. Li Pengfei could only lie down as the group took a brief respite, and eventually, the first light of day emerged. Zhao Jiangwo rose, stretched languidly, and clapped his hands, calling out, "Awaken, everyone." Once all had roused, he continued, "Last night, we ventured to observe the reef area, and it appears deserted, not a sound to be heard. Let us proceed there. At the very least, we can distill water, fish, and gather seafood. What do you all think?" The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Very well, a few ladies and I shall venture ahead to scout the area, just in case. Zhang Jinping and Xiao Sun, you 2 will take turns carrying Li Xiao and follow behind," Zhao Jiangwo instructed. "Understood," the group responded. "Then let us set off," Zhao Jiangwo declared, shouldering his backpack. Zhao Jiangwo, accompanied by 3 women, approached the edge of the thatch and lay down to observe. It truly seems deserted. Not a sound can be heard, remarked Sister Zhou. Let us wait a moment longer. Perhaps they are merely resting. If there is still no movement once the sun rises, we shall proceed, Zhao Zhengwo replied. Just then, the sound of a motorboat reached their ears, igniting a spark of hope among them. Could it be the rescue team? Let us hurry down, urged Yu Lily. Wait, look. Sister Zhou pointed towards the northern sea. It's pirates. Before them, a fuel boat approached, flanked by 5 speedboats. On the deck of the fuel boat stood 7 or 8 men, each wielding long rifles, while 3 men occupied each speedboat, 1 steering and 2 armed, seated at the rear. Everyone, hide, Sister Zhou shouted. Zhao Zhengwo's eyes darted, glancing nervously at the 3 women. As the pirates drew closer, Zhao Zhengwo suddenly sprang up, seized Yu Lily's arm, and pulled her towards the shore, shouting, Hey, we are here. There are people. Just as the boats seemed poised to vanish, the last speedboat made a sharp turn back. Zhao Zhengwo dragged Yu Lily onto the beach. Let go of me, you scoundrel, Yu Lily shouted furiously. Do not be afraid. Lily, we will go with the pirates, and once we are with them, we shall devise a plan to escape, Zhao Zhengwo insisted. Zhao Zhengwo, you intend to hand me over to the pirates to save yourself? You despicable wretch. You are nothing but filth. She spat, with a sudden slap. Zhao Zhengwo struck her across the face. You will meet a terrible fate. You are less than human. Yu Lily screamed. The 2 women hidden in the thatch were left stunned, their mouths agape. Cursed Zhao Zhengwo, that worthless scoundrel. Sister Zhou cursed vehemently. That bastard deserves to be slain by the pirates. Sister Zheng added. Chapter 53. The burial. The speedboat drew ever closer, and a pirate raised an AK-47. Aiming at the 2 other pirates shouted something, and suddenly, laughter erupted from them. Ha ha, they cackled. The sound of gunfire rang out. Zhao Zhengwo and Yu Lily fell to the ground. Zhao Zhengwo was struck by 3 bullets in the chest, while Yu Lily was hit by 2. I am so sorry. Zhao Zhengwo gazed at Yu Lily, uttering his final words before drawing his last breath, his eyes filled with regret and unfulfilled desires. Yu Lily, engulfed in rage, 2 succumbed to her fate. 3 pirates approached, brandishing firearms, rummaging through the backpack before tossing it aside. After inspecting Yu Lily's lifeless body, one of the pirates struck the gunman, exchanging words that incited laughter among the trio, who then retreated to their speedboat and sped away. It was not until the boat vanished from sight that the 2 women exhaled in relief. What transpired? At that moment, Zhang Jingping and his companions arrived, inquiring about the gunfire they had just heard. Sister Zhou pointed to the 2 corpses and recounted the grim events. Alas, such a loss for Lily. Zhao Zhengwo deserved his fate. The group lamented in unison. Let us proceed. The shelter is surely abandoned, Sister Zhou suggested. Little Sun carried Li Pingfei as they made their way to the refuge, placing him inside. We should retrieve the backpack and bury the bodies, Sister Zhou proposed. Zhao Zhengwo should be cast into the sea to feed the fish, Sister Zheng interjected. Enough. Let us honor the deceased. It is futile to dwell on such matters now. Sister Zhou replied. They gathered the backpack, which contained 4 bottles of water, a coconut, and several garments. Nothing of value was lost. Together, they dug a grave on the beach. And just as they finished burying Yu Lily, a pack of wild creatures resembling dogs burst forth from the jungle. What are those? Sister Zheng screamed in terror. Silence. Do not move, Sister Zhou commanded. The 4 stood frozen, quietly observing. The animals approached Zhao Zhengwo's corpse, dragging it away, with 2 of them glancing back at the group intermittently. It was only when the creatures disappeared into the underbrush that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those are jackals. They typically do not attack humans. As long as we do not provoke them, they usually feast on carrion, Sister Zhou explained. Humph. It is deserved. This is fate. Zhao Zhengwo should meet a nameless grave, Sister Zheng asserted. Well then, let us return and have something to eat, Zhang Jingping suggested. Upon returning to the shelter, they found that the original group of 8 had dwindled to 5. Have they all been buried? Li Pingfei inquired, resting on a foam buoy. Zhao Zhengwo was taken by the jackals, Zhang Jingping replied, recounting the earlier events, prompting Li Pingfei to sigh deeply. There are 3 coconuts here, and 1 in the backpack, making 4. Let us divide them into pairs, Sister Zhou suggested. After they drank the coconut water, Zhang Jingping remarked, we must devise a way to start a fire. Without it, we can accomplish nothing. Do you have any ideas? I am only familiar with the methods of friction and using a magnifying glass. But I lack the skills for execution, little Sun admitted. The bottom of a glass bottle can serve as a lens. As for the friction method, it involves sharpening a stick and rubbing it against another piece of wood. I am also uncertain about the specifics, but let us first gather materials and experiment later. Sister Zhou proposed. Very well, it seems we have no other choice, Zhang Jingping conceded. The four ventured out in search of materials, while Li Pingfei continued to rest. The four individuals dispersed to search for materials when suddenly, Sister Zheng spotted a rope, one end tied to a stone and the other submerged in the sea. Quick! Everyone come over, there's a rope, she exclaimed. The group gathered around her. In Chapter 54, Discovery of the Fish Trap, Zhang Jinping tugged at the rope and remarked on its weight. Xiao Sun, lend a hand, let us pull it up together. All right, he replied. And together they hoisted it from the depths. It's a fish trap. This must be the one left behind by those fishermen, Sister Zhou declared. Let us open it and see, urged Sister Zheng. Zhang Jinping located the entrance and opened it, revealing a bounty of fish. Wow, there are so many. Let me see. The others chimed in with curiosity. Wow, there are crabs too, Sister Zheng exclaimed. Xiao Zheng, keep watch here while we find something to collect them in, Sister Zhou instructed. Okay, he responded. The three set off to gather containers, while Xiao Sun stumbled upon three floaters outside the shelter. The very ones Wang Yuan had crafted for the three women to use for fishing. He called the others over to assist in collecting their haul. Once the fish trap was emptied, the group erupted in cheers, revealing 5 or 6 palm-sized grouper and 4 large crabs, enough to satisfy their hunger. They refilled the fish trap and cast it back into the sea before returning to the shelter with their catch. Li Pingfei shared in their excitement upon seeing their bounty. Just as the four were about to venture out in search of more resources, the sound of engines echoed ominously from afar. Oh no, could it be the pirates again? Sister Zhou exclaimed. Quick, everyone hide. Jinping, carry Li Xiao. Xiao Sun, you take the floater. We'll head for the reeds, hurry. With her backpack slung over her shoulders, Sister Zhou led the group towards the thicket. As they concealed themselves, a motorboat accompanied by 5 speedboats approached from the south. It was indeed the same band of pirates. The group lay low in the reeds, holding their breath until the pirates had passed, finally exhaling in relief as they returned to the shelter. Wang Yuan, having heard the motors roar, quickly beckoned the others. Get up, quickly. What is happening? Dehei inquired. Listen, it's the sound of motors, Wang Yuan replied. I can hear it. Is it the rescue team or the pirates? Zhang Lanfang asked. Enough of that. We need to hide. Everyone to the inner thicket, Wang Yuan insisted, grabbing his backpack and suitcase as he rushed outside to retrieve a spear, racing towards the shelter's protected foliage. The others followed closely behind, laden with their belongings. As the 5 crouched down, a motorboat trailed by 4 speedboats leisurely made its way from north to south. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the north. It's them. The ones attacking us are those pirates, Dehei shouted, drawing his pistol, ready to charge. Don't act rashly, Wang Yuan urged, restraining him. But my brothers have already fallen, Dehei lamented. I must avenge them. Dehei, stay calm. If you rush out, you will surely perish. And we will all be doomed. You seek vengeance, but you must survive first to achieve it, Wang Yuan insisted. Fine, I'll heed your advice, Dehei said, slamming his fist into the ground. Wang, can you help me? Dehei, we are brothers. We will find the opportunity to eliminate them, Wang Yuan declared, his eyes glinting with determination. Thank you, my brother. With your assistance, I shall surely avenge myself. The large ship slowly receded into the distance when suddenly another speedboat swiftly pursued. Shall we intercept this speedboat? Dehei inquired. No, if we attempt to intercept it, those ahead will be alerted and they will come for us. We should wait for a better opportunity, Wang Yuan replied. The speedboat soon caught up with the fleet ahead. Was that gunfire from the pursuing speedboat? Zhang Lanfang asked. Could it be that Zhao Jiangwo and the others have been attacked? Ren Yuanyuan speculated. It's possible, Wang Yuan acknowledged. Never mind, we cannot concern ourselves with so much. We must prioritize our own safety, Jiang Yin remarked. Chapter 55, Crafting Fishing Rods. All right, everyone, wash up, Wang Yuan instructed. Dehei and the 3 women went to freshen up, while Wang Yuan made his way to the coconut trees behind the beach. With agility, he climbed one of the trees and, using a dagger, retrieved 5 coconuts, leaving 2 behind, before sliding down and returning to the shelter with the coconuts in hand. At that moment, distant gunfire echoed from the south, accompanied by sporadic explosions. Once everyone had completed their cleansing, they returned to the shelter. Surely the pirates are not attacking the rescue team again. Zhang Lanfang speculated. Not likely. The nearest countries in this maritime region are ours and theirs, and they are embroiled in civil war. The fastest rescue team dispatched is ours, while this area hosts several pirate factions. Generally, rescue teams do not venture here. I am affiliated with the military, which is why I am here. Historically, pirates seldom engage military forces from various nations. Their attack on us must be orchestrated by some external force supporting them, DeHay expounded. Indeed, the pirates in this vicinity are backed by certain nations. The factions involved in the Civil War also receive support from various countries, Wang Yuan added. We are currently navigating a perilous existence amidst these conflicts. After a while, the gunfire ceased. Let us indulge in some coconut juice and flesh while we have the chance. We must eat quickly and then hide, for the pirates will return shortly, Wang Yuan suggested. The group shared the coconuts, and soon the sound of engines echoed from afar, prompting them to swiftly gather their belongings and conceal themselves within the thickets. Moments later, as the engine noise drew closer, the five observed through the gaps in the foliage. Confirming that it was indeed the pirates from earlier, one large oil vessel accompanied by 5 speedboats gradually moved away into the distance. A collective sigh of relief escaped them as they returned to the shelter. Captain, you mentioned we are surviving in a precarious situation, and that the rescue team cannot reach us. How are we to return? Zhang Lanfang queried. Do not worry, we will find our way back. When the time is right, I will ensure that each of you returns safely, Wang Yuan reassured. Rest assured, Wang is the most formidable soldier I have encountered from our country, DeHay affirmed. All right. Shortly you all should prepare some sea salt for cooking, while I craft a fishing net, Wang Yuan instructed. Outside the shelter, he constructed a makeshift stove from stones, ignited a fire, and scavenged a milk powder can which he cleaned with fine sand and seawater before filling it with seawater and placing it atop the fire to boil. The 3 women gathered mineral water bottles and plastic containers, filling them with seawater and placing them beside the stove. DeHay watched with curiosity throughout the process. DeHay, shall I fashion a fishing rod for you? Wang Yuan inquired. How splendid. I have not fished in quite some time, and I truly relish the experience. DeHay. Wang Yuan fashioned a fishing hook from a pull tab of a soda can, while the 3 women assisted in unraveling the fishing net and crafting fishing lines. They procured a slender bamboo pole, and before long, a fishing rod was ready. They also found a float, drilled a hole in it, tied a string to create a handle, and handed it to DeHay. Here, you can use this to hold the fish. Utilize sea snail or oyster meat as bait, and take the fishing rod to catch some fish, Wang Yuan instructed, but cautioned, do be careful, as the fishing rod is quite dry and may easily break. Well then, Fang Jia, shall we venture inside and conduct a search? Wang Yuan proposed. Certainly, Zhang Lanfang replied, as she stowed a few empty bottles into her backpack and picked up a spear. Wang Yuan carried an oil drum, with a dagger at his waist. Wielding the spear as he declared, let us set forth. After their departure, Ren Yuanyuan smirked and remarked, Yan Jia, does the captain fancy Fang Jia? Surely not. Jiang Yan responded. How could that be? The captain always brings Fang Jia along whenever he ventures out. Why not me? What purpose would that serve? What can you do? Indeed, you have a point. They can't possibly be heading into the small grove, can they? Chapter 56. Searching the jungle. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang first approached the thicket, using the spear to prod the underbrush as they cautiously advanced while scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a small earthen mound adorned with saddle vines, where a piece of iron was wedged among the tendrils. As they drew nearer, Wang Yuan extracted the iron fragment, which measured approximately 70 centimeters in length, tapering from a width of 40 centimeters to a narrower 20 centimeters. Both ends bore signs of recent fractures, with the narrower end featuring 4 screw holes, one of which still housed a broken and deformed screw. The side of the iron piece exhibited signs of bending, suggesting it was relatively new, likely from our aircraft, Zhang Lanfang speculated. It could possibly be a component of a propeller or an exhaust blade, Wang Yuan added. Should we take it back? Let us leave it here for now. We should continue searching for fresh water or fruit, and when we return, we can take it along with some vines, Wang Yuan suggested, glancing at his watch, which read 10:30. Very well. The two continued their search deeper into the jungle, but instead of finding fresh water or wild fruits, they unearthed a considerable quantity of wild vegetables. Wang Yuan signaled Zhang Lanfang to return, harvested some vines, and brought the iron piece back to the shelter. DeHay was still fishing, while Jiang Yin and Rin Yuan had already processed most of a bottle of sea salt. All right, we can continue later. For now, you should wash those wild vegetables, Wang Yuan instructed, settling on a stone to arrange the vines by removing leaves and branches. The three women returned from the seaside after washing the wild vegetables, and Wang Yuan selected a few plantain leaves, placing them in a soda can, adding water to boil them over the fire. Upon seeing that everyone had returned, Dehei also made his way back to the shelter, holding his fishing rod and float. I caught 3 fish. Dehei exclaimed. Fang Jia, why don't you use the milk powder can to prepare some fish soup with the wild vegetables? Wang Yuan suggested. Certainly. The 3 women took the fish and the milk powder can to the seaside to clean the fish and wash the can. The water in the can had reached a boiling point. Wang Yuan used a wooden stick to set it aside and said to Dehei, let me show you your wound. All right, Dehei replied, sitting beside Wang Yuan and extending his left arm. The wound was healing quite well in a couple of days. The stitches could be removed. Wang Yuan untied the bandage from Dehei's left arm to inspect it. He then took a few purslane leaves from the wild vegetables, crushed them into a paste with a stone, applied it to Dehei's wound, and rewrapped it with a bandage. Sanin V had returned to prepare fish soup. Watching Wang Yuan as she did so, the plantain soup in the can was still quite hot. Wang Yuan tasted it, and then placed it on a piece of foam board, saying to Dehei, come on, time for your medicine. I'm not called Delang. I'm Dehei, Dehei replied. In our country, Delang means older brother, Wang Yuan said earnestly. Haha. Sanin V couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dehei looked bewildered, took a sip from the can, and remarked that it was slightly bitter, yet somewhat sweet. This is a herbal remedy. It has anti-inflammatory and swelling-reducing properties. You should drink it all, and it would be best to eat those plants as well. They are called plantain. The tender parts can be cooked as a dish, Wang Yuan explained. Thank you, Wang, Dehei said, consuming everything without leaving a drop. The fish soup is ready. Let us eat, Jiang Yin announced. All right, they all responded. Sen Nv divided the wild vegetable fish soup into 5 cans, and the 5 of them used foam boards to carry the soup while eating with bamboo chopsticks. After the meal, Wang Yuan and Dehei lit up cigarettes. Wang Yuan said, Yuan, your fishing skills are lacking. Stay back and continue making sea salt. I'll craft a few more fishing rods. The others can go fishing. Okay, everyone replied. Dehei went fishing first, while Rin Yuan continued making sea salt. Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang assisted in crafting the fishing rods. After a while, they had made 2 fishing rods and fashioned 2 nets using 2 floats. Then the 2 women went off to fish. Wang Yuan, smoking, sat on a rock constructing a fish trap, splitting bamboo into strips for the frame and weaving them together with rattan. In Chapter 57, as Rin Yuan added a piece of wood to the stove and poured some seawater into a milk powder can, she asked, Captain, what kind of soldier were you? What did you do? I was a paratrooper, serving in a certain airborne unit in the southeastern military district of our country, Wang Yuan replied, taking a puff from his cigarette and continuing to weave the fish trap. But I heard Dehei say you were quite impressive, she remarked. Oh, our country and Dehei's country are not brother nations. We often support them. A few years ago, we sent several military teams to assist in training their army, and I was once dispatched to help train their paratroopers, he explained. Then why did you retire? Oh, that's just a personal matter. Let's not discuss it. Do you have feelings for Sister Fang? Why do you always invite her when you go out? Rin Yuan pouted. No. Then do you like Sister Yin? She is so beautiful and is your company as president. Let us not overthink things, shall we? We should focus on how to survive and return home, he replied. All right, Rin Yuan said with a slight pout. Wang Yuan had crafted a fish trap and, accompanied by an empty bottle and the rope used for climbing cliffs, made his way to the seaside to set the trap. Captain, is the fish trap ready? Inquired Zhang Lanfang. Yes, how many have you caught? He responded. We each caught 2, they replied. That should suffice for dinner. Wang Yuan collected some small sea snails, crushed them, and placed them into the bottle, sealing it and puncturing a few holes with a dagger before placing it in the trap. He secured it at the entrance, fastened it with rope, and cast it into the sea, anchoring the rope to a stone. You all fish for now. I will return to repair the shelter. All right, they agreed. Wang Yuan strolled toward the beach, stopped beneath a coconut tree, surveyed the branches, and then climbed up, tossing down 5 coconuts. He began to gather palm leaves, descending before climbing another coconut tree to continue his task. After collecting a considerable amount of leaves from 5 trees, he organized them and trudged back to the shelter with several leaves in tow. He then returned to the coconut trees, filled his backpack with coconuts, and made 3 trips before finally transporting all the leaves. He discarded the palm leaves atop the shelter and climbed up to arrange them neatly. Yuan Yuan. Pass me those vines, he requested. All right, she replied. Wang Yuan secured the leaves with the vines, ensuring they were firmly in place before leaping down. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dusk was approaching. He settled beside Dehei on the beach, and the two lit cigarettes. Once we finish smoking, let us pack our things and head back, Wang Yuan suggested. Sounds good. How many have you all caught? He inquired. A total of 12 fish, they answered. As the two women began to prepare the fish, Wang Yuan and Dehei went to retrieve the fish trap, yielding 3 additional fish and 3 large crabs. They placed the fish entrails into the bottle, returning it to the trap before casting it back into the sea. The 4 of them returned to the shelter, carrying their bounty along with their fishing rods. Yuan Yuan, please prepare the salt. This should suffice for now. Use the milk powder can to boil some water, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. Throughout the afternoon, Yuan Yuan managed to produce a sizable jar of sea salt. Captain, how shall we consume the fish and crabs tonight? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let us build a fire. We can roast them, Wang Yuan replied, as he sharpened over a dozen bamboo skewers. With the water boiling, the 3 women began to skewer the fish and crabs for roasting. Wang Yuan and Dehei sat nearby, smoking and conversing in an indigenous African dialect. The 3 women could not comprehend, prompting Yuan Yuan to ask, Captain, do you speak their language? Yes, I spent over half a year in the country, learning from Dehei and the others. I can speak it quickly, but I still struggle to understand at times. Chapter 58. Crafting a frying pan. By the way, Captain, our freshwater supply is running low. After this, we will have only 2 bottles left. Yuan Yuan noted as she carefully removed the can from the heat with a wooden clamp. No worries, we shall search again tomorrow. The coconuts will sustain us for a few more days, and if necessary, we can distill water, Wang Yuan assured her. The crabs are ready. Let us eat them first. While the fish will take a little longer, Jiang Yin suggested. After enjoying their meal and sipping some boiled water, the 3 women gathered to chat while Wang Yuan and Dehei continued smoking. Dehei remarked, if only we had some alcohol. If we can find suitable fruits, we might brew some fruit wine ourselves, Wang Yuan remarked. You can brew wine? Dehei inquired, with the 3 women also turning their gazes towards Wang Yuan. Yes. During my childhood at the orphanage, our director often made wine from grapes or bayberries for himself, he replied. After finishing his cigarette, Wang Yuan said, If you all are weary, take a rest. I will prepare a frying pan. We are not tired for now, they replied. Wang Yuan retrieved the iron plate he had brought from the cliff, placed it over the fire to heat, and then found a relatively flat, slightly curved stone to serve as a cutting board. He picked up a fist-sized pebble to use as a hammer. Using a wooden stick, he lifted the glowing iron plate onto the cutting board and began hammering it. After approximately 2 hours, the frying pan was completed. Wang, you are incredible, Dehei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. There was still some scrap material left, so Wang Yuan picked up a larger piece and heated it again, eventually crafting a dagger. He tossed a piece of iron he had found earlier into the fire, and after it glowed red, he extracted it with a wooden stick. However, after hammering for quite some time, he only managed to create a few dents and could not ascertain the material of the iron, which proved to be exceptionally tough. Ultimately, he abandoned the effort. It's 11 o'clock. Let us take a rest, Wang Yuan said, glancing at his watch. Once everyone had attended to their personal matters, they entered the shelter to rest. The 3 women slept inside, while Wang Yuan and Dehei took positions closer to the entrance. The seaside night was still quite chilly, so Wang Yuan blocked the door with a wooden board, which, although not entirely effective, provided some insulation. The following morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. After addressing his personal needs, he kindled a fire in the stove. Dehei approached, lighting a cigarette, and they sat together. Wang, what shall we do today? Dehei asked. You should continue fishing. Sister Fong and I will search for fresh water. All right then, go wash up. I will change your bandages later, Wang Yuan instructed. He picked up a can, placed 2 plantain leaves inside, added water, and set it on the stove to boil. Dehei went off to take care of his personal matters. Good morning, Captain. The 3 women emerged. Yes, good morning. Go wash up. I will check the fish traps, he replied, picking up a buoy and the dagger as he made his way to the shore. Upon retrieving the fish traps, he unfastened the entrance and poured out the contents, yielding 5 or 6 palm-sized fish, a large eel, 3 crabs, and 2 octopuses. He stunned the eel, then used the dagger to gut and clean the fish and octopuses, rinsing them in seawater and placing them in the buoy. He packed the fish traps and returned them to the sea, also gathering 2 handfuls of seaweed from the rocks before heading back to the shelter with the buoy. Dahye sat by the stove, setting the can aside to cool. Wang Yuan placed the buoy down and shared a cigarette with Dahye. "What did you catch?" Dahye inquired. "A large eel," Wang Yuan replied, setting the frying pan on the stove. He cracked open 2 coconuts, pouring all the coconut water into the pan, then sliced the 3 crabs in half with the dagger and added them to the pot, before beginning to chop the octopus. At this moment, the 3 women, having resolved their personal matters, joined him. Chapter 59. A female corpse. "What shall we do, Captain?" Rin Yuanyuan asked. "You all can roast the fish," Wang Yuan suggested, pointing to the buoy. "All right." Rin Yuanyuan and Jiang Yin approached the buoy, while Zhang Lanfang set off to rekindle the fire. "Wow, what a gigantic eel!" exclaimed Zhang Lanfang as she deftly sliced the eel into 5 segments. The 3 women skillfully skewered the fish with bamboo sticks and placed it over the flames. The coconut milk in the pot began to bubble, and Wang Yuan added the octopus, tearing the seaweed and tossing it in as well, along with a sprinkle of sea salt. He cracked open 2 coconuts, extracted the flesh, and crumbled it into the pot. "It smells divine." "Captain, what are you preparing?" Rin Yuanyuan remarked, her mouth watering. "Seaweed and seafood coconut soup," Wang Yuan replied. "What a lengthy name." "It sounds absolutely delightful," Rin Yuanyuan remarked. "Dahye, it's time for your medicine," Wang Yuan announced. "All right," Dahye responded. The 3 women burst into laughter. Wang Yuan took 2 porcelain stalks and crushed them with a stone, saying, "Dahye, I'll change your dressing." After Dahye consumed his medicine, he extended his left arm towards Wang Yuan. "You'll be better soon. Tomorrow, I'll remove your stitches, and in a few days, you'll be fully healed," Wang said as he unwrapped the bandage to examine the wound. After changing Dahye's dressing and securing it, Wang Yuan declared, "Let us eat." The group divided the grilled fish and seafood soup and began to feast. "This is exquisite," Dahye exclaimed. So fragrant," Zhang Lanfang added. "MMM. Rin Yuanyuan was too busy eating to speak, merely giving a thumbs up. The rich aroma of coconut mingled with the fresh essence of seafood, truly delectable, Jiang Yin noted. Once everyone was satisfied, Rin Yuanyuan, clutching her stomach, exclaimed, "I feel as though we are on a holiday." Laughter erupted among the group. "Captain, what shall we do today?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Well, Sister Fang, today I will go in search of fresh water. You all can continue fishing. We may not return by noon. I intend to broaden our search area. If fortune favors us, we'll return early. If not, we'll be back before nightfall. Please collect the fish traps at noon and prepare your own meals." Wang Yuan explained. "Understood," the group replied. Dahye lit a cigarette, and the 2 women took their fishing rods and buoy to the shore. "Sister Fang, here's a dagger for you," Wang Yuan offered, handing Zhang Lanfang a knife. "Thank you," she accepted, mimicking Wang Yuan by securing the dagger to her waist. Slinging her backpack on her back and grasping the spear, Wang Yuan retrieved 3 coconuts from the backpack, placed a bottle of peanut oil and 2 empty bottles inside, secured the dagger to his waist, picked up the spear, and gestured towards the beach, saying, "Let us set off." The 2 made their way to the beach, with Wang Yuan stating, "Today, we'll enter the jungle from the side of the coconut trees. The terrain is lower there, which may lead us to fresh water." "Sounds good." Upon reaching the coconut trees, they suddenly spotted a wooden box drifting ashore. "Look, a crate." "Let us take a closer look," Wang Yuan suggested. "It's quite heavy." They hurried over and managed to drag the box onto the beach together. "Let us see what's inside," Wang Yuan said. "All right." The box was tightly nailed shut, and it took considerable effort for Wang Yuan to pry open one side. "Hiss!" He inhaled sharply. "Ah!" Zhang Lanfang shrieked in fright, stepping back repeatedly. Within the confines of the box lay a curled female corpse, her golden locks glimmering even in death. The face, having been marinated by the sea, appeared somewhat swollen. A sandbag was placed inside to augment the weight of the box. It seemed she had not been deceased for long, suggesting a grim scenario of murder and disposal, yet the weight was insufficient for the currents to carry it away. Wang Yuan pulled Zhang Lanfang aside. "Captain, what should we do?" Zhang Lanfang's face drained of color and fright. "How about we push it back into the sea?" Wang Yuan proposed. "Very well." Wang Yuan picked up a wooden plank, preparing to nail it shut once more, when suddenly, a pack of jackals burst forth from the jungle. "Run!" Wang Yuan urgently grasped Zhang Lanfang's hand, and they fled. After sprinting over 50 meters, they glanced back to see the jackals had dragged the body from the box. Several of them working in unison to swiftly pull the corpse into the thicket, disappearing in a moment. What were those just now? Zhang Lanfang asked, still shaken. Jackals. They typically want to bite unless provoked. They primarily consume animal carcasses, only attacking other creatures if they're extremely hungry. Oh, well, let us be on our way. Wang Yuan suggested. All right. The two sought refuge in a low patch of grass near the coconut trees. They cautiously navigated the underbrush, prodding with their fishing spears. When Wang Yuan suddenly halted, signaling Zhang Lanfang to be silent, pointing ahead into the grass. There, amidst the foliage, a segment of a serpent's body emerged. Adorned with dark brown scales, roughly the thickness of an arm, with neither head nor tail visible, leaving its length a mystery. Wang Yuan gestured for Zhang Lanfang to retreat. Crouching down to retrieve a stone, he then stealthily advanced, tossing the stone gently to the opposite side of the serpent. The stone rolled forward, causing the snake to sense the vibrations and extend its head in curiosity. Now, with a swift motion, Wang Yuan leaped forward, thrusting the spear's metallic tip into the serpent's vulnerable spot, pinning it to the ground. The snake recoiled violently. Wang Yuan released the spear and stepped back as the serpent writhed, entangling itself around the spear. Drawing his dagger, he charged in and, with a swift stroke, severed the serpent's head. "Ha! What a hefty catch!" Wang Yuan exclaimed, lifting the serpent with the spear. "Ah, be careful!" Zhang Lanfang shouted. In an instant, a large eagle swooped down, cutting through the air just before Wang Yuan's eyes. Upon looking back, he found the spear now devoid of its prize. His heart heavy with despair. Silently, he withdrew a lighter and a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep drag, thrusting the spear forcefully into the ground. Zhang Lanfang approached, patting Wang Yuan's shoulder. "Captain, take heart." Wang Yuan cast a quiet glance at Zhang Lanfang, inhaling another puff of smoke, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. "Pfft. Ha." Zhang Lanfang burst into laughter, lightening the mood. Wang Yuan dug a small pit with the spear, burying the serpent's head and stamping it down firmly. "Let us move on," he declared. The two continued deeper into the wilderness. "Captain, I feel as though this is a path," Zhang Lanfang observed. "Yes, I share that sentiment," Wang Yuan replied. Stone steps are laid on the sloped areas, while the flat regions are adorned with low grass, flanked by shrubs and reeds. The narrow path stretches inward, leading toward a dense forest, where it ultimately disappears from view. "Shall we proceed?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Let us continue. We can assess our situation once we enter the thicket," Wang Yuan replied. "Very well." The two of them brushed through the underbrush, gradually approaching the edge of the forest. Suddenly, with a rustle, two wild chickens burst forth from the nearby bushes. "Wow, wild chickens!" Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. It's no use. We cannot catch up," Wang Yuan stated. "Let us investigate. Perhaps we can find their nest." They ventured toward the direction from which the wild chickens had flown, using their spears to prod the grass. Suddenly, Zhang Lanfang shouted, "Over here, Captain! There's a nest." Chapter 61. Discovery of the wild rabbit. Wang Yuan rushed over and discovered a nest nestled beneath a bush, containing 4 eggs. Picking one up, he remarked, "It still feels warm. These must belong to the wild chickens from earlier. Put the eggs in your backpack. But be careful not to break them," he instructed. "Understood," Zhang Lanfang replied, placing the wild chicken eggs into the 4 compartments of her backpack. "If only we had a gun, we could have caught those wild chickens easily," Wang Yuan lamented. "Didn't you bring a handgun? Why aren't you carrying it?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "I saved the handgun for Dake and the others for protection. After all, there are still pirates around," Wang Yuan explained. "Look, a wild rabbit." Zhang Lanfang pointed ahead, noticing a rabbit hopping away in the distance. Wang Yuan dashed over and observed, "There's a hole here. It must be a rabbit burrow." Zhang Lanfang approached and suggested, "Captain, let us come back to catch rabbits when we have time. It won't be easy. There's a saying about cunning rabbits having 3 burrows. This could just be one entrance. There might be several others," Wang Yuan cautioned. "Do you have a plan?" "We would need to prepare some tools, but not today. Let us keep moving," Wang Yuan replied. After a while, they reached the edge of the forest and paused to survey their surroundings. The path continued into the depths of the woods, where visibility was soon lost. "Captain, shall we enter the forest?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Yes, let us go." The dense trees suggest ample water supply. We must continue our search, Wang Yuan affirmed. All right. A plentiful water source indicates a variety of wildlife, so do not stray too far. Stay close, he advised solemnly. Rest assured, Captain, Zhang Lanfang replied with equal seriousness. Let us set off. Wait a moment. Look over there. Zhang Lanfang pointed to the base of a tree on the left as they entered the forest. Let us investigate. They approached and noticed a strap protruding from behind the tree. Upon closer inspection, they found a canvas bag lying on the ground, covered with a layer of leaves and dirt. Wang Yuan grasped the strap and lifted it, causing the bag to tear open and reveal several items that had fallen out. It was evident that the bag had been here for quite some time, weathered beyond use. Upon seeing the items on the ground, Wang Yuan was filled with delight. After flipping through the satchel and finding it empty, I tossed it aside and began examining the items scattered on the ground. Among them was a military shovel, its screws and components intact, along with 2 detachable connecting rods that showed no signs of rust, likely made of stainless steel alloy. There was also a chisel and a stone carving chisel, both of which were rusty yet appeared usable. Additionally, I found a compass that was broken, but the needle in the center remained functional. These items could prove useful, providing us with essential tools once more. Wang Yuan detached the compass needle and handed it to Zhang Lanfang, while placing the remaining items into his backpack. What is this? Zhang Lanfang inquired, examining the compass. This is a compass utilized by some individuals in our country for feng shui practices. It has weathered over time and is no longer operational, but the needle in the center is still functional. Keep it, and you shall not lose your way in the future. Oh, all right, she replied, placing the compass into her backpack. Let us proceed. The two ventured along the narrow path into the woods, and after a while, they encountered numerous palm and banana trees, though none bore fruit. Captain, do you see that tree? Is it a banana tree? Zhang Lanfang pointed to a tall tree not far ahead. Chapter 62. Finding fresh water. The tree appeared to lack a trunk, with large leaves resembling those of a banana tree, and its leaf stalks embraced each other in a fan-like manner, reaching up to 5 meters high, while the lower part was too wide for a person to encircle. Wonderful. We have water. Wang Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Where's the water? Zhang Lanfang questioned, looking around in confusion. Hurry, grab a bottle. We will see it shortly, Wang Yuan replied, setting down his backpack, retrieving a mineral water bottle and an oil drum, along with a segment of the military shovel's connecting arm as he approached the tree. Zhang Lanfang also set down her backpack and approached with 4 mineral water bottles in hand. Where's the water? Prepare to collect it, Wang Yuan instructed. He drew out his dagger and plunged it beneath one of the leaf stalks, withdrawing the blade to reveal a stream of water gushing forth from the wound. Wang Yuan swiftly opened a bottle to collect the water. Ha ha ha, there really is water. Zhang Lanfang exclaimed joyfully. Hurry, Fang Jie, get ready to collect. All right, she responded, quickly opening a bottle to gather the water. Wang Yuan unscrewed all the caps, rinsed the connecting arm of the military shovel, then inserted it into the water outlet, allowing the water to flow through the arm's tube. He placed the oil drum beneath the stream to collect the water. Fang Jie, taste it, is it good? Wow. It's sweet and refreshing. They both drank 2 bottles of water, and soon all their containers were filled. They continued to collect water and wash their faces, feeling invigorated. Wang Yuan removed the connecting arm and placed it back in the backpack, lighting a cigarette. Captain, what kind of tree is this? This is a traveler's banana plant, named for its ability to provide water for travelers. This tree does not bear fruit. It stores a significant amount of fresh water in its leaf stalks. The cut will heal quickly, so I inserted a pipe. If there is sufficient groundwater, the water that flows out will be replenished overnight, Wang Yuan explained. Captain, how do you know so much? I served as a paratrooper in the military, tasked with dropping behind enemy lines, devoid of support and supplies. Thus, it became imperative for us to master a plethora of survival skills. Wang Yuan took a deep drag from his cigarette. Oh, Captain, let us have something to eat. There is a papaya and a few oranges left in the backpack. All right, make haste, Wang Yuan replied, glancing at his watch. At that moment, the water flow from the traveler's banana tree gradually ceased, and the two settled down. Zhang Lanfang retrieved the papaya and oranges, extracting a knife to slice the papaya. After they shared the fruit, they placed the water back into the backpack and basket. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Sister Fang, let us continue. We must return by 3 o'clock, regardless of whether we find food. Otherwise, it will be dark by the time we get back. Okay. Not long after setting off, they stumbled upon another traveler-esque banana tree. All right, Sister Fong, let us explore this vicinity. There is an ample water source here. Let us see if there is a place to take shelter. If we find one, we shall relocate. Captain, look over there. Is that a bamboo grove? Zhang Lanfang pointed toward the tree canopy ahead. Indeed, he replied. Behind several trees lay a dense bamboo grove, its leaves thick, revealing only a few scattered bamboo leaves above. As they continued along the narrow path for several meters, they were met with a stunning sight, an expanse of lush green grass, roughly the size of a football field, starkly contrasting with the surrounding landscape. The ground was remarkably level, with the grass barely reaching their ankles. Scattered across the meadow were a few palm trees and banana trees, each bearing clusters of bananas, though only a couple of trees had a small number of ripe ones. To the left of the grassy area stood several pine trees, behind which lay the previously discovered bamboo grove. To the right, the faint sound of flowing water suggested the presence of a small stream. This place is truly beautiful, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. Indeed, the sound of water indicates the presence of fresh water. Let us investigate, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. Chapter 63. The wild boar. The two made their way towards the right side of the meadow, soon discovering a clear water pool. The water was transparent, revealing the bottom, while a small stream flowed into the pool, though no water exited, likely seeping underground. The pool was not deep, and they could see small fish swimming about. The stream emerged from beside a large rock. Two massive stones stood together, creating a crevice between them, with a stone arch overhead forming a cave. Below the cave was a dirt slope, with the interior elevated and the exterior lower, a difference of about 2 meters in height. This could serve as a shelter. I wonder how spacious it is inside, Zhang Lanfang remarked. If it's feasible, we should relocate here, Wang Yuan responded. All right, let us explore inside. Wait, you should step back a bit, Wang Yuan instructed. What is the matter? Do not ask, just listen to me. Zhang Lanfang approached the edge of the meadow, observing Wang Yuan. Once she had distanced herself, Wang Yuan set down his basket, retrieved a spade, and picked up a fist-sized rock, hurling it into the cave. A resounding thud echoed from within. After a moment, he threw another stone, only to be met with a sudden grunting sound, followed by the swift emergence of a wild boar from the cave. The wild boar was not particularly large, weighing approximately 120 to 130 pounds, indicating it had not yet reached adulthood. Upon its emergence, it immediately set its gaze upon Wang Yuan, intent on charging toward him. Sister Fong, do not approach, Wang Yuan shouted, gripping a harpoon in his right hand and a spade in his left, his eyes fixed on the wild boar. Zhang Lanfang, about to step forward, halted abruptly upon hearing his warning, concern evident in her beautiful eyes. Wang Yuan quickly assessed the terrain, pointing the harpoon at the boar, which responded with fury and charged at him. He swiftly turned and dashed to the left, where a palm tree stood, coming to a stop beneath its shade. As the boar closed in, he swiftly circled around the palm tree, positioning himself in the front right of the boar. With a swift motion, he thrust the harpoon toward it. The harpoon struck true, piercing the boar's right eye. However, the force of the boar's charge was tremendous, and the harpoon broke with a loud crack. The boar emitted a pained cry, violently shaking its head and dislodging the harpoon's head from its eye. It turned its remaining eye toward Wang Yuan, making soft grunting sounds, before propelling itself toward him once more. Wang Yuan switched the spade to his right hand and charged back at the boar. As they neared collision, he leaped to the left, exploiting the boar's blind spot created by its blinded right eye. Swinging the spade, he struck the boar's front right leg, severing it with a crisp snap. The boar let out a shrill scream, struggling to regain its footing while searching for Wang Yuan. He continued to maneuver within the boar's blind zone, knowing he needed to act swiftly, as its cries might summon companions. As he inched closer, he suddenly lunged at the boar, tackling it to the ground. With his left leg pinning the boar's hind leg, his left arm pressed down on the spade, which was positioned against the boar's head, while the handle secured its front legs against its belly. Drawing a dagger from behind his waist, he plunged it into the boar's trachea. The boar's cries abruptly ceased, replaced by a gurgling sound from its windpipe as blood pooled around them. After a brief moment, the boar lay lifeless, and Wang Yuan stood to collect the harpoon head, placing it into his backpack. Sister Fong, it's safe now, you may come over, Wang Yuan called. Captain, you were incredible. Zhang Lanfang approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Fong, we must leave swiftly. There may be more wild boars around. All right, she replied. Chapter 64. Handling the wild boar. Sister Fong. Please place your backpack into the basket. I will carry the wild boar, and we should hurry back, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, she replied. He connected the two segments of the spade, found the broken harpoon head, and tucked the metal tip into his pocket, with the wild boar hoisted over his shoulder. They quickly made their way back. After approximately an hour, they returned to the coconut trees by the seaside, dropping their load and collapsing onto the ground. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, the boar, having drained its blood, weighed around 120 pounds, while the backpack added an additional 30 pounds. The two had indeed exhausted themselves carrying the weight for an hour. Zhang Lanfang retrieved 2 bottles of water, handing one to Wang Yuan. They both drank it in one go, regaining some strength. Let us go back, Wang Yuan said. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied, swiftly shouldering her backpack and dashing ahead. Upon reaching the rocks, she spotted Dahe and the others fishing and called out, Hurry, everyone come help. The 3 turned around, recognizing Zhang Lanfang. Sister Fong, you're back? They set down their fishing rods and rushed over. Where's the captain? Rin Yuanyuan inquired. He's behind. Go assist him. He has slain a wild boar. Captain, captain. The 3 hurried towards the back, where they found Wang Yuan carrying the boar. Put the boar down. Let us lift it back together, Jiang Yin suggested. No need to carry it back. We can clean it here and take it later. The water is shallow on this side of the beach, but deeper by the rocks. Wang Yuan explained. The 4 of them worked together to bring the boar to the shore. The wooden crate that had been there was now gone, likely swept away by the tide. Let us go get our things and return to clean it up, Wang Yuan said, lighting a cigarette. Where did you get that entrenching tool, Wang? Dahe asked, noticing the tool in Wang Yuan's hand. I found it, along with some fresh water. The 4 returned to their shelter, where Zhang Lanfang was organizing supplies. Are you thirsty? I have some water here, she said, pointing to the mineral water bottles and oil drums she had brought out. After taking a sip, Dahe and the others looked at her. Is it good? Zhang Lanfang asked. This is water collected from the Traveler S banana plant. What is a Traveler S banana? The 3 inquired. It's a type of plant. The captain knows about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't either. I'll show you one day, Zhang Lanfang replied. Wang Yuan checked the time, realizing it was 4 o'clock. He went to the luggage to find a pair of pants and a shirt. You all take the tools and the foam box to the beach to clean up the boar, he instructed. What about you? Zhang Lanfang asked. I'll go wash up too. I'm covered in pig-s blood. The group took their knives and other tools, while Rin Yuanyuan picked up a relatively intact foam box, and they all headed to the beach. Wang Yuan was in black training attire, which concealed the blood until he took it off. Wang, you've been retired for nearly a year, and you still have abs, Dahe remarked. I train every day. I train every day too, but I don't have them. You fish for 3 days and sunbathe for 2. It's no wonder. Haha, yes. Ever since I became a company commander, I've trained less and focused on my subordinates. Dahe scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. All right, you all get to work. Don't throw away the pigskin and entrails, Wang Yuan instructed, then dashed into the sea clad only in his underwear. Dahe, since your hand is not convenient, help out where you can. We'll call you if we can't manage, Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, I'll start gutting it, Dahe replied. The 4 of them began to work, with the 3 women occasionally glancing at Wang Yuan. Chapter 65, Foraging for Wild Vegetables. After a while, Wang Yuan returned with a handful of seaweed, tossing it into the foam box. Tonight, we'll have a stew of pig bones and seaweed. This isn't enough. I'll go find some more. With that, he plunged back into the sea. Humph. 8-pack abs, how impressive. Rin Yuanyuan muttered under her breath. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin overheard her. Rin Yuanyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Before coming to this island, the captain had once stripped off his clothes and plunged into the sea. Oh, the 2 women gazed at Rin Yuanyuan in confusion. Oh dear, it's true. That suitcase was what he retrieved from the ocean, Rin Yuanyuan hastily explained. The 2 women nodded in understanding. What do you mean by that? Dahe looked utterly bewildered at the 3 women. Wang Yuan soon returned with a handful of kelp, placing it into a foam box. He then took off his training uniform to wash it, laying it out on the rocks to dry before changing into fresh attire. I'll head back into the forest to forage for some wild vegetables. Who wants to join me? Wang Yuan inquired. I'll go. All 4 raised their hands in unison. Dahe, you shouldn't go with your injured hand, and Fang Jia has had a long day. You can change your clothes and wash that outfit later, Wang Yuan advised. Yin Jia, let us decide by rock, paper, scissors, Rin Yuanyuan suggested. All right, they agreed. Ultimately, Jiang Yin emerged victorious, leaving Ren Yuanyuan visibly displeased. We'll just scout around nearby and return within an hour, Wang Yuan stated. Jiang Yin armed herself with a dagger while Wang Yuan picked up a spade. Upon returning to the shelter, Wang Yuan donned a backpack, and Jiang Yin took a spear as they ventured into the forest. Wang Yuan taught Jiang Yin how to brush through the grass as they walked slowly. They frequently stumbled upon edible wild vegetables. Wang Yuan instructed Jiang Yin on which were bitter, which required blanching, and which could be eaten raw or needed cooking. They carefully foraged, discussing the flavors and identifying potentially toxic plants. Jiang Yin was earnest in her learning, quickly becoming adept at foraging on her own. Wang Yuan discovered a wild ginger plant and shared his find with Jiang Yin, who soon spotted several more. Wild chives. Hurry, let us dig them up. Wang Yuan exclaimed upon finding a cluster of at least 30 stalks. The two worked together to harvest them. After finishing with the chives, they ventured deeper into the underbrush. All right, let us explore this area, Wang Yuan suggested. Sounds good, Jiang Yin replied, and they began searching along the edge of the thicket. Before long, they discovered a wild, prickly ash tree laden with mature peppercorns. Be careful not to prick yourself, Wang Yuan cautioned. Understood, Jiang Yin replied. In no time, they had harvested all the ripe ones, accumulating over a pound, filling their pockets to the brim with the bounty. Let us head back, taking a different route. Wang Yuan decided. Okay, Jiang Yin agreed. As they brushed through the grass toward their exit, they continued to forage. They soon encountered a mango tree, bearing 7 or 8 large mangoes, 4 of which were ripe. They picked the ripe ones, leaving 3 unripe for a later visit. We'll come back for the rest in a couple of days, Wang Yuan said. All right, Jiang Yin exclaimed in excitement. Let us return now. The two collected a few palm leaves on their way back. Meanwhile, Dehei and the others had finished dressing the wild boar and had just returned to the shelter, where Zhang Lanfang was washing clothes by the sea. Captain, you're back. Ren Yuanyuan called out. Yes, wash the wild vegetables, Wang Yuan instructed. Wow, mangoes. Ren Yuanyuan and Jiang Yin joyfully organized their belongings, separating the wild vegetables by type. Wang Yuan extracted some Sichuan peppercorns, placing them into a plastic bag, which he then offered to Jiang Yin. All right, Jiang Yin replied, also adding some peppercorns to the bag. Wang Yuan and Dehei lit up a cigarette. Chapter 66. Simmering bone broth. Zhang Lanfang returned after washing the clothes to lend a hand. Wang Yuan filled a frying pan with water and set it on the stove. Adding a piece of wood to the fire, he retrieved 4 pig leg bones from a foam box, one of which he had chopped in half, breaking the bones with a stone and placing them alongside pig trotters into the pot. He sliced a few pieces of wild ginger and added them in, covering the pot with 2 palm leaves. Is pig trotters delicious? I've never tried it, Dehei inquired. Absolutely delicious. Our country prepares it exquisitely, Wang Yuan assured him. The two lit another cigarette. Dehei, let's find a few more foam boxes. Okay, replied Dehei. As they smoked, they searched for marine debris, and soon each found a foam box, which they cleaned at the shore before bringing back. The 3 women finished washing the wild vegetables and placed them in the foam box. You all cut the kelp and add it to the pot. I haven't added salt. You can manage it. Also, prepare some meat skewers and grilled fish. Dehei and I will gather more ocean debris before nightfall, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, they responded. The two collected a considerable amount of wood, and Wang Yuan discovered a large mineral water bucket, which delighted him immensely as he washed it with seawater before bringing it back. By this time, night had fallen, and the 3 women were grilling the meat skewers. Dehei, let's retrieve the fish traps, Wang Yuan said, taking a dagger and a buoy as he walked towards the sea. Dehei followed closely with a military knife. Upon retrieving the fish traps, they were rewarded with 5 or 6 fish for crabs and 5 or 6 mantis shrimp. After organizing the catch, they set down the traps and returned with the buoy. Captain, the skewers are ready, Zhang Lanfang announced. Great, let's enjoy the barbecue, Wang Yuan replied. Hooray. It would be perfect with some beer, Ren Yuanyuan chimed in. Haha, let's grill the crabs and mantis shrimp too. If we can't finish the fish, we can dry it, Wang Yuan suggested. As everyone savored the grilled meat, they engaged in conversation. Zhang Lanfang recounted the day's experiences, prompting gasps from the 2 women as they speculated about the female corpse, chuckling at the eagle that snatched away a snake, and marveling at Wang Yuan's confrontation with the wild boar. The 3 women gazed at Wang Yuan with admiration. All right, Fang Jia, please serve the soup, Wang Yuan instructed. The 3 women collectively ladled out the soup, placing the bones and pig trotters onto palm leaves. "It's absolutely delicious," Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed. "Indeed, it smells wonderful," Dahei added. After finishing the soup and consuming the kelp, Wang Yuan said, "You all can share the pig trotters. They are good for beauty. Dahei has never tried them, so let him experience our delicacy." "Captain, I want to have any." "You eat it," Jiang Yin replied. "No need. I'll gnaw on the bones," Wang Yuan asserted, picking up a piece of bone to chew. "Thank you, Captain," the three women expressed. "These pig trotters are truly delightful," Dahei remarked. "Yes, they are delicious," Rin Yuanyuan agreed. "There is still a bit of a gamey taste. It would be perfect with some soy sauce," Zhang Lanfang suggested. "We are lacking seasonings. Otherwise, the dish would be even more delightful," Jiang Yin remarked. "We are full. You all should eat," the three women said after finishing the pig's trotters. "Then you should take a break for a moment. Later, we need to rub some salt on the pork for curing, or it will spoil quickly. By the way, we can render some lard from the fatty meat, which will be useful for cooking later," Wang Yuan suggested. "All right," the three women responded, their eyes lighting up. After Wang Yuan and Dahei finished gnawing on the bones, they consumed the crabs and mantis shrimp before stepping out for a smoke. Meanwhile, the three women began curing the pork, setting aside some fatty pieces. "Sister Yin, your culinary skills are remarkable. You should render the lard while we handle the curing of the meat," Rin Yuanyuan said. "Indeed," Zhang Lanfang agreed. "Very well," Jiang Yin replied, swiftly cleaning the skillet and commencing the process of rendering lard. Chapter 67. Crafting two cleavers. Once Wang Yuan finished smoking, he retrieved the chisel and gouge he had found earlier that day. He placed the propeller fragment onto the fire, heating it until it glowed red. Using a wooden stick, he picked it up and placed it on a large stone, then took another stone to chisel into it. The propeller was quite resilient, requiring intermittent heating and chiseling. Eventually, he drilled a series of small holes along the center, then switched to the gouge to connect the holes. Wang Yuan doused the propeller with seawater several times, then wedged it into a crevice in a reef, applying force until it snapped with a resounding clang. He handed a piece to Dahei, saying, "Here, Dahei, please sharpen this side." "Sure," Dahei replied, finding a flat stone to begin sharpening. Wang Yuan took the other half and found a piece of wood, meticulously shaping it with a dagger. He then threaded a rope through the screw hole to secure the two carved wooden boards together, successfully crafting a cleaver. "Dahei, can you continue sharpening this?" he asked, taking Dahei's piece to work on the second cleaver. "Wow, this is quite handy," Dahei exclaimed as he swung it a few times before adding seawater to the stone to continue sharpening. "Of course, this cleaver is exceptionally durable," Wang Yuan chuckled. "Captain, the lard is ready," Jiang Yin announced, pouring the rendered lard into a can until it was full. "Captain, the pork is also cured, including the ribs," Zhang Lanfang added. Captain, we only have the pig's head, tail, and entrails remaining," Rin Yuanyuan noted. "Have all the entrails been cleaned?" "Yes, everything is clean, including the intestines," Zhang Lanfang confirmed. "All right then, let's cook the entrails together in the pot. We will have them for breakfast tomorrow morning," Wang Yuan instructed. The three women filled a pot with water and placed it on the stove, adding the entrails, slicing a few pieces of wild ginger, and including some wild peppercorns, along with 2 whole wild scallions. They covered it with palm leaves and weighted it down with 2 wooden blocks, adding a piece of firewood to the flame. "All right, wash your hands and let's have some fruit," Wang Yuan declared, having completed the cleaver. "Wow, this is delicious." The 5 of them shared 2 large mangoes, with Rin Yuanyuan exclaiming once more, so sweet." "Well then, let us all take a rest after eating," Wang Yuan suggested. Wang Yuan and Dahei sat together again for a smoke, engaging in conversation that only they could comprehend. The 3 women wandered behind the reef to relieve themselves. "Sister Fang, Sister Yin, your streams are still quite powerful," Rin Yuanyuan teased. "Why are you looking for trouble again?" Zhang Lanfang remarked. At this moment, Jiang Yin had become quite familiar with them, and without a hint of embarrassment, she inquired, "What should I do? My period is about to start." "Don't worry. I have a whole pack of sanitary pads," Rin Yuanyuan replied. "When will you all arrive?" Jiang Yin asked. "I still have about 7 or 8 days," Zhang Lanfang responded. "I believe I have about half a month left. I just finished my last one," Rin Yuanyuan added. "Then we should conserve them. Once we use them, don't throw them away. Let's wash and dry them for next time," Zhang Lanfang suggested. "All right," the 2 girls nodded. When the 3 girls returned, they found Wang Yuan using a stick to poke the fire, placing a pig's head into the flames and covering it up. "All right, everyone rest now," he said, After resolving his personal matters with Dahe, he added a piece of wood to the fire pit and entered the shelter to rest. In the morning, Wang Yuan awoke and stepped out of the shelter, stretching lazily. He noticed that both the fire pit and stove had extinguished. Approaching the stove, he lifted the leaves covering the frying pan, inhaling the delicious aroma. There was still a bit of residual warmth in the pan. He ignited the fire beneath it and proceeded to tend to his personal needs. After washing up, Dahe and the others emerged. "Good morning," they greeted. "Morning. Please take care of your personal matters first," he replied. Chapter 68. Removing stitches. Wang Yuan saw that the frying pan had come to a boil. So he set it aside and placed the powdered milk can on the stove, pouring in water and adding 2 stalks of plantain. Lighting a cigarette, he noticed Dahe returning after finishing his morning routine. "Dahe, let us go collect the fish traps. When we return, I'll remove your stitches," Wang Yuan said. "All right," Dahe replied, lighting a cigarette and accompanying Wang Yuan to gather the fish traps. They successfully caught 5 or 6 fish, 3 crabs, and 2 mantis shrimp. After tidying up the catch and storing the traps, they returned to the shelter. The 3 girls had also finished washing up. Wang Yuan took the prepared medicinal soup off the fire and set it aside to cool. "Hey, Fangjia, can you chop up those offal and divide it? Bring the soup back to a boil, add some salt, and chop some wild scallions. We'll have a meal soon. I need to remove Dahe's stitches," Wang Yuan instructed. Okay, the 3 girls busied themselves with the tasks. Wang Yuan crushed 2 purslins into a paste and began to unwrap the bandages from Dahe's wound, wiping away the remnants of the medicinal residue. "Dahe, the wound is healing nicely. Just bear with it a little," he reassured. "Don't worry, Wang," Dahe replied. Wang Yuan used a fruit knife to snip the stitches and carefully extracted them with the forceps attached to the knife. A few drops of blood oozed from the puncture. He cleaned the area with an alcohol swab and applied the herbal paste to the wound, securing it with a strip of cloth. "All right. Avoid strenuous activities for the next couple of days, and you'll be healed in no time. Here, take your medicine." Wang Yuan offered the powdered milk can to Dahe. "Thank you," Dahe said as he drank the medicine. The 3 girls had also finished preparing the pig's offal. "Captain, we still have the pig's kidneys to cook. What do you plan to do with them?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Let us stir-fry them at noon," Wang Yuan responded. "Let us save the large and small intestines for the stir-fry as well. We have enough of the heart, liver, and lungs to eat," Jiang Yin suggested. "Sounds good." The group divided the neatly cut entrails, drenching them in a broth infused with wild onion, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. "How delightful!" Ren Yuan felt her mouth watering. This is truly delicious," praised Dahe. "The seasoning, however, is insufficient," Jiang Yin remarked. "Well, given the circumstances, this is already quite remarkable," Zhang Lanfang responded. After finishing their meal, we decided to fetch some water and look for additional seasonings, Wang Yuan suggested. Agreed. The group was thoroughly satisfied, having consumed every drop of the broth, and then they cracked open 2 coconuts to share the refreshing coconut water. "You all should go collect some seawater. We've used quite a bit of sea salt for the pork, and our supply is running low. Let's prepare some more," Wang Yuan instructed. Everyone set off to gather seawater, while Wang Yuan retrieved the head of the wild boar from the extinguished fire pit, rinsed it with seawater, and began to scrape it clean. Upon their return with the seawater, Wang Yuan directed, "You 4 should build a stove to boil the sea salt." The 4 of them constructed a stove with stones at the fire pit, ignited a flame, and placed a tin can of milk powder atop it, pouring in the seawater. Once Wang Yuan had thoroughly cleaned the boar's head with seawater, he placed it in a skillet on the original stove and added water to let it simmer. At that moment, only 2 bottles of fresh water remained, and they were nearly depleted. He cut off the top of a large mineral water bottle, drilled 2 small holes in the bottom, and inverted it over the pot, ensuring it covered the boar's head, with a stone pressing down on it. "Who will accompany me to fetch water this time?" Wang Yuan inquired. "Captain, let me go. I haven't had a chance to gather anything yet," Ren Yuan pleaded. "Let her go, Captain," Zhang Lanfang added. "Very well, but there are wild boars in that vicinity, so you must heed my instructions," Wang Yuan cautioned. "Understood," Ren Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 69. The quest for fresh water. While you're at it, roast the marinated meat. If the water in the pot diminishes, add some more to prevent it from boiling dry, Wang Yuan instructed. "Okay," Zhang Lanfang replied. "Dahe, I'll go pick a few coconuts. You can carry them back. If you're thirsty, drink the coconut water. We'll return shortly," Wang Yuan suggested. "Sure," Dahe agreed. Wang Yuan packed the backpack with a peanut oil can and several empty bottles, armed himself with a machete and a dagger at his waist, while Ren Yuan filled her backpack with 7 or 8 empty bottles and took up a fishing spear. The three of them approached a coconut tree together. Wang Yuan set down the backpack, climbed the tree, and harvested 8 coconuts, sliding back down. Hey, you can head back now. If you have time, go fishing or gather some seafood. He filled Dehay's military backpack with coconuts, just enough to fill it, and helped him carry it back. All right, Dehay said, shouldering the load and returning to the shelter. Wang Yuan and Ren Yuan ventured into the jungle, approaching from a different direction. Not far in, they discovered 2 clusters of cacti, laden with a bounty of prickly pear fruits, alongside a small patch of soursop trees, also bearing numerous fruits. Captain, what kind of tree is this? Ren Yuan asked. This is a soursop tree. The soursop fruit, also known as wild pineapple, is quite delectable, Wang Yuan replied. Wang Yuan plucked a ripe wild pineapple. Its shape resembled that of a pineapple, but was larger in size. He twisted off a piece, placed it in his mouth, savored it, and then spat out the remnants. It was a delightful blend of sweet and sour flavors. Wang Yuan took another piece and began to eat, offering the remainder to Ren Yuan. It's quite delicious, she remarked, imitating Wang Yuan's actions. If you like it, feel free to eat the whole thing. There are plenty of ripe ones here. We can return another time. All right, Ren Yuan replied, her heart brimming with joy. Hand me the spear, you take the knife. Wang Yuan forged ahead, clearing the underbrush, while Ren Yuan followed, enjoying her wild pineapple. The two meandered around the thicket, discovering an abundance of wild vegetables along the way. They chose not to dig any up, saving them for another visit, but did unearth some wild ginger and scallions, as well as a patch of kudzu, intending to return for the roots later. Upon reaching a small hillside, Wang Yuan surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Let us head left. Not far from here lies the traveler's banana." "Okay," Ren Yuan responded, finishing her wild pineapple. The pair turned left and soon stumbled upon a small cluster of chili peppers, many of which were ripe and vividly red. "Haha, what a delightful surprise," Wang Yuan exclaimed. "Hee, it's been ages since I've had something spicy," Ren Yuan chimed in. "Quickly, let us pick some, leaving behind only the unripe ones." They hurriedly gathered the peppers, green and red, large and small, forming a pleasing sight. After a while, they had filled half a basket, with only a few small, unripe ones left. "That's enough. Let us move on," Wang Yuan said. Hee, splendid. I adore spicy food," Ren Yuan replied. "Spicy girl, spicy girl, born unafraid of spice." Wang Yuan sang off-key. Ren Yuan shot him a disapproving glance. Hee, Wang Yuan chuckled, scratching his head as he continued forward. The two soon encountered a wild, prickly ash tree, each collecting 2 pockets full. They then discovered a cluster of bamboo. Wang Yuan chopped down a stalk, stripped it of branches and leaves, measuring about 5 or 6 meters, and handed it to Ren Yuan and to carry. Arriving at the traveler's South Banana Grove, Wang Yuan whispered, "There might be wild boars over there. That's where I shot one before. We must be quiet." Ren Yuan nodded and softly asked, "Captain, is this the traveler's banana?" "Yes, take out the bottles," Wang Yuan instructed, setting down the basket as he retrieved the oil drum and bottles. In Chapter 70, indeed, there are wild boars. Wang Yuan took a section of bamboo and carved a slanted opening at one end, then inserted it beneath the leaf stem of the traveler's banana. A stream of clear water began to flow from the bamboo tube. Ha, there really is water." Ren Yuan laughed. "Shoo, keep it down," Wang Yuan cautioned. He then positioned the oil drum to catch the flowing water, filling a bottle and handing it to Ren Yuan. "Drink up. Refreshing," she said, taking a sip. "You stay here and collect water. I'll go take a look inside. Just pull out the bamboo once it's full. If the water is insufficient, find another leaf to insert it into." Wang Yuan also took a bottle of water and added, "Be careful." "Okay," Ren Yuan replied. Wang Yuan cautiously grasped the machete and ventured inward, the sound of grunting growing louder before he even reached the grassy expanse. Upon reaching the edge of the lawn, he concealed himself behind a large tree and peered inside. Indeed, wild boars were present, he mused. 2 adult wild boars roamed the grass, each weighing at least 200 pounds. One was foraging around, while the other stood beneath a banana tree, fixated on the bananas above, occasionally leaping in an attempt to reach them, though its efforts were in vain. Presumably, the lower bananas had already been consumed, and after a while, the boar gave up, both creatures then lumbering towards a nearby pond. Wang Yuan slowly retreated. Rin Yuan had already filled the water containers. "Captain, how did it go?" she whispered. "Indeed, there are wild boars. I spotted two, both adults. We cannot confront them at this moment," Wang Yuan replied. "We must be cautious when fetching water in the future," Rin Yuan remarked. "Yes, let us return," Wang Yuan said, placing the bamboo tube beneath the traveler's banana plant for later use. The two gathered their bottles and oil drum, securing them in their backpacks before heading out. As they approached the spot where they had encountered the wild chickens the day before, Wang Yuan treaded carefully. Suddenly, two wild chickens fluttered into the air with a flurry of wings. Wang Yuan moved closer. "Ah, another egg," he exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Rin Yuan joined him, picking up the warm egg. "Captain, how shall we prepare it?" she asked. "Scrambled eggs, egg soup, either will suffice." Wang Yuan chuckled. "Yes, scrambled eggs with wild greens. Or seaweed egg drop soup. Yum," Rin Yuan said, swallowing in anticipation. "Look, a wild rabbit." Wang Yuan pointed in a direction. "Wow, such a cute little bunny," Rin Yuan exclaimed. "Captain, shall we catch it and keep it?" she suggested. "Well, it's not feasible right now. I'll set a trap another day," Wang Yuan replied. "All right then, let us continue." After a while, they reached the coconut trees. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and checked the time. It was 11:30, just in time to return for lunch. "We're back," the two announced upon their return to the shelter. "Captain, you've returned." Zhang Lanfang greeted them. "What treasures have you brought, Wang?" Dahei inquired, while Jiang Yin cast her gaze toward Wang Yuan. The two women had spent the morning preparing 2 bottles of sea salt, while Dahei had collected a considerable amount of seafood. "Here, we found another egg," Rin Yuan said, handing the egg to Zhang Lanfang. "Haha, that makes 5 eggs now," Zhang Lanfang remarked. Wang Yuan and Rin Yuan set down their packs. "Take a moment to rest. We'll handle the tidying up," Jiang Yin offered as she approached. Wang Yuan pulled out some Sichuan pepper and handed it to Jiang Yin, saying, "Great. Dahei, what seafood did you manage to gather today?" Wang Yuan asked as he and Dahei settled down for a smoke. "Sea urchins, sea snails, scallops, quite a bounty indeed," Dahei replied. "Excellent. We shall go check the fish traps shortly." Chapter 71. Eating stir-fried dishes. "Wow. So many chilies," Jiang Yin exclaimed. "Of course. We also discovered a variety of fruits and wild vegetables. The captain mentioned we will gather more later," Rin Yuan boasted. "Ah, our Yuan is truly remarkable," remarked Zhang Lanfang. "Indeed," replied Wang Yuan, glancing at the pig's head in the skillet, still in need of more cooking. He placed the pig's head on a palm leaf, cleaned the pan, and said, "Sister Feng, General Jiang, could you please stir-fry some vegetables? Dahei and I will go gather the fish traps. Yuan, take those wild scallions and mountain ginger to the beach for washing." "All right," everyone responded. Wang Yuan and Dahei departed to collect the fish traps, while Rin Yuan, holding the wild scallions and mountain ginger, followed suit. "I'll prepare the vegetables. You can begin frying," suggested Zhang Lanfang. "All right. Start by chopping some chili peppers and wild scallions, then slice the kidneys," Jiang Yin instructed. "Understood." Jiang Yin placed the skillet on the stove, used a bamboo slice as a spatula, scooped some pig fat into the pan, followed by the chopped chili peppers and wild scallions, adding a touch of wild Sichuan pepper to release its fragrance. She then tossed in the chopped pig intestines, stirred a few times, seasoned with sea salt, and transferred the mixture onto the palm leaf. She repeated the method for the kidney slices. At that moment, Rin Yuan returned after washing the vegetables. "Wow, it smells so good," exclaimed Rin Yuan. "You little foodie," teased Zhang Lanfang. "Hee, Sister Yin, please fry an egg as well," Rin Yuan requested. "All right. You all chop some wild scallions, and I'll prepare a wild scallion scrambled egg," Jiang Yin replied. She added some pig fat to the pan, tossed in chili peppers and wild scallion flowers, and included a couple of slices of mountain ginger. After sautéing until fragrant, she added the wild vegetables, mixed in the chopped small intestines, seasoned with sea salt, stirred until evenly combined, and placed it on the palm leaf. "Wow, it's truly aromatic." Dahei returned from collecting fish traps, bringing back 4 fish, 2 octopuses, and 2 crabs. "Where's the captain?" Rin Yuan inquired. "He went to find some seaweed. He said for you to stir-fry the octopus," Dahei replied. "All right." Zhang Lanfang began to slice the octopus. Jiang Yin cracked 3 eggs to scramble, adding the wild scallions. and the delightful aroma filled the air. Chinese cuisine is delightful. I love it, Dahe remarked, swallowing hard. Wang Yuan returned with 2 handfuls of seaweed. Splendid. General Jiang. Let us make a seaweed egg drop soup, Wang Yuan suggested, inhaling the savory scent and handing the seaweed to Zhang Lanfang. Understood, Jiang Yin replied. Wang Yuan and Dahe lit their cigarettes, and Dahe remarked, Come on, let us pry open the seafood you gathered. Jiang Yin prepared a spicy stir-fried octopus, filled the pot with water, placed it on the stove, and added the seaweed. General Jiang, let's add all this seafood meat, Wang Yuan prompted. Certainly, Jiang Yin replied. She added the pried open seafood meat and, at last, opened the sea urchin, letting the urchin's roe slip in. After seasoning with salt, she waited for the pot to boil, cracked 2 wild chicken eggs into a can, stirred with bamboo chopsticks, then poured the mixture into the pot, stirring a few times. Done. Let us eat, she declared. Time to eat. Wang Yuan flicked his cigarette, but into the fire. Yay, it's time to eat, Rin Yuan exclaimed. They laid 2 palm leaves on a large stone slab, atop which 5 dishes were arranged. Jiang Yin placed the pot on the stone slab, setting 5 cans around it, pouring the soup into each can, leaving a small portion in the pot. The group supported the cans with foam boards and took a sip of the soup. Wow, it's delicious, exclaimed Rin Yuan. It smells wonderful, said Dahe. So fresh, added Wang Yuan. Xiaoyan, your culinary skills are truly impressive, remarked Zhang Lanfang. Jiang Yan's face turned crimson as she responded, I'm glad you all enjoy it. They then began to indulge in the stir-fried dishes. Wow, this is delightful. It's been ages since I've had anything spicy, Rin Yuan said. I adore Huagua cuisine, Dahe declared. Chapter 72. Crafting straw hats. The group feasted heartily. I'm so full, Rin Yuan exclaimed, cradling her belly. I can see you've gained some weight, teased Zhang Lanfang. Not at all. I have a constitution that prevents me from gaining weight no matter how much I eat, Rin Yuan replied. Keep dreaming, Wang Yuan and Dahe chuckled, lighting up a cigarette as they took a break. Wang, what shall we do this afternoon? Dahe inquired. You can go fishing. Just swap your fishing rod for the bamboo pole we brought back this morning. I'll go with them to forage for wild vegetables, Wang Yuan suggested. How about I join you? My wound doesn't bother me anymore, Dahe offered. All right then, Wang Yuan agreed. He placed the pot on the stove, added the pig's head, poured in some water, covered it with a bucket, weighed it down with stones, and tossed in a bit of firewood. Let us gear up and head out, Wang Yuan announced. All right, let us go. The group responded, donning their gear and following Wang Yuan to the location they discovered earlier. Upon reaching the cactus, Wang Yuan set down his backpack and said, You all pick some cactus fruit, while Dahe goes to gather wild pineapples. Okay, they replied. Be careful not to get pricked by the cactus. You can also gather a few cactus pads. They can be used in cooking if the thorns are removed, Wang Yuan advised. Understood. Wang Yuan and Dahe arrived at the dandelion tree grove, where Dahe began to collect wild pineapples while Wang Yuan harvested leaves from the dandelion tree. The leaves were tough, with serrated edges. Wang Yuan gathered a considerable amount and then sat down to carefully trim the thorns from the edges with a dagger before weaving them together. Captain, we've picked all the ripe cactus fruit and a few thick cactus pads, Rin Yuan approached. Wang, I've gathered a dozen wild pineapples, Dahe reported. Good job, Wang Yuan replied, then handed Rin Yuan a straw hat woven from dandelion tree leaves. Wow, it's beautiful, Rin Yuan exclaimed in delight. Yes, it offers shade from the sun, Jiang Yin added. It looks lovely, she continued. Haha, though the color is lacking, Zhang Lanfang chimed in. Sister Fang, can you say something nice for once? Rin Yuan retorted, annoyed. All right, it has its charm. In a few days, the color will change. I'll keep weaving here. Yuan, you take them to forage for wild vegetables, and I'll join you once I'm done, Wang Yuan instructed. Okay, the group responded. Dahe, let us leave the wild pineapples here for now. We'll take them back when we return. Dahe and the 3 girls departed together. Wang Yuan continued his weaving. And an hour later, he completed 4 hats. Lighting a cigarette, he donned 1 hat and took the other 3 to catch up with the 4. The captain has arrived. We have gathered quite a number of wild vegetables, Rin Yuan remarked. Indeed, you should put on your hats, Wang Yuan said, distributing hats among them. Do they look nice? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Yes, they are beautiful, Jiang Yin replied. You all look lovely, Dahe commented. The key is that the captain is quite skilled, Rin Yuan added. Well, you all continue foraging for wild vegetables, Take the baskets and bags with you. Dahei and I will head over there. Wang Yuan indicated a direction. All right. Wang Yuan and Dahei set off. Where did the captain go? Zhang Lanfang asked, and Jiang Yin turned her gaze toward Ren Yuan. There are some kudzu vines over there. The captain mentioned that kudzu root is edible. He must have gone to dig it up, Ren Yuan explained. Oh, is kudzu really edible? Zhang Lanfang asked. It should be. I've heard that kudzu starch is consumable, Jiang Yin responded. What are we doing? Dahei inquired. You will find out shortly, Wang Yuan replied. Upon spotting a cluster of kudzu vines, Wang Yuan traced the vine to its roots, severing it. Dahei, you dig from here and unearth the roots, he instructed. Dahei began to excavate with his machete. Chapter 73. Digging for kudzu root. Wang Yuan tidied the severed vine, removing the leaves, and located another kudzu root, cutting the vine and discarding the leaves. Dahei, finish digging that one before coming over to this, he instructed. Understood. Dahei acknowledged. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and offered one to Dahei, then took a deep puff himself, sitting down on the ground to weave the vines together. Captain, this kudzu root is enormous, Dahei exclaimed as he unearthed a root. This kudzu root was as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long. Excellent. We will have delicious food now, Wang Yuan declared. What can we make with it? Dahei asked. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just keep digging. Wang Yuan replied. All right. Dahei resumed his digging of another kudzu root. After some time, Wang Yuan finished weaving a basket and placed the kudzu root inside. Captain, this root is also quite large, Dahei remarked, having unearthed another root of similar size to the previous one. Wang Yuan chopped it into several sections and added them to the basket. Observing the remaining kudzu vines, he noted, there are probably 3 more. We can return for them later. Sounds good, Dahei agreed. Captain, we are here. Ren Yuan called out from a distance. How much have you gathered? Wang Yuan inquired. Look, our basket is full, and so is our bag, Ren Yuan replied. Captain, you made another basket. Is this kudzu root? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yes, kudzu root is rich in starch. We can make kudzu starch, which can be used to prepare pancakes or as a thickening agent for stir-fried dishes and soups. Wang Yuan explained. That's wonderful. The soup for lunch will taste even better with starch, Jiang Yin remarked. Really? Ren Yuan asked. Of course, you little foodie. Zhang Lanfang teased. Humph. Sister Fang, you always pick on me. Ren Yuan pouted. Wang Yuan glanced at the sky before checking his watch. It was already 4:30. Let us head back. It might rain tonight, he suggested. All right, everyone agreed, looking up at the sky. The 5 hurried back and, upon reaching the tree with a hollow trunk, discovered that the 8 wild pineapples filled their military backpack to capacity. The remaining 4 were placed into the newly woven basket. Wang Yuan shouldered the basket while Dahei carried the backpack. Along the way, they picked a few palm leaves. Soon, they returned to the shelter just as thunder rumbled overhead. Lightning streaked across the sky, and raindrops began to fall sporadically. The day gradually darkened. I'll move the stove to the shelter first, then we can gather the fish traps. The 3 lovely ladies can wash the wild vegetables. Let us make haste, said Wang Yuan. All right, everyone replied. They quickly busied themselves. Wang Yuan placed the pot inside the shelter, where the pig's head was already cooked. Dahei moved stones while Wang Yuan transported wood and bamboo. In no time, they constructed a stove in the shelter and transferred the fire inside. The 2 hurried off to collect the fish traps, yielding 6 fish, 2 crabs, and an octopus. After tidying up the catch and setting the traps down, they rushed back to the shelter just as the 3 women returned with the washed vegetables, and the rain intensified. Wang Yuan removed his hat and set it aside, saying, Fortunately, we were quick, otherwise, we would all be drenched. Indeed, the hat is large enough to shield us from the rain, Zhang Lanfang remarked. By the way, what are we having for dinner, Captain? Ren Yuan inquired. Since we have vegetables, meat, and seafood, let us indulge in hot pot, Wang Yuan suggested. Yay, hot pot is my favorite, Ren Yuan exclaimed excitedly. But how do we prepare the broth? I don't know how, Jiang Yin asked. Leave it to me. You all chop the fish from lunch and these new catches. Placing the heads and bones together. Cut some slices of meat and sort the wild vegetables, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, the 3 women responded, each immersing themselves in their tasks. What about me? Dahei asked. Since you lack skills, why not chop some wood? Just be cautious not to exert too much force on your left arm. Watch out for your wound, Wang Yuan advised. Wang Yuan sliced a few pieces of wild ginger and a small handful of wild chives. Then used scissors to cut some chili peppers into segments. He placed the pot on the stove, added some lard, and once heated, tossed in the wild ginger, chives, and chopped chili. He also added a handful of wild Sichuan pepper. Instantly, the pungent aroma overwhelmed everyone, causing them to sneeze and tear up. How pungent! Ren Yuanyuan retreated to the doorway to avoid the scent. Wang Yuan poured clean water into the pot, which mitigated the intensity of the smell. Captain, should we collect some rainwater? Ren Yuanyuan asked, glancing at the torrential downpour outside the shelter. That won't be necessary. We will have enough freshwater later. Even if we boil rainwater, it still contains harmful substances, Wang Yuan replied. He added the fish heads and bones to the pot, along with the wild boar's backbone, and then sat down with Dahe to smoke. All right, you can stop chopping. We have enough food, Wang Yuan declared. Understood. The three women prepared the ingredients and carried them to the stove, each finding a stone to sit around. Once the pot began to boil, Wang Yuan added a pinch of sea salt, cut the crabs in half, and placed them into the pot along with several slices of meat. All right, feel free to add whatever you desire. Let us savor our meal slowly, for there is no rush, Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin tossed in a handful of wild vegetables, while Zhang Lanfang added a few slices of fish. As the pot began to boil, Wang Yuan ladled a bit of soup from the can, took a sip, and remarked, delightful. So fresh. Ren Yuanyuan chimed in. It smells wonderful, though it is quite spicy. Let us finish the fish head and bones first, Wang Yuan suggested. As he fished out a fish head and placed it on a leaf, beginning to eat, the others mimicked Wang Yuan, slurping up the fish head and bones before turning to the wild vegetables. This is delicious, but it's a pity we lack dipping sauce, Ren Yuanyuan noted. It's already a blessing to enjoy hot pot. Others might not even have access to cooked food, Zhang Lanfang replied. Indeed. I wonder how Zhao Jiangwo and the others are faring these days, Jiang Yin mused. Let them be. As long as we are well, that is what matters. It would be perfect if we could get some beer, Ren Yuanyuan added. Captain, how about we crack open a couple of coconuts to drink? Suggested Zhang Lanfang. Certainly. If we can find suitable fruits another day, I could brew some fruit wine, Wang Yuan responded, before opening 2 coconuts and pouring the contents into cans for everyone. What fruits would be suitable? The group inquired. Grapes would be ideal. Wild grapes would suffice and could ferment in just a few days. Other fruits are also acceptable, provided they have plenty of juice, though they take longer to brew, Wang Yuan explained. All right, let us keep an eye out for that, Zhang Lanfang agreed. Captain, can we eat cactus as well? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Let us give it a try, Wang Yuan replied. Sounds good. Ren Yuanyuan picked up a piece of cactus, having removed the thorns, and used a dagger to slice a few pieces to add to the pot. After enjoying several slices of fish, the cactus was ready, and they each sampled it. It's a bit sticky, but not bad, Jiang Yin remarked. I find everything delicious, Dahe added, eliciting laughter from the group. It's true. I adore Huagua cuisine, Dahe continued. Tomorrow, let us stew ribs with cactus, Wang Yuan proposed. Sounds splendid, Jiang Yin agreed. The crabs are also ready. Let us portion them out before we eat the ribs, Wang Yuan said, sipping his coconut juice. Chapter 75. Crafting 3 raincoats outside. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, with torrential rain pouring down. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere was lively as they enjoyed hot pot and engaged in conversation. Once everyone was satiated, they tidied up a bit, while Wang Yuan and Dahe indulged in a cigarette. I need to relieve myself. What should I do? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Let us go together, Jiang Yin suggested. Captain, how do we get out? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Perhaps we could shield ourselves with a foam board? Wang Yuan proposed. That won't work. How can we manage if our hands are on the foam board? Zhang Lanfang blushed. Just wait a moment, Wang Yuan said, donning a straw hat before rushing outside. He rummaged through a pile of rubbish and found a large piece of torn plastic sheeting, as well as a worn woven bag, which he rinsed off in the rain before returning to the shelter. He cut the plastic sheet in half with his dagger and opened the woven bag into a single piece, handing it to the 3 women. Here, wear this. You can tie it with a rope and use it as a raincoat, Wang Yuan suggested. Well, it seems we have no other choice, Ren Yuanyuan replied. The 3 women tied 2 pieces of plastic sheeting and a cut-open woven bag with ropes, fashioning 3 rudimentary raincoats. They donned them, placed hats upon their heads, and dashed outside. The captain is remarkably clever, one of the women remarked as they ran to a nearby rock formation. Of course, he must have been a soldier. Jiang Yin added. Yuanyuan, you've been with the captain since the plane crash. Have you developed feelings for him? Zhang Lanfang teased, glancing at Ren Yuanyuan. Oh, Lanfang. What nonsense are you speaking? Ren Yuanyuan replied, her cheeks flushed. I'm not speaking nonsense. Just look at the way you gaze at the captain and the tone in which you speak to him. And your face is crimson. Zhang Lanfang continued to jest. Please, stop. It's mortifying. I only like the handsome leads from idol dramas. As you well know, Ren Yuanyuan defended herself. Haha, what is so special about those pretty boys? They're merely charming with no real skills. Look at the captain, with his chiseled features and formidable survival skills. He possesses a myriad of talents. Now that is truly attractive. Zhang Lanfang countered. I think it's you who has a crush on the captain, Ren Yuanyuan quipped. What are you talking about? I'm already married and cannot possibly match the captain. I'm merely discussing you. You don't have a boyfriend, and neither does the captain. You two are a perfect match, Zhang Lanfang insisted. Come now, in this day and age, a divorce is hardly different from a breakup. Perhaps the captain prefers someone like you. Just the other day, didn't he often invite you along? Ren Yuanyuan remarked. All right, I'm just saying. If you like the captain, you should seize the opportunity. Men like him are rare, she added. Ren Yuanyuan fell silent. Let us head back, Jiang Yin suggested, standing up. Okay, the three women agreed, turning to retrace their steps. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing Jiang Yin to exclaim, Oh no! My hat has been blown away. She hurried off in pursuit. What is happening? Wang Yuan shouted from the shelter upon hearing the commotion. Yan's hat was carried away by the wind. We're going to retrieve it, Ren Yuanyuan explained. That's enough. Don't go looking for it. Come back. Wang Yuan commanded. But Jiang Yin began. No buts. Return. Wang Yuan insisted. Oh, fine. The three women complied, making their way back to the shelter, where Jiang Yan's hair was drenched. Warm yourselves by the fire. Don't catch a cold, Wang Yuan advised. All right. The three women responded as they removed their raincoats. Wang Yuan and He donned the raincoats and hats to step outside briefly. Upon their return, the group gathered around the fire for a while before resting. Chapter 76. Jiang Yin falls, ill captain. Captain, quick, look at what's wrong with Xiaoyan. Zhang Lanfang shouted before dawn. Wang Yuan quickly rose to see what was amiss. What's wrong, Lanfang? He inquired. Yuan rubbed her eyes and turned to look as well. He also glanced over, noticing Jiang Yin trembling and curled up inside. Wang Yuan rushed over, placing a hand on Jiang Yin's forehead. She's burning up. It seems she has a fever. He declared. What should we do? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yuan, please search for any anti-inflammatory or cold medications. And Fang Jia, could you boil some water? Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. The two women hurriedly began their tasks. President Jiang, please wake up, Wang Yuan urged. Captain, Jiang Yin stirred awake. How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? I have a terrible headache, and my throat is so sore. Am I going to die? Jiang Yin murmured weakly. Not at all. You merely caught a cold from being caught in the rain last night, leading to a fever caused by tonsillitis. A bit of medication will suffice, Wang Yuan reassured her. Captain, I found some medicine. Which do you prefer? Ren Yuan presented several boxes of medicine. Wang Yuan examined them, selecting a box of anti-inflammatory pills and another for treating pharyngitis, taking out 2 pills from each and handing the rest back to Ren Yuan. Fang Jia, is the water ready? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, I have boiled about half a can, Zhang Lanfang replied, pouring the water into a can. You all feed her the medicine. I will prepare some herbal concoction. All right. The two women agreed and proceeded to administer the medication to Jiang Yin. Wang Yuan placed a can of milk powder on the stove, added some water, and found some bitter herbs among the wild vegetables to add in. He approached and asked, Wang, is this effective? This is bitter herb, quite unpleasant, which is why we haven't consumed it these past couple of days. However, it should help with pharyngitis, Wang Yuan replied, offering He a cigarette, and they both lit up. Oh, I am not familiar with herbal medicine in Huagua, but it should prove useful. He, let me examine your wound, Wang Yuan said. Sure. He extended his left arm. The wound had healed well. That herb should no longer be ingested, as too much would be detrimental. A topical application of medicine will suffice. Wang Yuan unwrapped the bandage from He's wound to inspect it. He then prepared some herbal remedy for He and rebandaged the wound. The bitter herbs had reached a boil, and after a little longer, he removed it from the heat, pouring it into 2 cans, using a wooden board as a cushion, and handed it to Zhang Lanfang. Fang Jia, you may feed her this, Wang Yuan instructed. President Jiang, this is bitter herb. It is quite bitter. But but it will help with your sore throat. Please take it and drink the broth. I will think of further remedies, he added. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied. And Jiang Yin nodded, her beautiful eyes expressing gratitude towards Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan glanced outside. The dawn was dimly breaking. The rain had lightened to a mere drizzle, and it seemed it would cease shortly. Hey, I will go out to gather some herbs and return shortly. Once the rain stops, I will tend to the fishing nets. You all should have breakfast without waiting for me. I will eat when I return, Wang Yuan declared. Understood, He responded. Captain. But, Zhang Lanfang began. Enough, there is no but about it, Wang Yuan interrupted, donning a raincoat, pulling on a hat, fastening a dagger, grabbing a spade, attaching two connecting arms, and heading out with a basket slung over his shoulder. Hey, the captain mentioned not to go into the mountains after the rain. Why has he ventured in? Rin Yuan asked with concern. Do not worry. Do you know why I call him Wang? He replied. Why? Is it not because his surname is Wang? The three women gazed at He with curiosity. Chapter 77. The wolf has arrived in our culture. We generally address individuals with their surname preceding their given name. Thus, we refer to him as Wang Yuan. During that year, he served as a military instructor in our nation while I held the position of class leader, overseeing the training of our battalion. On one occasion, a group of mercenaries, acting under the orders of a foreign power, infiltrated our country to supply arms to remnants of opposition forces. We received orders to intercept them, but as a Chinese instructor, Wang was unable to participate directly. Our battalion lay in ambush within a vast primordial forest. Unbeknownst to us, the information had leaked. And while we anticipated 4 or 5 dozen mercenaries, over 200 arrived, divided into 5 squads, encircling and methodically eliminating our ranks. Our platoon found itself trapped in a ravine, facing imminent annihilation. At that critical moment, Wang appeared, unarmed and alone, yet he managed to dispatch over 100 mercenaries, leading our platoon to safety. By then, only 20 or so of us remained. Wang relentlessly pursued the fleeing mercenaries, eliminating an additional 50, thereby earning the moniker Yama within the international mercenary community. Among our battalion, we simply called him Wang. He remarked, while the 3 women listened in astonishment. It's utterly incredible. It could easily be adapted into a film, Zhang Lanfang mused. The captain should play the lead role. It would be a perfect fit, Jiang Yin added. Indeed, I am the captain's most ardent admirer, Rin Yuan chimed in. Thus, in the jungle, he is our king. We need not worry, He assured them. Well then, Yinjia, please finish your bitter vegetables, Rin Yuan encouraged. My throat hurts. I cannot swallow, Jiang Yin responded. Even so, consume a little less, drink more soup, and then take some rest, Zhang Lanfang advised. Very well. Meanwhile, in the northern region, Li Pengfei and his companions had finally discovered a glass jar, managing to create fire using its base through concentration. They had, at last, enjoyed cooked food after several days, subsisting on fish and seafood caught from their nets and rods. They also managed to distill some water, which was sufficient when rationed. After several days, Li Pengfei's injuries had improved, allowing him to stand and take a few unsteady steps. That evening, the 5 of them feasted on grilled fish, while Sister Zhou and Sister Jing busied themselves with the distillation process. Xiao Sun, Jinping. Let us step outside for a moment, Li Pengfei suggested. Very well, the 3 men agreed, with Xiao Sun supporting Li Pengfei and Zhang Jinping leading the way. Once behind a rocky outcrop, the 3 men began to address their personal matters. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Sister Zhou remarked to Sister Zheng, look at these 3 men. They excel at nothing but eating. Had we known, we would not have joined forces with them, Sister Zheng replied. But what could we do? What can 2 women accomplish? Sister Zhou lamented. Perhaps we should seek out that group tomorrow, Sister Zheng proposed. And what would that achieve? Even 1 man with 3 women struggles. Would they even want us if we joined? Sister Zhou countered. Let us give it a try. I believe Wang Yuan possesses considerable capability. If we approach them with sincerity and diligence, they may consider taking us in. It is certainly preferable to be here, as this place is fraught with toil and hardship, yielding only meager rations of food and water, remarked Sister Zhou. Well then, it is surely better than catering to these individuals, Sister Zheng replied. Suddenly, a startled cry echoed through the air. Just as Li Pengfei and the others had finished their business, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, revealing 5 pairs of glowing green eyes. Gradually, they advanced. With a shriek, Li Pengfei exclaimed, wolves. Run! Zhang Jinping urged, turning to flee. Chapter 78. Another one has perished. Run. Xiao Sun grasped Li Pengfei, and they dashed away. I can't run. Li Pengfei protested, hopping on one leg. Come. I will carry you. Xiao Sun bent down. Just as Li Pengfei was about to climb onto his back, a sudden howl erupted as he was knocked to the ground, pulling Xiao Sun down with him. Ah! Li Pengfei cried in terror, flailing his arms. Help! Xiao Sun scrambled up, seizing a stone to hurl at the approaching wolves. A woo! One of the wolves howled, as two of them lunged at Xiao Sun, prompting him to throw another stone before turning to flee. One wolf lunged at Li Pengfei, sinking its teeth into his right arm, while another clamped down on his left leg. Ah! Li Pengfei let out a blood-curdling scream. A third wolf leapt high, aiming for Li Pengfei's throat. With a sickening sound, his cries ceased abruptly, leaving only soft whimpers as his limbs convulsed before falling still, his life extinguished. Xiao Sun rushed back to the shelter, finding the two women trembling in fear, while Zhang Jinping brandished a wooden stick. Quick! Block the door! Xiao Sun shouted. The group hastily found two wooden planks to barricade the entrance, but alas, they were too small, covering barely half of it. The wolves prowled around the shelter's entrance, while Xiao Sun and the two women crouched, bracing the planks. Zhang Jinping extended his stick to threaten the beasts, momentarily intimidating them. Wolves fear fire. Quickly, fetch some burning wood from the fire. Sister Zhou instructed, turning to the blaze and retrieving a flaming log, adding a few more pieces to the fire. At the entrance, she hurled the burning wood at the wolves, causing them to recoil in fear. Zhang Jinping, seeing the effectiveness, followed suit, tossing another flaming log at the predators, who again retreated. Xiao Sun and Sister Zhang, witnessing this, abandoned their posts at the door and hurried to gather more burning wood to throw at the wolves. Stop throwing. If you continue, we will have no fire left. Add more wood, and each of us shall wield a torch, suggested Xiao Sun and Jinping, keeping watch at the door. Sister Zhou then directed everyone to take a torch, while she and Sister Zhang replenished the firewood. Xiao Sun and Zhang Jinping held their torches at the entrance, occasionally waving them to deter the wolves. Shortly, the flames surged once more, and the wolves lingered at a distance. A distant howl echoed, prompting the wolves outside to flee into the shadows. Phew! The group collectively exhaled, collapsing onto the ground in relief. Xiao Sun, how is Li Xiao? Sister Zhou inquired. His fate appears grim, he replied. Xiao Sun recounted the earlier events, prompting a wave of murmurs among the group. The two women cast peculiar glances at Zhang Jinping, surprised that someone so robust could possess such timidity. Zhang Jinping, acutely aware of their scrutiny, lowered his gaze in silence, feeling a sense of embarrassment. The four of them endured the night in uncomfortable stillness, too apprehensive to venture outside or even to sleep. We should leave. Remaining here is not a viable solution, suggested Sister Zhou. Very well, came the agreement as each person grasped a wooden stick, stepping outside with trepidation. We must never separate again. Once we were 8, now we are merely 4. Although Li Xiao was not the most admirable of companions, often lazy and akin to Zhao Zhengwo, his demise is not something we mourn. However, should anyone choose to flee in future predicaments, we shall not extend our aid. Even should he stumble upon mountains of gold, I would feel no envy. Likewise, if he faced danger, I would offer no assistance. Heed my words. We shall remain united. Those who choose otherwise may depart, and I will bear no resentment. Sister Zhou declared. I shall not leave, insisted Sister Zhang. Neither will I, Xiao Sun affirmed, demonstrating his intelligence. I too will stay, Zhang Jinping conceded, albeit with lingering reservations, accepting the consensus with reluctance. Very well, I am not unreasonable. Let me state my intentions clearly. I desire only to return alive. Should anyone disregard my guidance, do not expect my compassion. Either you stay, or I shall go, Sister Zhou asserted. Rest assured, Sister Zhou, Sister Zhang replied. I will follow your lead, Sister Zhou. Xiao Sun added. I too will comply. Zhang Jinping's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Then let us gather the fish nets. From now on, we must never act alone. Sister Zhou instructed. Understood, came the collective response. The four collected the fish nets, enjoying a hearty meal, finally satiating their hunger after days of deprivation. Our firewood is running low, we must gather more. Collect anything that can burn. It will help fend off mosquitoes and wild beasts at night. Everyone must remain vigilant and avoid straying from the beach. If you need to relieve yourselves, please inform the group. Do not wander off alone, Sister Zhou cautioned. All right. The others agreed, then set off to gather supplies. Upon reaching the site where they had encountered the wolf pack the previous night, They were met with a large pool of blood and a single shoe. Fear, sorrow, and melancholy filled their hearts as they stood in silence before resuming their tasks. They scoured the beach, collecting wood, bamboo, and plastic, depositing their finds beneath the rocks outside their shelter. Although the pile appeared substantial, it would hardly last long. As noon approached, they retrieved the fish nets, yielding 4 palm-sized fish and 2 crabs, just enough to stave off hunger for the moment. Our firewood will only suffice for a couple of meals, and while we can manage food for now, should the next catch yield little or nothing, we shall face hunger. Thus, we must venture into the jungle to seek fresh water, food, and more firewood, Sister Zhou stated. What shall we do if we encounter wolves? Sister Zheng inquired. We shall search only in the vicinity. As long as we remain together, the wolves will not attack us, for they typically prey on those who wander alone. Sister Zhou remarked. Very well, I concurred, along with the others. We shall search nearby for wild fruits, vegetables, hay, and firewood. However, we do not recognize wild vegetables. Fear not. I am familiar with them and will teach you to identify them, Sister Zhou, having grown up in the countryside, assured us. All right then, we said, gathering buoyant containers and a few bamboo sticks for digging up the vegetables. Each of us secured a wooden stick for self-defense. Be vigilant. Do not stray from the group's sight. If anything arises, signal us, Sister Zhou instructed. The 4 of us traversed the grasslands, diligently seeking our bounty, and indeed, we discovered several wild vegetables. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the thicket ahead, prompting us to halt and remain motionless. Sister Zhou, could that be a wolf? Sister Zheng whispered. I cannot say. Let us not move. Stay calm and assess the situation before deciding, Sister Zhou cautioned softly. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted from the bushes, and the underbrush began to shake, producing a cacophony. We were startled, our eyes widening in alarm, cold sweat trickling down our backs. Abruptly, 2 indistinguishable figures burst forth from the thicket. Ah, a wolf! Zhang Jinping screamed, turning to flee. The other 3, startled by his panic, glanced back to see him stumble and fall, only to rise again and continue his flight. They then turned to the source of the commotion, realizing it was merely 2 wild chickens. Chapter 80. The consequences of flight. The 3 of us breathed a sigh of relief, then looked back at Zhang Jinping, who had fallen once more behind a bush. Zhang Jinping, return to us. Sister Zhou shouted angrily. Come back. It's just 2 wild chickens. Xiao Sun echoed. Yet, there was no response from his direction. What is happening? Sister Zheng inquired. I do not know. Let us investigate, Xiao Sun suggested. Very well, Sister Zhou agreed. The 3 of us cautiously approached the spot where Zhang Jinping had fallen, when suddenly Sister Zhou urgently hissed, Stop! Before us lay Zhang Jinping, sprawled upon the underbrush. A wolf latched onto his neck while another wolf, menacingly fixated on us, lurked nearby. A serpent, as thick as an arm, slithered towards the grass from Zhang Jinping's leg. We collectively inhaled sharply. Zhang Jinping's eyes met ours, filled with regret and despair, his body convulsing as he extended his right hand, intermittently murmuring, Save me. Do not approach. Back away slowly. Sister Zhou commanded in a hushed tone. We retreated cautiously, and with a final breath, Zhang Jinping succumbed to despair. It was only when we had distanced ourselves from the treacherous thicket that we turned and fled towards the shoreline. Upon reaching the refuge, we collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Did you all witness that? I repeatedly emphasized the importance of not acting alone and not fleeing. Yet what has transpired? I shall not elaborate further. Henceforth, you may manage as you see fit. I am indifferent now. Only the 3 of us remain, and I will no longer indulge your whims. It would be preferable if no troubles arise. Should they occur, I shall not come to your aid. If you choose to follow me, heed my words. If not, feel free to depart. Sister Zhou declared with indignation. Sister Zhou, I will not leave. From now on, you may give orders, and I shall comply without hesitation. Sister Zheng responded. Sister Zhou, we have spent considerable time together, and you are well aware of my character. I was once merely a lowly employee, obediently following orders without question. I am not timid, and you know well my contributions as we've transitioned from 8 to 3. Therefore, I propose we abandon any mutual suspicion or calculation. Though my abilities may be limited, I am committed to working diligently and will not hinder our progress. From now on, rest assured, I shall follow your directives, Xiao Sun asserted. Very well, Xiao Sunday. I am not unreasonable. We are all in this predicament together. Remember how we began as 8, only to lose 5 due to selfishness. Look at those who perished. Each was consumed by their own self-interest. Consider why Wang Yuan and his group chose not to team up with us. They discerned our true nature. I hail from the countryside and possess some knowledge of the wilderness. Xiao Sun, like Sister Zheng, you are reticent yet capable and hardworking. Therefore, you must heed my counsel. Should any disagreements arise, we shall discuss them. I firmly believe we will survive this ordeal, Sister Zhou proclaimed. Rest assured, Sister Zhou, Sister Zheng replied. From now on, I shall follow your lead, Sister Zhou. You may issue commands without concern. Xiao Sun added. Then it is settled. Our numbers may have dwindled, but our provisions should suffice. Even if our harvest is meager, we can manage by rationing. I shall refrain from venturing into the jungle for now. Should firewood become scarce, we will search outside. If necessary, we can gather dry grass, as the thatch over there can also serve as fuel, Sister Zhou remarked. Chapter 81. The Search for Herbs. Sister Zhou. What shall we do next? Xiao Sun inquired. It is getting late. Let us fetch some seawater to distill into fresh water. Tomorrow, we shall fish, gather firewood, and collect grass to dry, Sister Zhou suggested. Very well. The three of them took empty containers to the shore to collect water. Just as they returned to the shelter, rain began to fall, prompting them to hastily move firewood indoors. They then set about distilling water. Wang Yuan emerged from the jungle near the coconut trees and, upon reaching the traveler's banana plants, found that the rain had ceased. He removed his raincoat and placed it in his backpack, which also contained an oil barrel, intending to fill it with water upon his return. Instead of heading directly to the clearing, he veered to the right, making his way through the trees towards the meadow. On the ground, he spotted several dandelions, remarkable finds, as they serve both as wild vegetables and medicinal herbs, known to treat pharyngitis. Wang Yuan eagerly began to dig, soon unearthing a dozen roots. He also discovered a lemon tree laden with over 20 fruits, from which he plucked 2 ripe lemons to add to his pack. Approaching the edge of the lawn, I concealed myself behind a large tree, observing the tranquility enveloping the area. The grassland was utterly silent, and the stone cave lay in stillness, indicating that the wild boar had ventured out in search of food. Just as Wang Yuan was about to step forward, a snake's head suddenly emerged from beneath the dried leaves, lunging towards his calf. Startled, he leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. The serpent, measuring 1.5 meters in length and as thick as an arm, bore the distinctive yellow-brown hue of a highly venomous cobra. Failing its initial attack, it darted towards Wang Yuan once more. He swung his entrenching tool at the snake, delivering a resounding smack that pinned it to the ground. The snake recoiled, attempting to bite the handle of the shovel. Drawing his dagger, Wang Yuan swiftly severed the snake's head with a single stroke, lifting the entrenching tool. He noticed 2 bite marks on the handle, though not deep. The considerable bite force of such a cobra underscored the high quality of the tool, likely of domestic manufacture. The snake's body writhed on the ground, its head still snapping. Wang Yuan dug a hole with the entrenching tool and buried the severed head within. Having learned from previous encounters, he glanced up at the sky, where an eagle circled overhead. In the forest, the eagle could not swoop down. With a wry smile, he sliced open the snake's body with his dagger, extracted the gallbladder, and wrapped it in a leaf to stow in his pocket. He then tossed the snake's body onto the lawn. The eagle swooped down, landing upon the carcass to feast, occasionally glancing up at Wang Yuan. As he approached, he gently stroked the eagle's wing, which allowed him to do so while continuing to peck at the snake meat. Rising, Wang Yuan made his way to the waterhole, and the eagle regarded him with a fleeting glance. The soil around the pond was moist and lush with vegetation. Using his entrenching tool, he brushed through the undergrowth as he moved along the edge of the pond towards the stream. There, he discovered several toadstools, known for their anti-inflammatory properties, and dug up 7 or 8. He also collected a dozen wild spinach leaves. Upon reaching the confluence of the stream and the pond, he found a cluster of wild mint, which he gathered into his backpack. Not venturing further, he recognized that ahead lay a massive rock, beneath which resided the wild boar's den. It was apparent that the boar was currently absent. He filled the container with water and placed it in his backpack before hastily returning to the banana trees on the lawn, where he used his dagger to harvest 2 bunches of ripe bananas and plucked 2 banana leaves to stow away. As he turned to leave, the eagle took flight, clutching the snake's body. Wang Yuan returned to the shelter and checked the time. It was precisely 9 o'clock. The sun had risen, and He sat outside the shelter, smoking. Wang, you're back, he said. Have you had breakfast? Not yet. Zhang Mei is preparing fish soup. Chapter 82. Consuming snake gallbladder. Captain, you've returned. Rin Yuan called as she stepped out to assist Wang Yuan in unloading his backpack. Could you wash the wild vegetables inside? Wang Yuan requested. Of course. Wow. Bananas. I adore bananas. Rin Yuan exclaimed in delight. As they organized the contents of the backpack, Rin Yuan took the wild vegetables to the beach, while Wang Yuan carried the container of water and bananas into the shelter. As Jiang Yin lay in slumber, Zhang Lanfang was diligently preparing fish soup. Sister Fang. How is she? Wang Yuan inquired softly. She should be fine. She drank some bitter vegetable soup and fell back asleep, Zhang Lanfang replied quietly. Rin Yuan returned after washing the vegetables, and Wang Yuan selected a dozen wild spinach leaves to hand to Zhang Lanfang, suggesting, "Let us add some wild spinach leaves to the fish soup." "All right," she responded. "The seawater contains salt. We should rinse these wild vegetables with fresh water," Wang Yuan advised. Understood, Rin Yuan acknowledged, rinsing the remaining wild vegetables with fresh water. Wang Yuan stepped outside the shelter to light a cigarette, joining Dehei for a casual conversation. "Captain, it's time to eat," Rin Yuan announced as she emerged. "Let's bring out the food, but please do not disturb General Zhang's rest. Also, move the fire outside." "I need to wash my face," Wang Yuan instructed. "Sure," Rin Yuan replied, then returned to the shelter, with Dehei assisting her. Wang Yuan entered the shelter, gathered his toiletries, and headed to the seaside. Upon his return, he found that Dehei and the others had divided the fish soup, and a fire was lit in the stove. He placed a frying pan on the stove, added some water, and tossed in dandelions and toadstool greens before taking a seat. After finishing the fish soup, each person received 2 bananas. "Captain, these bananas are a bit sour, but still quite tasty," Rin Yuan remarked. "Yes. Wild bananas tend to be that way. The ones we purchased before were cultivated through hybridization and other methods," Wang Yuan explained. "All right, we want to be going out today. Those who wish to fish may do so, and those who want to gather seafood can go ahead, but let us stay within sight of each other. Now, let us get to it," Wang Yuan declared. "Cough, cough. What about me, Captain?" Jiang Yin emerged at that moment. You should eat something and then rest," Wang Yuan replied. Yuan, let us go gather seafood," Zhang Lanfang called out. "Oh, all right, Sister Fang." "Wang, I'm off to fish," Dehei stated. This left Wang Yuan and Jiang Yin alone. Wang Yuan scratched his head, removed the frying pan from the stove, and set it down to cool. He then retrieved a snake gallbladder wrapped in leaves from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yin. General Jiang, please consume this. Do not chew it. Swallow it whole," he instructed, offering her a bottle of water as well. Jiang Yin accepted it, unwrapped the leaves, and without hesitation, swallowed the dark green snake gallbladder whole, then drank nearly half the bottle of water. Wang Yuan used chopsticks to remove the prepared vegetables from the frying pan and place them into a can, offering it to Jiang Yin. "General Jiang, please eat these wild vegetables. While they lack salt, they are beneficial for your throat. Consider it your breakfast," he suggested. Jiang Yin took the can, grimacing as she endured the pain in her throat, but managed to finish them in a few bites, drinking the remaining broth as well. What did you give me?" Jiang Yin asked Wang Yuan, her gaze sharp. "A potent poison," Wang Yuan replied. "Cut it out." Jiang Yin shot him a glare. That refers to the toadstool greens and the dandelion, both wild vegetables known for their anti-inflammatory properties and efficacy in alleviating throat pain. The dandelion is indeed the common name for it, while I cannot recall the scientific name of the toadstool greens, Wang Yuan explained. "What is wrapped in those leaves?" "Snake gall," he replied. Chapter 83, Preparing Pig's Head Meat. "Snake gall?" Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at Wang Yuan. "Yes, indeed. It's from a cobra," Wang Yuan stated calmly, then picked up a banana leaf, seated himself on a stone, and began to carve with a dagger. "It can enhance one's prowess for a century," Wang Yuan boasted. Jiang Yin was about to express her gratitude to Wang Yuan when she nearly choked on her own saliva upon hearing his statement. Wang Yuan chuckled, scratching his head, and suggested, "Just hold it in your mouth." He plucked a wild mint leaf and handed it to Jiang Yin. "What is this?" "It's refreshing. Reminiscent of mint candy," she remarked, placing it in her mouth. "That's wild mint. When the flavor fades, you can pick another one. There are plenty." Wang Yuan wove the carved banana leaves together. "This is for you. Take a rest, and you'll feel better by tomorrow," he said, fashioning a straw hat adorned with a bow on the side. "Thank you," Jiang Yin expressed, visibly touched, holding the hat close. Wang Yuan entered the shelter to change into his training attire. Jiang Yin walked in and sat on a foam board. "Do you need to change your clothes?" I can wash them for you, Wang Yuan offered. I don't need to, Jiang Yin replied, blushing. It's fine, there are spare clothes here. Really, I don't need it, she insisted, lowering her head. Oh, all right then, Wang Yuan acquiesced, taking his soiled clothes and heading to the seaside to wash them. Humph. Oblivious man, Jiang Yin muttered under her breath, then unwrapped a sanitary napkin. After washing the clothes and laying them on the rocks to dry, Wang Yuan stripped off his shirt and dove into the sea, emerging shortly after with a handful of kelp. He donned his clothes again and returned to the shelter, placing the kelp into a frying pan to cook. He then took the dried wild boar skin, tied it with rope, and submerged it in seawater, anchoring it to a stone. Back in the shelter, he retrieved the wild boar's head and placed it on a banana leaf, using a dagger to carve the meat into slices. After draining the kelp from the pot, he laid it on the banana leaf. Glancing at the time, he noted it was past 11. Lighting a cigarette, he called for Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan to return for meal preparations. Sister Fang, could you chop the kelp and mix it with the pig's head meat? Yuan, please cook the seafood you gathered. I'll go check the fish traps with Dehei, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, she replied. After collecting the fish traps with Dehei, they had caught 4 small fish and 5 mantis shrimp. Once he had organized the catch and returned to the shelter, he saw Jiang Yin also assisting with the meal. President Jiang, how are you feeling? Wang Yuan inquired. Much better. My head no longer aches, and my throat is less painful as well. The snake gall has indeed had a significant effect, Jiang Yin replied. Snake gall? Where did you get snake gall? Rin Yuan asked, her eyes widening as she looked at Wang Yuan. I killed a cobra this morning, he stated. What? Rin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. All right, Captain's usual antics. No need for alarm. The captain has already dispatched several snakes, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Captain, the pig's head meat is prepared, but alas, we lack vinegar. A splash of vinegar would enhance its flavor, Jiang Yin suggested. Yuan, did I not bring back 2 lemons this morning? Fetch one, slice a few pieces, and squeeze out the juice to substitute for vinegar. Certainly. Jiang Yin's eyes brightened. This was indeed a viable option. We can commence our meal now. Jiang Yin mixed the pig's head meat and placed it on banana leaves. Then let us dine. They all gathered around, indulging heartily. Wang, this meat is utterly delectable. Indeed. Rich yet not greasy. How refreshing. After relishing the pig's head meat, they shared seafood, each receiving a banana. Captain, what shall we do this afternoon? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Dehei, I nearly forgot about your wound. Come here, let me examine it. Wang Yuan and Dehei lit cigarettes, inspecting the injury. Chapter 84. The preparation of kudzu powder. Having just experienced a downpour, it is unwise to venture into the jungle. Let us remain here. You all can boil salt and, in the meantime, dry the fish over the fire, Wang Yuan suggested. Understood. Dehei, your wound has healed sufficiently. There is no need for medication. Dehei, split the pig's head bone with the machete and extract the pig's brain for a soup tonight, Wang Yuan instructed. And what about me? Jiang Yin asked. You can nap with a mint leaf in your mouth. Ha. Laughter erupted among the group. Jiang Yin shot him a glare, plucked a mint leaf, and placed it in her mouth, saying, I cannot sleep. There are wild pineapples over there. Grab one to eat, and once you're done, I'll make arrangements for you. Get lost. Ha. Jiang Yin collected 2 wild pineapples and joined Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan in boiling salt. The 3 women enjoyed the wild pineapples while grilling dried fish, occasionally adding seawater to the milk tea pot on the stove. Their laughter filled the air as they chatted. After finishing his cigarette, Dehei went to split the pig's head, while Wang Yuan took several kudzu roots to the seaside for cleaning, preparing to make kudzu powder. First, he retrieved a tattered piece of clothing, then picked up a water bucket with its lid cut off, carrying a bucket of water to a large stone. Wang Yuan sat down and cut the kudzu roots into smaller segments. He wrapped 2 pieces in the tattered cloth and placed them on the stone, then picked up a pebble and began to pound them. Once crushed, he squeezed the milky liquid into the water bucket. After a few rounds of squeezing, he added some water to continue the process until the liquid became clearer, discarding the residue and repeating with 2 more pieces of kudzu. Wang, what are you doing? Dehei approached. Making kudzu powder. Oh. Dehei appeared perplexed. Is the pig's head split? Yes, the brain has been extracted. Please light me a cigarette. Sure. Dehei lit a cigarette for Wang Yuan and took one for himself as well. Dehei, after you finish smoking, go fishing, Wang Yuan continued. All right. Dehei took his fishing rod and float and went off to fish. Captain, what are you up to? Rin Yuan called out. I am preparing kudzu powder tonight. I will make wild vegetable pancakes, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, it has been ages since I had pasta. Captain, can you make noodles? Rin Yuan inquired. Certainly. I can prepare both steamed buns and dumplings. You may boast all you wish, Jiang Yin remarked. Indeed, I have experience working in the culinary brigade during my time in the army. Once I gather the necessary ingredients, I shall prepare a feast for you all. Wang Yuan reminisced about his days in the military, where any misstep would lead the commanding officer to assign him to the cooking team. After a while, the kudzu root was fully extracted, filling an entire bucket. Checking the time, it was 3 o'clock. Approaching the stove, he lit a cigarette. Noticing that the dried fish was ready and the wild pineapples had been devoured, he prepared 2 bottles of sea salt. All right, shall we head to the beach? Wang Yuan suggested. Absolutely, Jiang Yin replied, spitting out the mint leaf in her mouth and popping a new one in. The 4 of them carried the buoy to the shore. Captain, come quickly. There's a large conch over there. Rin Yuan pointed at a big puddle. The group gathered around. Seeing a conch the size of a soccer ball, Wang Yuan removed his shoes and rolled up his pants, wading into the water to retrieve the conch. Haha, it's enormous. Rin Yuan clapped her hands. Captain, what kind of conch is this? Zhang Lanfang inquired. This is a coconut conch. Its flesh is springy and incredibly delicious. Wang Yuan tossed the coconut conch to Rin Yuan. How beautiful! The 3 women exclaimed in awe. Wang Yuan continued to search in the puddle. After a while, he found 2 scallops the size of ping-pong paddles. Wow, such large scallops. Rin Yuan exclaimed again. Wang Yuan tossed her the scallops, saying, There's a possibility of finding pearls inside. Chapter 85. Wild vegetable pancakes. Wang Yuan threw the scallops to her, mysteriously adding, There's a possibility of finding pearls inside. Is that true? The 3 women's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course it is. Wang Yuan found 5 or 6 abalones as well. The 3 women decided to stay put, sitting by the puddle, watching Wang Yuan collect seafood while occasionally gasping in surprise and laughter. As dusk approached, the 4 returned. Their bounty plentiful enough for a sumptuous meal. Please help Dahe gather the fish traps, and upon your return, we can collect some seaweed to make a soup with pig brain, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, the 3 women replied as they headed to the shore. Wang Yuan noticed that the kudzu powder in the bucket had settled, so he poured off the water, leaving the pure kudzu powder to dry in the sun. He scooped a large portion of kudzu powder onto a palm leaf, then picked some purslane and gray vegetables, chopping them finely before adding a pinch of salt and mixing everything together. Captain, what are you making? Dahe and his companions returned, with Rin Yuan curiously asking. I will be preparing vegetable pancakes for you shortly. Yay. All right, you all prepare the soup. Wang Yuan directed as Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang went to the stove to make seaweed and pig brain soup. Wang Yuan kindled a fire and began roasting the seafood, then sat down to smoke and chat with Dahe. Once the soup was ready, Zhang Lanfang called out, Captain, the soup is done. Bring it over. Let us enjoy seafood while sipping on the soup. Rin Yuan hurried over, picked up a large scallop, and with a fruit knife, pried it open, only to express disappointment. Captain, there are no pearls. Isn't there's still one left? How disappointing. There's nothing here, just deception. Rin Yuan remarked as she fiddled with another scallop. I've mentioned that the chances of a scallop producing a pearl are minimal, unless it is artificially implanted, Wang Yuan stated. Well, if it were to genuinely yield a pearl, we would indeed strike it rich, for natural pearls are exceedingly valuable. Indeed, rarity bestows worth. Such treasures are seldom encountered. Zhang Lanfang added. All right, let us feast. Jiang Yin prepared a dipping sauce with wild mountain ginger, scallions, chili, lemon juice, and lard. Zhang Lanfang took a fruit knife and split the 2 scallops, allowing everyone to dip and savor their delicacies. Delicious. So fresh. Yes, this dipping sauce elevates the flavor. Wang Yuan placed the 4 scallop shells over the fire, adding a touch of lard. He divided the prepared kudzu powder mixed with wild vegetables into 5 portions, flattened them by hand, and placed them on the scallop shells to cook. After the 5 had finished their seafood, the pancakes were ready. Each person took a golden brown pancake and relished it, alternating bites of pancake and soup, their mouths glistening with oil. So fragrant. Absolutely delightful. The soup is exquisite. Look at your belly. It resembles a 3-month pregnancy. Shut up. Is that from the captain? Huh. I'll get you for that, little girl. Laughter erupted as the group finished their meal. The 3 women roasted fish, while Wang Yuan and Dahe enjoyed a smoke, their lives exuding a sense of tranquility. The following morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. After washing up, Dehe soon followed. "Good morning, Wang," he greeted. "Morning. Go freshen up. When you return, we shall gather the fish traps." "All right." Wang Yuan ignited the stove, lit a cigarette, placed a frying pan atop, filled it with water, and added the remaining wild vegetables. After Dehe finished his morning routine, the three women rose as well, attending to their personal matters. "Dehe, let us collect the fish traps," Wang Yuan said. Lifting a float. Dehe nodded, lighting a cigarette. Chapter 86. The wasp nest. Wang Yuan and Dehe successfully caught 3 fish, 2 crabs, and an octopus. After cleaning the fish and setting down the traps, they returned to the shelter with their bounty. The 3 women, having finished their personal tasks, returned. "Jiang, how does your health feel today?" Wang Yuan inquired. "My throat is slightly sore, but it is not serious anymore." "That is good to hear. When you have a moment, chew on some mint leaves." Wang Yuan halved the crabs and placed them in the pot, cutting the octopus into small pieces to join them. "All right. Keep an eye on the pot. I haven't added any salt yet. Let us roast the fish, and we shall have some grilled fish and soup for breakfast," he suggested. "Sounds good." Wang Yuan poured kudzu powder from the water bucket onto palm leaves, cutting it into small pieces with a dagger, and laid it out on a large stone to dry. After enjoying breakfast and drinking some water, they each received a banana. "Captain, what shall we do today?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Our supply of fresh water is dwindling. First and foremost, we need to secure fresh water. Secondly, our food reserves consist solely of dried fish and some wild boar meat. If we ration our intake, it should last us for about 5 or 6 days. Thus, we must venture out to forage for wild vegetables or gather some fruits to supplement our vitamin intake. However, our containers are quite insufficient. We possess merely an oil drum and a few mineral water bottles. Therefore, today we shall split into 2 groups. One group, comprising Dahe and General Jiang, will collect marine debris along the shore, gathering everything together to sort through upon our return. The other group, which includes myself, Sister Zhang, and Yuan, will enter the jungle from a different location to obtain fresh water and, if possible, dig up some wild vegetables and pick any available wild fruits." After Wang Yuan finished speaking, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "All right," the others responded, each preparing their equipment. "Sister Yin, why is your hat so lovely? Shall we swap?" asked Ren Yuan. "All right," Jiang Yin replied, casting an awkward glance at Wang Yuan. "Humph, forget it," Ren Yuan pouted. "You little vixen, are you jealous? Let us hurry." Zhang Lanfang playfully tapped Ren Yuan on the head. "Let us gear up and set off," Wang Yuan said. Zhang Lanfang slung a backpack over her shoulders, secured a dagger at her waist, and picked up a spear. "Good, let's go." Ren Yuan carried a backpack filled with empty bottles, also secured a dagger at her waist, and followed along with her spear. Wang Yuan shouldered a backpack containing an oil drum and a machete, disassembling a shovel to fit inside, while trailing behind with the fish. "Captain, which way shall we go?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "We traversed the right side once, so let us take the left side this time," Wang Yuan replied, leading the way. The area was sparse with reeds, and after a few steps, they reached a thicket. The wild vegetables here were scarce. The 3 of them dug and walked, and after a short distance, Wang Yuan sensed something amiss. Why are there so many wasps nearby? Initially, there were just a few, but now they seemed to multiply. He halted and began to survey the surroundings. "Captain, what's wrong?" Zhang Lanfang asked, also coming to a stop. "Everyone, be cautious. Look, wasps," Wang Yuan warned. "Ah, I noticed them earlier, but didn't pay attention," Ren Yuan admitted. "Yes, don't move just yet. Wasps can sting painfully. Multiple stings can be fatal," Wang Yuan cautioned. "Understood." Both women crouched down and remained still. Wang Yuan searched the vicinity and found a cluster of mugwort, breaking off a few stalks to bring back to them. "This is mugwort. It can repel insects. Follow my lead and rub the juice onto any exposed skin," he instructed. Wang Yuan plucked several leaves, rubbed them between his hands, and applied the juice to his face, neck, and hands. The 2 women followed suit and did the same. "Wait here a moment. I'll go take a look," Wang Yuan said, stepping forward a few paces, only to discover a massive wasp nest. Chapter 87. Jackfruit. There, hanging from a branch of a bush, was a wasp nest approximately a meter in diameter, the branch nearly bending to the ground under its weight. Swarming with wasps coming and going in a dense throng, Wang Yuan quickly retreated. Just over there, less than 10 meters away, is a large wasp nest. "Let us bypass it," he directed, pointing ahead. All right. The two women glanced in that direction. Wang Yuan, accompanied by two young ladies, veered to the left. The vicinity of the beehive was abundant with flowering plants. We should pay attention, he suggested, as there might be fruit. Is that true? Ren Yuan, momentarily forsaking her foraging for wild vegetables, stood upright and scanned the surroundings, indeed discovering numerous wildflowers, some of which were crawling with wasps. You silly girl. Stop looking and hurry along. Be cautious of the wasps, Zhang Lanfang urged. Oh, Ren Yuan pouted and followed suit. The trio continued their search for wild vegetables and arrived at a slope, where a shallow ravine lay ahead, barely a meter deep. Look, durian, Ren Yuan exclaimed, pointing at the slope ahead. That is not durian, it is jackfruit, Wang Yuan corrected. Be careful, such terrain may harbor snakes. What? Ren Yuan gasped. Keep quiet. Zhang Lanfang admonished her softly. Wang Yuan cautiously approached the jackfruit tree, using his spear to part the thick underbrush. As he reached the base of the tree, a snake's head emerged from the nearby grass. Ah! Ren Yuan shrieked in terror. Wang Yuan swung the spear, striking the snake's head, and with a swift motion, he pierced the creature's vital spot. Knife! He commanded. Zhang Lanfang rushed over, drew her knife, and severed the snake's head with a swift thrust. Sister Fang, how formidable! Wang Yuan praised, then set down his backpack to dig a hole with his entrenching tool, burying the snake's head within. He used the spear to lift the snake's body, revealing a small silver-ringed snake over half a meter long, its body writhing. Ah, Captain, throw it away quickly. Ren Yuan cried out in fright. Hee, Wang Yuan chuckled, glancing at the sky, then pointing at the snake's body. With a sudden swoop, a large eagle descended, and the snake vanished. What? Ren Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Haha, why the fuss? That is merely a pet raised by the captain, Zhang Lanfang laughed. Wang Yuan scratched his head. Let us pick the jackfruit. The tree bore 6 jackfruits, 2 of which were ripe, while 4 remained immature. We shall return for the rest in a couple of days. Wang Yuan dispersed a few wasps above and collected the 2 ripe fruits, placing them in his backpack. Look, there is a papaya tree over there. Zhang Lanfang pointed to the opposite slope of the ravine. Wait here, I will go and pick some, Wang Yuan declared. After assessing the situation, he took a running leap to the opposite slope and, using his spear to navigate through the grass, reached the papaya tree. He gathered 2 ripe fruits and 2 larger, unripe ones, leaving 2 small ones behind. Sister Fang, I wet my pants, Ren Yuan whispered, her cheeks flushed. You silly girl, you are so timid. There is no choice but to return and change, Zhang Lanfang replied. All right, I have been afraid of snakes since I was little. Let us go? Wang Yuan said as he jumped back over. The 3 continued to forage for wild vegetables while heading towards the Traveler's South Banana Grove. Upon arriving, they had filled Wang Yuan's backpack with wild vegetables, each drank a bit of water, and filled their oil container and bottles. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Let us return, just in time for lunch. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Very well. The 3 of them made their way back to the shelter, where Jiang Yin was preparing fish soup, while the hay smoked nearby. Chapter 88. The current situation. You have returned, Dehei remarked. Yes, we have. You seem to have collected quite a bit, Wang Yuan replied, unloading the basket to reveal a heap of marine debris. Indeed, many of these items will prove useful, Dehei said with pride. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and sat beside Dehei, speaking in Mandarin. Dehei, the pirates have not shown up these past few days. They must be preoccupied with something. I sense the same, Dehei responded. Perhaps it is related to the gunfight from a few days ago, or the discovery of that female corpse. Why do you think so? Wang Yuan inquired. Consider this. Would one go to the depths of the ocean to commit murder and then encase the body in a wooden box to sink it? It is likely that the pirates were engaged in a confrontation with another faction, and that corpse could belong to someone of significance. Those pirates wield considerable influence in these waters. Their routes lie to the south. They cannot remain inactive indefinitely unless their operations have been temporarily halted. That cessation might be connected to the recent gunfight or the female corpse, Wang Yuan elaborated. Very well, Wang. I concur with your assessment. I shall follow your lead in our next steps. The pirate factions in this maritime domain are intricately woven, with various nations providing backing. Perhaps in the coming days, a faction will arrive to investigate, presenting us with an opportunity. I understand. Those wretched nations are certainly involved. There is no shortage of their shadows in the internal conflicts of our African countries. Are you prepared? We may need to resort to violence. And can you still wield a weapon? Wang, I am one of your soldiers. Dahei declared, discarding his cigarette, and standing with reddened eyes. Captain, what are you all doing? It is time to eat, Ren Yuanyuan approached to say. Nothing much. Let us have our meal, Wang Yuan replied. After finishing their meal, they shared 2 ripe papayas. Zhang Lanfang inquired, Captain, what shall we do this afternoon? Let us have some free time this afternoon. Do as you please. Wash clothes, go fishing, swim, anything you fancy, but do not venture into the jungle or the deep sea, and do not act alone. Understood. The 3 women were filled with excitement. Sisters, shall we go swimming? Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully. Let us wash our dirty clothes first, Jiang Yin suggested. Agreed. Once we finish washing, we can swim. Look at your clothes. They are well overdue for a wash, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Indeed, Ren Yuanyuan blushed, recalling her accident from the morning. But we have no swimsuits, Jiang Yin noted. You all go ahead. Dahei and I will head east to gather seafood, definitely avoiding the beach, Wang Yuan said. Wang, I want to swim too, Dahei protested. Perhaps another day, Wang Yuan replied. Sisters, we shall take our leave, Ren Yuanyuan declared, picking up a change of clothes. Off we go. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin followed suit, heading towards the beach alongside Ren Yuanyuan. Wang Yuan picked up 2 papayas and made a small incision at the stem, from which a milky, viscous liquid began to flow. He placed the papayas atop a can, allowing the liquid to drip into it. Let us proceed, Wang Yuan said, lighting a cigarette and picking up a float. All right, Dahei replied, also lighting a cigarette and taking a float as they set off for the sea. By evening, everyone had returned, and Jiang Yin had already set water boiling in a frying pan. Sister Fang, you and Dahei should go collect the fish traps and wash the seafood along with the wild vegetables we dug up this morning, Wang Yuan instructed, handing the float to Zhang Lanfang. Understood. The 3 women and Dahei made their way to the shore. Wang Yuan lifted the 2 papayas, noticing that the liquid in the cans had turned transparent, each about half a centimeter thick. Chapter 89. Eating noodles. Wang Yuan gathered the dried kudzu powder and poured it into a small foam box, leaving 2 large handfuls among the palm leaves. The liquid collected in the cans was papaya pectin, which possessed excellent adhesive properties. He added a bit of clean water, shook the cans vigorously, and then poured the mixture into the kudzu powder, kneading it into a cohesive ball. The water in the pot boiled, and he poured it into 5 cans, adding more clean water to heat, while placing a piece of firewood in the stove. Captain, we are back. Are you making wild vegetable pancakes? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and replied, Not yet. You'll find out soon. Jiang, please chop the seafood and put it in the pot, adding some wild vegetables and wild boar meat. All right, Jiang Yin responded. Sister Fang, please grill the fish. Wang Yuan noted the bounty of 2 fish, 2 crabs, and an octopus he had gathered. Understood. Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuanyuan began skewering the fish for grilling. Jiang Yin cut the crab in half, diced the octopus, and sliced a piece of salted wild boar, tossing it all into the pot. Wang Yuan fashioned a bamboo tube and laid palm leaves on a wooden board, sprinkling a bit of kudzu powder. He placed the kneaded kudzu mixture atop and used the bamboo tube to roll it out, quickly forming thin sheets, which he stacked and sliced into noodles. Jiang, we can begin cooking the noodles, Wang Yuan announced. All right. Yay. I love noodles. Oh, you silly girl. Is there anything you don't like to eat? Hee. Jiang Yin added some wild vegetables to the pot, waiting for it to boil before placing the noodles inside, seasoning it with a touch of sea salt and sprinkling in some chopped scallions. Captain, dinner is ready, Ren Yuanyuan declared. Then let us dine. Jiang Yin removed the pot, portioning out the noodles and saying, There isn't much, so everyone should enjoy some grilled fish as well. Sounds good, Wang Yuan replied. Wow, this noodle dish is delicious. It has such a fragrant aroma, sweet and delightful. After they finished their meal, Wang Yuan suggested, Shall we share a jackfruit? Yay. Sister Fang, I've never had jackfruit before. Is it tasty? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Of course, it's delicious, fragrant and sweet, Zhang Lanfang assured her. Don't throw away the seeds after eating. Collect them, Wang Yuan instructed, prying open a jackfruit to reveal its golden flesh inside. What can we do with the seeds? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. The cooked nuts can be consumed, as they are rich in starch. Wang Yuan used a dagger to extract the flesh, distributing it among the group. Delicious, Ren Yuanyuan remarked. It's fragrant and sweet. Jiang Yin added. Let us take a break after we finish eating, Wang Yuan suggested. After finishing, he sipped some cool boiled water, All right, sisters. Let us take a restroom break and gather our clothes, Zhang Lanfang proposed. Wang Yuan and Dehei settled down, smoking and chatting. How many packs of cigarettes do you have left? 3 packs. And you? 4 packs. If we ration them, they will last us about 10 days. Is the handgun all right? Have the bullets been loaded? The handgun is fine. The bullets are all loaded. Good. I have a feeling that pirates will come in the next few days. When the pirates arrive, we shall see who can take down more. Enough bragging. We'll assess the situation then, but you must follow my lead. Understood, Wang. Captain. We are back, Ren Yuan announced. All right, you all can rest, he replied. However, there are too many mosquitoes at night, Ren Yuan noted. Then you should move the fire to the shelter. I will think of a solution. Okay. Chapter 90. The pirates have returned. Wang Yuan rummaged through a pile of ocean debris, discovering some discarded plastic bags and a few pieces of pine wood. He scraped the bark from the pine and soaked it in a bit of clean water. You all wait outside, Wang Yuan instructed, bringing the soaked pine bark and torn plastic bags into the shelter. Once the 3 women and Dehei had exited, he tossed the pine bark and plastic bags into the fire, then stepped outside to sit beside Dehei, smoking again. Captain, what are you burning? It's quite pungent. Ren Yuan remarked. Soaked pine bark and plastic bags. They can repel mosquitoes. Oh, we'll head back and once the smoke clears, Wang Yuan said. The group ate the cactus fruit while chatting. After more than an hour, as the smoke dissipated, Wang Yuan announced, all right, we can go back into rest now. He discarded his cigarette butt and entered the shelter, followed by the others. Wang Yuan added some firewood to the pile and then lay down to rest, prompting everyone to do the same. The following day, Wang Yuan awoke, kindled a fire at the outdoor stove, placed a pot on it, filled it with clean water, and then attended to personal matters. Upon returning, he lit a cigarette, and Dehei along with the 3 women gradually rose. Dehei, after washing up, let us gather the fish traps, Wang Yuan said, pouring hot water into 5 cans. All right, Dehei replied. Good morning, Captain, the 3 women greeted. Morning. Go wash up. We'll prepare breakfast once you return. Wang Yuan added more water to the pot and slowly sipped from one of the cans. When Dehei returned, he also drank some hot water, and the 2 went to collect the fish traps. They had caught 4 small fish, 2 crabs, and 3 shrimp. After sorting the fish, they returned to the shelter, chopped the crabs in half, placed the shrimp in the pot, and added some wild boar meat along with a bit of wild vegetables and sea salt. After the 3 women returned, Wang Yuan suggested that they share some soup and then divide the jackfruit, mentioning that they could have more bananas if needed. All right, they agreed. The 3 women busied themselves. Jiang Yin went to distribute the seafood and wild vegetable soup, while Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuan fetched the fruit. Once they finished their breakfast, Wang Yuan remarked, Sister Fang, we have stored quite a bit of grilled fish, haven't we? Today, let us take all the grilled fish to the rocks to dry, preventing spoilage. They will serve as our reserve food. Sounds good, she replied. What shall we do today? Wang was asked. We will have free activities today, but we cannot act alone. Okay. Ren Yuan exclaimed excitedly, Sister Fang, Sister Yin, shall we go to the waterhole where the captain gathered scallops? There might be pearls there. You little rascal. Always seeking treasure, they teased. All right. She chuckled as the 3 women gathered their gear and set off. Wang, shall we go fishing? Certainly. Wang Yuan and Dehei picked up their fishing rods and floats, heading to the rocky shore. They set up their rods, lit a cigarette each, and enjoyed the moment. Suddenly, Wang Yuan heard the distant sound of an engine. Oh no. Dehei, listen, it's a speedboat. Wang Yuan exclaimed anxiously. Indeed, it's a speedboat. What should we do, Wang? Quickly, go call them back to the shelter. I will wait there for you. Be swift. Wang Yuan discarded his cigarette butt and fishing rod, sprinting toward the shelter. Dehei also dropped his rod, racing towards the 3 women, shouting, Come back quickly, be cautious of pirates. The women had not ventured far when they heard Dehei's urgent call. They turned back to see his worried expression and hurried over. What is wrong, Dehei? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Listen, there's a speedboat. Hurry back to the shelter. The roar of the engine grew louder, and the 3 women, now aware of the danger, rushed back to the shelter alongside Dehei. Chapter 91. Another band of pirates. Upon returning to the shelter, Dehei and the 3 women found that Wang Yuan had already extinguished the fire with water. Quickly, gather your weapons and hide in the jungle. Abandon everything else. Wang Yuan commanded. Understood, they replied. Wang Yuan tucked a dagger into his boot, attached a shovel to Dehei, and strapped a machete to his waist. Hurry. There's no time. Leave the belongings and run, he urged, brandishing a spear. The group dashed towards the jungle, just as a speedboat approached from the east. Everyone, stay hidden. They must be pirates. Do not reveal yourselves. If discovered, flee deeper into the jungle, Wang Yuan cautioned as he spotted 4 or 5 individuals on the boat. Some carrying rifles. Understood, Captain, the group whispered in response. The speedboat drew near to the beach and stopped. 4 men disembarked, walking towards the shore. One of whom took out binoculars to scan the jungle. Dahei, hand me the gun, Wang Yuan instructed. Dahei swiftly produced a handgun and passed it to him. Captain, what are you planning to do? Ren Yuan asked. Everyone, lie low. This is not the time for conversation. Dahei, Fang Jia, keep an eye on them. Do not move, Wang Yuan said sternly. Rest assured, these few individuals are hardly a match for Wang, Dahei remarked. Wang Yuan checked his handgun, tucked it into the right pocket of his trousers, and then stealthily descended. I have witnessed the captain's prowess. He can even fell a wild boar. Thus, we must heed his commands and refrain from making any sudden movements, Zhang Lanfang stated. Understood. Wang Yuan crouched low and swiftly maneuvered to a nearby rock. Keeping a safe distance from the group, he could already discern their conversation. David, we have searched this maritime area for 2 to 3 days, and we have nearly scoured all the nearby islands. It may very well have sunk to the ocean floor. They spoke in an internationally recognized language. Brett, you are also a pirate faction in this region. Who else could possibly seize our cargo? David inquired. The closest threat is Simon's faction. They have been active in this vicinity, and we often clash with them. It could very well be their doing, Brett replied. What is their strength? Their capabilities are on par with ours, consisting of over 200 men. However, it is rumored they have state backing and possess superior weaponry. It must be them. They dare to seize even the Mod family's cargo. Moreover, Miss Lena of the Mod family has gone missing. No one would dare to act without the support of the state. We should depart from here swiftly. This is Simon's territory, and we are no match for them. It's fine. Our family is aware of our arrival. If anything happens to us, they will have no reason to exist. Very well. They have already caused us millions in armament losses and delayed our plans to support the anti-state organization. Should I find evidence against them, I will annihilate them. We shall explore along this coastline. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. According to our satellite positioning, the location where Miss Lena encountered trouble is approximately 20 nautical miles from here. Our ship is searching in that vicinity, while we will scout the periphery, Wang Yuan pondered. Realizing that the civil strife bore the mark of state involvement, the Mod family evidently wielded considerable influence both domestically and internationally. David, clad in a black suit and sporting sunglasses, stood beside a tall black man dressed in olive green camouflage, who carried a 16 assault rifle. In Chapter 92, the swift boat heist, Brett and a nearby pirate, both wearing headscarves, carried AK-47s. A pirate aboard the speedboat, also adorned with a headscarf and sunglasses, completed the scene. David was leading a few men along the shoreline in search of clues. Noticing that they were heading in the opposite direction, Wang Yuan realized they would take quite some time to return. Since they were not virtuous individuals, he resolved to eliminate them and commandeer the speedboat. Grasping a harpoon, he silently submerged into the water. Diving behind the speedboat, he surfaced to see the pirate reclining in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette. Wang Yuan dove once more, positioning himself beside the driver's seat. Suddenly, he surged upward, thrusting the harpoon swiftly. With a sickening sound, it struck true, piercing the throat. The pirate clutched his throat with both hands, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Wang Yuan, emitting guttural sounds until he convulsed a few times and succumbed to death. Wang Yuan leaped onto the speedboat, casting a glance in David's direction. Observing that they were heading towards the coconut trees, seemingly unaware of any anomaly, he extracted the key from the ignition and pocketed it. Crouching down to search the pirate's body, discovering a handgun, 2 fully loaded magazines, a military dagger, a branded lighter, and a half-pack of cigarettes, he arranged the corpse as if it were merely resting against the seat. Wang Yuan carefully rummaged through the items aboard the speedboat, finding a toolbox, a suitcase, a travel bag, and a large box filled with food and beverages. Meanwhile, David and his crew stumbled upon some traces near the coconut trees. The coconuts displayed signs of recent harvesting, while numerous footprints led towards the rocky formations to the east. Stay vigilant, David commanded, pulling out binoculars to survey the rocky outcrops. The nearby black man raised his 16, equipped with a scope, aligning it with David's line of sight. The other two pirates also lifted their weapons, aiming in that direction. David pointed at the footprints on the ground and then gestured toward the rocky formations. The four men crouched low, stealthily advancing towards the rocks. Upon reaching the outskirts, David indicated a towering rock, to which the black man nodded and descended, extending his 16 to survey the surroundings through the scope. Suddenly, he spotted a shelter, emitting a soft chill, and pointing towards it. David noticed, pressing his right hand down twice as a signal. Bright understood and nodded. The three men cautiously approached the shelter, and as they neared, David extended his hands, gesturing to the sides. Bright and the pirate nodded, flanking the shelter. At that moment, Wang Yuan had submerged from the sea beneath the rock where the black man was stationed. He quietly climbed up, observing the black man peering through the scope. In a swift motion, he pounced, covering the black man's mouth with his left hand while drawing the dagger with his right, plunging it into his neck. The black man kicked his legs a few times before falling still. Seizing the rifle, Wang Yuan peered through the scope at David's trio. Noting they were still a distance from the shelter, he detached the magazine for inspection before reattaching it, checking the firearm and racking the bolt. David and his companions encircled the shelter, and Bright signaled to the pirate, who nodded before suddenly kicking towards the side of the shelter. A soft gasp escaped the grass, prompting David and Bright to aim their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rapid gunshots rang out, prompting Wang Yuan to leap from the rock and dash forward. The pirate, just a moment away from making contact with the shelter, was struck in the forehead, and Bright was hit in the throat, both succumbing to their injuries. David, wounded in the chest, struggled for breath. Wang Yuan approached, aiming his weapon at him. After a few desperate struggles, David too drew his last breath. Chapter 93. Inspecting the spoils, Wang Yuan waved towards the grass, calling out, "Come over." Dahé and the 3 women rushed over. Upon seeing the 3 corpses, Jiang Yin and Ren Yuan were overwhelmed and began to vomit. Zhang Lanfang's complexion had also turned pale, clearly indicating her discomfort. "Captain Yu, you have taken a life," Jiang Yin remarked. Ren Yuan gazed at Wang Yuan in terror. "They are pirates," Wang Yuan stated, pointing at the corpse of Blake and then at David's lifeless body. He belonged to the nation, and the civil war was instigated by them. They supported the opposing faction. "I trust the captain," Zhang Lanfang asserted. "I also believe in Wang. Numerous African nations are embroiled in civil wars, including my own, with the shadows of imperialist nations looming over them. They back these pirates and mercenaries, profiting from our national calamities. If they remain alive, more will perish. Wang, I stand with you. This is international waters. No rescue teams have arrived in days, so no one will condemn you. We merely seek to survive," Dahé interjected. "This is our first encounter with murder, so it is awkward for us," Jiang Yin admitted. "Captain, it is precisely because we have never witnessed death that we reacted this way. Please do not misunderstand," Ren Yuan added. "Enough, no need to take sides. I understand. My sole intention is to ensure your survival. You are all aware of the situation. If they live, you will be the ones to die. I will not remain idle, nor will they succeed in killing me," Wang Yuan declared. "Captain, we meant no offense. We simply found ourselves unaccustomed to witnessing death," Zhang Lanfang explained. "Indeed, Captain. We harbor no ulterior motives. We will follow you from now on," Jiang Yin affirmed. "Yes, Captain, wherever we go, I will accompany you," Ren Yuan stated. Everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Ren Yuan. "Oh dear, why are you all looking at me?" she exclaimed, covering her face with her hands. Laughter erupted among them. "Captain, look at them. How amusing," Ren Yuan remarked. Fang Jia, please take them to retrieve the fish traps. Dahé and I will take care of the bodies," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood," everyone replied. "Jiang, when you return, prepare a meal," Wang Yuan said, handing Jiang Yin a lighter. "All right," Jiang Yin replied, accepting the lighter. Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuan each grabbed a buoy and accompanied Jiang Yin to collect the fish traps. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and Dahé thoroughly searched the bodies, collecting all items and placing them in the shelter, stripping them of their clothes and shoes. They carried the 4 corpses to the speedboat, retrieved the suitcases and bags from the boat, and transported a large wooden box filled with food back to the shelter. "All right, Dahé, let us discuss this after we eat," Wang Yuan said, lighting a cigarette. "Sure, let us tally our spoils," Dahé replied, also lighting a cigarette. "Captain, what did we manage to seize?" Ren Yuan approached eagerly, while Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin went to prepare the meal. Let us take a look together, Wang Yuan said. Fang Jia, Jiang, come over. There's a large box of food here. Wow. Luncheon meat, bread, milk, and even beer and brandy, all in one box. Rin Yuan exclaimed with excitement. There are also 2 bottles of salad dressing, Jiang Yan added. Captain, there are still 2 cigarettes here, Zhang Lanfang remarked. All right, set them aside for now. Wang Yuan was examining the seized weapons with Dahe. There was 1 Type 16 rifle and 2 Type 47 rifles. The Type 16 was equipped with a fully loaded magazine, and 3 rounds had been fired from the magazine attached to the gun, which, along with the 4 others, were all fully stocked. There were also 2 handguns, totaling 4 fully loaded magazines, along with 2 military daggers. Chapter 94. Discussions on relocation. A mobile phone was discovered on David, unfortunately devoid of signal and thus unusable. In total, 4 lighters and 5 packs of cigarettes were found. Wang Yuan opened a suitcase, which was filled with military attire, including khaki camouflage uniforms and vests, a pair of combat boots, half a cigarette, 2 boxes of ammunition, and a dagger. Wang Yuan toyed with the dagger for a moment. It appeared to be domestically produced, featuring a small compass at the base of the handle that could be unscrewed to reveal a magnesium rod, an incredibly convenient tool for survival in the wild. Jiang Zong, this dagger is yours, he said, handing it to Jiang Yan. Thank you, Jiang Yan replied, drawing the dagger to open a can of luncheon meat. This dagger has numerous functions. Do explore its features when you have time. Certainly, Jiang Yan said while slicing the luncheon meat. What about mine? Rin Yuan inquired. Wang Yuan handed a military dagger to both Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan, stating, although these 2 differ in design from Dahe's, their functions are quite similar. They may not possess as many functions as Jiang Zong's, yet they are practical military daggers, even more robust and durable. Take your time to familiarize yourselves with them, and I will teach you when possible. Understood, Rin Yuan said, examining the dagger. Zhang Lanfang took hers to assist with cooking. Wang, this suitcase is filled with ammunition, Dahe announced, opening a travel case. Wang Yuan inspected it. Inside were 5 grenades and 4 boxes of ammunition, 3 boxes containing Type 16 rounds, and 1 box of handgun ammunition. Captain, it's time to eat, someone called. All right, let us have our meal then, Wang Yuan replied. They feasted on a dish of pork chops stewed with papaya and a salad of wild vegetables mixed with luncheon meat, receiving unanimous praise from the group. After finishing, Wang Yuan placed jackfruit seeds into a pot to boil. The 5 gathered around a stone slab, which held some cactus fruit and 2 wild pineapples. They chatted while enjoying their food. Now, let's distribute the supplies. We have 5 lighters, 2 disposable ones, 1 for Dahe and 1 for myself, and 3 waterproof brand lighters, 1 for each of the 3 ladies. These are essential tools for survival in the wild, so please take good care of them. Wang Yuan distributed the lighters. Agreed. The group responded. Jiang Zong, your dagger has many functions, and the magnesium rod at the end of the handle can start a fire. Be sure not to lose it and keep it with you. I will teach everyone how to use it later. These items are entrusted to you for safekeeping and use. If anyone needs them in the future, they may borrow from others. Understood, we all comprehend, Zhang Lanfang affirmed. As for the firearms, we have sufficient ammunition, including Dahe's handgun. We possess 3 rifles and 3 handguns, and fortunately, the handguns are of the same model, with over 100 rounds available. The use of firearms is known only to Dahe and myself, so for now, only we will handle them. In due time, I shall teach you how to operate them, and based on your proficiency, we will determine who will wield the long guns or pistols. The clothing and shoes in those boxes are all in small sizes. Fang Jia, I suggest you distribute them among the others. There are a couple of pairs of shoes that neither Dahe nor I can wear, but with some cardboard or foam padding. You should be able to make them fit. Everyone nodded in agreement. Our supply of pork is nearly depleted, although we have some dried fish. That will serve merely as our reserve food for emergencies. Thus, I have decided that we shall relocate tomorrow to the wild boar's den, where the cave should accommodate us. There are 2 wild boars there, which we can hunt directly, providing us with more pork. What does everyone think? I agree. I concur. We all agree. Chapter 95. Disposing of the bodies very well, it is settled then. In the afternoon, Dahe and I will handle the bodies, while you all take care of the shoes and laundry, Wang Yuan said. But Captain, can't we leave on the speedboat? Rin Yuan inquired. No, it won't work. I've checked. The speedboat doesn't have much fuel left, enough for just over 100 nautical miles. If we don't reach land, we will have to anchor. I overheard their conversation. A large ship was searching the area where the gunfight occurred a couple of days ago, and they are with that group. Our vicinity is the territory of the pirates from a few days ago, so the large ship won't come here. We are surviving in a narrow margin. Rest assured, I will bring you all back safely, so let us get back to work. All right, everyone responded. Wang, this cigarette is quite pleasant, Dahei remarked as he and Wang Yuan strolled towards the beach. Yes, it's decent, though I'm accustomed to our domestic brands, Wang Yuan replied, carrying a 16 and Dahei with a rifle. Are we burying the bodies or disposing of them? Dahei asked. I suggest we toss them into the deep sea to feed the fish. Burying them risks them being dug up by jackals or leaving traces due to rain. Suddenly, Wang Yuan exclaimed, Oh no, we're missing 2 bodies. The 2 rushed to the speedboat, where they found 1 body on the boat and 2 beneath it. The bodies of the 2 pirates had vanished. They must have been dragged away by jackals, Wang Yuan pointed out, indicating the tracks on the ground. Dahei expressed, We were careless. It's all right. Those 2 were the significant ones. We'll dispose of them in the sea to eliminate any evidence. Wang Yuan indicated towards David and the sniper's body. Will the bodies float away? No, there are sharks in the vicinity. I've encountered them before. Very well then. We placed the bodies onto the speedboat, pushed it into the sea, and jumped aboard. Wang Yuan pulled out the keys to start the engine, steering the speedboat out into the open waters. The 3 women were washing clothes when Rin Yuanyuan saw them and exclaimed, Wow, look, the captain can drive a speedboat too. Zhang Lanfang replied, Yes, the captain has a military background. Rin Yuanyuan remarked that not all soldiers are adept at operating speedboats. Jiang Yin suggested that he might have been a special forces operative. Is that true? Both Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan turned their gazes towards Jiang Yin. He must have been in the same unit as my father. Whenever I inquire about his unit, my father is rather vague about it, as is the captain, which leads me to speculate that they are indeed part of the special forces. Rin Yuanyuan frowned and said, But the special forces can't be that mysterious, can they? Aren't they often portrayed on television? Could they possibly belong to some clandestine department? Zhang Lanfang chuckled. You've been watching too many dramas and reading too many novels. As for a mysterious department, it's more likely that the special forces adhere to strict discipline, and once they retire, they are prohibited from disclosing any military secrets. Jiang Yin concurred, stating, I believe Sister Fang is correct. The discipline within our military is quite stringent, especially in the special forces who operate under code names during missions. Thus, it stands to reason that, as Sister Fang said, they must not reveal any confidential information. Rin Yuanyuan replied, All right then. Wang Yuan piloted the speedboat for approximately 2 nautical miles before coming to a stop. The 2 of them worked together to cast the body into the sea, then turned the boat around to head back. Shortly thereafter, the body resurfaced, and Dahei turned to observe. Wang, look, there are indeed sharks, Dahei exclaimed. Wang Yuan turned his head to see 5 or 6 sharks surrounding the body, tearing into it. Well, that should certainly eliminate any evidence, Wang Yuan remarked as he continued to steer the speedboat. Chapter 96. Concealing the speedboat. Wang Yuan brought the speedboat ashore and noticed the 3 women drying clothes on the rocks. Dahei, go fetch them. We need to drag the speedboat into the jungle to conceal it. Dahei jumped off the boat and ran towards the 3 women. Wang Yuan retrieved a rope from the speedboat and secured it to a hook at the front. Dahei returned with the 3 women. Captain, what are we doing? Rin Yuanyuan inquired. We are going to drag the speedboat into the jungle for concealment. We can't leave it by the shore where pirates might discover it. All right, she replied. Dahei and I will pull the rope from the front, and you all can push from behind. The speedboat isn't too heavy. The 5 of us can manage it easily, Wang Yuan instructed. Okay, let's begin, Zhang Lanfang said. Wang Yuan and Dahei pulled the rope while the 3 women pushed from behind. The speedboat was not particularly heavy, making it manageable for the 5 of them. Once they reached the underbrush, the reduced friction made the task even easier. After dragging it behind a thicket, Wang Yuan said, All right, let us find some branches and grass to cover and disguise it. I'll go back for a machete, Zhang Lanfang offered. No need for that. We can simply uproot some plants around the speedboat and cover it with branches, grass, and vines. The marks left by a machete would be too conspicuous and hard to erase, but uprooted plants will fade away after a rain or gust of wind, Wang Yuan explained. After more than 2 hours of effort, they successfully camouflaged the speedboat, making it virtually undetectable from a distance unless one approached closely. Well, let's head back, Wang Yuan said as he set down the toolbox. The 5 of them returned to their shelter. where Wang Yuan and Da He laid down their weapons and tools and lit cigarettes. Sister Fang, please gather the clothes. They should be dry now. Once you return, distribute them accordingly and prepare the meal. We have both wild vegetables and pork. Da He and I will tend to the fishing nets and then return to grill some seafood, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, the group replied, and each busied themselves with their tasks. Wang Yuan and Da He arrived at the shore to gather some oysters. As dusk approached, they retrieved the fishing nets, yielding only a few fish. Wang Yuan pondered the inconsistency of their catch. On days devoid of bounty, would they not face hunger? He resolved to craft additional fishing nets and deploy them separately into the sea. Upon returning to the shelter, the three women had prepared a pot of soup with wild boar meat and vegetables. The group feasted on grilled fish and oysters, accompanied by the soup. Wang Yuan presented the jackfruit seeds he had boiled earlier, demonstrating to the others how to peel and enjoy them. Captain, your shoes are worn out. You should change into a new pair. We have 5 pairs here, Jiang Yin suggested. All right, Wang Yuan replied, inspecting his shoes. Noticing some parts had been corroded by seawater and others were torn, he selected a pair of combat boots, took a few steps, and confirmed, these will do. They fit perfectly. These boots appeared to belong to the African sniper, nearly new and in his size. Have you all changed your shoes? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes. We have 2 pairs in size 40. My feet are 38, while Xiao Yan's are 37. We've added 2 layers of cardboard. And they're much better than the previous ones, Zhang Lanfang responded. That's good to hear. Captain, we wish to learn how to shoot, Ren Yuanyuan expressed. Her eyes filled with anticipation alongside the other 2 women. Very well, I will first teach you to use a handgun. Handguns are lighter, portable, and easier to operate. These 3 handguns will belong to you from now on. Yay, that's wonderful, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed with excitement. Rifles are heavier and more powerful, with significant recoil, making them harder to control. Da He and I will use them for now. Once you have mastered the handguns, we can discuss rifles, Wang Yuan clarified. I want to use a rifle. I prefer handguns. I aspire to be a beautiful spy, Ren Yuanyuan declared. You've watched too many movies, Zhang Lanfang chimed in. All right, enough chatter. Listen to the captain's instructions. Chapter 97. Assembling firearms. Wang Yuan explained the use of handguns, including loading, safety, aiming, and firing. After the explanation, the 3 women practiced loading and unloading the firearms, as well as aiming and shooting. Captain, when can we practice with live ammunition? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. Tomorrow. Although we have over 100 rounds of handgun ammunition, this is a deserted island filled with unknown dangers, so we must conserve our bullets. Tomorrow, we will go to the wild boars. Those 2 wild boars will be your responsibility. How does that sound? Wang Yuan proposed. We promise to complete the task. Ren Yuanyuan stood and saluted in a somewhat unrefined manner. You silly girl, just be sure not to wet your pants when you see the wild boars, Zhang Lanfang teased. Her excitement palpable. Sister Fang, Ren Yuanyuan blushed, speaking coyly. When shooting, remain calm and composed. Never fire recklessly, and do not point the gun at your comrades. Wang Yuan admonished seriously. Understood, Captain, they replied. The 3 women were filled with excitement, exclaiming in unison. All right, familiarize yourselves, Wang Yuan instructed. Each of the women playfully handled a handgun. Wang Yuan gathered 3 rifles and tossed one to Da He. Shall we compare? He suggested, disassembling one rifle and cleaning its components with a rag. I won't compete with you. Your speed is inhuman, Da He retorted, also disassembling his weapon and wiping it down. What if I blindfold myself? Wang Yuan proposed. Really? Da He inquired. What are you competing in? The 3 women asked curiously. You'll find out shortly. Watch how I defeat him, Da He replied. Both men finished cleaning the parts, laying them out on palm leaves, while Wang Yuan found a cloth to blindfold himself. Fang Jia, you call the start, Wang Yuan said. All right, are you both ready? Zhang Lanfang understood the situation from their postures. Ready. Both Wang Yuan and Da He affirmed. 1, 2, 3, go. Wang Yuan and Da He swiftly assembled the components before them, leaving the 3 women dazzled. Done. Wang Yuan exclaimed. Da He lifted his head to see Wang Yuan had successfully constructed his firearm and was removing the blindfold. Da He held his assembled gun, but the magazine remained on the palm leaves. Wang, please don't discourage me anymore. I'm the fastest gun assembler in our country. And you managed to assemble it blindfolded even quicker than I did, Da He admitted. All right, everyone take a break, Wang Yuan said, noticing the 3 women gazing at him in astonishment. Okay, let us step out for a moment, Zhang Lanfang called to the other 2 women. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and began disassembling the 16 again, cleaning its components. Wang, do you think that large ship over there will approach? Dehei asked. It shouldn't. This area of the sea is within the territory of those pirates from a few days ago. Both sides are on guard against each other. So even if something happens, it will be a matter of mutual suspicion, Wang Yuan explained. After finishing their cigarettes, Wang Yuan reassembled the gun, and the three women returned to the shelter to rest. Wang Yuan and Dehei also returned after resolving their personal matters. In the morning, Wang Yuan awoke to find Dehei and the three women still sleeping. He stepped outside the shelter, greeted by a thick fog that obscured visibility beyond 10 meters, ensuring that the large ship would not approach in such weather. The firewood was slightly damp, so he searched for dry kindling, igniting a fire and heating water in a frying pan before heading to the shore to freshen up. After washing up, he returned to find Dehei and the three women waking up in succession to address their needs. Wang Yuan poured hot water into 5 cans to cool, added fresh water to the pot, and chopped the remaining wild boar meat along with wild vegetables, placing them into the pot. Upon Dehei's return, the two lit cigarettes and went to the shore to check the fish traps. Chapter 98. Moving to the lawn, the seafood haul was modest this time, consisting of 2 fish, a crab, and 2 mantis shrimps. After tidying up, they placed the fish traps down and returned to the shelter, cutting the seafood and adding it to the pot. Jiangzong, there's no salt in the pot, Wang Yuan remarked. All right, came the reply. After everyone drank some water and finished their breakfast, Wang Yuan said, let us pack our things and set off. Without taking too much, just firearms, tools, and clothing, sufficient for the task at hand. Once we have dealt with the wild boar, Dehei and I will return for anything else we may need, Wang Yuan stated. Understood, everyone replied. They filled their backpacks and baskets with an iron pot, aluminum cans, bottles, and other necessities, donning their gear. The three women secured handguns and daggers at their waists while wielding harpoons. Fully armed, the 5 ventured into the jungle from beneath the coconut trees. Before long, the sun rose, dispersing the lingering fog. Along the way, they encountered 2 wild chickens and 2 hares, prompting excited gasps from the 3 women. The group paid them no mind and continued on their journey. Upon reaching the Traveler's South Banana Grove, Wang Yuan instructed everyone to set down their belongings and take a rest while he and Dehei sat aside to smoke. Captain, Dehei, have some water, Zhang Lanfang offered, handing them 2 bottles. Thank you, they replied. After a brief respite, take your weapons and head to the clearing. If you spot a wild boar, shoot it with your handguns, Wang Yuan advised. Understood, the 3 women exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Remember to conceal yourselves well. Do not let the boars detect you. The 2 boars over there are adults, and adult wild boars are more ferocious than tigers. Aim carefully before firing. Ideally, shoot within 50 meters, as a handgun may not inflict damage beyond that range. Focus on critical areas, the head, throat, or heart. If you miss, aim for their limbs to incapacitate them. Is that clear? Wang Yuan inquired. Clear, they affirmed. Shall we proceed? Ren Yuan asked. You are to carry only your weapons. First, check your firearms and ammunition. How you proceed is up to your discretion. Depart once you are ready, Wang Yuan instructed. Yes, we will accomplish the mission. Ren Yuan stood and gave an imperfect salute. Laughter erupted among the group. The 3 women stepped aside to inspect their handguns, pretending to check them while whispering among themselves. Captain, we are prepared, Zhang Lanfang announced, revealing that each woman had a dagger at her waist, a handgun in one hand, and a harpoon in the other. Very well, let us depart. Wang Yuan gestured enthusiastically. The 3 women dashed excitedly toward the clearing. Wang, are you not concerned that the wild boars will uproot the 3 cabbages? Enough of that. Let us go watch the show, Wang Yuan replied, picking up a 16 to check it. I won't go. What would my presence matter? I shall rest here, Dehei remarked, lighting another cigarette. Haha. You are simply being lazy, Wang Yuan teased. With that, he grasped his firearm and a machete, plunging into the forest. Upon reaching the edge of the clearing, he concealed himself behind a thicket, observing intently. He saw the 3 women crouched beneath a banana tree, conversing quietly, while 2 wild boars lingered by a waterhole, one drinking while the other rummaged through the ground, their distance exceeding 100 meters. At that moment, Zhang Lanfang signaled for the 3 to spread out, Jiang Yan on the left, Ren Yuan on the right, and Zhang Lanfang lingering slightly behind in the center. The 3 women hunched low, gradually advancing toward the wild boars. Wang Yuan, peering through the scope, thought to himself, well, This formation is decent. They understand teamwork, though they remain unaware of the importance of concealment. Indeed, it was not long before the wild boars discovered them. 2 wild boars raised their heads and gazed in their direction. "Oh no, we've been spotted," Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed. A gunshot echoed, startling the group. Chapter 99, Slaying the Wild Boar. Ah! Rin Yuanyuan screamed, dropping her pistol to the ground, covering her ears with her hands. The others turned to her. Realizing that in her panic upon being detected by the wild boars, she had hastily fired a shot from a distance of 70 or 80 meters. And considering it was her first time shooting, hitting the target was improbable. Instead, she had been frightened by the gunfire and dropped her weapon. The 2 wild boars, now enraged, charged towards Rin Yuanyuan. "Yuanyuan, pick up your gun. The boars are coming," Zhang Lanfang shouted. "Ah!" Rin Yuanyuan shrieked again, terrified, as she retrieved her pistol, closing her eyes and firing in the direction of the boars. Bang! Bang! Click! Click! In just a few moments, she was out of bullets. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin remained relatively composed, aiming their pistols at the wild boars and waiting until they were about 50 meters away before firing. Bang! Bang! Their shots missed entirely. Bang! Bang! At last, one bullet struck, but it merely lodged in the boar's back, inflicting negligible harm. "No, Lanfang, aim for its legs," Jiang Yin urged. "All right," Zhang Lanfang replied. Bang! 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 They continued firing until their ammunition was exhausted, finally hitting one of the boar's front legs. The injured boar stumbled, fell, and, after a moment, regained its footing, glaring at Zhang Lanfang with a pained grunt. Meanwhile, the other boar continued its charge towards Rin Yuanyuan. "Ah!" Rin Yuanyuan's face paled with fear. "Yuanyuan, run!" Zhang Lanfang shouted, turning to flee. But in her fright, Rin Yuanyuan fell to the ground, sitting there and crying out, "Captain, save me!" Jiang Yin, equally terrified, stood frozen, her eyes wide. As the wild boar was about to collide with Rin Yuanyuan, she shut her eyes, covered her face with her hands, and screamed, "Wang Yuan!" Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out from the nearby woods. Both wild boars collapsed simultaneously, letting out a couple of anguished cries before succumbing to death. After a prolonged moment of weeping, Rin Yuanyuan, noticing the silence, removed her hands from her face, only to see one of the boars lying motionless before her, utterly lifeless. Turning her gaze to Zhang Lanfang, she found her also seated on the ground, her face ashen, with another boar sprawled in front of her. Jiang Yin approached, helping Rin Yuanyuan to her feet. "It's all right now, it's all right," she reassured. "Woo woo woo, Yin Jia. Lanfang Jia, I was so scared." Rin Yuanyuan cried upon seeing Zhang Lanfang nearby. "It's fine, don't cry." Zhang Lanfang gently patted Rin Yuanyuan's back. "You dead boar. How dare you frighten me?" Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed, kicking the lifeless boar on the ground. "Enough, they are all dead now," Wang Yuan said as he walked over with his gun. "Humph, why didn't you come sooner? You scared me to death," Rin Yuanyuan retorted, kicking the boar again and glaring at Wang Yuan. All right, aren't you a beautiful agent?" Wang Yuan said, scratching his nose. "You, humph." Rin Yuanyuan turned her head away, ignoring Wang Yuan. "Well, let us return and retrieve our belongings," Wang Yuan suggested. "Humph, let's go," Rin Yuanyuan urged, pulling the 2 women back. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin cast a helpless glance at Wang Yuan. Hee. Wang Yuan chuckled as he followed the trio back. Dahei was seated beneath the traveler's banana tree, smoking, and upon seeing everyone return, he inquired, "Wang, what happened? I heard a lot of gunfire." "Oh, it's nothing, we just took down 2 wild boars," Wang Yuan replied. "Humph," Rin Yuanyuan scoffed. Let us move our things over," Wang Yuan suggested. Dahei noticed something amiss and winked at Wang Yuan. The group picked up their belongings and proceeded towards the lawn. Chapter 100. Inspecting the cave. Upon reaching the lawn, the 3 women were about to make their way into the cave. "Come back. Don't go in yet," Wang Yuan called out. "What's wrong?" The 3 women halted. And Zhang Lanfang asked, "What if there are more wild boars?" Wang Yuan replied. "Oh," the 3 women shuddered at the thought of the earlier encounter. "Let us set down our things. I'll go check it out." "You all load your handguns with bullets," Wang Yuan instructed. The group complied, placing their belongings aside as the 3 women began loading their guns. Wang Yuan picked up a firearm and approached the cave entrance, throwing a stone inside. After listening for a moment without hearing anything, he cautiously entered. The interior was spacious, flanked by 2 massive stones forming the entrance, and the ground was covered in sand. spanning around 30 square meters. There's no danger. Everyone can come in, Wang Yuan observed and called out to the others. Oh my, it stinks. Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed as she entered. The three women covered their noses, and Dehei frowned as he stepped inside. The cave could comfortably accommodate 5 people, but it was littered with wild boar droppings, exuding a foul odor. Let us step outside for now, Wang Yuan suggested. The group exited once more. Wang Yuan checked his watch. It was 9:30. Everyone can see that this cave is suitable for us to inhabit, but due to the abundance of droppings, there will be many insects as well. Therefore, we need to clean the interior. Additionally, we must deal with the 2 wild boars. Today, let us go chop some bamboo and wood so I can craft something to help us clean up the mess. Also, if everyone could gather some dry firewood for cooking, that would be appreciated. Does anyone have any objections? Wang Yuan proposed. Captain, could we wash up first? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Noticing the 3 women's flushed faces and downcast eyes, it was evident they had private matters they were reluctant to disclose. Very well. Let us first drag the wild boars to the water's edge. Then, Dehei and I will go chop bamboo and such. After you finish washing, you can gather some dry firewood and forage for wild vegetables to prepare a meal, Wang Yuan agreed. Okay, everyone responded. Together, they dragged the 2 wild boars to the water's edge, each weighing around 200 pounds. This would be sufficient for 5 people to eat for half a month. And with some wild vegetables, it could last a month. Wang Yuan brought over a barrel of peanut oil, filled it with water, and rinsed the wild boars, also cleaning the bloodstains from the ground. Captain, what are you doing? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Fortunately, the ground here is sandy, allowing the blood of the wild boar to seep into the earth. Otherwise, the lingering scent of blood might attract other beasts. Did you not encounter jackals a few days ago? Wang Yuan remarked. All right, Dehei and I shall take our leave. Please remain vigilant. If any danger arises, fire your weapons, and we will return as swiftly as possible, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, the 3 women replied. Wang Yuan and Dehei lit their cigarettes, shouldered their gear, and headed westward. Once the 2 had distanced themselves, the women exhaled in relief. Fang Jia, hurry, let us retrieve our clothes, Rin Yuanyuan urged. You timid girl. You're so easily frightened. How many times have you wet your pants? Zhang Lanfang teased. Oh dear, Fang Jia, please stop. It's utterly embarrassing, Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed. Her face flushed. All right, I nearly wet my pants too, Jiang Yin admitted. We should all take a bath. We've been using seawater for days, and I feel quite uncomfortable. Certainly, but we won't be seen by them, will we? Rin Yuanyuan inquired. Relax, the captain is not that kind of person, otherwise he would have taken advantage of us long ago, Zhang Lanfang reassured her. Taken advantage of us? Rin Yuanyuan feigned ignorance. You mischievous girl. I can tell you secretly wish for the captain to notice you. You even gave him the cold shoulder today, Zhang Lanfang teased. Chapter 101. A natural haven if you ask me, both of you lack boyfriends. If anyone fancies the captain, you should pursue him quickly. Men like him are rare. And you must seize the opportunity, Zhang Lanfang advised. Jiang Yin pondered thoughtfully. But the captain is rather dense. I've hinted at my feelings several times. Then he simply does not harbor feelings for you, Zhang Lanfang concluded. Really? Rin Yuanyuan said, her expression turning gloomy. I doubt that's the case. The captain is likely afraid that once we return, we will part ways, and then we will be strangers, Jiang Yin speculated. Then, Yinjia, once we return, I shall resign and join your company, all right? Rin Yuanyuan suggested. But I fear he might resign as well, Jiang Yin responded. Perhaps wherever he goes, we should follow. I simply do not wish to be separated from everyone. Enough of this. It's too early to think about such matters. Let us bathe first, Zhang Lanfang declared. All right. The 3 women gathered their belongings and, shedding their clothes, leaped into the water. Not far to the west lay a vast expanse of bamboo forest. Wang Yuan and Dehei approached, finding ample bamboo to utilize. They began to chop at the outer edges, each felling several stalks. Dehei, you continue chopping. I will weave something, Wang Yuan instructed. With his machete and dagger, Wang Yuan split the bamboo into strips. After crafting a sizable bundle, he found a stone to sit upon and began his weaving. Approximately an hour later, he had fashioned a basket. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Dehei, quickly return, Wang Yuan exclaimed, abandoning his work to grab his weapon and dash away. Dehei hurried to follow suit. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots echoed in the distance. Upon reaching the edge of the pond, 3 women stood there, brandishing handguns towards the thicket on the eastern side. What is happening? Wang Yuan inquired. It might be coyotes. Two of them darted out initially. I fired a shot but missed, and they fled. After a while, another two emerged. General Jiang and I each took a shot. Yet unfortunately, we missed again, and they escaped, Zhang Lanfang explained. Is everything all right, General Jiang? Have you ever fired a gun before? Wang Yuan asked, having observed Jiang Yan's proficient shooting stance. Yes, I used to practice at a shooting club, but back then I used the Type 81. And I only shot 3 or 4 times, Jiang Yan replied. It's quite similar to the Type 81. Why don't you take a few shots over there? We have limited ammunition, so let us conserve it, Wang Yuan suggested, handing his gun to Jiang Yan. All right, she replied. Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Yan executed 3 single shots followed by a 5-round burst. Excellent. Marvelous. Everyone applauded. Jiang Yan passed the gun back to Wang Yuan, who waved his hand and said, You keep it for now. A long gun has a greater range and power, and using only handguns when you are together is not advisable. Handguns are effective in close combat, and since you are not yet proficient, it's better you practice with this gun during your free time. Understood, Jiang Yan responded. Everyone should practice more in the future. When shooting, it is crucial to remain calm. The handgun has lesser lethality. The closer the target, the higher the chances of hitting it, even if it means waiting until the enemy is right in front of you before firing. It's acceptable as long as you hit your mark. Our ammunition is limited. We should save it, and if one shot can hit the target, there is no need to fire a second. Therefore, we must remain composed when faced with danger. Our goal is to return home. We must survive. Any threat to our lives or obstacles in our way are our enemies, and we must show no mercy to them. Those beasts, regardless of their protection status, including any pirates, are to be dealt with decisively. This is international waters, and no laws govern us here. We have the support of our great nation behind us. Chapter 102. Crafting Utensils. Dehei and the 3 women felt a surge of fervor. Does everyone understand my point? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, they all replied in unison. Very well, there are plenty of wild vegetables here. You all should start gathering them while Dehei and I fetch some bamboo. We will then collect dry firewood to cook our meal, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, they responded. Wang Yuan and Dehei set off to transport the bamboo, while the 3 women gathered wild vegetables nearby. After 2 trips, Wang Yuan and Dehei brought a basket and several bamboo poles back to the pond's edge. All right, everyone. Come back, Wang Yuan called. General Jiang, please construct a cooking platform. Dehei, you and the others go collect some dry firewood and bring some back for General Jiang to prepare our meal. Everyone took their weapons as they returned. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 11 o'clock. All right, everyone, let us get to work. Wang Yuan moved a stone, sat down, and began to saw the bamboo with the serrated edge of his entrenching tool, occasionally using a knife to whittle, a chisel to carve, and a punch to drill. Ren Yuan returned with a bundle of dry firewood, and Jiang Yan began to cook over the fire. Captain, what are you doing? Ren Yuan inquired. Oh, just preparing some supplies for our meal. Please inform them to gather some firewood and return. We shall commence dining, Wang Yuan replied. Understood. Ren Yuan then resumed her task of collecting firewood. Jiang Yan, here, this shovel is for cooking. Wang Yuan handed Jiang Yan a bamboo spatula he had crafted. Oh, thank you. And this can be used for scooping soup. Wang Yuan fashioned a ladle next. He then carved 5 pairs of chopsticks and, taking up a spade, began sawing bamboo. After cutting several bamboo tubes, he employed a dagger to refine their edges. Captain, what purpose do these bamboo tubes serve? Jiang Yan occasionally glanced at Wang Yuan, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. The thicker ones will serve as bowls, while the thinner ones can function as cups, preventing burns to the hands, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration as she gazed at Wang Yuan. Is the food ready yet? I'm starving. The 3 returned with firewood. Ren Yuan called out. Yes, it is ready to be served, Jiang Yan announced. Then let us eat. Wang Yuan stood, lit a cigarette, and declared. Jiang Yan reached for the bamboo bowls, but Wang Yuan advised, let us use the cans for now. These are not yet ready and may crack easily. All right. Jiang Yan complied, retrieving a can to serve the vegetable and salted fish soup. Captain, what is this? Zhang Lanfang pointed to the bamboo tubes and asked. The thicker ones are for bowls, and the thinner ones for cups. However, these are fresh bamboo. Using them now could lead to cracking once they dry and become fragile. I will refine them after our meal, Wang Yuan clarified. And how will you refine them? The others inquired with curiosity. simply by boiling them. Oh. After the group finished their vegetable and salted fish soup, Wang Yuan suggested, "This afternoon, I will organize the cave. You all should go to the beach, retrieve the fish traps, and bring back some additional supplies." "Certainly, what should we bring?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Bring back some floats. Once cut, they can serve as basins or scoops. Foam boards can be used for bedding or as pillows. Gather bottles, buckets, ropes, plastic sheeting, woven bags, anything useful. Do not dismantle the shelter. We will need it later," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood. We won't bring too much. If we lack supplies, we can return tomorrow. Remember to carry your weapons." The three women and Dahe armed themselves, shouldered their baskets and backpacks, and set off. Wang Yuan placed a pot on the stove, added water and a pinch of salt, and set the 5 bamboo tubes to boil. He added some dry twigs, lit a cigarette, and took his machete. Venturing into the woods. Chapter 103. Organizing the cave, Wang Yuan collected some pine branches and pulled up some mugwort, bundling them to spread out for drying at the cave entrance. He then sat by the water pool, lit a cigarette, and began splitting bamboo strips. Once finished, he wove them together into a basket. Rising to stretch, he checked his watch. It was 2:30. After lighting another cigarette, he picked up 2 baskets and a spade. Entering the cave, he set the gun and baskets aside, seized the spade, and began shoveling wild boar dung, clearing it to the entrance. At that moment, the 3 women and Dahe returned. "Captain, we have returned," Ren Yuanyu and exclaimed. "All right, let us set our belongings down," Wang Yuan replied. As he was busy shoveling the wild boar droppings out of the pit, having already accumulated a considerable pile. "What shall we do next, Captain?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "First, let's take a moment to rest. You ladies can go and pick some bananas to eat," Wang Yuan suggested. "Very well." The 3 women eagerly ventured off to gather bananas. Wang Yuan gestured for Dahe to sit at the cave entrance and smoke. "Do you think these lovely ladies can hold their own?" Dahe asked while puffing on his cigarette. "Ah, you've noticed, have you?" "Of course. Aren't you training them? If we go off to seek revenge and do not return, at least they will survive." "Indeed. But do not mention this to them. Rest assured, Wang, we will certainly be fine. With you here, we are bound to return." Wang Yuan patted Dahe on the shoulder. "Captain, Dahe, come eat some bananas," Ren Yuan called out. The 3 women returned, each carrying a bunch of bananas. "Here are the ripe ones. And there are still plenty of unripe ones. We can take our time eating," Zhang Lanfang remarked. They all sat down to enjoy the bananas. "What shall we do next after finishing the bananas?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Why don't you ladies head to the pond and take care of the 2 wild boars? The weather is quite hot, and if we don't handle them soon, they may spoil. Dahe and I will continue to tidy up the cave. Oh, and please take the bamboo tubes out of the pot and add a few more if necessary. If there isn't enough water, just add some more," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood." The 3 women gathered their weapons and the seafood they had collected and made their way to the pond. "Dahe, you go shovel the wild boar droppings. I will take care of disposing of them," Wang Yuan directed. "All right." Dahe picked up a spade and entered the cave. Wang Yuan used a dustpan to gather some of the droppings piled outside and made his way to the pond, skirting around it to the grassy area on the opposite bank, where he scattered the droppings in several places. "Captain, what are you doing?" Ren Yuan called out upon seeing Wang Yuan's return. "Wild animals have their territories. I'm spreading the wild boar droppings around. Some beasts will be deterred by the scent," Wang Yuan explained. "Oh." The 3 women continued their work with the wild boar. "Make sure to prepare the meal afterward," Wang Yuan added. "Certainly." Wang Yuan returned to the cave entrance, filled another dustpan with wild boar droppings, and scattered them near the bamboo grove. After several trips, he had successfully distributed the droppings around. Dahe had also finished tidying up the cave, reducing the unpleasant odor somewhat. They could clean it more thoroughly another day, though there were still quite a few mosquitoes and flies inside. "Dahe, take a moment to rest, then go gather some firewood," Wang Yuan said, lighting a cigarette. "Understood." Dahe lit a cigarette as well. After finishing their smoke, the 2 men made their way to the pond for a drink of water. Wang Yuan glanced at the bamboo tubes in the pot. "All right, they are ready for use." He took the tubes out to let them dry. Dahe went to assist with the wild boar, while Wang Yuan carried a bundle of firewood into the cave. He then brought in the half-dried pine branches and mugwort that had been drying outside. Dividing the firewood into 2 piles, he ignited them until the flames blazed brightly, covering the fires with the pine branches and mugwort, which sent thick smoke billowing into the air. Wang Yuan quickly ran outside. Glancing at his watch, it was 4:30. He lit a cigarette and picked up the machete, heading once more into the bamboo grove to harvest bamboo. Chapter 104. Residing in the cave, Wang Yuan had felled over a dozen bamboo stalks, transporting them twice to the cave entrance. The dense smoke had dissipated, and as he stepped inside, he observed the surroundings. The mosquitoes and flies had vanished, and the foul stench of excrement was barely perceptible. Gaps between the two large stones overhead allowed shafts of light to penetrate. Venturing outside, he retrieved a tarpaulin, climbed atop the boulders, and covered the gaps with it, securing the edges with stones. Descending, he entered the cave with a spade and a dustpan, beginning to excavate the walls. The soil he unearthed was placed into the dustpan, and once filled, he poured it into the uneven patches of the ground to level the surface. "Captain, it's time to eat," Ren Yuanyuan announced as she entered. "Oh, indeed," Wang Yuan replied, glancing at his watch. It was now 6:30. He lit another cigarette and inhaled deeply. "Captain, this place is livable now," Ren Yuanyuan assessed the cave. "Yes, it will suffice. Let us depart," he responded, and together they walked to the waterhole. "It smells delightful. What have you prepared?" Wang Yuan inquired. "All made from offal," Zhang Lanfang replied. "Stir-fried kidney, spicy stir-fried intestines, wild vegetables with pig liver, and a seafood soup with wild greens. There's plenty of offal. We'll cook it all shortly," Jiang Yin added. "Have both wild boars been processed?" Wang Yuan asked. "All taken care of. Once we finish eating, we'll marinate the meat and also cook the pig's head," Zhang Lanfang confirmed. "Very well, let us eat," Wang Yuan announced. "All right," they replied. The soup was ladled into bamboo bowls fashioned from tubes, one for each person, while the dishes were served on palm leaves. Each was given a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and they began to feast. "Delicious. So tasty," exclaimed the group, devouring the meal voraciously until all was consumed. "I'm so full," Ren Yuanyuan remarked, rubbing her belly. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Let us move our belongings into the cave," Wang Yuan said, lighting another cigarette. "Understood." The group placed the wild boar meat into dustpans and foam boxes, wrapping the two boar heads in plastic. It took 2 trips for each person to transport all the meat. Inside the cave, they spread plastic sheets and arranged the wild boar meat, which weighed over 200 pounds, alongside the offal and bones, sufficient provisions for several weeks. "Bring in the remaining items," Wang Yuan instructed. He began constructing a cooking platform within the cave, while Dahei and the 3 women continued to carry items inside. Shortly, a fire was kindled, and a flat pan was set over it, water added, and the 8 wild boar trotters were placed into stew. They laid woven bags and foam boards inside the cave to serve as bedding, and transported the bamboo harvested that day, beginning to chop it with the machete. As night fell, the cave was illuminated solely by the fire on the cooking platform, creating an atmosphere of dimness. However, firewood was scarce, so no additional fire was made. Dahei and the 3 women brought in the remaining supplies. "Captain, what are you doing?" The group settled down, and Zhang Lanfang asked. "Constructing a door," Wang Yuan replied. "What shall we do?" Jiang Yin inquired. "It's not necessary. It will be ready shortly," Wang Yuan replied. He positioned a thicker bamboo pole at the cave entrance, excavated a pit, and embedded part of it to serve as a door hinge. He then wove the split bamboo strips together, securing them with rope, and soon fashioned a door standing 2 meters tall. He also sharpened several bamboo poles, angling them outward through the gaps. "Captain, what is the purpose of this?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "This is to deter wild beasts. If any approach, these bamboo spikes will impale them and alert us," Wang Yuan explained. "Oh, I understand now. All right. Let's retrieve the pig's trotters and put the remaining offal in to cook," Wang Yuan said as he checked the time. "Very well." Chapter 105. Crafting bamboo strips. "Please marinate the wild boar meat," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood." The 3 women went to prepare the pork, while Wang Yuan and Dahei settled down to smoke and converse. After finishing their cigarettes, Wang Yuan added some dry twigs to the fire. "Captain, we are running low on sea salt," Jiang Yin remarked. "Then use less salt for now. We will go to the seaside tomorrow to boil some," he replied. "All right. Dahei, assist me in shaving some bamboo strips," Wang Yuan requested. They both began splitting the bamboo, turning the remaining stalks into strips. The offal cooking in the pot was nearly ready, and when Wang Yuan lifted the lid, a delightful aroma wafted out. "It smells wonderful," Ren Yuanyuan remarked, twitching her nose. "Yes, it's done. Fortunately, we have seasonings. Otherwise, it would be quite pungent," he responded. He then removed the charcoal from beneath the stove and buried 2 wild boar heads in it. "All right, Let's wash our hands and retire for the night, Wang Yuan declared. Yes, it will be ready shortly. The three women applied salt to the last piece of wild boar meat. You go ahead. Remember to take your guns and be swift. Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. The three women strapped handguns to their waists, and Jiang Yin grabbed a bar of soap. Wang Yuan opened the bamboo door, and they ventured out towards the pond, where the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, allowing visibility within 50 meters. Upon reaching the pond, the women washed their hands and attended to personal matters before returning to the cave. Wang Yuan and Dahei also stepped out to do the same. When they returned, the three women had already settled down. Wang Yuan closed the bamboo door and lay down alongside Dahei, soon falling asleep. The next day, as soon as the clock struck 6, Wang Yuan awakened. He stoked the fire, placed the pot on the stove, and removed the offal, chopping it neatly before placing it back to continue cooking. The three women and Dahei stirred awake at the sound. Captain, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Let us wash up. Indeed, Wang Yuan was the first to step outside, heading into the woods to handle personal matters. Shortly after, Dahei joined him, and they lit their cigarettes. Dahei, I will fetch the toiletries. You can head directly to the pond, Wang Yuan said before turning back. The three women were busy organizing their toiletries, which were stored in their original suitcase, albeit one side of the case had been ruptured by a shark. Let me weave a basket to place my and Dahei's toiletries in. You can keep yours in the suitcase, Wang Yuan suggested, finding it inconvenient to keep the items together. All right, the three women replied. They proceeded to the water's edge with their toiletries, while Dahei accompanied Wang Yuan. The three women ventured into the woods to attend to personal matters. Once finished, they rejoined the group. Wang Yuan and Dahei returned to the cave, lighting cigarettes as they went. The pot was already boiling, and with a few wild vegetables added along with a sprinkle of salt, the aroma was delightful. How fragrant, Dahei remarked. Yes, we'll eat once they return, Wang Yuan replied. Upon the women's return, the five of them began to enjoy a hearty pig offal soup. Captain, let's allocate tasks, Ren Yuan suggested after satisfying her hunger. Ladies, you shall head to the seaside to gather salt. Dahei will collect firewood, while I continue tidying the cave. Once you finish with the salt, please retrieve the fish trap and see if there's anything else worth bringing back, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. The group acknowledged. Dahei grabbed a machete, slung it over his shoulder, and ventured into the woods to gather firewood. The three women armed themselves with a pistol and a dagger, shouldering their backpacks and taking up a spear before heading out. Wang Yuan followed, carrying a machete and several bamboo poles. Captain, why are you coming along? Ren Yuan inquired. I plan to set a few traps to see if I can catch a wild rabbit, he replied. Chapter 106. Expanding the cave. Wang Yuan and the three women traversed the Traveler's South Banana Grove, arriving at a spot frequented by wild rabbits. Wait here and observe the area. We'll check for any catches upon our return, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, they agreed. After surveying the surroundings, he fashioned 3 traps from bamboo and rope. You may go now. If you encounter pirates, be sure to hide or return swiftly. If gunfire erupts here, Dahei and I will hear it, but beyond that, it will be lost to us, he advised. Understood, the women said as they made their way to the seaside. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and headed to the bamboo grove, cutting down a dozen stalks and bringing them back to the cave entrance. He skinned 2 wild boar heads, placing them into a woven bag to carry to the water's edge. Returning to the cave, he fetched the frying pan and the prepared water bucket. Noticing 2 wild boar skins left aside, he bound them with rope and soaked them in the water. Taking 1 wild boar head, he scraped it clean with a dagger, then filled the pot with water, placed it over the fire, and added the boar head, covering it with the water bucket. Once the fire blazed robustly, he added some dry wood and returned to the cave, where Dahei had also returned with a bundle of firewood. Dahei, take a brief rest, Wang Yuan suggested. All right, Dahei replied. The two sat on the firewood, smoking. In a moment, you should collect more firewood for the water's edge and add it to the fire, Wang Yuan instructed. After finishing their cigarettes, Dahei went off to gather more wood. Wang Yuan began to tidy the bedding on the ground, setting it aside, and took up a shovel to dig into the cave walls, expanding its interior. The excavated earth was spread across the floor, gradually enlarging the cave's area and leveling the ground, while the prior stench of waste was suppressed, leaving no trace of it behind. 3 hours later, Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and gazed at his handiwork. Not bad, he mused. I can create 3 rooms, 1 for storage and 2 for rest. He then picked up a machete and ventured into the woods, where he began to chop down a tree as thick as a thigh. Dehei approached, carrying a bundle of firewood, and inquired, "Wang, what are you doing with the tree?" "I'm gathering wood to make a bed." "Oh, have you added more firewood to the stove?" "Yes, I have," Dehei replied, continuing on his way. After felling the tree, Wang Yuan called Dehei to help drag it to the cave entrance. The two sat on the trunk, smoking. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 11:30. "The ladies should be back soon, right?" Dehei suggested. "Yes, they should be arriving shortly," Wang Yuan responded. "Captain, we're back," Rin Yuan shouted from a distance. "Great," Wang Yuan acknowledged. "We boiled 2 bottles of salt and gathered some seafood. We also caught a few fish and crabs in the fish trap," Zhang Lanfang added as she approached. "Did you check the traps?" "Yes, but they were untouched." "Look, I found 2 wild chicken eggs," Rin Yuan boasted. "Let us set down our things and take a break," Wang Yuan proposed. The 3 women placed their items down and drank some water. "Dehei, could you fetch some water?" Wang Yuan suggested. He carried 2 floats filled with seafood, while Dehei took 2 buckets, and together they made their way to the pond. Dehei returned with 2 buckets of water. Wang Yuan added some dry wood to the stove, retrieved a wild boar's head, and set it on palm leaves, while another head was cleaned and placed in a frying pan to cook. "Captain, what are we having for lunch?" the 3 women asked as they approached. "Let us prepare a dish with boar's head meat, and you can grill some seafood," Wang Yuan replied. "All right," they agreed, taking out the seafood to wash and place near the fire. "You should also gather some wild vegetables to mix with the boar's head meat," Wang Yuan instructed. The 3 women set off to collect wild vegetables, while Wang Yuan used a dagger to trim the meat from the boar's head. Shortly, they returned with some wild mint. "Let me handle this," Jiang Yin said. "Of course," Wang Yuan replied, clearing space as he finished trimming the meat. Chapter 107. Constructing bamboo beds after finishing their lunch. Wang Yuan and Dehei lit cigarettes. Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, what shall we do this afternoon?" "Dehei, go chop some bamboo. You 3 should gather firewood, both dry and wet," Wang Yuan instructed, handing a machete to Zhang Lanfang. "Understood," she replied. The 3 women stood up, strapping on their military knives and handguns as they walked into the woods. Wang Yuan added more dry wood to the stove and, alongside Dehei, made his way back to the cave. "Dehei, we need a substantial amount of bamboo, so please gather as much as you can," Wang Yuan urged. "Of course," Dehei responded, picking up the machete and heading towards the bamboo grove. Wang Yuan took a spade and began to chop the trees he had dragged back earlier. He cut the thicker branches and trunks into approximately 1-meter-long sticks, bringing them all into the stone cave. "Captain, what are you working on?" Rin Yuan asked as the 3 women entered, each carrying a bundle of firewood. "I'm making 2 bamboo beds," Wang Yuan replied. "Do you need us to do anything?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "There's no need for that. You all can go chop wood. Rest when you tire, or perhaps you might venture to gather wild vegetables. I have discovered a considerable number of mushrooms in the forest, though I am uncertain of their edibility," Jiang Yin suggested. "Why not collect mushrooms? Remember, those that are brightly colored are often toxic, so we shall discard them. The remainder we can share later." "Very well," the 3 women said as they shouldered their baskets and backpacks, preparing to depart. "Take the fishing spear and be cautious of dangers," Wang Yuan advised. "Oh," the 3 women giggled as they grabbed the fishing spear and dashed off. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and began to dig pits inside the cave using a military shovel. Excavating more than 10 holes, he buried wooden sticks in them and compacted the soil with the shovel to create legs for a bed. He then bound bamboo around the frame, resulting in the emergence of a sturdy bed structure. Dehei returned after 2 trips with over 10 pieces of bamboo. Wang Yuan split the bamboo in half, measuring and cutting them to uniform lengths. He arranged the bamboo strips with the convex side facing upwards on the bed frame, securing them with rope. After lighting another cigarette, he tested the bed's sturdiness by sitting on it. This bed is 2 meters wide and 5 meters long. It can comfortably accommodate 5 people. Dehei returned with another bundle of bamboo and, upon seeing the large bed, laughed. "Wang, this bed is splendid." "Yes, it's quite satisfactory. I will craft 2 smaller ones shortly, one for each of us," Wang Yuan replied. "Fantastic." The 2 men lit cigarettes and rested at the cave entrance. In the distance, the 3 women returned. "Captain, we are back. We gathered a substantial amount of mushrooms and even dug up some wild vegetables," Rin Yuan announced with a wink. "Oh, let us pour them into a winnowing basket and sort them," Wang Yuan suggested. The 3 women set down their baskets and equipment, and Zhang Lanfang retrieved a winnowing basket. Wang Yuan poured the contents of one basket into it, and as some mushrooms tumbled out, a snake unexpectedly followed. Narrowing his eyes, he inspected it closely and noticed the snake's head was missing. Grabbing it by the tail, he lifted it up. "TCH, I thought it would frighten me," Rin Yuanyuan remarked. "Did you manage to kill it?" Wang Yuan inquired. "Yes, we worked together to do so," Zhang Lanfang replied. "Well done. Should we roast it?" Jiang Yin asked. "Never mind. Improperly cooked snake can harbor parasites, and we have ample food already," Wang Yuan stated as he emptied another basket and backpack, revealing a mix of mushrooms and wild vegetables. Fortunately, the mushrooms were non-toxic, and he repacked the wild vegetables into the basket. "Let us get another winnowing basket to separate these mushrooms and lay them out to dry," Wang Yuan suggested. Jiang Yin retrieved another winnowing basket, and Wang Yuan carefully arranged the mushrooms in it, spreading them out under the sun. "Captain, I noticed you made a large bed in the cave. Does this mean we can sleep on it tonight?" Jiang Yin queried. "Indeed," Wang Yuan affirmed. Chapter 108. Crafting a table. What? Is it finished? Let me see. Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed as she rushed into the cave. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin followed suit, and the three women sat and reclined on the bed. "Wow, it's quite sturdy," Rin Yuanyuan remarked, rolling about. "This bed is enormous. It can easily accommodate 5 or 6 people," Jiang Yin added. "Are we really going to share a bed with the captain?" Rin Yuanyuan inquired. "You little rascal. Rise and shine. You'll have plenty of time to roll around with the captain tonight," Zhang Lanfang replied. "What are you talking about?" Rin Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed crimson. "So, you'll be sleeping next to the captain tonight, then?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "How about we take turns sleeping beside him each day?" Rin Yuanyuan sat up and suggested. "What do you think we are, you silly girl?" Zhang Lanfang responded. "All right, let's venture outside and see what we can do before nightfall," Jiang Yin said. "Sounds good." The three women stepped outside. Wang Yuan and Dehei were smoking. "Captain, are we still going to chop firewood?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Yes, let us make one more trip. The wet wood can be left here to dry," Wang Yuan replied. "All right, we're on our way," Zhang Lanfang said. "Wait a moment." Wang Yuan glanced at the sky, picked up a snake, walked to the center of the grass, and waved his hand toward the sky, tossing the snake onto the ground. Moments later, a large eagle swooped down, landing beside the snake and began pecking at it. Wang Yuan crouched down to stroke the eagle's feathers before returning to the others. "Well, Captain, can we touch it?" Rin Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What kind of bird is that?" Jiang Yin inquired curiously. "Haha." Wang Yuan laughed heartily. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Yin shot him a look. "It's not just any bird. It's a type of eagle called a sea eagle, a fierce predator. If you wish to touch it, go ahead and try," Wang Yuan said. Never mind then." The three women gathered their gear and circled towards the woods. Suddenly, the sea eagle flapped its wings and flew off with the snake, causing the three women to scream in fright. "Ha ha," Wang Yuan chuckled. "Hee hee." Dehei joined in the laughter. "Humph." The three women glared at them before turning away. "Dehei, keep chopping bamboo. I will go make 2 more beds," Wang Yuan instructed. Dehei walked towards the bamboo grove. Wang Yuan headed to the pond, added some dry twigs to the stove, retrieved 2 wild boar skins from the water, laid them on a rock to dry, and then returned to the cave to continue constructing bamboo beds. After more than an hour, the 2 bamboo beds were completed, and noticing the time was 5:30, he said, "Dehei, that's enough. We have plenty." As Dehei returned with the bamboo, Wang Yuan continued, "You can set it down now." The 2 sat down to smoke and chat. At that moment, the 3 women returned, carrying firewood. "Set it down and have some water to rest," Wang Yuan said. "All right." The 3 women placed the firewood down and entered the cave. "Huh." They paused for a moment. "You were the one suggesting 5 people share a bed. The captain is not that kind of person," Zhang Lanfang teased Rin Yuanyuan. "Oh." A hint of disappointment flickered in Rin Yuanyuan's eyes. The 3 women each took a bottle of water and stepped outside, noticing Wang Yuan was busy constructing something with bamboo. "Captain, what are you up to now?" Rin Yuanyuan asked with curiosity. "You'll find out shortly," was his reply. Wang Yuan skillfully whittled with a dagger and chiseled with a chisel, ultimately assembling the bamboo strips and securely binding them with rope, resulting in a square table measuring approximately 1 meter in length, width, and height. "Hooray! Captain, you are truly remarkable." The 3 women gazed at Wang Yuan with admiration. "All right, let us prepare the meal. Cook those pig trotters. We all had a tiring day and deserve to enjoy some wine." Chapter 109. Drinking beer. Hooray! The 3 women dashed into the cave, clutching pig trotters and wild vegetables, making their way towards the water pool. Dahé, please assist by chopping the wild boar bones and bringing over those mushrooms, Wang Yuan instructed. Dahé carried a basket of mushrooms toward the water pool. Wang Yuan entered the cave and rebuilt the stove, as the original one produced excessive smoke due to incomplete combustion. After reconstructing the stove, he repaired the bamboo door, reinforcing the entrance with bamboo on both sides and creating a small door in the center, which he secured with a wooden latch. Wang Yuan tested it. It was sturdy enough to withstand any wild beasts like wild boars. Lighting a cigarette, he headed toward the water pool. The captain has arrived. Is the meal prepared? There's a soup that will be ready shortly, Jiang Yin replied. Is there enough lard? We rendered quite a bit while processing the wild boar yesterday. It should suffice. It's getting dark. Let us move everything back to the cave, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. Everyone transported their belongings back to the cave, placing the prepared food on the table and the frying pan on the stove to continue simmering the soup. The cave was dimly lit, prompting Wang Yuan to start a fire. What shall we drink? He inquired. Anything is fine, Zhang Lanfang replied. I'll have beer, Jiang Yin said. I'll drink beer as well, Ren Yuan added. Very well, we shall all have beer, Wang Yuan agreed. Wang Yuan opened the beer box and distributed 1 can to each person. Once opened, he proclaimed, Today has been exhausting, yet we have successfully built our home. Cheers! Cheers! They all exclaimed, tilting their heads back to drink. Ah, refreshing! Ren Yuan shouted. Refreshing! Ha ha! Both Wang Yuan and Dahé enjoyed their drinks, while the 3 women took a hearty sip. Come, let us eat, Zhang Lanfang suggested. All right, let us eat, everyone concurred, as they began feasting on pig head meat, trotters, and brains. Delicious, Ren Yuan remarked. Captain, Dahé, would you like another can? Jiang Yin asked. Never mind, Dahé and I will have brandy, Wang Yuan replied. Yes. It's been ages since I had brandy, Dahé added. Jiang Yin opened the brandy box, retrieved a bottle, and handed it to Wang Yuan. He opened it, inhaled deeply, and remarked, This wine is excellent. Pouring it into 2 bamboo cups, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Wow, it smells wonderful. Indeed, it's truly fragrant. Let me pour some for you to taste, Wang Yuan offered. Sure, Ren Yuan responded. Wang Yuan took 3 bamboo cups and poured a little into each, emptying the bottle. Come, let us taste it. Wang Yuan raised his cup. All right, cheers, Ren Yuan replied. Cheers. The group clinked their glasses together, and the 3 women swiftly finished their drinks, while Wang Yuan and Dahé each took a sip. Delightful. This wine is exquisite, remarked Wang Yuan. Though it is enjoyable, it can easily lead to intoxication. So please drink sparingly. Understood, they replied. Let us fetch another bottle. We shall finish this one first, Wang Yuan suggested. Yay. Ren Yuan dashed over to retrieve another bottle, uncorked it, and filled the glasses of Wang Yuan and Dahé, distributing the remainder among the 3 women. Make sure to eat plenty of food, Wang Yuan advised. Of course, they responded. After indulging in food and drink for a while, Jiang Yin brought over a frying pan. The soup is ready. Let us partake in it, she announced. She ladled out portions for everyone, leaving the bones in the pot and distributing the broth and mushrooms into bamboo bowls. This soup is delectable, Dahé exclaimed after tasting it. At this moment, the 3 women, having consumed enough to redden their cheeks, appeared increasingly lovely. Captain, I cannot finish my beer. Would you like it? Jiang Yin offered her half-finished can to Wang Yuan. Sure, he accepted, taking a sip. Humph, Ren Yuan huffed quietly, pouting slightly. Chapter 110. Erecting a shelter. Jiang Yin, possibly feeling the effects of the alcohol, had a flushed neck as she lowered her head to sip her soup. Dahé and Zhang Lanfang exchanged glances, observing their surroundings. Come, let us drink, Zhang Lanfang encouraged. Yes, indeed, let us drink, Dahé echoed, raising his glass. Cheers. Wang Yuan, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, lifted his cup as well. Once satiated, the group began to feel slightly dizzy. The 3 women struggled to articulate their words, playfully gnawing on large bones, alternating between laughter and nonsensical chatter. Wang Yuan rose to find a scrap of cloth to wipe his hands, then spread 3 pieces of wild boar skin on the large bed, followed by foam boards and pillows. He returned to clean the hands of the 3 women, gently placing them on the bed and covering them with some clothing. They continued to murmur softly. Returning to the table, he lit a cigarette. Wang, they all seem to like you, Dahé, now tipsy, observed. Wang Yuan placed the cigarette in Dahai's mouth and lit another for himself. I'm heading to relieve myself. Are you coming? Wang Yuan asked as he stood. Let us go, Dahai replied, swaying slightly as he stood up. The two of them supported each other as they left the cave, making their way to a banana tree to relieve themselves. Upon returning to the cave, Wang Yuan assisted Dahai onto the bed, then shut the door and secured the latch. The cool breeze swept in, the effects of the wine overwhelming him, and he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. The following morning, Wang Yuan awoke to find the others still fast asleep. He stoked the fire in the stove and set water to boil. Venturing outside, he inhaled the fresh morning air deeply, feeling invigorated. After tending to personal matters in the woods, he returned to fetch his toiletries and washed up by the water pool. After completing his morning routine, he returned to the cave, where the water in the pot had already reached a boil. He poured it into 5 cups, added more water to the pot, and placed it back on the stove, then gathered several pre-chopped ribs to add to the pot, along with some dry twigs to stoke the fire. Stepping outside the cave with a cigarette in hand, I settled onto a stone, grasped a bamboo stalk, and began to carve it with a dagger. After a while, I had fashioned a pile of bamboo strips. I then wove these strips together, eventually creating a bamboo basket. I carried the basket back into the cave, placing my toiletries inside and setting it aside. Good morning, Wang, I greeted as Dahai awoke. Morning, go wash up, Wang Yuan directed, gesturing toward the bamboo basket. Dahai picked up the basket and stepped outside. Ugh, my head aches, Ren Yuan groaned as she awoke, sitting up to rub her temples. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yan also stirred, both sitting up to massage their foreheads. Wang Yuan emerged from the cave holding a spade, commencing to dig several holes to the right of the cave entrance. Good morning, Captain, the 3 women greeted as they joined him outside. Morning, go wash up, Wang Yuan replied. He then took a bamboo pole, erected it in one of the holes, and compacted the soil with his foot, repeating this process with 3 more poles. He returned to the cave to retrieve a bamboo table. Stepping onto the table, he horizontally bound bamboo rods to the upright poles, constructing a frame. Upon Dahai's return from washing up, Wang Yuan secured the frame and jumped down, both men sitting together to smoke. What are you making, Captain? Ren Yuan inquired as the 3 women returned. A shelter for storing firewood. We can also sit inside to shield ourselves from rain and sun, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, they responded. The soup in the pot is ready. Add some wild vegetables and prepare for breakfast. All right, they agreed. After finishing their morning meal, Wang Yuan and Dahai stepped outside again for a smoke. The 3 women, having cleaned the dishes, approached them. What are we doing today, Captain? Zhang Lanfang asked. Today, there is nothing much planned. Perhaps Dahai and you 3 could visit the seaside to check on the fish traps and the traps I set yesterday. If you have time, gather some useful marine debris and cook some salt, Wang Yuan suggested. Sure, they replied, and Dahai along with the 3 women equipped themselves before heading toward the shore. Chapter 111. Crafting bamboo stools. Wang Yuan tossed away the cigarette, but stood up and bound several bamboo poles to the shelter frame to serve as crossbeams. He then gathered palm leaves and banana leaves, spreading them atop the structure and securing them with rope. With a machete in hand, he crossed to the opposite bank of the pond to cut reeds, collecting 2 large bundles which he carried back beneath the shelter, laying them atop the leafy roof and securing them with bamboo poles. Glancing at the time, it was 9:30. He sat down, lit another cigarette, and began to split bamboo, crafting over a dozen strips. Utilizing the serrated edge of the spade, he sawed several bamboo segments, chiseling into them as well. Once the segments were completed, he assembled them, weaving them together until a square bamboo stool took shape. Wang Yuan tested it and found it sturdy. As the sun blazed down, he felt the heat and took a drink of water before moving the bamboo stool into the shelter, where he continued to craft more stools. He fashioned 4 additional stools, lit a cigarette, and checked his watch. It was 11 o'clock. Carrying a frying pan and pork ribs, he made his way to the pond's edge. Igniting a fire at the cooking station, pouring water into the frying pan, and placing the ribs on the stove to simmer. Then, wielding a machete, he ventured to the opposite bank to cut down reeds, until a vast expanse of reeds was cleared, leaving behind a generous stretch of grassland. Beyond lay a sloping hill adorned with a grove of trees. He carried several bundles of reeds in multiple trips to the shelter. Checking the time, he noted it was noon, lit a cigarette, and placed a bottle of salt and some wild vegetables into a winnowing basket, which he then took to the edge of the pond. Captain, we're back, Ren Yuan shouted from afar. The 4 members of Dahe approached. Look, I caught a wild rabbit, Dahe declared, holding up the creature. The group set their things down. Captain, do we really have to eat the rabbit? Just look at how adorable it is, Rin Yuan remarked, taking a sip from the bottle. Indeed, Wang Yuan replied, glancing at the rabbit, which was still alive. Its legs bound by a rope and struggling on the ground. Oh, the 3 women expressed, their eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. We also boiled 2 bottles of sea salt, Jiang Yin added. And we gathered some seafood, catching a few fish and shrimp, Zhang Lanfang chimed in. By the way, we found 2 wild chickens on our way back, Rin Yuan said. Oh, I have an idea to catch them and raise them for eggs, Wang Yuan proposed. Great, great. Rin Yuan clapped her hands. You little glutton, Zhang Lanfang playfully nudged her. All right, let us prepare the meal, Wang Yuan suggested. He then took the winnowing basket to the pond, washing the wild vegetables and mushrooms, and placed them all into the pot. Let us grill the seafood and fish. Wang Yuan instructed. Certainly, the 3 women complied, washing and grilling the seafood. Wang Yuan and Dahe settled down again to smoke. After a while, the meal was ready. And everyone brought their food to the shelter, placing it on the table. This bench is quite sturdy, Zhang Lanfang noted. It's still thanks to the captain's craftsmanship. Rin Yuan remarked. Captain, when you have time, could you teach me? Jiang Yin inquired. Sure. Let us eat, Wang Yuan replied. The group began to feast heartily. Captain, what should we do this afternoon? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let us rest for a bit. Then we can either dig for wild vegetables or chop wood, Wang Yuan suggested. How about I chop wood while they dig for vegetables? Dahe offered. All right, but first, take care of the rabbit, Wang Yuan instructed. Huh? Captain, it's so adorable. Rin Yuan said, her voice tinged with sadness. Indeed, it's such a pity not to eat it, Wang Yuan commented. Uft. Ha. Laughter erupted from the group. Is there any fruit left? Let us bring it out and eat, Wang Yuan said. All right. Zhang Lanfang went into the cave and brought out 2 wild pineapples. Chapter 112. Building a room after finishing the fruit, the 3 women set off to forage for wild vegetables. Once Wang Yuan and Dahe finished smoking, Dahe took the wild rabbit to the pond to dispatch it. Wang Yuan carried the reeds to the shelter, binding them into bundles with rope, and once completed, he brought them into the cave. Between the large bed and the small beds, he erected a frame, neatly arranging and securing the reeds, which effectively separated the large bed from the 2 smaller ones. Using the same method, the 2 large beds were entirely concealed with thatch, leaving a small door, thus completing the construction of 1 room. Subsequently, another room was erected adjacent to the 2 small beds, providing ample space for several individuals to move about. This room is quite commendable, remarked Dahe as he entered. Have you taken care of the wild rabbit? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, I have, Dahe replied, holding a wild rabbit wrapped in palm leaves. All right, hand it over, Wang Yuan said as he took the rabbit. I'll go gather firewood now, Dahe added, shouldering his gun and brandishing a machete as he departed. Wang Yuan sliced some wild ginger and wild scallions, then seasoned the prepared rabbit with sea salt. Sprinkling on the chopped wild ginger and scallions, along with a dash of wild pepper, he wrapped it securely in palm leaves. Arriving at the waterhole, he dug a small pit by the stove, burying the wrapped rabbit within. He then retrieved some smoldering wood from the stove to cover the rabbit, adding a few pieces of dry wood to ignite the fire. Checking the time, he noted it was 3 o'clock, lit a cigarette, and made his way beneath the shelter. The sky had darkened, casting a gloomy ambience that felt stifling and oppressive. Oh no, it seems it will rain today, Wang Yuan murmured, hastily grabbing a spade to dig on the other side of the shelter. Wang, it appears rain is imminent, Dahe said, returning with a bundle of firewood and placing it under the shelter. Be sure to gather more wood. We don't know how many days it might rain. Wang Yuan advised. Understood. What are you working on? Dahe asked. I'm constructing a toilet. If it rains, we can't possibly continue resolving our needs in the woods. Wang Yuan explained. Oh, very well, Dahe replied, resuming his task of gathering firewood. Wang Yuan excavated a sizable pit, laying down thicker wooden planks and bamboo on top. Leaving an opening surrounding it, he erected a framework of bamboo, draping plastic sheets overhead for rain protection and using palm and banana leaves to shield the sides. He left a small door, then fashioned a simple door using woven sacks and bamboo. The rudimentary toilet was thus completed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt the heat becoming unbearable. Lighting a cigarette, he wandered to the waterhole and added some dry wood to the fire. After finishing his smoke, he discarded the stub, removed his clothes and shoes, and plunged into the waterhole. Refreshing, Wang Yuan exclaimed in delight. After swimming for a while, he spotted numerous freshwater fish, likely drawn to the shallows to breathe as the rain approached. Captain, Captain, where is everyone? The three women exclaimed upon returning to the cave, unable to find him. At that moment, Wang Yuan emerged from the waterhole, calling out, I'm over here. After drying his hair with his clothes, he crouched down to wash his garments. Captain, allow me to wash them for you, Zhang Lanfang offered as she approached. No need. Please go back and fetch some fresh clothes for yourselves. You should wash as well. Wang Yuan replied. All right then, they agreed, returning to the cave to collect clean clothes and bathing supplies. Once Wang Yuan finished washing, he donned only his underwear and walked beneath the shelter to hang his clothes outside before entering the cave to change. They won't see us, will they? Rin Yuanyuan asked by the waterhole. No, the captain has gone into the cave. Let us hurry and wash up, she replied. Zhang Lanfang cast a glance towards the cave. Dai has just returned with a bundle of firewood and has left again. It's all right, Jiang Yin remarked. Well then, let us hasten, she urged. The three women swiftly disrobed and descended into the water pool. Yinjia, have you finished your menstruation? Rin Yuanyuan inquired. Yes, it has just concluded. Why are you all so eager? I still have a few days to go, she replied. I, too, have some time left, another added. The trio hurriedly completed their bathing, donned their clothing, and squatted by the water's edge to wash their discarded garments. Inside the cave, Wang Yuan ignited the stove, simmering pork ribs in a pot with a touch of wild ginger and wild scallions. He then settled down to enjoy a smoke. After finishing his cigarette, he retrieved some bamboo and began to split it into strips, weaving a pillow in no time. Captain, we are ready, the three women announced as they hung their clothes on the makeshift shelter. All right, it's getting dark. Let us prepare the meal, Wang Yuan responded. Very well, the women replied as they entered. Keep an eye on the pot. I haven't added any salt, Wang Yuan said before stepping outside. Dahe returned with a load of firewood, depositing it in the shelter. Dahe, why don't you fetch a set of clean clothes and take a bath? Wang Yuan suggested. Dahe went to the cave to retrieve a change of clothes and joined Wang Yuan by the water's edge. Dahe shed his garments and leapt into the pool. Wang Yuan unearthed a wild rabbit buried in the soil, bringing it back to the cave and placing it on the table. Captain, what is this? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Her curiosity piqued along with the other women asked. It's a wild rabbit, Wang Yuan replied. Really? You have truly killed the bunny? Rin Yuanyuan pouted, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Hee, we must survive, Wang Yuan stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 113. Continuous drizzle. We absolutely cannot eat the rabbit, can we? Fangjia, Yinjia? Rin Yuanyuan protested. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin exchanged troubled glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Very well then, Wang Yuan acquiesced. Captain, this room you've constructed is quite impressive. Jiang Yin shifted the topic. I will make a table for you to place inside as well. That sounds wonderful, Captain. Please teach us, Rin Yuanyuan replied eagerly. This pillow is for you. After we finish eating, I will teach you how to weave pillows, Wang Yuan said as he handed her the finished pillow. Yay, Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed, cradling the pillow with affection. Everyone, hurry and collect your clothes. It's starting to rain, Dahe announced upon returning from his bath. The group rushed outside to gather their garments, noticing the first drops of rain beginning to fall. They retrieved the clothes and hung them on the rack outside the room. Wang Yuan called for Dahe to help him bring in the wet wood from outside, stowed the dustpan in the cave, and transferred the dry firewood indoors. He closed the door and propped it shut with a bamboo pole, dimming the light within the cave, and rekindled a fire for illumination. Let us dine, Jiang Yin proclaimed. Very well, let us eat. Shall we have a drink? Wang Yuan inquired. How about a can of beer for each of us? Zhang Lanfang suggested. Sounds good. Wang Yuan produced the beer, distributing one can to each person. Jiang Yin divided the rib and wild vegetable soup among the group, while Wang Yuan unwrapped the palm leaves encasing the wild rabbit, releasing a delightful aroma. How fragrant! Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed, inhaling deeply. Indeed, it is quite fragrant, Dahe added. Wang Yuan tore apart the rabbit, separating the meat into small pieces. Rin Yuanyuan eagerly reached out for a piece of rabbit meat. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat it? Wang Yuan inquired. I didn't see you kill the rabbit. It's so adorable, Rin Yuanyuan replied, then took a piece of rabbit meat and began to eat. Delicious. Rabbit. So cute. truly fragrant. She exclaimed. Hee hee. Ha ha. Cheers. Wang Yuan declared. Cheers. The group clinked their cups and drank heartily. After their meal, Wang Yuan opened the door, and the three women went to the shed to wash the dishes, while Wang Yuan and Da He sat at the doorway smoking. This dreadful weather. It was scorching hot this morning, and now it's raining, Da He remarked. The weather at sea is unpredictable. How long will this rain last? I don't know. The last few times it only rained for a night. This time is uncertain as well, Wang Yuan said, flicking the cigarette but into the rain before returning inside. The three women finished washing the dishes and returned. Da He closed the door and resumed his seat by the fire. Captain, teach us how to make pillows, Ren Yuanyuan requested. All right. I will first teach you how to split bamboo strips, Wang Yuan responded. He brought over some bamboo, split it with a machete, and then meticulously shaved it down with a knife. The three women mimicked his actions, asking questions when uncertain, and Wang Yuan provided corrections for any mistakes. In the end, each of them crafted a pillow. Wang Yuan inspected their work. It was all quite exquisite, as the three women were adept and meticulous in their crafting. Well done. We have enough pillows now. Let us make a table, Wang Yuan proposed, distributing the pillows accordingly. All right, you can make a longer table in your room, while Da He and I will make a square table. The weaving method is the same, just the lengths differ, Wang Yuan instructed. Next, Wang Yuan wove a bamboo table while the three women worked together on another, with Wang Yuan guiding them and even teaching them how to weave patterns. The women were quick learners, grasping the techniques after just one explanation. Da He sat nearby, smoking and watching with keen interest. After a while, 2 sturdy tables were completed, and each was placed in their respective rooms. Wang Yuan checked the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. He added a stick of dry wood to the fire, took a sip of water from his cup, lit another cigarette, and stepped to the entrance, peering through the crack of the door. It was very dark outside, obscuring visibility, though the rain did not seem heavy. Let us rest. Do you need to relieve yourselves? Wang Yuan asked, turning around. Yes, we need to go, Zhang Lanfang replied. All right. Let us make 2 torches to carry with us. It's too dark outside, Wang Yuan suggested. The 3 women grabbed 3 burning pieces of wood from the fire and came over. Wang Yuan opened the door, and they dashed into the shed, taking turns to use the restroom. Wang Yuan turned back, leaning against the entrance and smoking. After the 3 women resolved their matters, they returned to the cave, while Wang Yuan and Da He proceeded to the shed to address their own needs amidst the rain. Upon returning to the cave, they secured the door and propped it with bamboo poles. They prepared their bedding and lay down. The following morning, Wang Yuan awoke, feeling a bit restless, and set about boiling water. Upon opening the door, he found the gentle patter of rain still falling outside. He made his way to the shed, lit a cigarette, and took care of his business in the restroom. Returning to the cave, he picked up a plastic buoy and cut it in half with a knife. Using one half as a basin, he filled it with water, grabbed a bamboo basket containing his toiletries, and went to the shed to wash up. After freshening up, he returned to the cave, set down his belongings, divided the hot water, and placed a pot on the stove, adding water and a few pieces of salted fish. He moved a stool to the shed, took a cup of water, and sat down to smoke. Good morning, Wang. Da He approached. Morning, Captain. The 3 women joined them. Good morning. Chapter 114. Fishing for freshwater fish. Da He first attended to the restroom, followed by the 3 women who took turns addressing their personal matters. Let us have some fish and wild vegetable soup for breakfast. I wonder when this rain will cease, but thankfully, our food supplies are ample, Wang Yuan suggested. Sounds good. The 3 women replied as they walked into the cave. Da He moved the table and stools to the shed, settled down, and began smoking while chatting with Wang Yuan. Captain, it's time to eat, the 3 women announced, distributing the fish soup into bamboo bowls. After finishing breakfast, the women cleaned up the dishes while Wang Yuan and Da He continued smoking in the shed, the rain softly drizzling outside. Da He, it's likely that the rain won't stop today. There are fish in the pond. Shall we go fishing? Wang Yuan proposed. Absolutely. I've never fished in the rain before, Da He replied. All right, I'll make 2 umbrellas, Wang Yuan declared. He then rummaged through the marine debris he had brought back. Finding the plastic too small, he opted for 2 woven bags, cutting them open to create a single sheet. He propped them open with bamboo strips, using a wooden stick as a handle, and soon fashioned 2 A-frame umbrellas. Da He fashioned fish hooks from the pole tabs of 2 cans, and before long, they had assembled 2 fishing rods. Are you going fishing? Ren Yuanyuan approached with curiosity. Yes, Wang Yuan confirmed. What shall we do? Today, the rain might not let up, so you are free to do as you please. Perhaps we could watch you fish. Zhang Lanfang suggested. Very well, Wang Yuan replied, then suddenly exclaimed, we can't fish while holding umbrellas. I think it's better to set up a shelter over there. We could also use it for bathing later. Sounds good. The group donned straw hats. The three women put on raincoats, while Wang Yuan and Da Hei held umbrellas, carrying their weapons and tools, along with several bamboo poles. The three women brought along a tarp and a few woven bags, and they made their way to the pond. Ren Yuan held the umbrella for Wang Yuan as he dug several holes to plant the bamboo rods as supports. Jiang Yin held the umbrella for Da Hei while he and Zhang Lanfang worked together to secure a crossbeam. Wang Yuan first secured the tarpaulin around the edges with ropes. The tarpaulin was somewhat small, so he stitched it together with plastic sheets and cut open woven bags. All right, let's leave it like this for now. We don't have enough materials to cover the sides completely. We can use leaves to block it off another day, Wang Yuan suggested. Okay, replied the others. Da Hei, let's go dig for some earthworms. You all head back to fetch some fruit, bring the stool over, and make sure to close the door, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. They all responded, and each set off to fulfill their tasks. Wang Yuan and Da Hei began searching through the nearby grass, soon unearthing several earthworms, which they wrapped in leaves and brought back to the shelter. The three girls also returned with the stool. Wang Yuan and Da Hei commenced their fishing, while everyone enjoyed the wild pineapples, relishing the leisurely atmosphere. Suddenly, Wang Yuan lifted his fishing rod, and a palm-sized crucian carp was caught. Wow! Haha! Captain is amazing! The three girls clapped and laughed. Wang Yuan removed the fish and placed it into a nearby float, adding a bit of water. He then baited the hook with an earthworm and cast it back into the pool, peeling an orange as he did so. In a while, Da Hei also caught a crucian carp. The two took turns fishing, reeling in several fish. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 11 o'clock. Da Hei, let us catch one last fish before we start cooking, he said, lighting a cigarette. Da Hei did the same, and both focused intently on the water's surface, with the three girls curiously observing. Suddenly, the foam float that Wang Yuan had fashioned moved. Captain, there's a fish. Ren Yuan whispered. Sure, don't speak, he urged. The float suddenly dipped, and Wang Yuan jerked the rod upward, bending it as he fought to reel in the fish. Ha ha ha, it's a big one. Wang Yuan exclaimed joyfully. He pulled vigorously towards the shore, then relaxed the line momentarily, engaging in a tug-of-war with the fish. Finally, he managed to bring it into shallow water, revealing it to be a half-meter-long catfish. Quick, drag it to the shore, he shouted, handing the rod to Zhang Lanfang. Help me pull. The three girls combined their strength to hold the rod steady, while Wang Yuan dashed to the water's edge, removed his shoes, rolled up his pants, and leaped into the water. He grasped the fish, which thrashed vigorously in his arms. With a swift motion, he tossed the fish onto the grass, where it flopped about. Ha! The three girls cast aside the fishing rod and rushed over. Wang Yuan approached and removed the hook from the fish. Hee. Da Hei chuckled at the sight of the four girls. Suddenly, Da Hei's float also moved, dipping down before he yanked the rod upward, struggling to lift it. Wow! It's another big one, Da Hei shouted. Ha! The three girls swarmed around Da Hei, their eyes fixed on the water. Wang Yuan, having knocked the catfish unconscious, brought it into the shelter and then joined Da Hei to watch. Da Hei imitated Wang Yuan's fishing technique, alternating between pulling and relaxing the line. Eventually, he too reeled in a catfish, and Wang Yuan jumped into the water to toss it ashore. The fish is smaller than the previous one, yet still measures over a foot in length. Now, let us tidy up and return to prepare our meal. Wang Yuan observed the jubilant expressions of his companions and spoke. Chapter 115. Preparing freshwater fish. Wang Yuan and Da Hei began to process the larger fish, while the three women handled the crucian carp. In total, there were 5 crucian carp and 2 grass carp. The group laughed and chatted as they scaled the fish, opened their bellies, and removed the entrails. Once their tasks were complete, they returned to the shelter outside the cave, carrying their catch and supplies. Wang Yuan constructed a makeshift stove within the shelter and lit a fire. How shall we prepare these fish? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Let us make soup with the small ones and steam the larger fish, Jiang Yin suggested. You all decide how to proceed, Wang Yuan replied, glancing at the gentle rain outside before settling down to light a cigarette. Sister Fong, please chop some wild onions and wild ginger, and Yuan. Prepare the fish with decorative cuts, Jiang Yin instructed, setting the frying pan on the stove. Understood, Zhang Lanfang replied, fetching a wooden board to slice the wild onions and ginger while Rin Yuan made decorative cuts on the fish. Jiang Yin scooped some wild boar fat into the pan, heating it before placing the crucian carp inside to fry until golden brown. Wang Yuan selected a thicker bamboo stalk, using a shovel to saw off a segment, leaving the joint intact, and then split it in half. We can use these bamboo sections as plates to steam the larger fish, which will impart a delightful bamboo fragrance. Wang Yuan remarked. Sounds good, Jiang Yin agreed. Once the crucian carp was fried to a golden hue, it was transferred onto a palm leaf. More boar fat was added to the pan, which was heated before the chopped wild onions and ginger were sautéed until fragrant. Water was then added and brought to a boil before introducing the fried crucian carp. Bamboo strips were placed atop the pot as the grass carp was rubbed with sea salt, its belly stuffed with wild onions and ginger. Additional wild onions and ginger were placed in the bamboo tube, and the fish was set inside before being placed in the pot, covered with a split water bucket to steam. Now, we simply wait for our meal, Jiang Yin stated, as Wang Yuan and De He smoked, gazing at the rain outside. Their brows were furrowed in thought. Captain, what occupies your mind? Jiang Yin asked, noticing Wang Yuan's pensive expression. I fear the wild boar droppings I scattered around will be washed away by the rain, diluting the scent and inviting other wild animals. We must devise a plan. Wang Yuan replied. What should we do? The others turned their attention to him. Perhaps we could construct some fences or enclosures to secure this area, creating a courtyard. Wang Yuan suggested. That may be our only option, Jiang Yin concurred. Let us eat first. Our supplies are limited. We can cut bamboo once the weather clears. Wang Yuan added. Very well, Jiang Yin replied, opening the frying pan to remove the 2 bamboo tubes. The fish soup was ready. A sprinkle of sea salt and wild onion flowers were added to the creamy broth, which was then distributed into 5 bamboo bowls. After cleaning the pan, it was placed back on the stove, and the 2 grass carp were garnished with wild onion flowers and a few wild peppercorns. Once the pan was heated, boar fat was poured over the fish, producing a sizzling sound and releasing an enticing aroma. How delightful! Rin Yuan sniffed eagerly. Indeed, it smells wonderful, De He added, inhaling deeply. All right, let us dine, Jiang Yin announced. Yes, let us eat, Wang Yuan affirmed. A gathering of individuals sat around the table, commencing their meal. Delicious, exclaimed Jiang Yin. Indeed, the fish soup is delightful as well. Once the meal concluded, Wang Yuan and De He retreated to a corner to smoke. Oh dear, I am so full that I hardly wish to move, Rin Yuan lamented, cradling her belly. Just look at you. You've gained a bit of weight, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Really? Is that so? Rin Yuan queried, touching her face. I don't think so. Not at all. All right then. Let us rise and wash the dishes to stretch our limbs and aid digestion, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Very well, the 3 women agreed as they proceeded to clean the utensils. Now that we have ample food and the rain is pouring outside, we are free to roam, but let us not stray far from one another's sight. If any unusual circumstance arises, at least inform 2 others, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, the 3 women replied. Come on, let us not be so serious. We are all here to survive, but if one were to act recklessly, there's little we could do. I have spent the longest time with De He, and I trust him the most. Following him is Yuan, and Jiang. Please hold your thoughts for a moment. Although I have been employed at our company for several months, I have seen you no more than thrice during that time, each encounter lasting less than a minute, Wang Yuan continued. Jiang Yin attempted to speak but was interrupted by Wang Yuan. Yuan, among us, you possess the least survival instinct and courage. Please refrain from speaking for now, and let me finish. We have spent the most time together after the calamity, and in this duration, you have shown the most growth. While at times your behavior may seem childish, I recognize that it is deliberate on your part. Rin Yuan lowered her head, falling silent. Fangjia, you are the eldest among us. I mean no offense. Rather, I wish to acknowledge that your life experience surpasses ours. There are many things I had not considered that you have already encountered. Such knowledge cannot merely be acquired through study. It is forged through experience and exposure. Perhaps your background as a flight attendant has equipped you to meet a myriad of personalities, a skill that Yuan will require years to master. Wang Yuan declared. Captain, what exactly are you trying to convey? Jiang Yin sensed an underlying tension. What I mean to say is, should we ever find ourselves separated, it is imperative that everyone survives, Wang Yuan clarified. Huh, what? Why would we need to separate? Rin Yuan seemed to miss the crux of the matter. Ah, I understand. Jiang Yin responded. So do I, Zhang Lanfang added. What? Fang Jia, Yin Jia? I don't comprehend. Why must we separate? What will I do without you all? Rin Yuanyu and sobbed, wiping her tears. Wang Yuan glanced at Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin with exasperation. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin shot him a disapproving look before going to comfort Rin Yuanyuan. Do you think it is too soon to speak of such matters? Dehei remarked in Mandarin. Alas, I find myself at a loss for words. Here we are, adrift in international waters, surrounded by numerous pirate factions, while the island harbors venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Any eventuality could unfold, and all I can impart to them are some survival techniques. Beyond that, I am powerless. I cannot possibly train them to become special forces, especially given our circumstances. Wang Yuan remarked. Why don't we establish a nation on this island? Perhaps the two of us could succeed. This is also international waters. You could be the king, and I shall serve as prime minister, with those three enchanting ladies as princesses. What do you think? Dehei proposed. Get lost. Wang Yuan kicked him. In less than a month, we would be nothing but bones. Do you think founding a nation is so simple? It would disturb far too many vested interests. We wouldn't even know how we perished. Haha. Dehei scratched his head with an awkward smile. Wang Yuan gazed out at the gentle rain, lost in thought. Wang, I am going fishing, Dehei announced. Very well. Wang Yuan grabbed a bamboo pole and resumed crafting a bench and a table. Captain, may I assist you in weaving? Jiang Yin approached and seated herself. Sure. Shall we go fishing then? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Rin Yuanyuan glanced at Jiang Yin, shot Wang Yuan a disdainful look, and declared, Humph. I refuse to go. I want to weave a bench too. All right then, I shall fish with Dehei, Zhang Lanfang said, donning her hat and raincoat before making her way to the pond to join Dehei. You all carry on with your weaving. But do not forget to craft a table, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, Jiang Yin replied. Humph. Rin Yuanyuan shot him another glare. Wang Yuan entered the cave, retrieved a length of rope, and measured it in the room of the three ladies, marking it accordingly before returning to the shelter to measure and split the bamboo strips. After splitting a pile of bamboo, he sat down and began weaving. Captain, what are you crafting? Jiang Yin inquired. I am making you a mat, Wang Yuan replied, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Oh, after a couple of hours, the two ladies had completed 4 benches and a long table, adding to the single bench Wang Yuan had started, making a total of 5. Captain, we are finished, Jiang Yin announced. Excellent. Let us take a break, Wang Yuan said, lighting another cigarette. By the way, do we have any fruit left? None, Jiang Yin replied. Then let us go pick some bananas. Quite a few are ripe. Wang Yuan suggested. All right. Jiang Yin and Rin Yuanyuan donned their hats and raincoats, armed with military daggers to gather bananas. Wang Yuan took a deep drag from his cigarette and continued weaving the mat. After a while, the two ladies returned with bananas, and Jiang Yin handed a few to Wang Yuan. Thank you, Wang Yuan said, taking the bananas and peeling one to eat. You both should bring the rest to Dehei and the others to share. Okay, Jiang Yin replied. Move one of the tables over here. And bring 2 benches as well, Wang Yuan directed. Understood. The two ladies placed 2 benches and the bananas on the long table and carried the table to the pond's edge. After finishing the banana, Wang Yuan lit another cigarette and continued weaving the mat. Once the mat was completed, Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 5 o'clock. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, rolled up the mat, and carried it into the cave, placing it in the women's quarters. He ignited the stove, pouring water into a flat pan and setting it to boil. Next, he constructed 2 racks beside the stove using bamboo, piercing all the wild boar meat with a dagger, stringing it up, and hanging it on the racks to smoke and cure into bacon. Having subsisted on entrails and ribs for the past couple of days, he realized that transforming the over 200 pounds of wild boar meat into cured meat would prevent spoilage and eliminate any gamey odor. Once the water reached a boil, he poured it into cups, and Wang Yuan drank from one before taking a bucket and stool to the water hole. How many have you caught? He inquired. We've only managed to catch 4 crucian carp, Zhang Lanfang replied. It's 6 o'clock. You all should head back to prepare dinner. I've set up 2 racks in the cave to cure the bacon. You can take a piece to saute with mushrooms, and later, Dehei and I will return to make fish soup, Wang Yuan declared. All right, Zhang Lanfang responded, passing her fishing rod to Wang Yuan, who settled down. The 3 women returned to prepare the meal. Shortly after, Dehei caught another crucian carp, while Wang Yuan reeled in his line, having caught nothing, with the bait gone. All right, let us head back, he said, Chapter 117. The beasts still exist after Wang Yuan and He finished processing the crucian carp. They filled a bucket with water and returned to the cave. Zhang Lanfang took the fish to one side to clean it. Wang Yuan and He sat beneath the shelter, smoking and chatting. The rain continued to fall, and twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. Once they finished their cigarettes, they moved the table and stools into the cave, bringing all the bamboo poles inside and securing the door. Darkness engulfed the cave. Wang Yuan hastily rekindled a fire for illumination. "Let us have dinner first. The soup will be ready shortly," Jiang Yin suggested. "All right, let us eat," Wang Yuan agreed. Jiang Yin laid palm leaves on the table, piled with hottie mushrooms and wild boar meat. "Would anyone like a drink?" Wang Yuan asked. "Let us have a little. We should enjoy today while we can. It's pointless to save it," Zhang Lanfang replied. "Very well, He and I will have brandy. What about you?" Wang Yuan inquired. "We'll stick to beer," Zhang Lanfang answered. Wang Yuan brought over 3 cans of beer and a bottle of brandy to share among them, while Jiang Yin fetched 2 bamboo cups for Wang Yuan and He. He uncorked the brandy, pouring 2 glasses, while the 3 women opened the beer. "Cheers." Wang Yuan raised his glass. "Cheers." They responded in unison. The 5 clinked their glasses and took a sip. "Let us eat," Wang Yuan urged. This hottie mushroom with wild boar is delicious," everyone praised. After a while, Jiang Yin served the fish soup to everyone. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, Wang Yuan opened the door. The 3 women walked to the shelter to wash the dishes, while Wang Yuan and He, armed with long guns, sat at the cave entrance smoking. The rain outside had diminished to a light drizzle, perhaps soon to cease altogether. After the 3 women finished washing the dishes, Wang Yuan asked, "Do you need to relieve yourselves? Seize the moment and hurry over. Once we conclude our business and close the door, we must refrain from venturing outside." "Well then, everyone, let us proceed," Zhang Lanfang suggested. One by one, the group took turns to relieve themselves. After their return, they securely closed and braced the door. Wang Yuan sliced open a buoy, placing it in the corner, declaring that it would serve as a makeshift toilet for all. He cautioned that they must not step outside that night, as the rain had washed away all traces and the beasts could emerge at any moment. Therefore, it was imperative that they remain indoors. Did everyone understand? They responded affirmatively. Suddenly, a distant roar echoed from outside the cave. There really is a beast," Zhang Lanfang exclaimed, her companions exchanging frightened glances. "Captain, what was that sound?" Ren Yuan inquired softly. "That noise could possibly be a tiger," Wang Yuan replied. "Really? Is that true?" Ren Yuan asked, her eyes wide. "Fear not. Even if it is a tiger, it cannot enter. Let us not forget we have firearms," Wang Yuan reassured. "All right then," she conceded. Wang Yuan sharpened several bamboo poles, extending them through the door's crevice, anchoring the other ends to the ground. "Now, should a beast approach, it will be impaled by these bamboo tips, allowing us to prepare in advance," he stated. "Understood," came their reply. "Everything is fine now. You may lay out the bamboo mats and rest if you feel tired." The 3 women entered the room to spread the mats on the beds while Wang Yuan and He settled by the fire, smoking. Once the mats were arranged, the 3 women joined them. Wang Yuan took a few bamboo rods and, using a dagger, began splitting the bamboo strips, with the women and He mimicking his actions. "The rain is likely to cease by tomorrow. We must not stray too far. After the rain, we shall refrain from entering the mountains and merely gather some bamboo from the grove," Wang Yuan advised. "Understood," they acknowledged. Another beastly roar rang out, causing the 3 women to blanch in fear. "Enough. It's all right. Remain calm. We have firearms," Wang Yuan reassured them. He began weaving the bamboo mats, while Zhang Lanfang followed suit, crafting another. He and the 2 women continued splitting bamboo. Once the 2 mats were completed, Wang Yuan checked his watch. It was 10:30. He lit a cigarette. "Let us rest. It is already 10:30, he announced, adding some dry twigs to the fire. "Very well," the 3 women replied, retreating into the room to rest. Wang Yuan and He laid out the bamboo mats, reclining on the beds while smoking. The following day, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. He kindled a fire in the stove, boiling water, and then opened the door. The rain had ceased, though the sky remained overcast. Stepping outside, he inhaled the fresh air and surveyed the surroundings. Everything appeared normal. After attending to nature's call, he returned to the cave to fetch his toiletries and proceeded to wash at the pond. He and the 3 women rose in succession. addressing their personal needs before joining Wang Yuan at the pond to wash. The three women bore dark circles under their eyes from a restless night. After completing his ablutions, Wang Yuan returned to the cave, distributing the hot water, taking a cup for himself, and sitting on a stool in the shelter while lighting a cigarette. Shortly thereafter, Dahei joined him with a cup of water and a stool, settling down beside him. After Wang Yuan finished smoking, he ignited the stove in the shed and returned to the cave, filling a skillet with water and placing it on the stove. The three women returned after washing up, and Wang Yuan suggested, "Let us make some soup with dried fish and wild vegetables for breakfast." "All right," they replied, taking out the dried fish and wild greens to add to the pot. After finishing their meal and washing the dishes, they sat under the shed, sipping water while Wang Yuan and Dahei smoked. "Captain, what are we doing today?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Let us go chop some bamboo. When we return, we can build a fence. You three should check if there are any catches in the rabbit traps," Wang Yuan stated. Chapter 118. Enclosing a courtyard with a fence after a brief rest, everyone set to work. Wang Yuan and Dahei, armed with long guns and machetes, ventured into the bamboo grove to chop bamboo. The three women, carrying baskets and equipped with handguns, daggers, and fish spears, went to inspect the traps. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, Wang Yuan noticed numerous bamboo shoots sprouting from the ground, likely due to the recent rain. He snapped off a shoot, peeled away its outer skin, and tasted it, declaring, "It's not bitter. It's sweet bamboo, perfectly edible. Should we dig up the shoots first?" Dahei asked. "Let us chop the bamboo first. We can let the three women dig when they return," Wang Yuan replied. The two began chopping bamboo, and after a while, they each tied up a bundle and carried it back. "Dahei, you continue chopping bamboo. I'll start on the fence," Wang Yuan instructed as they shared a smoke. Dahei returned to the grove while Wang Yuan sat down, cutting the bamboo into approximately 2-meter lengths and sharpening one end of each pole with his knife. At that moment, Dahei returned with another bundle, and the three women also arrived. "Captain, we caught a wild rabbit," Zhang Lanfang announced. "And we found 2 wild chicken eggs," Ren Yuanyuan added. The women set down their baskets, and Zhang Lanfang pulled out the rabbit, its legs bound with rope. Ren Yuanyuan produced 2 eggs from her pocket. "Good. Let us take a break," said Wang Yuan as he lit a cigarette. The three women each took a cup of water and sat down to drink. "We also spotted a few wild chickens," Jiangyan commented. Dahei settled down as well, lighting a cigarette and asking, "Wang, should we try to catch a couple?" "Let us wait until the fence is finished," Wang Yuan replied. "Those wild chickens are quite beautiful," Ren Yuanyuan remarked. "Have you all checked the traps? Are they set properly?" Wang Yuan inquired. "Everything is ready," Zhang Lanfang assured him. "Good. Once you've rested, head back to the bamboo grove with Dahei. There are plenty of bamboo shoots to dig up," Wang Yuan instructed. "Really? That is wonderful," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. "Yes. For lunch, we'll have bamboo shoots stewed with rabbit," Wang Yuan announced. "Oh, we're having rabbit again," Ren Yuanyuan said with a grimace. "So will you eat it?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Well, this princess will reluctantly eat 2. No, 3 pieces," she replied. Wang Yuan promptly spat out his water in laughter, and everyone burst into hearty laughter. "Let us take action," Zhang Lanfang declared. The three women, with their baskets upon their backs, ventured towards the bamboo grove alongside Dahei, while Wang Yuan settled down to continue processing the bamboo. Once the bamboo had been stripped, he utilized a spade to excavate several rows of approximately 10-centimeter deep pits around the cave, encircling the shelter and the latrine, thus establishing the framework of the courtyard. Next, 3 sharpened bamboo poles were interlaced and secured at their intersection with rope, with each group of 3 firmly anchored in the pits, spaced about half a meter apart. This process continued until 3 sides were completed, ensuring the ground was compacted, with approximately 2 meters of space left on each side for the installation of doors. Dahei returned with 2 more bundles of bamboo, reporting that the 3 women had finished harvesting bamboo shoots and were assisting in cutting bamboo. Noticing the time, Wang Yuan instructed Dahei to summon the 3 women back for lunch, planning to resume work in the afternoon. Dahei acknowledged and departed. Wang Yuan took a wild rabbit to the water hole to prepare it for cooking. "Captain, we have harvested 2 baskets of bamboo shoots," Zhang Lanfang announced as she approached the water hole. "Oh, quite a lot," Wang Yuan responded. "What shall we do next?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Peel all the bamboo shoots, then cook them briefly. We shall keep some for lunch and preserve the remainder," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood," Zhang Lanfang replied as she returned. Once Wang Yuan had finished with the rabbit, He chopped it into smaller pieces, rinsed them in clean water, wrapped them in palm leaves, and brought the cleaned rabbit skin back. Is everything cooked yet? Wang Yuan asked. Not yet. We've only cooked half, Jiang Yin replied. That's fine. Let's focus on preparing the meal first. We can finish cooking the remainder afterward, Wang Yuan suggested as he spread the palm leaves on the table and stewed the rabbit with bamboo shoots. Afterward, he took the rabbit skin into the cave and hung it on the wall alongside another piece. Captain, how much longer until the fence is completed? Zhang Lanfang inquired as Wang Yuan exited the cave. It should be finished by the afternoon, Wang Yuan replied. Dahe returned with a bundle of bamboo, and after placing it down, he and Wang Yuan sat together to smoke and chat. After stewing the rabbit, the three women prepared a pot of wild vegetable egg drop soup. Once everyone had indulged in the delightful wild feast, they felt pleasantly full and relaxed. Fangjia, you all didn't sleep well last night. Why not take a brief rest? Wang Yuan suggested. Dahe and I will wash the dishes. We're fine. We'll just sleep early tonight, Zhang Lanfang replied. It's no trouble. We have plenty of time. Go ahead, Wang Yuan insisted. Very well then. The three women agreed and retreated into the cave to rest. After Wang Yuan and Dahe finished their cigarettes and cleaned the dishes, they resumed their work. Dahe hoisted his machete to cut more bamboo, while Wang Yuan sat down to chop the bamboo into roughly 1 meter lengths, sharpening one end of each pole. Once he had prepared a sufficient quantity, he placed these poles within the previously erected bamboo framework, again binding them in groups of 3. At that moment, the three women emerged from their rest, and Dahe returned with another bundle of bamboo. Chapter 119. The grand courtyard is complete. Go chop some bamboo. I estimate that 2 more bundles will suffice, but it would be prudent to gather a bit more as a reserve. Wang Yuan handed the machete to Zhang Lanfang. All right, bring back those cut bamboo branches as well. They can be put to use. Be cautious, for there may be snakes lurking in the bamboo grove. Understood. The three women, accompanied by Dahe, ventured into the bamboo forest to harvest. At that moment, the sky finally cleared, and the sun emerged. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, added some dry twigs to the stove, set a flat-bottomed pot over the flame to boil bamboo shoots, and continued constructing the bamboo framework. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yin and Ren Yuan returned, each carrying a bundle of bamboo branches. No need to place them in the shed, just set them under the fence, instructed Wang Yuan. All right. The 2 women deposited the bamboo. Are they still cutting bamboo? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, they are in charge of the cutting while we handle the transportation. There are still plenty of slender bamboo branches over there, and we've harvested quite a lot these past few days, with even more shavings left behind, Jiang Yin replied. Good. Bring them all back. What use do these slender bamboo branches serve? Ren Yuan asked. They can be inserted into the fence for camouflage. They also possess aesthetic appeal. And even when dried, they can serve as firewood, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, then let us continue. Very well. Wang Yuan completed the bamboo framework, arranging it in a staggered manner, some pieces standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, while others measured around 70 centimeters. He then connected the framework with horizontal bamboo, creating 2 layers, and secured everything tightly with rope. The fence was now complete, with only the door remaining. An opening was left in the center of 3 sides for this purpose. Wang Yuan lit another cigarette, removed the bamboo shoots from the pot, placed them in a winnowing basket, and set them aside to dry. He sat down and took a bamboo pole, splitting it down the middle with a dagger, and then cutting it into strips. Wang Yuan measured the pole against the doorframe, marking it with the dagger. Returning to the shed, he measured the length of the bamboo with a shovel and sawed it accordingly. He then joined 4 pieces together to form a frame, securing it with rope and weaving strips in the middle, thereby crafting a door. He proceeded to create 3 such doors. The upper sections of the 3 doors protruded several centimeters, which he sharpened with the dagger. After installing all 3 doors, he erected a sturdy bamboo pole on either side of each door, one serving as the hinge and the other to secure the door when closed. Both sharpened at the top and deeply embedded in the ground. After finishing the doors, he lit another cigarette and checked his watch. It was nearly 5 o'clock. He surveyed the surroundings of the fence, which measured approximately 15 meters in length on each side, forming a spacious square courtyard. A considerable pile of bamboo rested beneath the shed, with ample bamboo branches stacked beneath each section of the fence. Wang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction as he smoked, exited the courtyard, secured the door, and made his way toward the bamboo grove. All right, there's no need to cut any more. This should suffice for now. Wang Yuan noted as he observed everyone still busy with their tasks. Very well. Let us take a break before heading back, Dehei remarked, wiping his brow and lighting a cigarette. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock. The group settled onto the bamboo to rest. Is the fence complete? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Yes, it is, Wang Yuan replied, glancing around at the ample bamboo that had been cut, revealing a vast open space. After a brief respite, Wang Yuan and Dehei bound 2 bundles of bamboo, which they carried back, while the 3 women tidied up the trimmed branches and leaves, gathering them to take back as well. Upon returning to the shelter, they set down their loads and surveyed the newly constructed fence and spacious courtyard, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Captain, is this sufficient? Inquired Zhang Lanfang. Not yet. We need to insert these bamboo branches for further embellishment. Once the bamboo leaves fall, we can plant some flowers, grasses, and vines, Wang Yuan replied. All right, let us proceed to insert them together, the group agreed. Moving to place the bamboo branches, taller ones driven into the ground and shorter ones affixed to the fence. With many hands at work, they swiftly completed the task, even adorning the door with bamboo branches. From a distance, it resembled a fence crafted from bamboo, a sight of remarkable beauty. Indeed, it looked splendid, the group admired. As Ren Yuan stroked her chin thoughtfully. You all prepare the meal. Dehei and I will fetch some water, Wang Yuan announced. Very well, they replied. Wang Yuan and Dehei took water buckets and mineral water bottles, sharing a smoke as they made their way to the pond, ensuring to close the courtyard gate behind them. What shall we have for dinner? Ren Yuan asked. We only have wild boar meat and dried fish left. The wild vegetables are gone, leaving only bamboo shoots. How about we stew the wild boar meat with bamboo shoots and grill some dried fish? Jiang Yin suggested. Sounds good. Tomorrow, we can dig for more wild vegetables. After the rain, there may be mushrooms, Zhang Lanfang added. The 3 women began their culinary preparations in the shelter. Wang Yuan and Dehei returned with water and resumed their smoking and chatting beneath the shelter. After dinner, they tidied up the dishes, and as darkness fell, they returned to the cave, lighting a fire for illumination. Dehei secured the door and joined Wang Yuan by the fire, continuing their conversation while smoking. Occasionally, distant roars of beasts echoed from outside, though they were notably quieter than the previous night. The tiger's roar seems to have diminished. It must have moved further away or is resting in its den, Wang Yuan remarked. Do you think it will come over? Ren Yuan asked uneasily. That is uncertain. Therefore, you must avoid venturing out alone and always carry your firearms, Wang Yuan cautioned. Understood, the 3 women replied. Are you not going to relieve yourselves? You should do so while it is still dark. Avoid going out later, Wang Yuan advised. All right, we will go first, the women exchanged glances. And Zhang Lanfang led the way. The 3 of them opened the door and proceeded to the shelter, taking turns to use the restroom. Wang Yuan and Dehei, armed with long guns, followed outside to smoke. Once everyone had finished, they returned to the cave, and Wang Yuan secured the door once more. They gathered around the fire, engaging in light conversation. Wang Yuan found a tree branch and began whittling it with his knife, soon shaping it into a small fork the size of a palm, smoothing its surface. Captain, what are you making? Ren Yuan asked with curiosity. You will find out shortly, Wang Yuan replied, moving inside to retrieve his suitcase. He opened it and took out a small box from one of the compartments. After closing the suitcase and holding the box, he cut a piece of wild rabbit skin with his knife and returned to the fire, lighting a cigarette. Jiang, pass me that multifunctional fruit knife, Wang Yuan requested. Jiang Yin produced a fruit knife and handed it to Wang Yuan. At that moment, the others clearly discerned the contents of the box Wang Yuan had revealed, a collection of safety supplies, causing the 3 young women to blush profusely. Wang Yuan deftly used the small scissors on the fruit knife to shear off the fur from a piece of rabbit skin, skillfully cutting 2 small holes on either side. He opened the box, retrieved 2 small packages, tore them open, and extracted 2 rubber materials. After wiping away the liquid with a rag, he affixed the rubber to a small fork and threaded the piece of rabbit skin through the 2 rubber strips, securing them tightly. Wang Yuan then picked up a small stone, wrapped it in the rabbit skin, held it firmly, and aimed at a small hole in the door. Releasing his grip, a sharp crack sounded as the stone shot through the hole. Oh, a slingshot, exclaimed Zhang Lanfang. You've shot arrows before. Come, give it a try. Wang Yuan tossed the slingshot to Zhang Lanfang, who caught it, picked up a small stone, and imitated Wang Yuan's earlier action. The stone too flew through the small hole. Well done. The crowd applauded. Wang Yuan proceeded to craft 5 more slingshots, which everyone eagerly began to play with. After a while, Wang Yuan remarked, "This slingshot is not particularly sturdy. We can use it to hunt wild chickens, rabbits, or small birds, but its power is limited. It typically 1T kill. As long as we hit them, they 1T escape quickly, allowing us to catch them easily. We shall go hunt for wild chickens another day." "Understood," the group replied. "All right, everyone, let us take a rest." "Very well," they agreed, and one by one, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Wang Yuan awoke, opened the door, surveyed the surroundings, then turned to kindle a fire, boil water, relieve himself, and wash up. Upon returning, he sat beneath the shelter, sipping water and smoking. The others gradually arose to address their personal matters. The 3 young women prepared a pot of bamboo shoot and pork soup. After breakfast and cleaning up the dishes, they gathered under the shelter. "Captain, let us go forage for wild vegetables today. We are out of them. Perhaps we can find some mushrooms. It should have rained enough for them to sprout," suggested Zhang Lanfang. "Very well, Dehei and I will scout the area and check the traps," replied Wang Yuan. The 3 young women equipped themselves and set off. Wang Yuan and Dehei also gathered their gear, secured the door, and headed to inspect the traps. As they walked past the traveler's banana plants and arrived at the traps, they found several had not been triggered. Wang Yuan adjusted the positions of a few traps. As they continued forward, they suddenly heard a clucking sound. The 2 held their breath, cautiously taking cover behind a thicket. Just as Dehei was about to draw his gun from behind, Wang Yuan stopped him, pulling out the slingshot and gesturing with it. Dehei also produced a slingshot, and they each picked up stones from the ground to load. Wang Yuan then picked up another stone and hurled it toward the source of the sound. With a flutter, a wild chicken burst forth, landing over 20 meters ahead, stretching its neck to scan the surroundings. Wang Yuan signaled to Dehei, who nodded in understanding. The 2 slowly drew back their slingshots, aiming at the wild chicken. Wang Yuan whispered, "1, 2, 3. Crack! Crack!" They released their shots almost simultaneously. "Direct hit!" Wang Yuan shouted. The 2 rushed forward. Both stones struck the wild hen. One hit its wing, while the other impacted its abdomen. The wild hen flapped on the ground, and Dahei swiftly picked it up. Wang Yuan, standing nearby, seized a blade of grass to bind the hen's legs. "Ha ha ha, splendid!" Dahei exclaimed with excitement. "All right, place it in your backpack." Wang Yuan also shared in the joy. Dahei opened his backpack, stuffed the wild hen inside, and zipped it up. The hen struggled for a moment before becoming still. With the backpack secured, the 2 made their way toward the wild hen's nest, where they indeed discovered another wild hen egg. Wang Yuan picked it up and tucked it into his pocket, both filled with exhilaration. "Dahei, let us search the thicket for more. Remember that day when we spotted 2? We should do it just like before. You aim for the wing, and I'll target the thigh, ensuring it cannot escape," Wang Yuan suggested. They proceeded cautiously, striving to remain silent while observing their surroundings. After traversing over 200 meters, they heard the call of another wild hen. They stealthily approached a cluster of bushes and peered ahead. Indeed, about 50 meters away, a wild hen was pecking at the ground in a patch of grass. Chapter 121, Pirates Approaching. Wang Yuan signaled to Dahei with a few gestures, and Dahei nodded in understanding. They bent low and crept forward. The slingshot's lethality diminished significantly at a distance of over 50 meters against the wild hen. Thus they needed to close the gap without alarming it. They moved silently until they were within 20 meters of the wild hen. Wang Yuan gestured down with his left hand, prompting them to crouch, retrieve the slingshot, load it with stones, and take aim. 1, 2, 3, Wang Yuan whispered. "Crack! Crack!" They struck true. The 2 rushed forward, with Dahei grasping the wild hen, the stones having accurately hit its wing and thigh. The wild hen struggled in Dahei's grasp. Squawking pitifully, Wang Yuan grabbed some reeds to bind its legs before tossing it into the backpack. "Ha ha ha, Wang, is this one male or female?" Dahei inquired. "It's male." "Yours is female," Wang Yuan replied. "Oh, then we shall eat this one tonight, and keep the female," Dahei decided. "All right, let us search the vicinity for more," Wang Yuan suggested. The 2 split up to search, not straying too far from one another's sight. They found no wild hens, but encountered 2 wild rabbits, both of which managed to escape. It was only when Wang Yuan spotted a cobra on the grass that he cautiously retreated and signaled Dahei. "Dahei, there should be none left around here. There are venomous snakes nearby." "Oh, I saw one over there too," Dahei responded. "Then let us head back, release the wild hen, and explore another area," Wang Yuan proposed. They carefully returned to the cave, where Wang Yuan found a piece of rope to bind the two wild hens together before securing them to a bamboo pole. After closing the door, they ventured out once more. Where shall we go this time? Dahei asked. Do you not feel that the path we have traversed seems artificially constructed? Wang Yuan inquired. Indeed. In certain areas, there are stone steps made of slabs, came the reply. Let us proceed in the direction of that path and explore, Wang Yuan suggested. The two ventured forth, following the path, casting glances to either side. It appeared to lead from the outskirts of the bamboo grove to the slope behind the cave. Let us ascend and take a look, Wang Yuan proposed. Dahei followed Wang Yuan as they climbed the slope. The incline was predominantly adorned with lush grass and a few low shrubs, culminating in rocky terrain at the summit. The steepness of the slope posed a challenge as they ascended cautiously. Suddenly, a segment of a serpent emerged from the grass ahead, about the thickness of a wrist, its black and white bands revealing it to be a silver-ringed snake. Wang Yuan gestured to Dahei, indicating the snake. Dahei nodded, drawing his machete, while Wang Yuan picked up his entrenching tool, fastening the connecting arm. At that moment, the snake raised its head, gazing at the two, flicking its tongue intermittently. They fixated on the serpent, slowly lifting their weapons. Abruptly, the snake lunged towards them, prompting Wang Yuan to swing the entrenching tool downward. With a resounding thud, it struck the snake's head, pinning it firmly to the ground. The serpent, over a meter in length, coiled around the entrenching tool. Dahei swung his machete, severing the snake's head. Wang Yuan lifted the entrenching tool, shaking off the writhing body, while the head continued to convulse. Casting a glance skyward, he waved his hand. As expected, a large eagle descended, promptly pecking at the snake's head, tearing into its flesh. Wang Yuan dug a small pit and buried the head. Dahei, let us proceed, he urged. The two continued their ascent to the rocky outcrop, surveying the surroundings. Beyond the slope lay a basin-like valley, encircled by mountains. Entry into the valley could only be achieved by traversing those heights. Turning to look back, they could see the distant ocean, though the coastline on this side was obscured from view. Wang Yuan noted the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Dahei, let us take a brief respite before returning. We shall have lunch and then descend once more to investigate, he suggested. Very well, Dahei agreed. They settled down, lighting cigarettes and indulging in them. Suddenly, a flash of light reflected from within the valley. Wang Yuan stood up and exclaimed, Dahei, look, what could that be? It appears to be a metallic or glass object. Dahei replied, also rising to peer over. Indeed, we should bring the binoculars and scope this afternoon, Wang Yuan remarked. Let us return, he decided, discarding his cigarette butt and extinguishing it with his foot. The two made their way back, reaching the spot where the snake had been, only to find that the eagle and the serpent had vanished. Bang! A gunshot echoed from afar. Quick! They exchanged glances, and Wang Yuan shouted. Hastily, they slid down the slope. A rapid series of gunfire followed. As they neared the base of the hill, Wang Yuan hurled the entrenching tool and his backpack downward. Leaping after them, Dahei cast aside his backpack and leapt down, while the two of them hastily lifted the AK-47 and sprinted towards the woods. They had not run far into the thicket when they spotted the three women, each taking cover behind a tree. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief and rush over. The women, upon recognizing Wang Yuan and Dahei, waved their arms in a silent gesture of caution. Too apprehensive to speak, Wang Yuan and Dahei darted behind a tree not far from the trio. What is happening? Wang Yuan whispered. There are pirates. Zhang Lanfang replied quietly, pointing in a certain direction. Chapter 122. Pursuit. Wang Yuan and Dahei glanced over, and about 100 meters away, they saw two pirates hiding behind a tree. How many of them are there? Wang Yuan inquired softly. There should be 4, Zhang Lanfang responded. All right, stay put. Leave this to Dahei and me. Understood. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the opposite side. The group quickly ducked for cover. As the gunfire ceased, Wang Yuan cautiously peered out to assess the situation. Indeed, there were 4 pirates, peering around as they searched. Wang Yuan signaled Dahei with a few hand gestures, and Dahei acknowledged. Wang Yuan gradually raised his weapon, taking aim. Bang! A precise shot rang out. Immediately, Wang Yuan rolled to the side. Bang! 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 Dahei unleashed a rapid 5-shot volley. Wang Yuan sprang to his feet and dashed forward, taking refuge behind a tree. At that moment, Dahei rushed over, exclaiming. They fled. Damn! I overestimated them. We pursue, Wang Yuan declared. The two raced ahead, discovering a pirate with a gunshot wound to the head, lying lifeless on the ground. Fang Jie, come over and search him, Wang Yuan shouted. Got it, Zhang Lanfang replied as the three women hurried over. Let us go, Wang Yuan urged, charging forward, with Da He following closely behind. The women approached the corpse and began to search the body. Nearby lay an AK-47, and a bullet pouch was strapped to the corpse's chest. Zhang Lanfang unfastened it, revealing 3 magazines within. A military dagger, sheathed and attached to the belt, was deftly extracted by Jiang Yan, who examined it and noted its superior quality. Ren Yuanyuan rummaged through the pockets, finding a half-pack of cigarettes, a refillable lighter, and several euro notes tucked away in the jacket pocket. Jiang Yan picked up the AK-47, removed the magazine for inspection, then reloaded it. I'm going to chase after them, she declared, fastening the belt around her waist and setting off with the gun in hand. We'll join you, Zhang Lanfang said. All right. The two women gathered the items into their backpacks, drew their handguns, and followed swiftly. Wang Yuan and Da He pursued at a rapid pace, with 3 pirates nearly reaching the beach, still over 100 meters away. The pirates shouted and occasionally turned to fire back. Upon reaching the shoreline, Wang Yuan leaned against a coconut tree, raising his gun to aim at the fleeing pirates. The pirates waved their arms frantically, calling out towards the speedboat moored at the water's edge, sprinting towards it. Just as Da He was about to charge forward, Wang Yuan halted him. Da He, don't go. Da He also took cover behind the coconut tree, raising his weapon to take aim. The speedboat had already been set in motion, with a pirate seated at the helm, shouting towards his comrades on the beach. Wang Yuan and Da He, fatigued and breathless, were adjusting their breathing. Bang! Bang! They fired their weapons in unison, and one of the pirates on the beach collapsed. The pirate on the speedboat fell silent as well. At that moment, 2 pirates leaped onto the speedboat, taking cover. Wang Yuan signaled to Da He, who nodded in agreement, and the two rushed toward the boat. Suddenly, the speedboat shifted, turning away as if it were being navigated by an invisible hand. It turned out that the 2 pirates had climbed to the front, jointly dragging the corpse from the driver's seat aside. One of them crouched down, steering the boat as it sped away. Damn it! Da He exclaimed angrily. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. He raised his gun and unleashed a barrage of 5 rapid shots toward the speedboat. Da He, enough. Don't waste bullets, Wang Yuan admonished. Sigh. These pirates aren't exactly dull, Da He remarked, plopping down onto the sand. Wang Yuan approached the pirate lying on the beach, examined him, and said, Your shooting is quite impressive. Just then, a pirate on the fleeing speedboat stood up and began firing at the beach. Rat-tat-tat until the magazine was empty. Wang Yuan and Da He remained motionless, watching. It's a miracle if he hits anything from over 500 meters away. At that moment, the 3 women also rushed over. Captain, Da He, what is the situation? Zhang Lanfang inquired. 2 got away, Da He replied. What are you all doing here? Wang Yuan asked. Aren't we here to make sure you're all right? Ren Yuanyuan shot him an exasperated glance, observing the women, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Wang Yuan fell silent, crouched down, and rummaged through the pockets of the corpse, retrieving 2 packs of cigarettes. Da He, look what I found, Wang Yuan exclaimed, raising them towards Da He. Da He approached, took a pack, extracted a cigarette, and handed it to Wang Yuan, lighting one for himself as well. Wang Yuan lit his cigarette, and the 2 sat down. The 3 women, speechless, came over and joined them in resting. Captain, I'm thirsty, Ren Yuanyuan remarked. All right, just wait a moment. Da He, search the bodies, Wang Yuan instructed. He then walked over to a coconut tree, set his gun down, glanced up, and began to climb. Shortly after, he tossed down 5 coconuts, sliding down the trunk and carrying them back to the group, tossing 1 to each person. Everyone drew their daggers and carved a hole in the coconuts, tilting their heads back to drink the refreshing coconut water. Da He, what did you find? Wang Yuan inquired. A handgun, several magazines, some cash, and a designer lighter, Da He replied, tossing a lighter to Wang Yuan. This lighter is quite nice, Wang Yuan said, examining it before pocketing it. We also found a few magazines and a dagger, along with some cash on that pirate we checked, Zhang Lanfang added. Chapter 123. Repairing the steamer. All right, let us gather the cash together. We've accumulated quite a bit over these past few days. It might come in handy later, Wang Yuan suggested. Agreed. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. Time was of the essence. The crowd enthusiastically cracked open coconuts, savoring the tender flesh within. Everyone must be quite famished. Let us venture to the shelter, Wang Yuan suggested. Very well. The group agreed as they made their way to the shelter, which appeared unchanged, indicating it had likely gone unnoticed. Dehei, please check the fish traps while we collect marine debris, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, Dehei replied. And soon everyone busied themselves with their tasks. An hour later, the group reconvened in front of the shelter. Dehei, do we have enough seafood to satisfy our hunger? Wang Yuan inquired. Absolutely, Dehei confirmed. Then let us kindle a fire and prepare everything for grilling, Wang Yuan declared. Jiang Yan began to spark the fire while the others skewered the fish, shrimp, and crabs onto bamboo sticks, readying them for cooking. Captain, I found a pot. Though it has a leak, Ren Yuan announced. What kind of pot? Wang Yuan asked. It's one of those aluminum steamers. Let me show you, she replied, retrieving it from a nearby heap of refuse. Wang Yuan examined the pot, noting only 2 small holes at the bottom while the rest remained intact. Even the plastic handle was unharmed. What a splendid find. I have a method to repair it, he stated. Really? The 3 girls gazed at him with intrigue. Yes. But first let us dine. We will seek out additional materials afterward, Wang Yuan suggested. That sounds wonderful. We shall be able to enjoy many more delicacies in the future. Jiang Yan remarked. How many wild vegetables did you gather today? Wang Yuan inquired. We collected 2 baskets of mushrooms and have set them out to dry. After the rain, the spot where we found the mushrooms yielded a great number. We also spotted the 2 wild chickens you caught. They were quite beautiful. The wild vegetables we dug up are all here, roughly 1 basket's worth, Ren Yuan chattered excitedly. Excellent, Wang Yuan affirmed. After their meal, Wang Yuan checked the time. It was nearly 3 o'clock. Dehei, let us light up a smoke. Captain, what shall we search for? Zhang Lanfang asked. I noticed some rusted wires and cables among the marine debris that I previously overlooked. They may prove useful, so let us search for them while also gathering seafood. Wang Yuan proposed. Very well, it has been a while since we enjoyed seafood. The group responded eagerly. The members dispersed, scouring the rocky area. Wang Yuan picked up a buoy, carving a hole in it with his knife to serve as a container. The others followed his lead, collecting buoys and cutting them open for storage. Wang Yuan pried open oysters and harvested seaweed along the rocky shores. Dehei collected various marine debris, while the 3 girls gathered shellfish and crabs. The rocky area still held a wealth of resources after several days without visits. 2 hours later, Wang Yuan called everyone back to the shelter. It was past 5 o'clock, and it was time to return. The sight of their bountiful harvest brought joy to their faces. They organized their belongings, placing all the seafood into 1 basket, which Wang Yuan carried, while Ren Yuan shouldered the basket of wild vegetables. The remaining supplies were divided amongst the other 3, who either carried or held them as they made their way back to the cave. The pirate's corpse by the beach has vanished. Upon reaching the woods to inspect the first pirate's body, it too was missing. It seems both bodies were dragged away by wild beasts. Arriving at the cave, they set down their belongings and took a moment to rest. Captain, has one of the wild chickens perished? Ren Yuan observed 2 wild chickens, one lying motionless on the ground. Wang Yuan approached to examine it and confirmed, indeed, this one is gravely injured and has succumbed. Fortunately, it is a male, while the other is a female. Once it recovers, it will lay eggs. That is splendid news. But what shall we feed it? Ren Yuan inquired. There is an abundance of food it can consume: insects, wild vegetables, wild fruits, and various seeds. We can gather some soon. For now, let's offer it some wild greens, Wang Yuan replied, then settled down to share a smoke with Dehei. The 3 women gathered around the wild chicken, placing a handful of wild vegetables before it. Haha, it truly is eating. One exclaimed. Yes, but its wings are injured. When will it heal? Another pondered. No need for concern. The injury isn't severe. It will mend in a few days, Wang Yuan reassured them. The 3 women chattered excitedly, playfully engaging with the wild chicken. All right, it's time to prepare dinner, Wang Yuan announced. What shall we cook tonight? Jiang Yan asked. Let us boil the seafood, save the seaweed for tomorrow, and process the deceased wild chicken for a mushroom stew, Wang Yuan decided. Understood. The 3 women replied as they went to wash the seafood and wild vegetables, while Dehei took the dead rabbit outside to gut it. Wang Yuan stoked the fire and heated water in a frying pan. He then retrieved a steamer, inspecting its small holes, relieved that they were not too large. Taking a piece of aluminum wire, he heated it over the flames to burn off the insulation, then cut 2 sections of the core with a knife. He threaded these sections through the steamer's small holes, resting it on stones, and gently tapped with a chisel. After a while, he poured in water to test it. Good. It's not leaking. It can be used now, Wang Yuan declared. Wonderful. We can steam the seafood in there, Jiang Yin responded. The three women, busy washing seafood and wild vegetables, gathered around to take a look. Wang Yuan handed the pot to them. Dahei brought over the prepared wild chicken, placing it in half of a floating ball. Wang Yuan poured boiling water over it to scald it, then began plucking the feathers. Once finished, he chopped it into small pieces and handed it to the three women before sitting aside with Dahei to smoke and chat. Chapter 124. Digging traps. Wang Yuan entered to retrieve the medical kit and applied some disinfectant to the wild chicken's wound. As night gradually fell, he kindled a fire and crafted a partition for the steamer from bamboo strips. After a while, dinner was ready, a pot of wild chicken stew with mushrooms and a pot of steamed seafood. The group feasted heartily, nearly swallowing their tongues in delight. After the meal, the three women went to wash the dishes, while Wang Yuan and Dahei sat by the fire, sharing a smoke and conversing. Once the women finished, they joined the gathering. Captain, what discoveries did you make today? Zhang Lanfang inquired. We ascended the mountain behind the cave. Beyond the mountain lies a valley that has no exit. We can only traverse over the mountain. We shall return to investigate tomorrow, Wang Yuan remarked. Oh, very well. Are you all going to relieve yourselves? Make sure to close the door afterward, he added. All right, everyone go ahead. Wang Yuan and Dahei picked up their long rifles, and the group made their way outside to the shelter. After everyone took their turns, they returned to the cave, where Wang Yuan secured the door, and they gathered around the fire once more. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and requested the others to help split bamboo strips. He began to weave the strips, and soon fashioned a cage, into which he placed the wild chicken. All right, we shall keep it here. Tomorrow, we'll gather some dry grass to place inside for it to lay eggs, Wang Yuan declared. That is wonderful. Ren Yuan gazed at Wang Yuan with admiration. The three women, each holding a toy rifle, playfully handled their weapons, of course, with no bullets in the magazines, as ammunition was only used during practice. Now that we have sufficient arms and ammunition, you all may have the opportunity to test the guns tomorrow, Wang Yuan announced. Yay. Well then, let us rest for now, he concluded. The group set down their weapons and returned to their quarters to rest. The following morning, Wang Yuan awoke, opened the door, surveyed the surroundings, and stepped outside. He approached the shelter, ignited a fire in the stove, set a pan of water to boil, and lit a cigarette before heading to the restroom. Upon returning to the cave, he collected his toiletries and made his way to the pond to wash up. Shortly after, Dahei and the three women arrived at the pond to freshen up as well. Wang Yuan returned to the shelter, poured himself a cup of hot water, and took a seat. When the others returned, they too poured themselves cups of hot water. This morning, let us stew some seaweed and wild boar meat, Wang Yuan suggested. All right, the three women replied as they commenced cooking. Dahei, let us fetch some water, he proposed. The two, smoking their cigarettes, took buckets and empty bottles to the pond to collect water. Ren Yuan took some wild vegetables to feed the wild chicken. Captain, what shall we do today? Zhang Lanfang inquired after breakfast. This morning, we shall dig traps. We have been exposed, and pirates may arrive at any moment, so we must ensure our safety. In the afternoon, we will investigate the valley behind the mountain. If feasible, we will descend to search, Wang Yuan explained. Understood. However, we only have one shovel for digging traps, and no other tools, Jiang Yin noted. No matter. The main objective is for you to remember the locations to prevent us from falling in, Wang Yuan reassured them. All right, the three women acknowledged. Now, let everyone equip themselves and prepare to set off, Wang Yuan commanded. The group distributed their weaponry and gear. Each person received a long rifle. While Wang Yuan carried a 16 and 4 handguns were allocated, Wang Yuan declined a share, leaving the rest for the others. Dahei secured his handgun in a holster on his belt, while the three women tucked theirs into their pockets. Everyone affixed military daggers to their belts, and Wang Yuan concealed an additional dagger in his boots. They shouldered their backpacks and wicker baskets, and Wang Yuan placed a spade and 2 machetes into his basket. All right, each of you take 2 bamboo poles, and let us depart, Wang Yuan instructed. The group picked up the bamboo and exited the courtyard, with Dahei closing the door behind them. After passing the traveler's banana plants and walking for a while along a path of pure sand, Wang Yuan halted, set down his belongings, and, using a spade, drew a circle in the ground. Let us dig a trap right here, he proposed. Captain, what shall we use for digging? Asked Zhang Lanfang. Wait a moment, Wang Yuan replied, picking up a thicker piece of bamboo. He sought it with the spade. splitting the thicker end in half and sharpening one side. We can use this as a shovel. It may be small, but it will suffice. That works, it's usable, Dahei said, taking the makeshift shovel and testing it in the earth. Wang Yuan crafted 3 more, each approximately 1.5 meters in length, which were functional albeit labor-intensive. He bent the spade's blade at a right angle to serve as a pickaxe for loosening the soil. As Wang Yuan worked to loosen the earth, the other 4 members of the group joined in, and soon they had excavated a deep pit of about 1.5 meters. You all go up first and bring me 2 pieces of bamboo. Dahei and I will stay here, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, the 3 women responded, and Wang Yuan assisted them in climbing up. They set down 2 pieces of bamboo, which Wang Yuan then cut into lengths of 70 to 80 centimeters, sharpening one end. Dahei inserted them into the bottom of the pit with the pointed ends facing upward until the pit was filled. Only then did they climb out. Dahei, go fetch some branches, Wang Yuan directed. Dahei took a machete and headed toward the woods. We should remove this sand, Wang Yuan continued, adjusting the spade and shoveling the excavated sand into a backpack until it was filled to capacity. Fang Jia, you handle the sand, and we'll take it away, Wang Yuan instructed. Okay, the 3 women replied. You 2 carry one, and I'll take another, Wang Yuan said, lifting a backpack filled with sand and heading off. All right. Zhang Yin and Ren Yuanyuan worked together to carry one backpack filled with sand to follow Wang Yuan. Zhang Lanfang picked up the spade to fill another backpack with sand. Wang Yuan arrived at the bushes and dumped the sand, and the 2 women followed suit. In the future, don't dump the sand all in one place. Spread it out a bit further, Wang Yuan advised. Understood, the 3 responded, returning to continue transporting the sand. Once they finished, Dahei also returned with a bundle of branches. Wang Yuan and Dahei placed the branches over the pit, laid down some grass leaves, sprinkled sand on top, and smoothed it with the branches until it blended almost seamlessly with the surroundings. The trap was now complete. Wang Yuan placed 3 stones beside the trap, saying, These stones mark the location. You must remember not to fall in. All right. The group then worked together to dig 4 more traps nearby, placing 3 stones at each for identification. Chapter 125. Observing the valley having completed 5 traps, they marked each with 3 stones. It's time for a meal. Let us head back, Wang Yuan announced. Let us go back. We can rest when we return, Zhang Lanfang noted, observing everyone's exhaustion. Okay, let us head back. The group agreed, gathering their belongings and walking back together. Returning to the shelter outside the cave, Wang Yuan unloaded the gear and poured some water for everyone. The group settled down as Wang Yuan and Dahei lit up cigarettes. I'm utterly exhausted, Ren Yuanyuan remarked while wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Consider it a workout. Look at you. You've put on some weight, Zhang Lanfang teased. What? I haven't gained any weight. Ren Yuanyuan shot her a glare. Captain, have I gained weight? Have you or haven't you? Wang Yuan replied with a grimace. Laughter erupted among the group. She is an invincible beauty agent. She wouldn't gain weight. Ren Yuanyuan shot Wang Yuan a menacing glance. Indeed, I haven't gained weight. Just a few pounds more, Wang Yuan stated. You. Ren Yuanyuan turned away, ignoring him. All right, let us prepare a meal, Jiang Yin suggested. Sure. The 3 women concocted a soup with dried fish and wild vegetables, alongside stir-fried mushrooms with wild boar meat. After finishing their meal and cleaning the dishes, the group relaxed under the shelter. After a while, Dahei and I will climb up to take a look. Are you all coming? Wang Yuan inhaled deeply from his cigarette. What? Ren Yuanyuan gaped upwards. Of course. Let's treat it as a mountain climb, Zhang Lanfang said, playfully tapping Ren Yuanyuan's head. Yes, we should all go. Who knows? We might discover some treasure. Ren Yuanyuan eagerly nodded. All right then, everyone should pack their backpacks or baskets, and bring your handguns and daggers. Dahei and I will manage 2 long guns. Wang Yuan instructed. Dahei, bring the ammo. Just fill the magazines as you see fit. The group busied themselves gathering their gear. Wang Yuan pried open 3 bullet casings, pouring the gunpowder into a bamboo tube, adding some clear water, and mixing it thoroughly. He then dipped some grass leaves into the mixture and sprinkled it onto everyone's pant legs and shoes. Captain, what are you doing? Jiang Yin inquired. The scent of gunpowder can deter snakes and insects, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, also, let's apply some mugwort juice on exposed skin. All right. The group found some mugwort, crushed it, and applied it to their hands and faces. All right, Fang Jie and Zhang Zong, you take the machetes. Yuanyuan, you grab the binoculars, and Dahei, You take the entrenching shovel. We one team need the harpoon, Wang Yuan said, packing a bundle of rope into the basket before slinging on a 16x scoped rifle. Let us set off. With everyone equipped, Wang Yuan announced. The group exited the courtyard, secured the door, and walked together to the edge of the bamboo forest. Ascending the mountain. The incline grew steeper as they climbed, until the three women could ascend no longer. Wait here. I'll go up first and lower the rope for you to climb, Wang Yuan instructed. Dahei helped them. Okay. The three women looked up. There were still several meters to the summit, entirely rocky. Wang Yuan assessed the rocks above and began to climb. 5 minutes later, a rope was thrown down, and Wang Yuan called out, "All right, you can come up now." Zhang Lanfang was the first to ascend. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Yuan called out for the next. Following her, Jiang Yan, Ren Yuan, and Dahei climbed up in succession. The group sat upon the rocky summit, gazing into the valley, while Wang Yuan and Dahei shared a cigarette. Surely this valley poses no danger? Ren Yuan inquired. Danger is certainly present, Zhang Lanfang replied. We have the captain with us. Jiang Yan interjected. Indeed. Then let us descend, Ren Yuan suggested. Very well. Huh. Do you see that glimmer over there? Dahei pointed towards the right side of the valley. Huh. Where? Oh, I see it now. Where? The three women shifted closer. I see it. Ren Yuan lifted the binoculars to her eyes. Ah, it's the remnants of an aircraft. Fang Jia, look, could it be our plane? She exclaimed. It ought to be. Zhang Lanfang stated as she took the binoculars for a moment. Dahei, take a look. Wang Yuan peered through the scope of his rifle for a while before passing it to Dahei. It's merely a small portion, likely the tail. Dahei remarked after scrutinizing it. The group took turns observing through the binoculars. Captain, let us hasten to investigate. Ren Yuan urged excitedly. The three women gazed at Wang Yuan with eager anticipation. Very well. Wang Yuan glanced down towards the valley. Dahei retrieved the rope, securing it firmly before lowering it down. I will descend first. You shall follow one by one, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, the others replied. Wang Yuan slid down the rope. And after 2 minutes, he stood on the grassy ground below, turning to call out, All right, come down. Soon, the others descended in succession. Clearly, this path has been maintained by someone, Ren Yuan noted. There is indeed a path here, yet it appears abandoned for quite some time. The stones are laid out, some covered in dirt, others sprouting wild grass in the cracks, while some are adorned with moss. The path slopes downwards at an angle, obscured by thick grass about 20 to 30 meters ahead. The summit was similarly concealed by underbrush. Judging by the condition of this path, it has been many years since anyone traversed it, suggesting we may encounter no one below. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of danger. Therefore, we must proceed with caution. The presence of moss indicates a damp and shaded area. Dahei, use your entrenching tool to spread some sand over the mossy stones to prevent slipping. Let us remain vigilant and descend slowly. Safety is paramount, Wang Yuan advised. Understood. With careful steps, the group made their way down the stone path. Dahei leading the way while occasionally scattering sand over the mossy stones. Wang Yuan took Jiang Yan's machete, walking second, followed by Ren Yuan third, Jiang Yan fourth, and Zhang Lanfang bringing up the rear with the machete in hand. Chapter 126. Delving into the valley, the five of them gradually descended along the sloping stone path into the valley. After traveling over 100 meters, the stone path vanished, presenting before them a small patch of grassland, where low grass contrasted sharply with the taller grass nearby. As they stepped onto the grassy area, Dahei suddenly halted, raising a hand to signal everyone to stop. What is it? The group paused, and Wang Yuan whispered. There's a snake. Dahei pointed towards the grassland ahead. Before them lay a serpent, its glossy black form extending approximately 1 meter in length and as thick as a thumb. Dahei lifted his spade, and Wang Yuan brandished his machete, preparing to strike. Suddenly, with a swift sound, a shadow darted past. The serpent vanished from sight. The group looked up to behold a majestic eagle soaring aloft, its talons firmly grasping the snake. Is this really happening? Wang Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. What the heck? I was all set, and now it's over? Dahei appeared utterly perplexed. The three women, initially stunned, soon burst into laughter. Ahem, let us continue on our way, Wang Yuan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Captain, look over there. Fruits. Ren Yuan exclaimed, peering through her binoculars. What? Where? Let me see. Wang Yuan took the binoculars to have a look. Over there, over there. Ren Yuan pointed to a sloped area ahead. Ah, I see it, Wang Yuan replied, passing the binoculars to Dehei. Indeed, there are plenty, Dehei confirmed. Each member took turns to gaze through the binoculars, all eager to approach the fruit. Let us proceed forward first, Wang Yuan suggested. The group advanced, traversing the grassy terrain until they encountered a stone staircase, over 30 centimeters wide. Its surface remarkably smooth and adorned with patches of moss. Beside it, a steep slope descended, the depths obscured from the naked eye, but visible through the binoculars, revealing a chaotic jumble of rocks that would spell certain doom for anyone who slipped. Further ahead, sloping downwards for over 100 meters, lay a large, flat rock forming a platform. Below this platform, 20 meters down, stretched a flat area thriving with fruit-bearing plants. That's the spot. Let us head over there. But exercise caution. Dehei, sprinkle some dirt on the staircase, Wang Yuan instructed. The group nodded in agreement. Dehei led the way, scattering dirt onto the staircase, while the others followed. Soon they arrived at the platform, and Wang Yuan called for everyone to gather and rest. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from behind. Wang Yuan turned to see Ren Yuanyuan losing her footing and sliding downwards. He dashed over, reaching out to catch her, but missed. Yuanyuan, Zhang Lanfang, and Jiang Yin shouted in alarm. Ren Yuanyuan tumbled down, shrieking, but fortunately, she landed on the flat ground below. Yuanyuan. The others cried out. Are you all right? Get up. Ren Yuanyuan lay on the ground, her face pale with fright. Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, a massive golden python emerged, as thick as a thigh. Ah, a python. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin screamed in terror. Yuanyuan. Get up. Dehei urged. Ren Yuanyuan, groggy and confused, opened her eyes and sat up, only to find the python before her, flicking its tongue menacingly. Fear seized her, her eyes widening and mouth agape, yet no sound escaped her lips. Paralyzed with terror, her mind blank, she dared not move. Wang Yuan produced a rope and cast it down. Dehei, you've got it. He handed one end of the rope to Dehei. There is no time. Dehei exclaimed urgently. Wang Yuan raised his firearm, a 16, and without aiming, fired directly. Pop! A shot rang out. Then, peering through the scope, he fired once more. Pop! Another shot. Observing below, he noted that the enormous python had been struck and was writhing on the ground. Through the scope, he confirmed that all 4 shots had found their mark. 2 struck its head, and 2 hit its vital points. Hold tight to the rope. I'm coming down. Wang Yuan called out. All right. Dehei and the 2 women grasped the rope as Wang Yuan descended. Upon reaching Ren Yuanyuan's side, he crouched down and softly called. Yuanyuan. Ren Yuanyuan turned her head in a daze and stared at Wang Yuan for a moment. Wow, she cried, burying her face in his embrace. It's all right. You're safe now, Wang Yuan reassured, patting her back. I thought I was going to die, she sobbed. It's fine, it's fine. I'm here. You won't perish while I'm around, Wang Yuan comforted her. She whimpered. Look, the python is already dead, he said. I don't want to see. It's terrifying, she replied. All right, I'll move it aside. Wang Yuan walked over and used his machete to push the python away. Captain, is everything all right? Zhang Lanfang shouted from above. All is well. You all stay up there, Wang Yuan called back. Understood. Yuanyuan, see over there? There are fruits. Shall I pick some for you? He suggested. Yes, I want that big cactus fruit. Ren Yuanyuan pointed eagerly. Huh? Oh, that is not a cactus fruit. Take a closer look. Isn't it a dragon fruit? Huh. I don't care. I want that one. All right. Wang Yuan approached. A number of dragon fruit trees grew nearby, resembling cacti. Though Ren Yuanyuan had never seen them before, she had eaten dragon fruit, leading her to mistakenly believe it was a large cactus. There were numerous dragon fruits on the trees. More than half were unripe, yet over 20 were ripe, though a few had been nibbled by insects or birds. Wang Yuan plucked 2 and brought them to Ren Yuanyuan. Quick, try it and tell me if it's sweet. You peel it for me. Okay. Wang Yuan unsheathed his dagger, sliced off both ends of one dragon fruit, then peeled away the skin and offered the intact flesh to Ren Yuanyuan with his dagger. She took a bite and began to eat. How is it? Is it delicious? Fragrant and sweet. You should try some too, Ren Yuanyuan urged, pointing to another dragon fruit. All right. Wang Yuan peeled it and took a bite. Delicious. He finished it in just a few bites. Wang Yuan then returned to gather all the ripe dragon fruits, including those that had been bitten, and placed them into his backpack. Dehei, pull the backpack up, he called, securing it to the rope. Understood. Dahe and the others hoisted the backpack up, each taking one dragon fruit to enjoy. Captain, is that longan growing on the tree over there? Rin Yuan inquired, pointing towards another tree. Yes, but it should be referred to as dragon eye, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, I see, Rin Yuan responded. Just wait, I'll go pick some. I'll come too. Yuan. Are you alright? Zhang Lanfang called out. I'm fine now, don't worry, Rin Yuan shouted back, then proceeded with Wang Yuan to gather the dragon eyes. Yuan. Hand me the backpack, Wang Yuan requested. Rin Yuan unstrapped her backpack and passed it to him. The two reached the tree and began to pick the dragon eyes. Suddenly, a large eagle swooped down, landing beside a python to feast on its flesh. Moments later, another eagle joined in the scavenging. The onlookers gazed in astonishment. After a while, Wang Yuan and Rin Yuan resumed their fruit gathering. While Rin Yuan picked from lower branches, Wang Yuan climbed higher. Unable to reach some fruit, he resorted to using a machete to cut down branches. Rin Yuan, positioned below, munched on the fruit as she picked. Eventually, her backpack was filled, leaving only small and damaged fruit on the tree. Wang Yuan descended, peeled one, and tasted it. Delicious, he remarked. Indeed, it's very juicy, Rin Yuan agreed. All right, let us head back up, Wang Yuan said, lighting a cigarette. Okay, Dahe, lower the rope, Wang Yuan shouted. After the rope was lowered, Wang Yuan secured the backpack and had it hoisted up, then pulled Rin Yuan up, before finally ascending himself. Checking the time, Wang Yuan noted it was nearly 5 o'clock. They could no longer proceed forward, or they would risk returning in the dark. Let us go back. It will be almost dark by the time we return, Wang Yuan stated. The group retraced their steps, maintaining their original order, but there was no need to scatter sand along the path this time. Suddenly, a fierce tiger roar echoed from the valley below. The group was startled and looked down into the valley. Wang Yuan swiftly raised his gun and peered through the scope to observe the valley. Dahe, quickly take a look, Rin Yuan said, handing him the binoculars. Dahe took the binoculars and scanned the valley as well. After about 5 minutes, they saw nothing. Let us go, there's nothing to see, Wang Yuan declared. Agreed. Dahe returned the binoculars to Rin Yuan. Captain, what was that sound? Zhang Lanfang asked as they made their way back. It was a tiger. It must be the one we heard a couple of days ago, Wang Yuan replied. The return journey was fairly swift. The group climbed back to the mountain's summit, retrieved the rope, and lowered it down the other side. Upon returning to the cave, it was already 6 o'clock, and darkness was imminent. You all start cooking. Dahe and I will fetch water, Wang Yuan said as he set down his belongings. All right. Wang Yuan and Dahe, smoking as they walked, headed to the water pool to collect water while the 3 women began preparing the meal. Upon returning with water, Rin Yuan asked, Captain, what should we do with these dragon fruits that have been bitten? Feed them to the chickens. Oh. Rin Yuan took one of the dragon fruits that had been partially eaten, chopped it up, and scattered it in the chicken coop. Ha ha ha. Come quickly, look. The wild chicken is very fond of this and is feasting joyfully, Rin Yuan exclaimed. Well, from now on, it shall be your responsibility to tend to it, Wang Yuan replied. Rest assured, Rin Yuan assured him. All right then, while the daylight lingers, let us venture out to gather some grass and return to fashion it a nest, Wang Yuan suggested. Good, let us be on our way, the two said as they took up their machetes and slung their guns over their shoulders, proceeding to cut grass. Shortly thereafter, they each returned with a small bundle of fine, soft blades of grass. Captain, how shall we construct its nest? Rin Yuan inquired. Simply toss the grass inside. It will build its nest on its own, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, Rin Yuan said, tossing in several handfuls of grass. Dinner is ready. It is time to eat, Zhang Lanfang announced. Then let us partake in our meal, Wang Yuan replied. They enjoyed a hearty feast of wild boar, dried fish, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and wild vegetables. All simmered together in a large pot. Everyone relished the delicious fare. Jiangzong, how long can our provisions last? Wang Yuan inquired after their meal. 3 days should suffice. And with fruits and such, if we ration carefully, we could stretch it to a week, Jiang Yin responded. Shall we explore the valley? Wang Yuan asked. Indeed. It's likely that someone once resided there. Perhaps there are treasures to be found. Even if there are tigers, we have our guns. And one shot will take care of it, Rin Yuan replied. You little girl, have you forgotten how you encountered danger this afternoon? You forget everything when food is involved. Zhang Lanfang teased, giving her a light smack. Hey, we have the captain here, and don't you find adventure thrilling? Rin Yuanyuan grinned. You silly girl. Zhang Lanfang rolled her eyes at her. All right, tomorrow morning we shall head to the seaside, and in the afternoon we will explore the valley, Wang Yuan decreed. Very well. They agreed. Look, the wild chicken has indeed made a nest for itself, Rin Yuanyuan shouted. The three girls gathered around the chicken coop to observe. They saw the wild chicken had scraped together a nest of grass and was now resting within, cautiously peeking out. Its feathers aren't as striking as that one, Rin Yuanyuan remarked. That one is a male, while this is a female. Just like the roosters and hens we've seen, the male's feathers are more beautiful, Zhang Lanfang explained. Oh, why is that? Rin Yuanyuan asked. Go ask the captain. How would I know? Zhang Lanfang shot her another glance. Captain, why are roosters more handsome than hens? Rin Yuanyuan posed the question. Wang Yuan, who was smoking with Dehei nearby, replied. Because the males are more splendid than the females. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Dehei chuckled. Humph. The three girls exchanged glances with Dehei and simultaneously rolled their eyes at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan picked up a large scallop shell, drilled 2 small holes into it, and fashioned a short bamboo tube, tying them together with string inside the cage. What is this for? Rin Yuanyuan asked. The scallop shell is for food, and the bamboo tube is for water, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, she replied. Are you all going to relieve yourselves? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, we are. The three girls stood up. They all stepped outside, taking turns to relieve themselves, and upon returning to the cave, Wang Yuan secured the door. If you are feeling tired, you may take a rest. Today has been exhausting, Wang Yuan remarked. Indeed, it has been a long day, Rin Yuanyuan agreed. Very well, let us retire, Wang Yuan said. And after sharing a cigarette with Dehei, they too sought rest. In the dead of night, a pack of wolves approached, circling the courtyard. Suddenly, one wolf howled. Another wolf charged towards the courtyard, leaping to breach the fence. At that moment, a sharpened bamboo stake pierced its abdomen mid-air, halting its advance. As it struggled, another stake impaled its neck, and with each desperate thrash, the stakes drove deeper until it lay lifeless. The remaining wolves, bewildered, circled a few times before retreating. Within the cave, the others were roused from slumber. Captain, what was that sound? Rin Yuanyuan called out. It was merely a wolf. No need for concern, they cannot enter. Sleep soundly, Wang Yuan yawned. Oh, the others murmured, drifting back into a drowsy slumber. Chapter 128. Shooting practice at dawn. Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. Stretching, he opened the door and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover the wolf hanging from the fence. Everyone, rise and shine. Get up. Hurry. He dashed back into the cave, grabbing his gun while urging everyone to awaken. Startled, the group scrambled out of their rooms, finding Wang Yuan standing guard at the cave entrance, gun raised. Captain, what is happening? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Look over there. Wang Yuan pointed to the wolf's carcass on the fence. What? The group exclaimed in unison. Captain, what is that? Rin Yuanyuan asked, swallowing nervously. A wolf, he replied. A wolf? They echoed. Indeed, wolves typically travel in packs. The three women raised their guns, scanning the surroundings. All right, relax. It's not as terrifying as it seems, Wang Yuan reassured them. They eased their tension. I intended for you to practice shooting yesterday, but it didn't happen. So let us do that now. Each of you will have 15 rounds. You may fire continuously or in bursts, but remember the fundamentals. The bamboo grove to the right, the forest straight ahead, and the pond to the left. Each of you will take aim at one direction in turn. Who wishes to go first? I will. Rin Yuanyuan raised her hand. Very well, you may begin. Remember to focus and aim carefully, Wang Yuan instructed. I'll target that stone by the shed, Rin Yuanyuan said. As the others gathered around, Rin Yuanyuan steadied the gun against the fence, aiming towards the pond. Tat 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 tat. She fired a 5-round burst. Huh, Captain, does this bullet not have a tip? Rin Yuanyuan wondered. Ha ha. Yuanyuan, you're shooting at air. Zhang Lanfang laughed heartily. Press firmly with your shoulder, stabilize the weapon, Jiang Yin advised. Oh, Rin Yuanyuan blushed, re-aiming the gun. Tat tat. She managed a 2-round burst. With a resounding crack, the stone erupted in a cloud of dust, shattering into fragments. Yay! Rin Yuanyuan cheered, raising her fist in triumph. Well done. 2 shots, 1 hit, Wang Yuan instructed. Don't close your eyes at the moment of firing. Focus on controlling the recoil. Let's do it again. This time, aim for that rock across the water, Rin Yuanyuan suggested. Tat tat. Another pair of shots rang out. Bang bang. The rock erupted with 2 clouds of dust. Got it. Rin Yuan exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Nice. That must be over 100 meters, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Wang Yuan took a look through the binoculars and noted, the impact points of these two shots differ by 50 centimeters. Not bad. The recoil could be better. But it's all about feel. Try firing a few rounds towards that thicket over there to find your rhythm. All right. Rin Yuan replied eagerly. Tat tat tat. She unleashed a 3-round burst towards the thicket on the opposite side of the water. Tat tat tat. Riding the momentum, she fired another 3 rounds at the rock. Bang bang bang. The rock split in 2. Good. 3 shots with a spacing of about 10 centimeters. Quite impressive. Who's next? Wang Yuan asked. I'll go. Zhang Lanfang raised her hand. Once the 3 women had finished shooting, Wang Yuan summarized, Jiang Yin had the best accuracy, likely due to her practice at the shooting range. Fang Jie also performed admirably, thanks to her experience with archery and taekwondo, which has given her excellent arm strength and balance. Yuan is improving rapidly as well. Just a bit more focus on stability would do wonders. Becoming a sharpshooter isn't something one can achieve casually. It requires rigorous training and countless rounds of ammunition to hone one's skills. All of you have done remarkably well, and with consistent practice, you too can become sharpshooters. However, our circumstances do not allow for extensive training, so being proficient enough to ensure our safety is sufficient for now. Now, let us address our personal matters before preparing breakfast. Captain, what about that wolf over there? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Let it be for now. It can serve as a deterrent to other beasts, Wang Yuan replied. There aren't any more wolves nearby, are there? Rin Yuan asked. Do you think I would have you practice shooting for no reason? And with so many bullets? Wang Yuan chuckled. All right, let us go. If there were wolves around, they would have been frightened off by the gunfire. Jiang Yin pulled Rin Yuan along as they returned to the cave. Wang Yuan and Da He stepped outside to smoke and relieve themselves before heading back to the cave to grab their toiletries and wash up by the water. Upon returning to the shelter, they lit a fire and boiled some water. The 3 women completed their washing and returned, drinking a bit of water before preparing breakfast. They stewed some wild boar meat and vegetable soup. After finishing breakfast, Rin Yuan sliced some dragon fruit to feed the wild chickens. Donning their straw hats and gear, the group set off towards the beach. Wang Yuan led them through the woods, with Da He forging the path ahead with a spear, while Wang Yuan used a machete to clear some thorns, following in second place, with the 3 women trailing behind. Captain, this is where we gather mushrooms. Rin Yuan remarked after a while. Look over there. There's a wild Sichuan pepper tree. Jiang Yin pointed out. Great, let us go pick some, Wang Yuan said. Following Jiang Yin's direction, after gathering the wild pepper, they continued on their way. Isn't that where we picked the chili peppers? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yes. Let us go check it out. There were some small, unripe ones left last time, Wang Yuan replied. All right. Chapter 129. A terrifying encounter by the seaside. The group approached and observed that some chili peppers had ripened further. Each person plucked a few and once gathered. They were neatly packed for Jiang Yin as they continued their journey. Captain, have we arrived at the spot where we dug up the kudzu roots? Should we proceed with the digging? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Indeed, let us dig. The kudzu powder we made last time is nearly depleted. We shall prepare some more. Wang Yuan replied. Very well. The group responded as they followed the vines in search of kudzu roots. Here's one. I found another. All right. Whoever finds one should dig it up. The 5 of them commenced their digging. This one is truly large. Mine is the thickest. Mine is the longest. Captain, come and see whose is the biggest. Suddenly, Da He burst into laughter. Why does it concern me? Wang Yuan remarked. Da He, what are you laughing at? The 3 women were perplexed by Da He's mirth. You're all about the same, Da He replied. Indeed. Wang Yuan nodded, then chopped the kudzu roots into small sections, filling 2 baskets, which he and Zhang Lanfang then carried. Da He and Jiang Yin tidied up the vines and stowed them in their backpacks before shouldering their loads. The group moved onward, with Wang Yuan and Da He lighting up cigarettes. Wang, you're quite vulgar, Da He whispered. You're the vulgar one. I haven't said anything, Wang Yuan retorted quietly. What are they discussing? Rin Yuan asked. I'm not sure. They must be speaking the language of our homeland. Jiang Yin replied. Oh. As they walked and foraged for wild vegetables, they soon reached a patch of wild pineapples. Da He, go check if there are any ripe wild pineapples to pick, Wang Yuan instructed. Wang Yuan and the 3 women arrived at the cactus area and noted that several ripe cactus fruits were available, prompting them to begin gathering once more. Be careful. Don't get pricked. We know. The group cautiously harvested dozens of cactus fruits. Captain, aren't we going to take a few cactus pads home to cook? Jiang Yin asked. All right, let us take a few pads back to stir-fry with meat. Wang Yuan used his knife to slice off 5 thick cactus pads, removing the thorns before placing them in the basket. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from the thicket of the mulberry trees. Everyone, take up arms and be alert. I will investigate. Wang Yuan commanded. Understood. The 3 women raised their long guns, scanning the surroundings anxiously. Wang Yuan raised his weapon and ventured into the thicket, calling out, "Dehei, what is going on? Wang, I'm over here. Be cautious. It seems there are wolves nearby." Dehei's voice came from a short distance away. Wang Yuan approached to find Dehei holding a handgun, standing vigilant. Where? Wang Yuan inquired. A wolf charged out from over there just now, but unfortunately, I missed my shot, Dehei indicated with his gun. Let us head out, Wang Yuan decided. All right. With a series of rapid gunshots. The 2 had barely exited the thicket when they heard more gunfire. They hurried back to see the 3 women aiming their long guns at a patch of grass. What is happening? Wang Yuan asked. Just now, 2 wolves sprang out from that direction, Zhang Lanfang reported. Yes, it frightened me to death, Ren Yuanyuan added. It is possible that a wolf was struck, Jiang Yin remarked. Oh, let us go and take a look, Wang Yuan replied. The group, armed and cautious, approached the scene. Indeed, a wolf lay motionless in the grass, having been shot in the head, its life extinguished. Ha ha, splendid marksmanship, Dehei exclaimed. All right, everyone relax. The other wolves have long since fled. Noticing the 3 women's tension, Wang Yuan reassured them. What happened over there, Dehei? Zhang Lanfang inquired as the women began to ease their anxiety. I spotted another wolf, but it was too cunning to be hit, Dehei responded. Oh, Wang Yuan said. Let's carry this creature to the seaside to process it. The 2 men hoisted the wolf's carcass, and the group made their way to the shore. Captain, are we really going to eat wolf meat? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Of course, if it intended to feast on us, it must accept the consequences of being consumed. Wang Yuan chuckled. You have quite the rhetoric, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Is wolf meat delicious? Jiang Yin queried. Certainly, it is quite similar to dog meat, he replied. Have you ever tasted it? She pressed. Yes, in the vast grasslands of northwest China, I once enjoyed a delicious stew. The broth was particularly fragrant. Really? Ren Yuanyuan's mouth watered at the thought. Captain, aren't you from the Southeast Military District? How did you end up in the Northwest? Jiang Yin asked. Military districts often exchange personnel. Troops must adapt to various terrains and combat scenarios, and we frequently conduct joint exercises across districts, he explained. Oh, how did you hunt the wolves? Aren't they a protected species? Jiang Yin continued. Indeed, could you elaborate? Ren Yuanyuan added. I shall summarize briefly. During one such exercise, our small team of 4 was assigned a special mission deep behind enemy lines. What kind of special mission? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. No interruptions, please. We were tasked with disrupting transportation, communications, and conducting covert assassinations, Wang Yuan elaborated. How thrilling, akin to a film, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Do you still wish to hear more? Wang Yuan asked. Oh, she quickly nodded, covering her mouth. Laughter erupted from the group at her adorableness. That night, we lay in ambush outside a shepherdess sheepfold, suspecting an enemy communications team operating in the pastoral area, preparing to sabotage their equipment. Suddenly, a pack of over 20 wolves encircled the sheepfold, prowling outside. Unable to enter, they detected our scent and closed in on us. With no other choice, we fixed bayonets and fought back against the wolves. Why didn't you use your firearms? Ren Yuanyuan, captivated, could not help but ask. It was an exercise. We were using blank rounds, Wang Yuan replied, rolling his eyes. Oh, we managed to kill several wolves, but soon, a shepherd emerged from the dwelling, brandishing a knife. We quickly announced ourselves as soldiers of Huagua, urging him to retreat. In the end, we dispatched 8 wolves, while the remaining ones fled. We intended to leave the wolf carcass for the herdsmen, yet they insisted on refusing it, and even assisted us in transporting it back to the unit. Naturally, this mission was not accomplished, and subsequently, we received a severe reprimand from our superior. Ultimately, the 8 wolves were stewed by the kitchen staff, but our superior consumed more than anyone else. Before long, we arrived at the seaside shelter, where everyone laid down their belongings to rest for a moment. Sister Fong, you and Yuanyuan should prepare sea salt. I will weave a fish trap. Dehai and General Jiang will gather the fish traps and then handle the wolf, Wang Yuan said. All right, everyone began to busily engage in their tasks. Wang Yuan took out some vines to weave the fish trap, while the other four went to the beach. Zhang Lanfeng and Ren Yuanyuan went to collect seawater, while Dahai and Jiang Yin gathered the fish traps. After a while, Zhang Lanfeng and Ren Yuanyuan returned, igniting a fire at the stove and placing a powdered milk can to boil the seawater. Captain, we only caught a large eel. It killed the other fish, and they are no longer edible. Jiang Yin and Dahai returned. Chapter 130. Barbecue by the sea, no worries. We can roast it for lunch. Wang Yuan replied. Look, it's so large. Dahai exclaimed as he pulled the eel out of the buoy, measuring over 1 meter in length and as thick as an arm. Already killed and cleaned. Wow, it's enormous. Zhang Lanfeng remarked. How terrifying, Ren Yuanyuan added. Dahai set down the eel and lifted the wolf carcass, saying, Let us take care of this. Dahai and Jiang Yin returned to the beach to handle the wolf carcass. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan finished weaving the fish trap, twisted a piece of rope to tie it to the trap, and took a mineral water bottle to the seaside. At Dahai's side, he gathered some wolf entrails, chopped them into pieces to use as bait, poked several small holes in the bottle, placed it in the fish trap along with some stones, found a distant spot, and set the fish trap into the sea, securing the rope to a rock. Wang Yuan returned to the shelter and asked, One person can watch the sea salt. Who will accompany me to forage for seafood? Let Yuanyuan go. I can see you can't sit still, someone responded. Sure, I'll go, Yuanyuan replied eagerly. All right, grab your gear, and let us set off. The two took a buoy each and walked towards the sea, hunched over in search of seafood. Captain, I can't get past, Ren Yuanyuan said in front of a small puddle. Wang Yuan extended his hand, grasped Yuanyuan's small hand, and pulled her across. Then turned to continue his search for seafood. Humph, you dense man, Ren Yuanyuan murmured softly. What did you say? Wang Yuan turned back and asked. Oh, it's nothing. Have you noticed those little sea snails on the rocks? There are clusters of them, and their meat is small, which we usually discard. However, when cooked, they are quite delicious and can serve as snacks during idle times. More importantly, they can be fed to chickens, Wang Yuan explained. Really? Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Yes. If you crack them open, the chickens can eat them whole. Have you ever seen hens eating sand? I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it since I was little. Do you know the reason hens eat sand? I do know that. The chicken consumed the shell of the sea snail, resulting in remarkably sturdy eggs. As long as the shell is cracked just a bit, it can be devoured. Oh, I see. Well then, you can gather these small sea snails while I search for other seafood. It's nearly noon, and we must return soon. Very well. Wang Yuan collected some seafood and seaweed around him, beckoning Ren Yuanyuan to come back. Meanwhile, Ren Yuanyuan filled the buoy to the brim with the small sea snails. Why are you gathering so many? Wang Yuan inquired. Didn't you say they could be eaten as snacks besides feeding the chickens? They'll serve as hors d'oeuvres for you later. All right then, hold on to them for me. They're too heavy. We can fill them with seawater for the return journey. Otherwise, if we don't finish them, they'll perish quickly. Got it. Whenever it pertains to delicious food, Ren Yuanyuan is invariably the first to rush forward. Upon their return to the shelter, Dahai and Jiang Yin had already dealt with the wolf carcass and were assisting Zhang Lanfeng in preparing seawater for salt. Hey everyone. Let us have grilled seafood. We'll take the wolf meat back with us, Wang Yuan suggested as he lit a cigarette. Captain, I'm thirsty, Ren Yuanyuan said, settling down and fanning herself with her straw hat. All right, Dahai, let us go fetch some coconuts. Wang Yuan and Dahai went off to gather coconuts while the three women boiled seawater for salt and grilled the seafood. Yuanyuan, why are you collecting so many small sea snails? They're tiny and contain little meat, Jiang Yin asked. The captain mentioned they're quite delicious when cooked and can also be crushed to feed the chickens, who can consume the shells as well. Ren Yuanyuan repeated Wang Yuan's words. Shortly after, Wang Yuan and Dahai returned with 5 coconuts, and the grilled seafood was ready. The 5 of them feasted on a large eel and various seafood until they were satiated. Wang Yuan lit another cigarette and checked his watch. It was nearly 2 o'clock. Today has slipped away too quickly. We want to have time to head to the valley. How about we go tide hunting instead? Tomorrow, we can bring some food and visit the valley, Wang Yuan proposed. All right, you all go ahead. I'll stay here to prepare the seawater for salt, Zhang Lanfeng said. Okay. The 4 of them took the buoy and set off for the tide. Make sure to gather more seaweed, such as nori, kelp, and sea cabbage. We can make soup, and if there is any left over, we can dry it for later consumption. It's not only delicious, but also highly nutritious, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. All right, we'll split up for tide hunting, but let us ensure we stay within sight of one another, Wang Yuan stated. Okay. The group dispersed, searching among the rocky outcrops. They collected various seafood and occasionally gathered some seaweed, until Wang Yuan called for everyone to return around 4 o'clock. They had filled the buoy with a handful of seaweed before making their way back. Upon returning to the shelter, Zhang Lanfang had already prepared 3 bottles of seawater for salt. Let us tidy up, it's time to head back. Dahe and I will retrieve the fish traps, Wang Yuan announced. All right. This time, the two of them harvested a considerable number of fish, shrimp, and crabs from the 2 traps, placing them directly into the buoy without any further preparation before returning. As the group prepared to head back, they reflected on the bountiful day spent by the seaside. Wang Yuan and the sturdy black dog carried a hefty load of around 70 to 80 pounds, while each of the 3 women bore approximately 50 pounds. Rin Yuanyuan even brought back a bottle of seawater. The weight made their pace slow, and they were mindful of the encroaching darkness that would hinder their return. They retraced their steps past the coconut trees and the traps. However, fatigue soon overcame the 3 women, rendering them unable to continue. After a brief 10-minute respite, they resumed their journey. Upon reaching the rabbit trap, Wang Yuan inspected it and found one had been triggered, yet regrettably, no wild hare was caught, prompting him to relocate and reset the trap. Arriving at the Traveler's South Banana Grove, the group took another short break to replenish their hydration. They finally made it back to the cave just before nightfall. After depositing their belongings under the shelter, Wang Yuan and the black dog settled down to smoke. Captain, let us go inside and rest, Rin Yuanyuan suggested. All right, Wang Yuan replied. The 3 women entered the cave and immediately stretched out on the beds. I'm exhausted. One of them sighed. After finishing their cigarettes, Wang Yuan felt a fire brewing within him and set a steamer on the stove to boil water. Let us go fetch some water, Dahe, he said, and the 2 took buckets and bottles to the waterhole. Upon returning, they poured the hot water into portions. The 3 women emerged lazily from the cave. I'm so tired. Captain, what are we having for dinner? Zhang Yin inquired. Steamed seafood, braised wolf meat, and bone soup for breakfast tomorrow. It's getting dark. Let us prepare it in the cave, Wang Yuan instructed. All right. The group gathered their items and moved into the cave. Wang Yuan and the black dog resumed their smoking under the shelter, glancing at the wolf carcass hanging on the nearby fence. Dahe, why don't you take a shower? Wang Yuan suggested. We're off to bathe now, he declared as he returned to the cave, collecting his toiletries to join the 3 women. Okay, they replied. Wang Yuan and Dahe ventured to the waterhole to wash. Chapter 131. The aromatic wolf meat. Wang Yuan and Dahe hurriedly finished their bathing and returned to the cave. It smells so good, Dahe remarked as he entered, immediately detecting the savory aroma of stewing meat. Almost ready. I'll steam the seafood shortly, Zhang Yin announced. Captain, the wild chicken indeed ate the small sea snails. I just fed it some, Rin Yuanyuan said joyfully. Indeed. After a long day, you should all wash up too. Keep it brief as darkness approaches. I'll handle the rest, and you can eat when you return, Wang Yuan instructed. All right. The 3 women took their toiletries, fresh clothes, and handguns to the waterhole to bathe. Wang Yuan tasted the stewed meat with chopsticks, finding it tender and ready. He removed the pot from the heat and placed the steamer on, preparing to steam the seafood. As the cave grew dim, he lit a small fire for illumination and sat beside Dahe, smoking. Before long, the seafood was ready. He poured it onto palm leaves and set it on the table, adding a few small sea snails to the pot for cooking. The 3 women returned shortly after. Is the courtyard gate secured? Wang Yuan asked. It's all locked up, they replied, setting their belongings down and sitting by the fire to dry their hair. Very well, since we're all quite fatigued today, let us have a drink to unwind. Wang Yuan retrieved 2 bottles of brandy. All right, let us commence the meal. He poured small cups of liquor for everyone, and they gathered around the table to begin their feast. This wolf meat is truly delectable. It smells wonderful. The soup is equally delightful. Captain, what is being boiled in the pot? Little sea snails, they should be nearly done. Wang Yuan approached and took the steamer over. Let me have a taste. Wait a moment, it's hot. Oh, cheers. All right, cheers. Who else would like to drink? I won't drink anymore. Neither will I. Very well, I'll share with Dahe. Wang Yuan and Dahe divided the remaining alcohol, using bamboo skewers to enjoy the little sea snails. These snails are quite fresh as well. Rin Yuanyuan had one and exclaimed, Captain, we are going to relieve ourselves. You all take your time eating. Okay, bring the guns. Understood. After the three women returned from their respite, Zhang Lanfang remarked, Captain, it seems there are a few pairs of eyes in the opposite woods staring this way. Indeed. They glow green. It's quite terrifying. Rin Yuan patted her chest. Those must be perverts, their eyes glimmering green upon seeing beauty, Wang Yuan declared. Huh. No one is out there. Just trying to scare us, Jiang Yin retorted. I feel it is the wolves we encountered. I have seen on television and in books that wolves' eyes emit a green light at night, Zhang Lanfang asserted. Yes, indeed, they have taken an interest in us. However, there is no need for alarm. They cannot enter. We have guns. Would you like to go out and fire a couple of shots? Wang Yuan suggested. Sure. Let's go out and shoot a couple of rounds, Rin Yuan agreed. The group picked up their rifles and ventured out of the cave, and indeed, several pairs of eyes were glowing green in the opposite woods, twinkling like stars. Aim there and fire. Each person may only take 2 shots, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. The three women raised their rifles to take aim. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from the valley behind them. Ah! The three women turned pale with fright. Do not be afraid, Wang Yuan reassured them. However, upon glancing back at the woods, the glowing eyes had vanished. All right, let us return. They have been scared away. And it is futile to shoot now, Wang Yuan said. Sigh. Very well. The three women returned to the cave. After Wang Yuan and Dahei relieved themselves, they returned to the cave and secured the door. Sister Fong, please marinate the fish from today. We shall roast it tomorrow morning. And I will tend to the wolf meat, Wang Yuan instructed. I shall assist you with the wolf meat. They can handle the fish, Zhang Lanfang offered. All right. You and Dahei simply need to rub some salt on the wolf meat, Wang Yuan replied. Understood. Wang Yuan cleaned the steamer, poured in water, placed the wolf bones inside, and set it to simmer on the stove, adding some wild ginger and wild onions. The smoked wild boar meat was also ready. He took it down and placed it in a cooler, then hung the wolf meat to smoke. All right, we have all worked hard today. Let us rest. Once they finished their tasks, Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Very well. The three women retired to their rooms for rest. After Wang Yuan and Dahei finished smoking, they took a moment to rest. In the morning, Wang Yuan rose, opened the door, and stepped outside to survey the surroundings. He ignited a fire beneath the stove in the shed, retrieved the steamer from the hole, and placed it on the stove to heat, lighting a cigarette. He addressed his personal needs before sitting under the shed to sip water. He then picked up some bamboo and, using a dagger, skillfully split it into strips to weave together. One by one, the others awoke, addressed their own matters, and joined him under the shed for a drink of water. Captain, what are you crafting now? Rin Yuan inquired. I'm making a winnowing basket to dry the seaweed, he replied. Oh, shall we grill fish? She suggested. Indeed. Let us add some seaweed and salt to the pot, and we'll enjoy grilled fish along with seaweed and bone soup, Wang Yuan said. Sounds good, the group agreed. After breakfast, Wang Yuan spread the seaweed out to dry, with 3 baskets holding bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and seaweed. Rin Yuan crushed a handful of small sea snails to feed the chickens. Captain, what shall we do next? Zhang Lanfang asked after the 3 women finished washing the dishes. You all can do the laundry. I will prepare kudzu starch. After that, we can head to the valley. What do you think? Wang Yuan proposed. Sounds good. We'll handle the laundry while you and Dahei make the starch, Zhang Lanfang replied. With that, the 3 women took the dirty clothes, while Wang Yuan and Dahei gathered some floats, the kudzu they had dug up yesterday, and a few rags, arming themselves before heading to the pond. The women washed the clothes while Wang Yuan and Dahei processed the kudzu, squeezing the juice into the floats. They rinsed the kudzu remnants twice, yielding juice for 5 floats, which they then took to the cave to settle. The women also finished washing and hung their clothes outside the shed to dry. Captain, it's still early. Shall we head to the valley? Rin Yuan suggested. All right, let us take some grilled fish with us. We want to be back for lunch. Wang Yuan said, glancing at the time, which was just before 10. Lighting another cigarette, he asked, Can I bring some fruit? Sure, but also bring some water. Fangjia. Don't forget your compass, Wang Yuan instructed. Okay, she replied. Equipped and ready, they sprinkled a little gunpowder on the cuffs of their pants. Rin Yuan. We're not moving house. Why are you bringing so much fruit? Zhang Lanfang questioned. Oh, Rin Yuan sighed, digging out some of the fruit from her backpack. All right, I'll just take 1 wild pineapple. Dahei and I can't eat too much of it, or it'll numb our mouths, Wang Yuan advised. Once they reached the mountain summit, Dahei pulled the rope up and lowered it down the valley side. Wang Yuan borrowed Rin Yuan's spear, wedging it into a crevice and securing it with a strip of cloth. "Captain, what is this for?" Rin Yuanyuan asked. "It's a marker to prevent us from getting lost on the way back," he explained. Chapter 132. The wreckage of the airplane. The group carefully descended along the rope, making their way to the platform where Rin Yuanyuan had fallen the day before. Looking down, they saw that the golden giant python was now reduced to a mere skeleton. Checking his watch, Wang Yuan noted it was already 11:30. "Let us take a break here and have a bite before we set off again," he suggested. "All right." The others agreed. The group settled on the platform, and Dahei set down his backpack, retrieving dried grilled fish to share among them. Wang Yuan produced a bottle of mineral water from his basket, distributing one to each person. After savoring the fish and quenching their thirst, Wang Yuan and Dahei indulged in cigarettes, while the three women shared a wild pineapple. "Captain, will there be treasure ahead?" Rin Yuanyuan inquired. "I am uncertain, but beasts are undoubtedly present. Let us not forget the roars we heard a few days ago," came the response. "Indeed, I am aware. I shall give it a volley first," he said. "Then you must not be afraid. Allow me to witness a real-life beauty in the beast," she retorted with a playful glare. Laughter erupted among the group. "All right, let us proceed," Wang Yuan declared. The group rose and continued onward, encountering another stretch of stone steps. Dahei led the way, shoveling dirt to spread over the path, causing their pace to slow. Fortunately, they did not encounter any snakes or insects, perhaps due to the gunpowder sprinkled on their pant legs. After a while, they reached a grassy area and paused. Wang Yuan raised his gun, peering through the scope to survey their surroundings, while Rin Yuanyuan took up binoculars. "An aircraft! Over there, look! A plane wreck!" Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly, pointing in a direction. "Where? Let me see," Zhang Lanfang called out. Rin Yuanyuan handed her the binoculars. Wang Yuan also spotted it and passed his gun to Dahei, who looked through the scope as well. "Not too far. We can reach it in about an hour." Dahei assessed the terrain. The three women had all taken a look through the binoculars, and Rin Yuanyuan suggested, "Then let us hurry over for a closer look." "Patience, take your time. Safety is paramount. Rushing will not help. Let us not slip again," Wang Yuan cautioned. "Oh," Rin Yuanyuan replied with a pained expression. "Once the path is covered with dirt, it will be easier to traverse. On our next visit, it won't take as long," Wang Yuan added. "Understood," they replied, and the group continued onward, crossing another stretch of grassy ground before descending a sloped set of stone steps. After navigating the steps, they arrived at another grassy area where the plane wreck lay sprawled. It appeared to be a section from the rear of the fuselage, likely destroyed and charred from an explosion. Signs of sliding indicated it had rolled down from the slope. "That is our aircraft," Zhang Lanfang confirmed. "Indeed, I can confirm that as well," Rin Yuanyuan stated. "Let us hurry inside and investigate. Perhaps our belongings remain within," Jiang Yin suggested. "Yes, but wait. I will go in first to assess the situation," Wang Yuan replied. He climbed in from the back, as the door was suspended above the grass. After a quick survey, he spotted a cobra coiled beneath one of the seats. Wang Yuan retreated, saying to Dahei, "You go in first. There is a venomous snake inside." He pulled Dahei in and retrieved a spear. Wang Yuan pointed quietly to a seat, saying, "It's right there." Dahei nodded, and Wang Yuan handed him the machete. Dahei gripped his machete tightly, taking a vigilant stance beside the chair. Wang Yuan extended the harpoon beneath the seat, teasing the cobra, yet the serpent remained elusive. Just as Wang Yuan withdrew the harpoon, the cobra lunged forward. Striking at his hand, Wang Yuan recoiled swiftly, and with remarkable agility, Dahei swung his machete, aiming for the snake. A sharp clang echoed as the blade missed the snake's head, but severed its body in half. The rear segment writhed while the front part flicked its tongue, desperately attempting to slither away. With a swift motion, Dahei struck again, decapitating the snake. "Step aside," Wang Yuan instructed, using an entrenching tool to dispose of the three segments of the snake. The three women dug a pit to bury the severed head, while the body was tossed down the hillside, soon to be carried away by an eagle. After ensuring the cockpit was safe, Wang Yuan and Dahei pulled the three women inside. "Everyone's accounted for. Now, let us search for useful supplies. We shall gather everything we can carry and concentrate our findings at the rear exit," Wang Yuan declared. "Understood." Inside, several rows of seats were charred, particularly those near the tail. Wang Yuan and Dahei stripped off a dozen seat covers and placed them at the rear. The three women inspected the overhead compartments, most of which had been flung open by the force of the crash and were empty, but three remained locked. Upon prying them open, They indeed found items, 2 backpacks and a suitcase, which the women carried to the tail of the cabin. Wang Yuan also discovered a catering cart wedged between 2 seats. He and Dahei worked together to lift it and push it to the rear, collecting several stainless steel plates and trays along the way. "Captain, come quickly," Zhang Lanfang called out. "What is it?" Wang Yuan and Dahei approached. "This is the restroom. The lock is deformed and won't budge," Zhang Lanfang reported. "Dahei, give it a kick." Dahei stepped forward, taking a couple of steps back before delivering a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the restroom door swung open. Inside, the space was in disarray, yet they managed to salvage a bottle of hand sanitizer and a roll of toilet paper. "Captain, there's nothing else left. Our belongings are gone." Jiang Yin and Ren Yuanyuan approached, the latter wearing a crestfallen expression. "Well, considering the immense forces during the crash, it's fortunate we salvaged this much," Zhang Lanfang replied. "Oh, Captain, shall we open those bags to see what's inside?" Ren Yuanyuan suggested. "All right, let us take a look," Wang Yuan agreed. They gathered at the tail of the cabin, where they found a light blue women's backpack, a pink suitcase, and a black suitcase. "Captain, this suitcase has a combination lock. I can't open it," Ren Yuanyuan fiddled with the black suitcase. "Let us not worry about that for now. We can investigate it later," Wang Yuan replied. As the backpack was opened, Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin emptied its contents onto the floor. A few women's garments, 2 pairs of socks, a pair of high-heeled shoes, a pair of canvas hiking boots, some cosmetics, a pack of feminine hygiene products, 2 packs of wet wipes, 2 packs of facial tissues, a passport, an identity card, a mobile phone charger, a data cable, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and 7 or 8 marinated eggs. He chuckled. "These should all be useful. Let us pack them in," Wang Yuan remarked. After everything was stowed away, Jiang Yin opened the women's suitcase once more. "Wow, what treasures!" Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Chapter 133, Delectable Instant Noodles Inside the Suitcase. 8 packs of instant noodles were neatly arranged atop, accompanied by a dozen sausage links and a bottle of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. "Heh, it's been ages since I've had instant noodles and sausages," Ren Yuanyuan said, smacking her lips. "You little foodie," Zhang Lanfang shot her an exasperated glance. Hee. Below that were several more women's garments, a pair of knee-high leather boots, a pair of sneakers, a pair of high-heeled shoes, some cosmetics, a pack of feminine hygiene products, 2 packs of wet wipes, 2 packs of facial tissues, a passport, an identity card, a bank card, over 10,000 euros, a charger, and a data cable. Wang Yuan said, "All right, let's put everything back. You can use what you need." "Sure," they replied. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 3:30. Lighting a cigarette, he declared, "All right, that will be all for today. Let us pack up and head back." Okay. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, they left the dining cart behind, planning to retrieve it another day, and took all remaining supplies with them. Although the return journey involved climbing uphill, it progressed swiftly without the need for any burdensome loads. Upon reaching the base of the rocks, Wang Yuan ascended first to hoist the supplies up with a rope, then brought the 3 women up one by one, followed by Dahei. The group rested for a while at the summit before descending the slope to return to the cave. After unloading their items, Wang Yuan and Dahei sat beneath the shelter, smoking. The 3 women fed some bitten dragon fruit to the wild chickens, then took some fruit for themselves and joined Wang Yuan and Dahei under the shelter for a meal. Checking the time, it was precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon. "Captain, that black suitcase looks quite large. It must contain a fair amount of items," Ren Yuanyuan said, biting into a piece of dragon fruit. "It appears sizable, but it isn't heavy when lifted. It's likely filled with clothes and similar items. Don't hold out too much hope for anything else, especially since many items are prohibited on flights," Wang Yuan replied. "Oh, can you open that combination lock?" Ren Yuanyuan inquired. The 3 women turned their gaze toward Wang Yuan. I'm not skilled at opening such locks, but Dahei is an expert. He should be able to handle this high-tech contraption," Wang Yuan explained. "Really?" The 3 women widened their beautiful eyes, skeptical. "What? Don't believe me?" Wang Yuan asked. The women nodded in agreement. "Dahei, you're the locksmith. Go fetch that black suitcase and open it for them to see," Wang Yuan instructed. Dahei stepped into the cave, retrieving the black suitcase, accompanied by a chisel and a machete. Suddenly, Dahei drew a dagger and inserted it into the crevice of the combination lock, deftly manipulating it a couple of times. He then picked up a cleaver, and with a swift motion, the outer casing of the lock fell away. Taking a chisel, He directed it towards the lock cylinder. And with a stone, he struck the chisel twice. All done, Dahe declared. In less than 2 minutes, the three women stood in astonishment. Isn't it simple? It was almost effortless, Wang Yuan remarked. Is it really this straightforward? Can it be operated like this? Dahe playfully mimicked the traditional Chinese gesture of bowing, eliciting laughter from the crowd. With a sheepish grin, Dahe scratched his head, revealing a broad smile. Well, this suitcase isn't metallic. It's made of plastic and nylon. A combination lock merely adds an air of sophistication, but it serves little practical purpose, Wang Yuan explained. Ah, I see. Let us take a look inside, he continued. Dahe opened the suitcase, and everyone leaned in to see. He first retrieved the damaged combination lock, revealing a briefcase beneath it. As he pulled out the briefcase, he uncovered a black suit, followed by a gray casual outfit and a white shirt. Underneath the clothing, he found a pair of black leather shoes and a pair of white casual shoes. Finally, beneath the shoes lay food, 5 buckets of instant noodles, followed by 5 packages of instant noodles, 10 packets of pickled vegetables, 2 large hams, and 2 packs of Huawei cigarettes. Ha ha ha, more instant noodles. Why do these people love them so much? Ren Yuanyuan remarked. It's certainly because they're not accustomed to African cuisine, Zhang Lanfang suggested. All right, we shall have instant noodles for dinner. Fang Jia, you all can take care of it, Wang Yuan instructed. Sure thing. The 3 women busied themselves, one boiling water, another slicing ham, and the last washing wild vegetables. Wang Yuan and Dahe watched the 3 beautiful women with smiles, smoking and conversing in a language unfamiliar to others. Fang Jia, what do you think they're discussing? Ren Yuanyuan whispered. Dahe said, Captain, you should marry Yuanyuan and make her your bride. The captain replied, I think Jiang is quite good too. Zhang Lanfang shot a glance at Wang Yuan. Puffed, Fang Jia, you're just imagining things. Ren Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed bright red. Fang Jia, you can't understand what they're saying, Jiang Yin chimed in, also blushing. It must be that. Look, the captain is watching you intently, Zhang Lanfang teased. No way, Jiang Yin protested. Exactly, there's no way. He's just a blockhead, Ren Yuanyuan added. All right, the water is boiling, Zhang Lanfang announced. The 3 women opened the 5 buckets of instant noodles, placing the noodle cakes into the pot, tearing open the seasoning packets to pour in, and adding the sliced ham and wild vegetables. Captain, the instant noodles are ready, let us eat. Jiang Yin poured the noodles into the 5 buckets. Good, aren't they're marinated eggs? 1 for each, Wang Yuan said. All right. Ren Yuanyuan cheerfully dashed into the cave, retrieving 5 marinated eggs, 1 for each person. The crowd began to slurp their instant noodles, exclaiming how delicious they were. Ah, it's so hot, Ren Yuanyuan remarked. I find that the instant noodles from your country are truly delightful, and this braised egg is quite tasty as well. The ham sausage is simply irresistible. Of course, the culinary arts of our nation are profound and diverse. One could enjoy a different dish every meal and still not exhaust the offerings in a lifetime. Zhang Lanfang proudly declared. Is that so? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. Indeed. Why not consider adopting our nationality? Ren Yuanyuan suggested. I, like Wang Yuan, could never take on another nationality. Dahe lamented. What a pity. But I could certainly travel to your country. You must treat me to your delicacies then. Absolutely. Without a doubt. The 3 women chimed in unison. Everyone finished their meal, even drinking the broth to the last drop. Afterward, the 3 women cleaned the dishes and brought the items into the cave. Wang Yuan and Dahe sat smoking, and as darkness fell, the 3 women took turns to relieve themselves. In the nearby woods, a few pairs of glowing green eyes emerged. Once the women returned, Ren Yuanyuan asked, Captain, shall we head back to the cave? Yes, look, the wolves have returned. Wang Yuan pointed towards the forest. What? Shall we fire a couple of shots? Zhang Lanfang asked eagerly. All right, let us shoot twice, Wang Yuan replied. Chapter 134. Meat stuffed bun. The 3 women excitedly dashed into the cave, each retrieving a long gun. At the fence, rest your guns for stability. Each of you aim at a wolf. Once you're ready, fire, Wang Yuan instructed. Okay, we'll fire together. Let us not scare them away with an early shot, Zhang Lanfang cautioned. All right, Fang Jia, count to 3, then we will shoot, Jiang Yin suggested. Are we all ready? Zhang Lanfang asked. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Da-da, da-da, da-da. The 3 women fired in unison. A woo. One of the wolves let out a pitiful howl. Ha. I hit one. Who got the shot? Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly. I can't tell. It's too dark to see, Zhang Lanfang replied. The howls gradually ceased, and the glowing eyes vanished. All right, let us head back, Wang Yuan said. Oh. The three women remained quite exhilarated. After Wang Yuan and Dehei finished, they returned to the cave and secured the door. The group gathered around the fire, enjoying some fruit. Jiang, let us stew some wolf meat for breakfast tomorrow, Wang Yuan suggested. Sure. Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang placed several chunks of wolf meat into the steamer. Rin Yuan smashed some small sea snails to feed the wild chickens, and even chopped up dragon fruit peels to offer, pleasantly surprised to find that the chickens would eat them. Captain, shouldn't this wild chicken lay eggs soon? I see its injury is healing, Rin Yuan remarked. It won't be so soon. Let us take it out tomorrow to bask in the sun, Wang Yuan replied. Understood. By the way, let us take a look inside that briefcase, Wang Yuan said. All right. Dehei retrieved the briefcase and opened it. Inside lay various documents, a passport, an identification card, a bank card, a charger, a data cable, and a substantial stack of euros exceeding 10,000. When we have the opportunity to return, we shall send these back to his family, Jiang Yin suggested. Very well. Now, let us rest, came the reply. We can lay down some seat covers on the bed. All right. Each person took a seat cover back to the bed and settled in for rest. The following morning, Wang Yuan awoke and first opened the door to survey his surroundings. After stretching, he proceeded to the shed to light a fire, placing a frying pan atop to boil water before attending to his personal needs and washing up. One by one, the others rose, relieved themselves, and returned after freshening up. After quenching his thirst, Wang Yuan discarded the water from the 5 floating balls of sedimented kudzu powder. He ignited the stove in the pit to heat up the stewed wolf meat. Fang Jia, Yuan, come help take the floating balls outside, and then make some wild vegetable pancakes. Jiang Zong, please adjust the seasoning of the wolf meat, Wang Yuan called to the 3 women. Understood. The 3 entered to assist, removing the 5 floating balls while Wang Yuan collected the dried items from the winnowing basket. He crushed the kudzu powder, pouring it into the basket and setting it aside to dry, leaving 1 floating ball of kudzu powder for pancakes. Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan chopped the wild vegetables and wild onion flowers, placing them into the floating ball, adding a pinch of salt, and mixing them evenly with the kudzu powder. The frying pan was set on the stove, brushed with a bit of wild boar fat, and the 2 women began to fry the pancakes. Wang Yuan and Dehei sat to the side, enjoying their cigarettes. Jiang Yin brought out the steamer, placing it on the table as the aroma of stewed meat wafted through the air. Ah! Rin Yuan exclaimed sharply. What happened? Everyone turned to look. I got splashed with oil on my hand. It hurts, she said, cradling her right hand. Let me handle it. You should rinse it with clean water, Jiang Yin offered, taking the bamboo spatula. Oh, Rin Yuan replied, looking pitiful as she went to wash her hands. After washing, she brought out the chicken cage to let the wild chickens bask in the sun and fed them some crushed sea snails. Lunch is ready, announced Zhang Lanfang. On the table, 10 golden brown wild vegetable pancakes were arranged on palm leaves. Using instant noodle cups as bowls, each person received a generous piece of wolf meat, topped with spicy meat broth. Wang Yuan picked up a pancake, sliced it in half with a dagger, cut a piece of wolf meat, and placed it inside the pancake. He took a bite of the pancake and a sip of the broth. The wolf meat was tender and succulent. Everyone followed suit, imitating Wang Yuan's method of eating. Delicious, exclaimed Dehei, his mouth glistening with grease. Better than a meat sandwich, Rin Yuan remarked. After everyone had their fill and cleaned the dishes, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, are we heading to the valley today? Yes. Gather your gear, food, and water. We shall set out for the valley, Wang Yuan replied, noticing the eager gazes directed at him as he flicked away his cigarette butt. Captain, what food should we bring? Compressed biscuits? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Let us take some roasted fish and a few marinated eggs, along with the compressed biscuits for emergencies later, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. The hem of the trousers was sprinkled with gunpowder, and after gathering all essentials, the group set forth. The journey progressed smoothly, devoid of the need to scatter sand, allowing everyone to maintain a brisk pace. By 9:30, they arrived at the site of the aircraft wreckage, circumventing the remnants. Wang Yuan raised his firearm and peered through the scope, while Rin Yuan lifted her binoculars for a closer look. Below, a vast expanse of tree ferns spread out, thick and lush. If they continued at their current speed, they would reach there by noon. However, the path was arduous, necessitating the scattering of sand for traction, which could alter their timeline. Thus, regardless of their progress, They needed to turn back by 3 o'clock in the afternoon to ensure their return before darkness fell. Wang Yuan handed his weapon to Dehei for inspection. After the three women had taken turns observing through the binoculars and nodded in acknowledgement, the group resumed their journey. Dehei led the way, scattering sand as the others followed, their pace slowing. After traversing the stone steps for about an hour, they reached a small patch of low grass. Suddenly, a cobra sprang from the underbrush, lunging towards Dehei. Startled, Dehei raised his entrenching tool. Wang Yuan averted his gaze, lifting his head to the sky, and the three women mimicked his action. Indeed, a majestic eagle swooped down, seizing the snake before soaring away. Ha ha ha! Captain, do you think that eagle is here to protect us? Rin Yuan exclaimed with delight. That is a sea eagle, a type of hawk. They typically hunt fish in the ocean, rarely preying on snakes, though they do on occasion. This sea eagle must reside somewhere on this island, Wang Yuan explained. With that, they continued their trek. The group crossed the grassy area and navigated the intermittent, sloping stone steps at a leisurely pace. After approximately another hour, they arrived at a rocky platform, evidently hewn by human hands, clean and flat, measuring about 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width. Let us rest here for a moment and have something to eat, Wang Yuan suggested. Indeed, I am quite famished, Rin Yuan replied. Captain, look over there. What is that? Just as they were about to settle down for a meal, Jiang Yin pointed toward the area beneath the platform. The group leaned forward to peer down. Ha ha! What a delightful find! Rin Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 135. The brown bear as they leaned over the edge to gaze below. They spotted a grassy area about 15 or 16 meters down, where 2 mango trees stood, laden with fruit, over a dozen of which were ripe. I love big yellow mangoes, Rin Yuan declared. You glutton, is there anything you don't enjoy eating? Zhang Lanfang retorted with a roll of her eyes. You all hold the rope while I descend to fetch some. Please be vigilant while I'm down there, Wang Yuan instructed after assessing the surroundings for danger. Dehei produced a rope and lowered it, and the others secured it while Wang Yuan slid down. Upon reaching the grassy ground, Wang Yuan surveyed the area and approached one of the mango trees, which towered over 10 meters high, while Dehei and the three women stood above. Guns at the ready. Mangoes located near the trunk of the tree can be plucked with ease, but those at the far end are beyond reach. Fortunately, the fruits hang down, most of them within 3 to 4 meters from the ground. Dehei, toss down the harpoon, Wang Yuan shouted upwards. The harpoon was thrown down, and Wang Yuan picked it up, also gathering a stone to sharpen the metal tip, which he then raised to pluck the mangoes. He collected both ripe and semi-ripe fruits and placed them in his backpack. After glancing upwards to see a few more ripe mangoes just out of reach, he decided to climb the tree to gather what he could. Reaching the base of a mango tree, he glanced upward, then leaped up, wrapping his arms around the trunk and securing his legs tightly against it, commencing his ascent. Suddenly, a sharp scream from Jiang Yin pierced the air. Ah, not good. Wang Yuan turned to see a brown bear charging toward him from the thicket on the hillside. The bear was fully grown, estimated to weigh between 230 to 40 pounds, and it had spotted Wang Yuan, rushing towards him, with both hands clinging to the tree. He was unable to reach for a weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as Dehei and the others opened fire. The bear crashed to the ground, its limbs twitching, having been struck by 4 or 5 bullets. Blood flowed from its wounds, and after a few labored breaths, it succumbed. The three women squealed in delight. Wang Yuan shook his head and continued to climb the tree, eventually plucking another 5 or 6 mangoes, realizing that the distant fruits were out of reach. He slid back down. Fangjia, you two come down and harvest some bear meat for us, Wang Yuan called out. Dehei, stay up there and maintain watch. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin descended. Wang Yuan first handed each of them a mango, and the 2 women began to eat. He secured the bag filled with mangoes to a rope for Dehei to pull up. Wang Yuan also peeled one and savored its sweetness. Who wants to sit on my shoulders to reach the higher mangoes? He asked. Let it be Xiaoyan, as she is taller, suggested Zhang Lanfang. Very well. Wang Yuan squatted down, and blushing, Jiang Yin climbed onto his shoulders as he stood upright, handing her the harpoon. Fangjia, be ready to catch them below, Wang Yuan instructed. All right. After plucking a dozen more mangoes, he finally set Jiang Yin down. Let us go and cut some bear meat. This is a substantial nourishment, Wang Yuan declared. Approaching the fallen bear, he drew a dagger and began skinning it. The 3 of them worked together, removing the hide, while Wang Yuan detached the 4 paws. Cutting away over 40 pounds of meat, and retrieving the bear gallbladder, wrapping it in the hide, and placing it in the backpack. Although the scene was somewhat gruesome, the two women had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of survival on the deserted island over the past few days. That's enough. We don't need any more, Wang Yuan decided. They first sent the supplies up with Dahai before the three of them climbed back up the tree. Yuan, were the mangoes delicious? Zhang Lanfang inquired as she reached the top. Delicious, fragrant, and sweet, Rin Yuan replied with a grin. These two mango trees are ancient. They must have been alive for decades, Wang Yuan remarked, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep puff. Could they have been planted by someone? Jiang Yin pondered. It is highly likely that the path we are traversing has been artificially constructed, though it has been a considerable time since anyone last walked upon it. Beneath the rocky platforms we encounter live fruits, and perhaps further along, we may discover more treasures hidden beneath the stones, Wang Yuan remarked. Indeed, that makes sense. Shall we continue our descent? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Let us take a break and then return, he decided. The group tidied their belongings and began their trek back. Dahai bore the heaviest load, a basket filled with bear meat, while Wang Yuan carried several mangoes. And Zhang Lanfang did the same. Upon reaching the previous platform, Wang Yuan took the basket from Dahai, and the group exchanged burdens once more. They ambled along, stopping intermittently. And around 5 o'clock, they returned to the cave. After a brief respite, Wang Yuan produced the bear gallbladder, secured it with a rope, and hung it beneath the shelter to dry. Captain, R&T mangoes typically ripe in May or June. How come there are still some now? Jiang Yin asked. Perhaps it is due to our location in the southern hemisphere, or it may be influenced by the island's climate, Wang Yuan responded. I see. Well, once we finish resting, let us prepare the stew. Without a pressure cooker, bear meat requires a lengthy cooking time, Wang Yuan stated. Captain, shall we have bear paw as well? Rin Yuan inquired. The bear paw demands an even longer stew, potentially 5 to 6 hours before it reaches perfection. We shall wait until we have prepared our meal before beginning the stew. It may be ready by tomorrow morning, Wang Yuan replied. Understood. The three women returned to the cave to prepare the stew, while Wang Yuan collected the dried kudzu powder. Dahai, let us go wash up and fetch some water, he said. The group took turns bathing and returned as twilight approached. They secured the courtyard gate and gathered around the fire, enjoying the fruits. How delightful. Yinjia, is the meat not ready yet? Rin Yuan asked. Almost there, Jiang Yin responded, adding a few pieces of bamboo shoots into the pot. Oh, I am so hungry. All right, it is time to eat. Jiang Yin distributed the meat, ladled the broth over it, and then set about stewing the bear paw. This is delicious. So fragrant. Simply chop the meat into cubes, Jiang Yin suggested. Yes, indeed, Rin Yuan concurred. Are you not the one in haste? How can you cut it while it is still so hot? Jiang Yin shot her a glance. Such a way of dining is quite enjoyable, feasting on meat, drinking heartily, and sharing wealth generously, Wang Yuan remarked. Captain, would you care for some wine? Zhang Lanfang asked. A little one tea hurt. Let us each have a small cup to alleviate our fatigue, Wang Yuan replied. Zhang Lanfang fetched a bottle of brandy, pouring each person a modest half cup, and shared the remainder with Wang Yuan and Dahai. Once the meal concluded, the group salted the remaining bear meat and hung it up to preserve. Captain, what do you think of Zhao Jiangwo and the others? How are they faring now? Rin Yuan asked, taking a bite of mango. That is uncertain, Wang Yuan inhaled deeply. Regardless, they are not virtuous individuals. Fortunately, we are with our captain, free from worries of hunger, and now stocked with such ample provisions, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Captain, if we cannot return, perhaps you could relocate the fruit trees, plant some edible crops, gather wild vegetables, raise some wild chickens and rabbits, and build a grand house. Would you marry me? Rin Yuan said, her large eyes blinking playfully. Chapter 136, A Confession Cough, Cough, Cough. Wang Yuan was momentarily choked by a puff of smoke. I think that sounds feasible, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Wang, I suggest you marry all three of them, Dahai chuckled. Get lost. The three women glared at Dahai in unison. There are no laws here anyway, Dahai retorted. Dahai, why are you causing trouble? I have already stated that we will surely return. Let us not discuss this topic again, Wang Yuan asserted. TCH, terminally ill with male chauvinism. Rin Yuan turned her head away. All right, once you finish, let's take a break, Wang Yuan said. One by one, everyone returned to rest. After securing the door, Wang Yuan added some firewood to the stove and laid down in his room. Dahe was already snoring, fast asleep, while Wang Yuan tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. In truth, Wang Yuan's heart belonged to Jiang Yan. Although she had initially seemed willful and unreasonable, after so many days and events, he had come to understand her character and virtues. She had once resembled a caged canary, untested by the storms of life. Yet, through this ordeal, she had revealed many admirable qualities: kindness, bravery, resilience, beauty, gentleness, thoughtfulness, and empathy. Countless flattering descriptors for women could easily be applied to her. However, he felt himself to be merely an orphan, a destitute individual, with the meager pension from his military service insufficient to purchase a home in a small county. He believed himself unworthy of her. Looking at his watch, he saw it was 12:30. He decided to get out of bed and sat by the stove, lighting a cigarette and adding some dry twigs to the fire. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Jiang Yan. "Jiang, you're still awake?" Wang Yuan whispered. "Yes, I couldn't sleep. I only came out after hearing you," Jiang Yan replied, sitting down beside him. For a moment, they fell into silence. "Have they gone to sleep?" Wang Yuan eventually asked. "Yes." They fell silent again, the question lingering awkwardly between them, as if they were engaged in something clandestine. Jiang Yan slowly leaned her head against Wang Yuan's shoulder. "Actually, I like you," Jiang Yan confessed. "But I have nothing to offer, nothing at all. I am just a poor wretch, unable to provide you with anything," he replied. "I know." Another silence enveloped them, filled only with their breaths and the sound of the wind outside. "When we return, if you still like me and your family does not oppose, I will marry you," Wang Yuan declared. "That will certainly be the case." "Yes." They listened to the rustling leaves in the wind outside, gradually immersing themselves in the tranquility of the night. "Let us head back to rest." "All right." Jiang Yan lifted her head and gently kissed Wang Yuan on the cheek before returning to her room to sleep. Wang Yuan lit another cigarette, lost in contemplation. After finishing his cigarette and adding some firewood, he returned to sleep. Unusually, Wang Yuan was not the first to rise in the morning, perhaps due to a late night. Wang, I was the first to get up today." Dahe had already dressed when Wang Yuan finally opened his eyes. As Dahe stepped out of the room to light the stove, Wang Yuan and the three girls gradually emerged as well. Upon opening the door, everyone stepped outside together. "Wow, the sky looks a bit gloomy today. Do you think it might rain?" Rin Yuanyuan inquired. "Not necessarily," Wang Yuan replied as he kindled the stove in the shed and boiled some water. After everyone had addressed their personal needs, they gathered in the shed to sip on hot water. "Captain, what are we having for breakfast?" Jiang Yan asked. "Bear paws." Rin Yuanyuan raised her hand enthusiastically. "All right, let us have bear paws. Don't we have a few boxes of luncheon meat?" Wang Yuan noted. "Yes, there are still 6 boxes," Jiang Yan confirmed. "Then let us have 1 box each." "Okay, but we've never had bear paws, let alone cook them." "I'm not sure how to prepare them," Jiang Yan admitted. "I have no idea either. You'll have to figure it out," Wang Yuan said. "All right then." Jiang Yan first soaked several mushrooms in water, chopped some wild scallions, wild ginger, and chili peppers, diced a sausage, and prepared the soaked mushrooms. Next, she sauteed the scallions, ginger, and chilies until fragrant, added the diced sausage and mushrooms, stir-fried briefly, poured in some broth, added a pinch of salt, and thickened it with kudzu starch, finally drizzling the sauce over the bear paws laid on palm leaves. "It's ready, give it a try." The group began to eat. It's not particularly delicious, but it's quite good," Jiang Yan remarked. "I think it tastes great," Rin Yuanyuan responded. "It must be that our seasonings are insufficient and the method incorrect," Zhang Lanfang commented. "Indeed, that's the case," Wang Yuan agreed. After finishing their meal and cleaning up the utensils, they settled down. "Captain, are we still going to the valley?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Let us go to the seaside today. If it rains, we'll have a place to take shelter and can return earlier. We'll collect the fish traps and check if we've caught any wild rabbits," Wang Yuan suggested, taking a puff of his cigarette. "All right." Equipped with their gear, the group set off towards the coast. Upon reaching the rabbit traps, they found one had been triggered, but unfortunately, there were no catches. Wang Yuan relocated the trap and reset it. Arriving at the seaside, they walked to the shelter. "Let us first collect the fish traps," Wang Yuan instructed. From the 2 traps, they netted 5 or 6 fish and 4 crabs, which they processed and brought back to the shelter. "Dahe and I will pick up some ocean debris to see if there's anything useful, while you all boil seawater for salt," Wang Yuan said. Okay. The group busied themselves again. The three girls ignited a fire and began to boil seawater. Wang Yuan and Dahei first gathered some dry wood to provide firewood for the girls. Wang Yuan also found a square meter of wire mesh, which he brought back to the shelter. This wire mesh can be taken back to make a barbecue grill, Wang Yuan remarked. I love barbecues. As they savored the barbecue and sipped their beer, Rin Yuan sighed with contentment. Aren't you the one who adores hot pot the most? Asked Zhang Lanfang. Hee. I enjoy both. Really? Rin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Ha, Zhang Yin laughed. You glutton. Zhang Lanfang teased Rin Yuan with a playful glare. Dahei returned with a 50-liter oil drum, complete with a handle. This is excellent. It's convenient for fetching water and holds a substantial amount, Wang Yuan remarked. Indeed, he said as he pried off the lid with a dagger. Zhang Yin took it to the seaside to wash it thoroughly, filling it with half a drum of seawater to bring back to the shelter. Wang Yuan and Dahei then ventured off to continue searching for useful items. Should we grill the fish? Rin Yuan inquired. No, let us prepare it for lunch instead, Zhang Yin replied. Oh, fine then. Wang Yuan and Dahei returned with more wood, and the two began chopping it into firewood. Once they had finished, they stacked the wood in the shelter. Enough to last several days if they remained there. Let's go tide chasing, Wang Yuan beckoned to Dahei. I'm coming too, Rin Yuan could hardly sit still. At that moment, the sound of engines echoed from the north. Chapter 137, Battle with Pirates Not Good. Quickly, grab your weapons. Run, Wang Yuan shouted. He immediately poured seawater from the drum onto the flames. A cloud of steam billowed upwards. Hurry, leave the bags. Go, Wang Yuan urged. The group swiftly dashed into the underbrush and crouched down. At that moment, a motorboat and 2 speedboats headed straight for the beach, halting just offshore. 15 or 16 pirates disembarked, making their way onto the sand. 3 pirates brandished long guns, standing guard over the jungle while one spoke. After the pirate finished speaking, they split into 2 teams, searching left and right. This is bad. Dahei, you take them and hide in the woods. Do not confront the pirates directly, Wang Yuan instructed. And what about you? The 3 women asked in unison. I will draw them away, Wang Yuan replied. No way. They protested together. Rest assured, I will be fine. This is not the time for discussion. We must act, Wang Yuan insisted urgently. Hurry, he'll be all right. We must trust him. Dahei reassured them. Very well. The 4 of them bent low and sprinted towards the jungle. Wang Yuan quickly maneuvered to the right, drawing the attention of the pirates as they approached the rocky area. He kept a distance of over 150 meters from them, raising his long gun to aim before lowering it and pulling out his pistol. The sound of the waves at the seaside made it difficult to attract the pirates' attention with the long gun, so he opted for the pistol. Though at such a distance, it lacked precision and lethality. Bang! Bang! He fired twice. A bullet struck a rock near one pirate's feet, sending debris flying up and hitting his leg. The pirate was startled, checking his leg, finding no blood or damage to his trousers. The gunfire caught the attention of 2 groups of pirates. A pirate pointed his gun at Wang Yuan, shouting loudly. The crew of pirates raised their firearms and began to fire. After a flurry of gunfire, the nearby thatch was significantly reduced in height. One pirate gestured, and all the others surged forward. Upon nearing the spot, they found no one, only 2 spent cartridges on the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. The pirates crouched down as the leader pointed in a direction and signaled for them to charge again, but alas, they found yet another shell. The leader gestured for silence, and the pirates settled into a crouch. He made several hand signals, waving to either side, prompting the pirates to disperse. Bang! A gunshot pierced the air. A cry of agony followed. The pirates turned to see one of their own struck in the left arm, wailing and pointing ahead. They observed a figure swiftly fleeing. The pirates scattered in pursuit, firing intermittently. Bang! Bang! Wang Yuan discharged 2 rounds, rolling over to lie behind a cluster of bushes. He swiftly changed his magazine, secured his firearm, and tucked the pistol into his waistband. Rolling again, he raised his 16. Bang! A precise shot took down a pirate. The remaining pirates hastily took cover while their leader shouted in frustration. They crawled forward and found only shells, no sign of Wang Yuan. Suddenly, he stood and dashed away. Bang! Bang! The pirates lifted their guns and fired. Wang Yuan rolled, taking refuge behind a small earthen rise. The pirates charged forward once more. Suddenly, 2 anguished cries pierced the air as 2 pirates fell into a hidden trap, their bodies impaled by sharpened bamboo, struggling briefly before succumbing. The leader shouted something, and the pirates broke formation, cautiously advancing with their weapons drawn. Bang! Another pirate fell. The crew unleashed a barrage of bullets at the earthen rise. Suddenly, yet another pirate fell into the trap, realizing his fate was sealed. The leader howled in rage. Bang! A pirate's head exploded. Gunfire erupted from another direction, prompting the pirates to glance over. They saw the figure leap and vanish from view. A renewed volley of shots rang out as the pirates spread out, encircling the area. They advanced cautiously, testing the ground before stepping forward. A scream pierced the air. The pirates turned to see an eagle clawing at one of their comrades' face before soaring away. The pirate, eyes tightly shut, bled from the corners of his eyes and collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. The remaining pirates watched in horror. Another pirate fell victim to the eagle, blinded and writhing on the ground, crying out in despair. A pirate suddenly sprang up, shouting incomprehensibly as he dashed to the side. To their astonishment, a cobra emerged from the very spot where he had been. Rat-a-tat-tat. The pirates unleashed a barrage of gunfire, reducing the serpent to a pulp. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the distance, gunshots resounded. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The pirates retaliated. After a while, they realized they had sustained no casualties, exchanging bewildered glances. However, the tranquility was soon interrupted by a buzzing sound. Ah, walla walla. One pirate flailed his arms, attempting to fend off the wasps that were swarming towards him. Chitter-chatter, bang-bang. The pirate captain shouted something. The pirates stripped off their shirts, waving them to drive away the wasps. It turned out that Wang Yuan had lured the pirates to the side of the wasp nest discovered previously. Seizing the opportunity as the pirates approached, he had shot the nest to smithereens. Perhaps due to the overcast skies and impending rain, most of the wasps remained inside their nest. The more the pirates attempted to shoo them away, the more they found themselves inundated. One pirate, closest to the nest, was nearly covered in wasps on his face and hands, while the others suffered stings on any exposed skin. Bangalore. The pirate captain bellowed in fury. Huh, what language is that? It sounds somewhat familiar, Wang Yuan thought, bewildered from a distance. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Suddenly, more gunfire erupted from afar. Two pirates fell to the ground, soon swarmed by wasps. Sizzle sizzle, the pirate captain shouted. The remaining pirates waved their clothing, desperately trying to fend off the wasps as they sprinted towards the sea. Undeterred by the threat of death. My goodness, that foreign phrase means to flee desperately, Wang Yuan mused, raising his gun towards the pirate captain. Rat-a-tat. The captain collapsed. Huh, I didn't fire a shot. Wang Yuan quickly peered through his scope towards the source of the gunfire. There he saw Dahei and the three women, armed with rifles, firing intermittently at the fleeing pirates while advancing in their direction. Don't come here, just pursue them, Wang Yuan called out to Dahei. Oh, understood. Dahei and his companions took off in pursuit of the pirates. Wang Yuan retrieved a bullet, removed the projectile, poured the gunpowder into his palm, and sprinkled it over himself. He then smeared some on his face, rubbed his hands together, and charged forward with his gun drawn. Chapter 138, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. Initially, the pirates had been chasing Wang Yuan, but now the roles were reversed as he pursued them. However, the remaining pirates, perhaps stung by the wasps or feeling their lives threatened, or maybe having their beliefs trampled upon, unleashed their utmost potential and fled desperately. I can't keep up. It seems I haven't trained in a while, Wang Yuan thought to himself, feeling disheartened. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Gunfire echoed in the distance, quickening his pulse and urging him to accelerate. Soon, he caught up with Dahei and the three women. Captain, one of the women called out. Enough. You all take a breather. Leave this to me and Dahei. Wang Yuan noticed the woman was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her face. He and Dahei quickened their pace and surged ahead. Now, the distance to those pirates is approximately 500 meters. With Dahei's firearm, casualties are unlikely. Wang Yuan's weapon might hit one, but the others may escape. Upon reaching the beach, the remaining 5 pirates rushed towards the speedboat, shouting loudly. The oil boat had already turned around, and the speedboat roared to life. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Wang Yuan and Dahei leaned against a coconut tree, pulling the triggers. 2 pirates fell to the ground. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Another 2 pirates succumbed. The last pirate had already climbed aboard the speedboat. Rat-a-tat. 2 shots struck the pirate's thigh, causing him to tumble into the boat. A barrage of heavy machine gun fire erupted from the oil boat, sweeping the beach, prompting the 2 to drop to the ground. 3 boats departed from the shore, the sound of their engines receding into the distance. Damn! Dahe struck the ground in frustration and stood up. Captain, are you all right? The three women rushed over. I'm fine, Wang Yuan replied, leaning back against the coconut tree while lighting a cigarette. Damn! I didn't expect them to have a heavy machine gun, Dahe said angrily. All right, Dahe, as long as everyone is safe, Zhang Lanfang reassured. Dahe, still in a huff, took a drag from his cigarette. Let us go check the bodies, Wang Yuan suggested. They confiscated 4 AK-47s, 10 magazines, 6 of which were empty, 1 dagger, several packs of cigarettes, 2 lighters, more than €1,000 in cash, and a digital watch. Let us head to the shelter and grab something to eat. Wang Yuan noted, glancing at his watch, it was 2 o'clock. Sure, everyone agreed, packing their belongings as they returned to the shelter. Collecting the fish trap and catching a few fish and crabs. As they lit a fire, the three women began grilling. Wang Yuan examined the watch and asked, Who wants it? Give it to Dahe. You two often go out alone, so having a watch to check the time would be handy, Zhang Lanfang suggested. You all spend time together too. Just give it to whoever, Dahe replied. Then let us give it to Yuan. After all, we're always together. Jiang Yin said, noticing Yuan's eager gaze. All right. Wang Yuan understood Jiang Yin's intentions and tossed the watch to Yuan. Actually, let us give it to Fang Jia. Among us women, she has the strongest capabilities, Yuan proposed. Okay, Yuan, you keep it. At least one of us will be with you, Wang Yuan said. Oh, don't be so sentimental, all right? Fang Jia, has this straight man finally come to his senses? Yuan leaned her head on Zhang Lanfang's shoulder, weeping. Stage 4 cancer is beyond salvation. Rest assured. Zhang Lanfang patted Yuan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Huh? Yuan gasped. Yes, may you find peace. Zhang Lanfang gently stroked her hair. Is there truly no hope? Yuan questioned. Perhaps a miracle may occur. Zhang Lanfang replied. What do they mean by that? Dahe asked. It's knowledge from the flight attendants. We don't understand. Just like we struggle with foreign languages, we can simply let it go, Wang Yuan explained. Dai Wang. Yuan exclaimed, her teeth clenched in anger. What? Wang? Are you about to die? Dahe asked in astonishment. No, she was frightened by the pirates, Wang Yuan replied. Humph. Yuan turned her head away. Let us eat. Everything is ready, Jiang Yin said. I'm not eating. I'm too full of anger, Yuan retorted indignantly. Sizzle, sizzle, this crab is truly fragrant, so yellow. Zhang Lanfang remarked. Humph. I'll just taste a bit, Yuan said. Zhang Lanfang responded. I'll just have a bite of this fish. Jiang Yin agreed. Why does this fish have so many bones? Yuan exclaimed in frustration. The other side has fewer bones, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, let me try? Yuan said. What? Is this a trick of you Huahua people? I want to go home, Dahe exclaimed, dumbfounded. All right, we should head back, Wang Yuan said. Okay, everyone is full. The group began to gather their belongings and walk towards the beach. Ah, there are 2 fewer corpses, Zhang Lanfang pointed at the pirate bodies. The group looked over and saw that out of the original 4 pirate corpses, only 2 remained. Wait for me, I will go check with Dahe, Wang Yuan said. Wang Yuan and Dahe approached the site, noticing clear drag marks on the sand leading into the jungle, with numerous animal tracks on the ground. They were dragged away by wild dogs, Wang Yuan concluded. Wang, should we bury them? Dahe inquired. Forget it, let us push them into the sea. The 2 men pushed the 2 bodies into the water. The group retraced the pirate's path in search of more clues. This must be the leader of the pirates. Let us search him, Wang Yuan said, discovering a corpse with a swollen face from wasp stings. 1 handgun, 2 fully loaded magazines, a dozen bullets, 2 packs of cigarettes, a high-end lighter, over €1,000 in cash, and a luxury watch. The group also searched the corpses in the traps and those they had shot. The pirates bitten by snakes and stung by wasps were all dead. With 2 bodies missing, it was evident they had been taken by wild animals. The group gathered usable items, disposed of the bodies in the trap, and buried them beneath the earth. As they finished burying the pirate corpses, it began to drizzle lightly. The group tidied their belongings and hurried back. They had collected a substantial number of firearms, but nearly all the ammunition had been expended. Upon reaching the traveler's banana tree, they drank some water and rested for a moment. The light rain drenched everyone thoroughly. After replenishing their hydration, they continued their journey back. They were now quite close to the cave, and everyone instinctively quickened their pace. However, each person was laden with at least 3 rifles, making the weight burdensome. They trudged along, breathless. Finally, as they reached the outskirts of the grassland, Wang Yuan suddenly spread his arms to stop the group. "What's wrong?" Zhang Lanfang whispered. "Shoo! Everyone, be quiet." Wang Yuan gestured for silence, and then pointed towards the fence near the cave. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. A tiger. As they beheld the majestic creature pacing back and forth, fixated on the wolf carcass hanging from the fence, Wang Yuan quietly inquired, "Sister Fang, shall we take 2 shots?" "Yes, yes." The 3 women nodded eagerly, excitement gleaming in their eyes as they raised their rifles, aiming at the tiger. "It's quite a distance, at least 300 meters. Do you think you can manage?" Wang Yuan murmured. "Let's give it a try," Ren Yuanyuan replied. "We should fire simultaneously. Are you ready?" Zhang Lanfang chimed in. "Ready. 1, 2, 3. Bang, bang, bang." The tiger, startled, flinched as the ground before it erupted in a flurry of dirt and grass, yet it remained unscathed. Turning its head, the regal beast's fury surged, unyielding in the face of such audacity. "Are you attempting to frighten me?" It seemed to scoff, bewildered by the audacity of these creatures. The 3 women erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing in the air. The tiger's indignation could no longer be contained, and it roared, lunging toward the trio. Bang, bang. The women fired again. Finally, as the tiger approached within approximately 150 meters, it hesitated and began to retreat towards the waterhole. Bang. Dahé could no longer restrain himself and fired a precise shot, striking the tiger in its hindquarters. The bullet ricocheted within the beast, eliciting a harrowing cry before it collapsed. Unable to withstand the excruciating pain, thrashing its legs in a final act of defiance before succumbing. "Behold, behold. It seems you possess remarkable skill. Capable of driving away a tiger," Wang Yuan remarked. "Uft. Are you implying that we are like mother tigers?" Ren Yuanyuan shot him a bemused glance. "Not at all." Dahé burst into laughter. The 3 women wore expressions of dissatisfaction, having fired numerous rounds without a single hit. The distance had proven challenging, and the tiger's swift movements further complicated their aim. "Fear not. True marksmen hone their skills through practice. With time, you shall improve," Wang Yuan reassured them. Let us return," he suggested. The group stowed their belongings in the cave while Wang Yuan and Dahé ventured out to bring the tiger into the shelter. "Captain, the dead wolf is starting to stink. We should bury it," Dahé suggested. "No need. Just drop it," Wang Yuan replied, retrieving a sturdy stick to prod the carcass off the fence, enduring the foul odor before discarding it outside. "Captain, shall we feast on tiger meat tonight?" Ran Yuanyuan asked while feeding wild chickens in the shelter. "Indeed, let us prepare the tiger," Wang Yuan replied. "But first, let us enjoy some fruit and take a moment to rest." Jiang Yin placed a pile of washed fruit on the table. "Dahé and I will fetch some clean water. You all begin processing the tiger. Be cautious not to damage the pelt. It is quite intact," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood." Wang Yuan and Dahé, braving the rain, carried water buckets and oil drums to the edge of the pond to fetch water. The 3 women, armed with daggers, immediately set to work. "Xiaoyan, make sure to prepare that tiger whip well. If the captain tastes it, I assure you, he will adore it endlessly," Zhang Lanfang remarked. "Bah, spare me," she retorted. "I believe it's you who is thinking about it." "Let me tell you," Zhang Lanfang whispered, waving her hand for the 2 women to lean in closer. She then began to mutter softly, causing their faces to redden to the nape of their necks. "Is that for real?" Ren Yuanyuan inquired. "Of course it is. If you don't believe me, try it yourself," Zhang Lanfang replied. "How can I try it here?" "Oh, right. Wait until you find a boyfriend to try it then." "What are you all talking about?" Wang Yuan returned, wiping the rain off his face with a water bucket in hand. "Oh, nothing, just a casual chat." Ren Yuanyuan feigned nonchalance. "So mysterious," Wang Yuan said. "Dahé and I are off to take a shower. You can wash up when we return," he added as Dahé secured the courtyard gate. "All right, let us go, Dahé," Wang Yuan called out, taking his toiletries with him. "Fang Jia, Yin Jia, how do we prepare this tiger meat for dinner?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "Didn't we bring back a wire mesh? We can grill some and stew the rest to see which is more delectable," Zhang Lanfang suggested. "Sounds good. I'll cut a piece and start the stew," Jiang Yin offered. "Yes, it's nearly 5 o'clock. Let us get it started," Ren Yuanyuan glanced at her watch and said. After Wang Yuan and Dahé finished their showers, they returned to the cave to change clothes. "You all can wash up now. We'll handle the rest. Don't forget to bring your weapons," Wang Yuan instructed as he stepped outside. Understood. The three women replied as they gathered their belongings and departed. By the time the three women returned, night had fallen, and the tiger had been processed. The rain poured increasingly harder. Let us tidy up and head into the cave, Wang Yuan said. All right, they replied. Upon returning to the cave, they lit a fire, and Wang Yuan hung the tiger skin up. The three women placed the wire mesh on the stove and began to grill the tiger meat. Captain, it's time to eat, Zhang Lanfang announced. Very well. Let us eat, he responded. Each person received a generous portion of stewed meat, topped with broth, as they gathered around the stove, indulging in both grilling and feasting. This tastes delightful, one remarked. Indeed, it is quite fragrant. Bah! This piece of grilled meat is tough as nails. Ren Yuan spat out a mouthful of meat. Mine is tender enough to chew, Zhang Lanfang countered. Really? Let me give it a try. Ren Yuan said as she picked up a piece of grilled meat from Zhang Lanfang's plate. Delicious. Yes, this is indeed tender. Captain, what is going on? This must be a particularly tender cut. After finishing their meal, they marinated the leftover meat, hung it up, and then took their rest. In the dead of night, as everyone was sleeping soundly, a sudden fierce wind arose, whipping up dust and stones, causing the bamboo door to rattle ominously. Everyone was jolted awake, and Wang Yuan stepped outside to rekindle the fire. Captain, what is happening? The others asked as they emerged. Wang Yuan moved to the door. Peering through the crack to observe the outside, it was pitch black, and nothing was visible. It's nothing. It must be a strong wind. It won't reach us, Wang Yuan remarked, propping a few bamboo poles against the door. All right, let's all return to our slumber, he continued, taking a seat and lighting a cigarette. Now I can't seem to fall asleep, Ren Yuan sighed. The others gathered around the bonfire, settling down. Why is the wind so fierce? It's the maritime climate. Who knows? Could it be a typhoon? It's nothing. The wind won't get in here. The group fell silent once more, accustomed to the crackling sounds from outside, which no longer seemed bothersome. All right, let us head back to sleep, Wang Yuan said, flicking the cigarette but into the fire. Very well. One by one, they returned to their rooms for rest. In the morning, Wang Yuan awoke, walked to the door, and peered outside. The wind had calmed considerably. He pushed the door open and stepped out, feeling the stinging rain on his face. The shelter could not withstand the strong winds and had collapsed, leaving only a few disheveled bamboo poles scattered on the ground. Chapter 140. The typhoon approaches. Several sections of the fence had been blown away, with the remaining pieces leaning awkwardly in the soil. The toilet was nowhere to be found. Wang Yuan moved aside to relieve himself. Upon returning to the cave, he kindled a fire in the stove to boil water. One by one, the others began to rise. Captain, how is it outside? Ren Yuan yawned and inquired. Almost everything is gone, Wang Yuan replied. Huh. The shelter, the toilet, the courtyard, it's all vanished. He lit another cigarette. The group rushed outside to behold the chaos. The women unable to restrain their exclamations of anger. This damned wind. This accursed weather. This wretched gentleness. Wang Yuan stepped out. Huh. Well, we still need to survive. Life must go on. Dao, we're going back. You can relieve yourselves wherever you like. Just don't wander too far. Feel free to do as you please here, Wang Yuan said before retreating into the cave with Dao. What does that mean? Ren Yuan asked. It means we can take care of our needs here, Zhang Lanfang clarified. Oh, I see. The three women returned to the cave to fetch cups for water. Dao, once you're done, let us wash up together, Wang Yuan called as Dao stepped outside. Jiang, please stew those tiger ribs. We'll have tiger ribs soon, he instructed Jiang Yin. Understood. Jiang Yin poured some clean water to wash her hands and placed the entire rib into the steamer to cook. After Dahu returned, everyone donned raincoats, gathered their toiletries, secured their handguns, and headed toward the watering hole. The wind remained strong, making their progress arduous. Several trees in the nearby forest had toppled, a testament to the ferocity of the wind during the night. As they finished washing up and were on their way back, Ren Yuan suddenly exclaimed, Look, what is that? Everyone turned in the direction she pointed. There, across the sea, a column of water spiraled upwards, reaching toward the heavens. Wow, how magnificent! Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. Indeed. Captain, what is that? Ren Yuan asked. Could it be the ladder to heaven? Jiang Yin inquired. Run. Back to the cave, Wang Yuan shouted after surveying the situation. What? What happened? The three women looked bewildered. We'll talk later, hurry, Wang Yuan urged. Seeing the urgency etched on his face, they hastened toward the cave. The wind intensified. as if an unseen force was propelling them toward the sea. At last, they struggled back to the cave. Together, they barricaded the entrance with bamboo, propping several poles against the door. Wang Yuan crouched by the door, peering through the cracks. "Captain, what is that?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "It's a dragon sucking water." Wang Yuan replied. "What? What's a dragon sucking water?" "I know. I've read about it. It's the eye of the typhoon. It draws up seawater when it passes over the ocean. We all know how devastating typhoons can be, leaving nothing in their path. Just now, we felt a strong force pushing us. That must have been the typhoon's pull. Everything in its vicinity is drawn toward the center," Jiang Yin explained. Yes, Ren Yuanyuan said, still shaken. Whoosh. Crackle. The sounds of wind and various impacts echoed from outside. Wang Yuan peered out. "Fortunately, we returned quickly. Just look outside," he said. The others gathered around to gaze outside. In the distance, they saw numerous trees uprooted and flying away. Even the fences were lifted off the ground, and they could glimpse wild dogs and wolves soaring through the air. "Ah, how terrifying," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, clutching her chest. "Indeed, we are fortunate to have returned," Zhang Lanfang remarked. "If we had been any later, we too would have been swept away by the wind," Jiang Yin added. Yes. Well, it's all fine now. Let us not go out anymore. Let's prepare dinner," Wang Yuan suggested. "All right," Jiang Yin agreed. The three women returned to cook, while Wang Yuan and Dehei stood guard at the door, smoking. "It's leaking here," Dehei pointed out. "It's nothing. The tarp above has been blown away," Wang Yuan reassured him. The rain fell heavier, more water streaming into the cave. Wang Yuan grabbed a shovel and began to dig, soon creating a drainage ditch that led outside, allowing the rainwater to flow away. "Captain, it's time to eat," Jiang Yin called. "Understood," Wang Yuan replied. The two discarded their cigarette butts and went back to join the meal. Gathered around the table, they enjoyed pork chops and soup. "Captain, I feel a bit tight in my chest. Am I getting sick?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "I feel it too. My head is a bit dizzy. I hope it's not a cold," Jiang Yin replied. "Me too. My chest feels quite constricted. You can check if you don't believe me," Ren Yuanyuan added. Uft. Dehei suddenly spat out his soup. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yuan was caught off guard by the soup. "Lady, be a bit more refined. You silly girl." Zhang Lanfang scolded Ren Yuanyuan. "Oh, Fang Jia. She has never been in love, and doesn't he know how to charm this blockhead?" Ren Yuanyuan retorted. Cough, cough. "Everyone is fine. This must be due to the low pressure and lack of oxygen at the center of the typhoon. Once the storm passes, everything will return to normal," Wang Yuan remarked. Oh, after the meal, the group sat idly, engaging in light conversation. "We should refrain from going outside, just in case. Let us wait until the typhoon has completely passed. Fortunately, we have stocked enough food," Wang Yuan added. Understood. But what about the restroom situation? Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Aren't there plenty of floating balls? We can bring them into the room for use. Once done, we can place them at the door, or even use the area outside if needed. We can wait in our rooms," Wang Yuan suggested. Fine, in urgent matters. We can be flexible and not concern ourselves with the details," he continued. "All right then." Jiang Yin brought over some fruit, and the group began to eat. Wang Yuan and Dehei lit cigarettes, inspecting their firearms. "What are you all checking?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "Just examining the parts and the rifling of the barrels, discarding those that are severely worn, and trying to assemble a few reliable weapons," Wang Yuan explained. "Oh, if you're not busy, load the magazines with bullets. Once that's done, we can practice a bit," Wang Yuan added. The three women loaded bullets while watching Wang Yuan and his partner assemble the guns. In no time, they had put together 5 comparatively better firearms. They also managed to assemble the remaining old parts. "Captain, what is the purpose of assembling these worn-out parts?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "These guns are not broken. They're just a bit worn. You can use them for practice or set traps to confuse enemies, among other uses," Wang Yuan replied. Oh, once the bullets were loaded, the three women each picked up a long gun to practice aiming. The group enjoyed a pleasant morning. "Captain, what is for lunch?" Jiang Yin inquired. "Let us just make something simple. Prepare less since we're not active and we don't know when the typhoon will pass. It's best to conserve," Wang Yuan responded. All right. Chapter 141. After the typhoon, the morning passed swiftly, and the rain outside grew increasingly torrential. Wang Yuan observed several times, noting that the water spout over the sea lingered. After lunch, Ren Yuanyuan, feeling bored, fed the wild chickens. Wang Yuan once again approached the door, peering through the crack. "It's gone. The water spout has disappeared," Wang Yuan stated. "Ah, Let me see. The others rushed over, leaning against the door for a better view. Indeed, it's gone. Wang Yuan opened the door, donned a raincoat, and stepped outside. The wind and rain remained fierce, and the surroundings were in disarray. Captain, how is it? Zhang Lanfang asked. The rain is too heavy. Visibility is poor, Wang Yuan replied, retreating back into the cave. So can we go out? Ren Yuanyuan asked. The wind is still strong. The typhoon has not moved far. We should avoid going out as much as possible, Wang Yuan cautioned. All right, but staying here all day is unbearable, Ren Yuanyuan lamented. Why not sing a song for everyone? Zhang Lanfang suggested. That doesn't seem appropriate, Ren Yuanyuan said shyly. What is inappropriate about it? Aren't you the star of the show? Let us welcome our dazzling star, Yuanyuan, to the stage with resounding applause. Zhang Lanfang led the ovation. And soon everyone joined in with a flurry of clapping. Wang Yuan beamed at the scene. All right then, I shall sing a song, Yuanyuan said, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. The crowd erupted in applause once more. Clearing her throat, Yuanyuan began to sing. If I had not met you, her gaze occasionally darting towards Wang Yuan. Meanwhile, beneath a cliff in the northern region, although somewhat sheltered from the wind, the rain showed no sign of abating. In a corner, 3 figures sat with palm leaves shielding their heads. Sister Zhou, little son, and Sister Zheng, drenched to the skin. Sister Zhou, I am so hungry, Sister Zheng lamented. Let us wait a bit longer. Once the rain eases, we shall search for food, Sister Zhou replied. How about I go look around? I won't stray far, little son suggested. Absolutely not. The typhoon hasn't passed yet. If you get swept away, it could be fatal, Sister Zhou warned. Fine then. This cursed weather. Our shelter is gone, and our fishing nets are lost. What shall we do now? When will the rescue team arrive? Sister Zheng cried. Sister Zhou handed a bottle of water to Sister Zheng, gently patting her shoulder. Drink some water, stay strong. We shall survive this, she encouraged. Indeed, Sister Zheng. We will return home, little son added. It's nothing. I just miss home, Sister Zheng replied. After finishing the water, she placed the bottle against the stone wall, where 5 or 6 bottles were already collecting rainwater trickling through the crevices. With such heavy rainfall, they would fill up soon, albeit somewhat murky, but it would alleviate their immediate thirst. Sister Zhou, after the pirates headed south yesterday, there were gunshots again. Could it be that Captain Wang and the pirates clashed? Little son inquired. It's likely. Didn't we hear gunfire a few days ago as well? Captain Wang and his team might have been spotted by the pirates, but escaped capture, only for a larger group of pirates to come after them today, Sister Zhou speculated. That must be it. I hope they are safe, little son said. I don't think Captain Wang is an ordinary person. He might handle a few pirates. But against dozens, they would surely have to flee, especially with 3 women in their midst, Sister Zhou remarked. Perhaps we should wait for the weather to improve before searching for them, little son suggested. Agreed. Sister Zhou, let us search for food. It will soon be dark. We can look around nearby since we're already soaked, Sister Zheng proposed. All right, but let us stick together. Do not venture off alone, Sister Zhou instructed. Understood. The 3 rose and ventured into the woods, their steps unsteady as they navigated the muddy ground, the damp leaves and muck quickly coating their shoes, weighing them down. Everyone, be cautious of snakes. Do not let one bite you, Sister Zhou warned. Yes, they replied. Fortunately, Sister Zhou recognized some wild vegetables, and they managed to gather a few. Look, mushrooms, little son exclaimed. As the crowd turned their gaze, they noticed 3 or 4 mushrooms flourishing beneath a pine tree. The trio trudged over with heavy steps. Sister Zhou plucked one, examining and sniffing it, declaring it harmless and edible. She then tore off a small piece and tasted it. Xiao Sun and Sister Zheng followed suit, sampling a mushroom each as Sister Zhou had done. It's quite delicious, with a hint of sweetness, Sister Zheng remarked. Let us search the surrounding area. Mushrooms typically grow in clusters, so there must be more nearby, Sister Zhou suggested. The 3 began to scavenge the vicinity, and perhaps due to the nourishing rain, numerous mushrooms indeed sprouted in the woods. They gathered over 20, sharing a modest feast. All right, that's enough. Consuming too many raw mushrooms can be detrimental. A little sustenance will suffice, Sister Zhou advised. Very well, they agreed, continuing to collect additional mushrooms and wild vegetables. Sister Zhou, look at that mushroom. It's stunning. Sister Zheng exclaimed. That mushroom is toxic. Do not touch it, Sister Zhou cautioned. They spotted a palm-sized mushroom growing from a half-buried stump, its vibrant red cap adorned with yellow speckles, and its stem pure white, resembling a striking red flower. Danger! Quickly retreat, Xiao's son urged, pulling the two women back. From behind the stump, a serpent's head emerged, triangular in shape. It bore a kaleidoscope of colors, red, green, white, and black, as it flicked its tongue and slithered forth. The trio, terrified, turned and fled. Upon reaching the base of a cliff, they sat down, breathless and shaken. Do you think it will follow us? Sister Zheng asked. It shouldn't. Generally, snakes fear humans. As long as we don't provoke it, it won't attack, Sister Zhou reassured. The group felt a sense of relief. As darkness approached, concern arose. How will we survive the night? If only we had a shelter from the rain, Sister Zheng lamented. Alas, with such heavy rain, it's best we remain still. We'll have to endure the night, Sister Zhou replied. The three were left with no option but to use palm leaves for cover. Their bodies chilled and damp. Fortunately, the rain began to lessen, and they lost track of time until it finally ceased in the dead of night. Ugh, Sister Zhou, my stomach hurts. I need to find a restroom, Sister Zheng said. I feel a bit uncomfortable too. Let us go together, Sister Zhou replied. All right, Xiao Sun, stay here while we take care of this. We'll be back shortly, Sister Zhou instructed. Okay, Xiao Sun agreed. The two women ventured into the woods to squat down. Sister Zhou, do you think we might have poisoned ourselves with the mushrooms? Sister Zheng inquired. No, those mushrooms were safe. Xiao Sun is fine. So it must be due to the unsanitary food we've consumed these past few days. Chapter 142. The tide has risen after resolving their personal matters. Sister Zhou and Zheng stood up, feeling a wave of relief. Xiao Zheng, take off your clothes and wring them out. There's no one around. And wearing them like this is quite uncomfortable, Sister Zhou suggested. Yes, all right, Sister Zheng replied, glancing around. In truth, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, rendering everything indistinguishable. It was merely the mind playing tricks. Upon their return, the two noticed that little son had not yet succumbed to slumber. Sister Zhou remarked, Little son, go wring out your clothes. Wearing them while they are wet is quite uncomfortable. All right, replied little son, who moved to the side. Upon returning, the three leaned against the cliff face, gradually drifting into a foggy slumber. They did not awaken until the sun had risen high in the sky, illuminating a clear day devoid of any clouds. Cough, cough. Sister Zhou, my head spins, and I feel utterly weak. Sister Zheng spoke feebly. You have a fever. It must be from being drenched in the rain, Sister Zhou observed, noting the flush on her face as she touched her forehead. Oh, am I going to die? Sister Zheng questioned anxiously. Do not speak nonsense. It is merely a cold from the rain. Endure it, and it shall pass, reassured Sister Zhou. Here, Sister Zheng. Drink some water, little son offered, presenting a bottle of water that had become clear after a night of settling. Thank you, Sister Zheng said, taking a couple of sips before handing it back. Can we start a fire? Sister Zhou inquired. We can, but not at this moment. The firewood is too damp. Little son replied, pulling out a shard of glass from his pocket. This is a piece of a glass jar I found by the seaside a few days ago. I broke off the bottom to use it as a magnifying glass to concentrate sunlight for fire. Very well. You carry Sister Zheng on your back. Let us return to the seaside, for at least the food there is plentiful, Sister Zhou decided. All right, little son acquiesced, hoisting Sister Zheng onto his back, while Sister Zhou donned her backpack, and the trio set off towards the coast. As they emerged from the woods, Sister Zhou glanced ahead and shouted, Oh no! Quickly, turn back. She spun around to flee, noticing little son still in a daze, and she urgently pushed him. Hurry. What is happening, Sister Zhou? Little son asked, glancing back. Before them, waves rolled in relentlessly, the water rising at a visible pace. Albeit the waves themselves were not particularly high. Occasionally, they caught sight of wild rabbits, rats, and snakes fleeing towards the woods, and in the blink of an eye, the water surged over the grass, advancing into the forest. Do not look any longer, run, Sister Zhou urged. The three hastened back to the base of the cliff, retreating to one side. Fortunately, they moved to the right, where a slope led to a massive rocky platform. They collapsed onto the platform, panting heavily. After a moment's rest, they peered down to see numerous snakes, insects, rodents, and even wolves, wild boars, and wild dogs scurrying about below. The sea had not encroached too far into the woods, but halted not far from the edge. This must be a tidal surge caused by the typhoon. It will not last long. Fortunately, it has not triggered a tsunami. Otherwise, we would truly have nowhere to escape, Sister Zhou remarked. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and his companions finished their breakfast and exited the cave, surveying the disarray of the grassland. The three women were on the verge of tears. Several palm trees had fallen, and 2 banana trees were also down, yet the bananas remained intact. Let us chop down these fallen palm and banana trees and drag them back, Wang Yuan suggested. All right, they agreed. The group worked together to drag back 3 palm trees and 2 banana trees. Wang Yuan cut off a few palm fronds and instructed, "You all should harvest the bananas. They are inedible in their current state, but can be boiled or roasted. I will cover the cave entrance with leaves." Understanding his intent, Wang Yuan ascended to the rocks above the cave, using the palm leaves to block the gaps and securing them with earth and stones. Once satisfied with his handiwork, he stood up and surveyed the surroundings. "This is not good. Quickly, gather your belongings," Wang Yuan shouted, hastily descending and rushing back to the cave. "Captain, what's wrong?" the others asked, bewildered. "There's no time. Hurry," Wang Yuan urged. Understood. The group swiftly began to collect their gear, weapons and ammunition, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and other food supplies, water, salt, ropes. "We need nothing else. Move quickly," Wang Yuan commanded. They stuffed their backpacks with supplies and hurriedly exited the cave. "You all run up the hillside. I will follow shortly," Wang Yuan instructed. Dehei and the 3 women took off. Wang Yuan secured the cave entrance, fastening it with several bamboo poles, testing the strength before climbing to the top of the cave and ascending towards the summit, surprisingly arriving ahead of Dehei and the others. Once everyone reached the rocky peak, they looked back to see waves crashing relentlessly towards them. Ren Yuan raised her binoculars to observe, while Wang Yuan lifted his rifle, peering through the scope. "Captain, what is happening?" Ren Yuan asked as she passed the binoculars to Zhang Lanfang. "It's high tide. It seems a typhoon has displaced a significant amount of seawater. And now that the storm has passed, the water is returning. Thankfully, it's not a tsunami. It will recede in due time," Wang Yuan explained. The seawater rose to the traveler's banana plants, but halted there. Suddenly, a cacophony of animal calls erupted from the forest. Numerous creatures darted across the grassland in a flurry. "Captain, the water has stopped rising. It hasn't reached here," Jiang Yin remarked, binoculars in hand. "Yes. It's fortunate it hasn't encroached," Wang Yuan replied. Dehei took Wang Yuan's rifle and peered through the scope. "Wow, look at all those animals. Wang, shall we go down and hunt a few?" Dehei proposed. "Let me take a look," Ren Yuan said, reclaiming the binoculars. "It rivals a scene from Animal Planet." "Captain, should we go hunt? What can we realistically hunt? A few creatures would merely become prey for other animals, and we wouldn't be able to gather them. Besides, if we hunt excessively, we would not be able to consume them all, and it would disrupt the ecological balance here," Wang Yuan replied. "All right then, our food supplies are ample," Ren Yuan conceded. "Indeed, we must hold nature in reverence and refrain from harming it. Otherwise, it may turn against us. Our presence here has already disturbed the balance, but fortunately, we have only taken a small portion of the resources. Should we overexploit this environment, it would retaliate. And that consequence would be our own destruction," Wang Yuan cautioned. "Ah, I see," the group pondered thoughtfully. "Captain, how do you know all this? You speak with such wisdom," Zhang Lanfang remarked. "During my childhood in the orphanage, our venerable director frequently shared stories with us. At that tender age, I struggled to comprehend the essence of his words. But as I matured, their significance gradually dawned upon me," Wang Yuan remarked. The 3 young women gazed at him with admiration, their eyes sparkling. The sea began to recede. Dehei observed. The crowd turned to witness the retreating waters. "Captain, when shall we descend?" Ren Yuan inquired. "Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps today we shall remain here," came the reply. Chapter 143. Conversations at the summit. Are we to sit idly here all day? Shouldn't we explore the valley? Ren Yuan suggested. "Do you not recall the saying, after the rain, one should not venture into the mountains?" Zhang Lanfang retorted. "Ah, indeed. Following a typhoon. The local fauna can be quite agitated. We must not provoke them," Wang Yuan cautioned. "Understood. Let us have a bite. It is already noon," he added, glancing at his watch. "What shall we eat?" Ren Yuan asked. "Let us consume the compressed biscuits," he proposed. "Very well." Jiang Yin opened the packet and distributed a piece to each. The group munched and sipped water. "By the way, we also acquired a watch the other day. Who among you desires it?" Wang Yuan revealed, extracting a brand-name watch from his pocket. "Let it be for Dehei. He often goes out to work," Zhang Lanfang suggested. "Indeed, the 3 of us ladies are often together. With Yuan's watch, that suffices," Jiang Yin concurred. Rin Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. Very well then. Wang Yuan handed the watch to Dahei, who donned it with great fondness. The vantage point was splendid, offering a clear view of the valley and the sea. Though the shoreline remained obscured, the nearby woods and distant meadows presented a picturesque landscape. As the sun beat down, the group felt increasingly warm. Fortunately, the mountaintop was breezy. Yet the moisture evaporated swiftly, leaving them parched. How many bottles of water do we have left? Wang Yuan inquired. I brought 2, leaving 1 remaining, Zhang Lanfang replied. I too have 1 left, others echoed. Wang Yuan, however, had 3 bottles remaining. In total, we possess 7 bottles of water. It appears we shall not descend until tomorrow. Let us conserve our supply. Fang Jia, please consolidate the water for management and allocation, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. The group handed their bottles to Zhang Lanfang, who stowed them in her backpack. Let us all take a moment to rest, akin to a midday slumber, which may also mitigate our consumption, Wang Yuan suggested. Using his backpack as a pillow and reclining on the rock, the others followed suit, lying down beside him. The rock, warmed by the sun, combined with the sea breeze, created a comfortable repose, and soon, silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from the valley. Ah! The group jolted awake. Wang Yuan seized his firearm and peered through the scope, but discerned nothing amiss. Captain, I see nothing. Only grass and trees abound. Rin Yuanyuan set down the telescope and remarked, It's nothing. It might just be a tiger hunting. Wang Yuan replied, Oh, Captain, have a sip of water. Zhang Lanfang suggested. All right, let us each take a bottle. Just a few sips will suffice to soothe our throats until dinner, Wang Yuan concurred. Fine. Zhang Lanfang divided the water among them. By the way, Captain, will that wild chicken starve? Rin Yuanyuan asked with concern. Did you feed it this morning? Yes, I did. It should be fine. Let us assess the situation tomorrow, and if all goes well, we can head down in the morning. All right. As they sat and chatted, evening fell upon them unnoticed. Wow, how beautiful, Rin Yuanyuan exclaimed. The group turned to gaze towards the horizon, where the fiery sun was about to dip below the western sea. The water shimmered with a dazzling reflection of red, while the sky was adorned with a crimson sunset, rendering the scene even more magnificent. Everyone stood up, enveloped in the breathtaking beauty of nature, resembling a living painting. I've never seen such a stunning sight, one remarked. Indeed, it's simply breathtaking, another agreed. As the sun gradually disappeared, the group remained entranced until an ill-timed voice broke the spell. Ahem, it's time to eat. Isn't it? Wang Yuan stated. The 3 women shot him disapproving glances. TSK. Such a lack of romance, Rin Yuanyuan muttered. The group formed a circle on the ground, each receiving 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, while Jiang Yin sliced some ham for everyone. There are still 2 bottles of water left. Anyone who feels thirsty can ask Sister Fang for some, but let us conserve it and hold out until tomorrow morning, Wang Yuan advised once everyone had finished eating. Understood. Wang Yuan resumed smoking with Dahei, while the 3 women whispered amongst themselves. Let us turn in early, Wang Yuan suggested. The long night stretches ahead, and I find it hard to sleep. Captain, how about we each perform something? Rin Yuanyuan proposed. Neither Dahei nor I have any talents. It's best if you take the lead, Wang Yuan replied. That won't do. Why don't you tell a story or a joke? Or perhaps share your first love? Zhang Lanfang encouraged. Yes. Share your first love. Rin Yuanyuan clapped her hands eagerly. Jiang Yin looked at Wang Yuan with anticipation. Well, I suppose I'll tell a joke then, Wang Yuan decided. All right, Rin Yuanyuan said, her face falling slightly in disappointment. Once, Jiang Gun encountered Cao Cao and hurriedly bowed, asking, How is your mother? Cao Cao walked away, visibly annoyed. The next day, they met again, and Cao Cao quickly bowed first, saying, How is your mother? That concludes my joke. Wang Yuan finished. Huh, so short? What does it mean? Rin Yuanyuan looked bewildered. The 3 women exchanged glances. Uffed. Ha. Zhang Lanfang was the first to react. Sister Fang, what are you laughing at? Rin Yuanyuan inquired. Jiang Yin also turned to Zhang Lanfang. Zhang Lanfang quietly explained to the 2 women. Ha. The 2 women's faces turned crimson, yet they couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are they laughing at? Dahei asked, looking puzzled. Ah. You perceive them as children, Wang Yuan remarked. Why? Dahei was taken aback. Children have a low threshold for laughter. Indeed, that's precisely the case. Dahei responded with a nod. You see, even Dahei comprehends this, Wang Yuan continued. The 3 women turned their gaze towards Dahei, who wore a beaming smile that was rich with meaning, affection, tenderness, pity, and indulgence. It was perplexing how a man of his complexion could exhibit such a diverse range of expressions. It seemed the locals referred to it as the anti-smile. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. Oh my. Ha ha. Oh dear. My stomach hurts. Jiang Yin giggled. Oh my goodness. Ha ha ha, Mom. I want to go home. There are just two, cough, 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 cough. I can't breathe. Ren Yuan collapsed onto the ground, rolling about in mirth. Wang, you were right. They are indeed children. Their laughter is so easily elicited, De He remarked with utmost seriousness. Alas, I am powerless in this situation. Thankfully, they are all weaned. Otherwise, I would surely be drained by them, Wang Yuan noted. De He looked at Wang Yuan with sympathy, nodding fervently, encouraging him. I believe in you. De He, from where did you acquire such an extensive vocabulary? Have you been consuming too much chicken soup? Wang Yuan teased. From domestic idol dramas. They are my absolute favorite. De He replied earnestly. How many promising youths abroad have been adversely affected by domestic idol dramas? Chapter 144. A Night on the Mountain Top. What do you mean? You insufferable Wang? Who hasn't been weaned? Ren Yuan stood up, hands on her hips. You see, what I mean is that you have reached puberty. Wang Yuan raised his hand. That is more like it. Ren Yuan sat back down. Sister Fang, tell him to still refer to me as a youthful beauty. What nonsense. What he means is that you are currently in a rebellious phase, disobedient, self-righteous, acting on whims, indulging in mischief, behaving tyrannically, and exploiting without mercy, Zhang Lanfang articulated. Ren Yuan's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she slowly rose, glaring at Wang Yuan, on the verge of an explosion. Stop, stop, stop. Yuan, you see? What Sister Fang said is not characteristic of adolescence. It is evidently a manifestation of menopause, behavior only exhibited by older women. Wang Yuan quickly interjected, raising his hand. So, when I mentioned puberty, I was referring to youthful age. Think about it. Isn't that the case? Indeed, that seems quite reasonable. Ren Yuan nodded and sat back down. Wang Yuan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, sighed in relief, and glanced at Jiang Yin, who was watching him with a teasing expression. His mind buzzed, as if he had overlooked something. A quick glance at Zhang Lanfang triggered a flurry of thoughts, causing his mouth to twitch. Sister Fang. Have you encountered women in menopause before? How could you describe it so accurately? Wang Yuan inquired. Get lost. Zhang Lanfang retorted. Ha ha ha. Wang, you are right. They are indeed both innocent and adorable, and at times, I find them quite charmingly fierce, De He said with utmost seriousness. De He, I just crawled back from the brink of death. Do you believe me? Wang Yuan inquired. I may have come to comprehend it. One thought can elevate one to immortality, while another can plunge one into darkness. A mere turn can reveal the Buddha, while another can unveil the demon. The sea is not merely the sea, and the shore is not simply the shore. The ocean of suffering is boundless. Turning back leads to salvation, De He replied. Fang Jia, I can't take it anymore. Is this a rescue mission sent by monkeys? A big monkey, no less, Wang Yuan remarked, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, my stomach hurts. I can't breathe. Wang, what is wrong with them? Should we perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? De He asked. No need, came the response. What? Look at them rolling around. Should we perform chest compressions for CPR? De He exclaimed, perspiration beading on his forehead. Seeing the three women writhing on the ground, gasping for air. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and insisted, no need. What? Their symptoms resemble epilepsy. If we don't act soon, something unfortunate may occur. Really, it will be fine shortly. I think you just don't want to help them. If you want tea, I will. De He retorted angrily, preparing to step forward. Sit down. I'll count to 10. I guarantee they'll be fine immediately. Wang Yuan pulled De He back. All right, count away. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Lanfang wiped her tears and sat up. 4, 5, 6. Jiang Yin patted her chest and straightened up. 7, 8, 9. Ren Yuan held her stomach and got up. Wang, you are even more impressive than the shamans from my childhood tribe. De He exclaimed in awe, giving Wang Yuan a thumbs up. Don't idolize me. Wang Yuan shot De He a glance. Oh my, finally able to breathe. I really don't want to talk to them anymore. The three women finally caught their breath. All right, De He and I have finished our performance. Now it's your turn, Wang Yuan announced. What? What did you perform? Ren Yuan asked. A comedy skit. Wang Yuan replied. Indeed. We from the National Cultivation Sect perform a skit about the joyful Buddha, Dahe stated earnestly. What nonsense is this? What joyful Buddha? Wang Yuan tapped Dahe on the head. Oh, is it the joyful Tao of cultivation? Get lost. Which sect is that? It's the joyful demon. Ha. It's simply comedic, a crosstalk, a skit, magic acrobatics. No sect involved. You've read too many web novels, Wang Yuan declared. Wang, look at them. They're having another episode. What should we do? Count to 10 again. Dahe urged. Wang Yuan turned to see the three women rolling on the ground, their bodies convulsing once more. Goodness, their sense of humor is truly too simplistic. They are so innocent. Their lives must be filled with joy. And they will surely find happiness in the future, Wang Yuan mused. After a while, the three women finally regained their composure. Dahe looked at Wang Yuan with admiration. This time, the women recovered without needing to count. I was truly worried you wouldn't catch your breath. A mere closing of the eyes could mean a lifetime gone. Wang Yuan remarked. The three women exchanged exasperated glances in response. Oh my. Haha, this is too funny. Zhang Lanfang rubbed her stomach. Haha, I was almost gasping for breath. Jiang Yin rubbed her cheeks, still tinged with laughter. Hee, where did these two jesters come from? Rin Yuanyuan adjusted her attire, calming her breath. All right, please commence your performance. Wang Yuan stated. Fine. Let's have our vocal powerhouse, Yuan. Take the lead, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Cough. I suppose I shall sing a song, Rin Yuanyuan said, steadying her emotions and clearing her throat. All right. The crowd applauded in anticipation. Sweet. Your smile is so sweet. Haha. Suddenly, Rin Yuanyuan noticed Dahe swaying his head in rhythm and couldn't help but burst into laughter again. I can't do this anymore, haha. I truly cannot continue singing. She laughed heartily, waving her hands. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin joined in the mirth. Dahe also began to chuckle. Dahe, what are you laughing at? Wang Yuan inquired. I don't know. It's just amusing to see them laugh, Dahe replied. Haha, I really can't believe it. I'm inexplicably laughing, Wang Yuan remarked. All right, once you're done laughing, let's get some rest. Wang Yuan lit another cigarette, gazing at the crescent moon in the distance. All right, let us relieve ourselves, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Okay. The three women wandered behind the rocks. After finishing his smoke, Wang Yuan flicked the butt away, checked his watch, and noted it was 11 o'clock. Thinking to himself that these three women could really laugh, they had been at it for 2 hours. Most people would have succumbed to hypoxia by now. Dahe, having finished his cigarette, mimicked Wang Yuan and tossed the butt away. Dahe, take a break, Wang Yuan advised. Good night. The two lay down to rest. Upon returning, the three women found the two resting and likewise settled down with their backpacks as pillows. Unbeknownst to them, everyone gradually fell asleep. As dawn approached, the air became particularly cold. Wang Yuan felt some weight pressing against his chest and waist, slowly opening his eyes. Chapter 145, Rebuilding the Homeland. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Yuan saw Zhang Lanfang sleeping beside him, her head resting on his shoulder, her right hand draped across his chest, and her right leg across his waist. Carefully, he removed her hand and gently lifted her long leg, placing it down as he rose to relieve himself. Zhang Lanfang opened her eyes, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth, thinking to herself, oh, such a strong reaction this morning. Wang Yuan returned to his seat, lit a cigarette, and picked up his gun, scanning the surroundings through the scope. The seawater had receded, revealing several bloodstains and some animal bones on the grass outside the cave. While the forest remained eerily quiet, Wang Yuan observed meticulously, not missing a single detail. It seemed there was genuinely nothing amiss. Captain, good morning, the others gradually awoke. Morning. How is everyone? No one caught a cold, I hope? Wang Yuan inquired. No. That's good. Everyone, keep an eye out. If there are no issues, we will head down, Wang Yuan said, handing the gun to Dahe. The group took turns peering through the telescope and scope, seemingly without issue. All right, let us descend, one suggested. Very well. The group gathered their belongings and began their descent, weapons at the ready, vigilant of the woods, bamboo thickets, and underbrush. Upon reaching the base of the slope, Wang Yuan raised his firearm. They cautiously approached the cave's entrance, which remained intact. Wang Yuan opened the door, and they stepped inside. Wow, there are so many mosquitoes, someone exclaimed. Everyone, please check your belongings. All right, Captain, yesterday's bananas have been gnawed on by something, reported another. It must be the mice. Be cautious. There might be some lurking about. Ah, there really are. 3 women shrieked as they spotted several beneath the bed. Do not be afraid. We will find a way to drive them out shortly. Captain, what is that wild chicken eating? Haha, it's feasting on centipedes and scorpions. It seems it is not hungry. In a corner, various insects, including centipedes and scorpions, were crawling about, and as the wild chicken approached the chicken coop, it pecked at its meal. The meat hung neatly, without concern. All right, let us wash up and fetch some water for cooking, Wang Yuan suggested. After everyone completed their ablutions, the 3 women built a cooking platform outside the cave to boil water and began preparing ingredients. Wang Yuan and Dahei scoured the forest's edge for mugwort and some damp pine branches. Upon returning to the cave, they lit 2 fires. Once the flames roared, they added the pine branches, followed by the mugwort and mosquito-repelling herbs, then hastily exited the cave. The interior was soon filled with thick smoke. Gradually, several mice scurried out, causing the 3 women to gasp in surprise. After they had eaten their fill, the smoke continued to billow within the cave. Captain, what shall we do today? Zhang Lanfeng inquired. We will search for and collect the bamboo stakes and firewood that were blown away by the wind. If we do not gather enough, we will cut more bamboo. There may be new bamboo shoots sprouting in the grove, so let us gather some of those as well. Ensure you carry weapons for protection against wild beasts and venomous snakes, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. Dahei and the 3 women took up their weapons and set off, while Wang Yuan began digging a pit where the previous shelter and fence had stood. Once the pit was completed, Dahei and the others returned, carrying a considerable amount of bamboo and stakes. Wang Yuan first constructed the shelter, roofing it with palm leaves and banana leaves, although it may still leak in the rain. It sufficed for shade from the sun. They could find tarps or plastic sheets another day to cover it properly. He then proceeded to rebuild the fence in the original style. The 3 women returned with more bamboo, and Wang Yuan asked, Sister Feng, where is Dahei? He is cutting bamboo. Many new shoots have indeed sprouted there, Zhang Lanfeng replied. Call him back. We can go this afternoon. In another couple of hours, the fence will be completed. After lunch, you can go gather bamboo shoots. At this point, one side of the fence was already finished. The 3 women went back to assist Dahei with more bamboo, then headed to prepare the meal. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and entered the cave to retrieve the banana and palm trees they had felled the previous day. Captain, what are you doing? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Preparing a delicious dish. Wang Yuan deftly sliced open the bark of a banana tree with a dagger, extracting the pristine white core and presenting it to Jiang Yin, saying, Jiang, you can blanch this core. It works splendidly in a salad or when stir-fried with meat. He then employed the same method to extract the core of a palm tree, cutting it into several segments, one for each person, and encouraged, do take a taste. He took a bite himself, savoring its crispness. Delightful and fragrant, quite palatable. It is remarkably hydrating. In the wild, it can serve as both sustenance and refreshment when fresh water and food are scarce, Wang Yuan remarked. This palm heart can also be stir-fried with cured meat. It is versatile in its preparation, he added. Very well, came the response. Wang Yuan and Dahei shared a cigarette while constructing a fence. Soon, the 3 women finished preparing the meal. After dining, they busied themselves again. Wang Yuan completed the fence, crafted 2 bamboo tables, and fashioned 7 or 8 bamboo stools. As dusk approached, he restored the shelter by the waterhole, while the 3 women dug up a considerable number of bamboo shoots. And Dahei collected a substantial amount of bamboo for storage. The surroundings of the cave had nearly returned to their pre-typhoon state. The 3 women commenced cooking, while Wang Yuan and Dahei ventured into the woods to retrieve 2 trees that had been felled by the storm. Before they knew it, the day had slipped away. The next morning, after breakfast, Wang Yuan inquired of the captain, What shall we do today? In the morning, let us gather firewood from the woods, dragging back those trees uprooted by the typhoon to dry for fuel, and perhaps forage for some mushrooms. In the afternoon, we shall visit the seaside, he replied. Very well, came the consensus. Equipped and ready, the group entered the forest. The 3 women set off to gather mushrooms while Wang Yuan and Dahei began hauling timber. By midday, the women had collected numerous mushrooms to dry, while Wang Yuan and Dahei stored the retrieved wood in the yard to dry. It would suffice for firewood for a fortnight. After lunch, the group took a brief respite before setting off toward the sea. Upon reaching the traveler's banana plants, they noticed that one had vanished, yet the roots of the remaining one sprouted small shoots, with tiny leaves fluttering like little hands in the breeze. The other traveler's banana stood somewhat askew, its 2 outer large leaves missing. Let us find some sturdy sticks to prop it up, Otherwise, when its leaves grow larger, it may collapse under their weight, Wang Yuan suggested. The group ventured into the woods to cut several thick branches, returning to support the traveler's banana upright with the props. Once this was accomplished, they continued on their journey. The wild rabbit traps had been swept away, claimed by the storm and the waves. Naturally, no trace of the rabbits remained. Either they had relocated or fallen prey to other beasts. Captain, look, why have all these grasses withered? Jiang Yin observed, noting the many plants in decline. Ah, it is undoubtedly because they have been inundated by seawater, Wang Yuan replied. Why does seawater cause them to wither? Rin Yuanyuan inquired. Consider it carefully, Wang Yuan urged. Could it be that the strong winds blew them away, causing their demise? Rin Yuanyuan speculated. No, he replied. It must have been drowned by the seawater. Half right, I understand now, Jiang Yin remarked. What is it? The crowd turned to Jiang Yin. Think about it. What is abundant in the sea? Jiang Yin inquired. Water, Rin Yuanyuan answered. Incorrect. Fish. Jiang Yin shook his head. Shrimp? Uft. Ha. Everyone finally understood. Of course, it is salt. Don't we often use seawater to boil salt? Those grasses, having been submerged in seawater, would undoubtedly perish due to the high salinity, Jiang Yin elucidated. Indeed, that makes sense, Wang Yuan acknowledged, giving Jiang Yin a thumbs up. Look, fish, Zhang Lanfang suddenly exclaimed. The crowd turned their gaze and spotted several small fish hidden among the grass. Wang Yuan approached, picked up a small fish, and sniffed it. It had a rather unpleasant odor. This fish must have been stranded after the tide receded. After a day, it has started to rot, Wang Yuan remarked. Oh. The crowd discovered numerous fish and shrimp along the way, all spoiled and unfit for consumption. Look, there's a big fish. As they neared the seaside, Dehei pointed at a small puddle where a fish was thrashing about, splashing water everywhere. The crowd rushed over, encircling the puddle. Ha ha ha, this fish is enormous. It must weigh at least 5 pounds, Rin Yuanyuan noted. Not just 5 pounds. This fish is about 70 to 80 centimeters long and quite hefty. Weighing at least 8 pounds, Zhang Lanfang added. Oh, Captain, what kind of fish is this? Rin Yuanyuan inquired. Salmon, Wang Yuan responded. Ah, I have had salmon sashimi before. So this is what salmon looks like, Rin Yuanyuan remarked. Indeed, I have seen salmon a few times, but never this large. It didn't come to mind immediately. Jiang Yin noted. Captain, quickly catch it. Let us return and enjoy some sashimi, Rin Yuanyuan urged. Let us wait until we return to catch it. It will just die if we try now, Wang Yuan suggested. Very well, let us look around. There are many low-lying areas in this grassy expanse. Perhaps we can find some stranded deep-sea fish, Wang Yuan proposed. The group indeed discovered a plethora of sea fish nearby. Knife fish, mackerel, bass, squid, as well as several large shrimp, a few lobsters, and mantis shrimp, filling their baskets to the brim. With each catch, the group erupted into joyous laughter. Upon reaching the beach, the coconut trees still stood tall, yet all the coconuts had vanished, and only a few leaves remained. When they arrived at the rocky area, everyone felt as if the rocks had diminished in height. Upon reaching the location of their shelter, the group realized that everything had disappeared, leaving only the upper portions of a few rocks. A comparative analysis of the three-dimensional terrain would reveal that it was not the rocks that had sunk, but rather the beach that had risen. This recent typhoon caused the seawater to rise, which in turn brought the sand and soil from beneath the sea up with the tide. Although the sea level did not rise, the sand was pushed upwards, even revealing items that were deeply buried beneath the soil. Captain, our shelter is gone. The fish traps are also missing. What should we do? Rin Yuanyuan asked, tears welling in her eyes. Indeed, we are powerless against the forces of nature. But fret not, for we are Chinese, we are Han people. We carry a civilization that spans 5 millennia. We are also among the most industrious peoples on this planet, with a culture deeply attuned to nature. Our ethnicity is one of the proudest in the world. What is a typhoon to us? It is but a trivial challenge that our ancestors have triumphed over. Those so-called disasters are mere jokes. Let us not emulate foreigners, who have only a few years of history. The knowledge they possess is but the remnants of what our ancestors left behind. The greatest treasure our forebears bestowed upon us is the ability to coexist peacefully with nature, to engage in mutual aid, rather than to selfishly pursue our own interests like those of other races. In short, there is but one character that encapsulates the essence of our Chinese identity, Wang Yuan declared. What character? Dehei inquired. Do not jest. I speak of Chinese characters, which you might not comprehend. So what? The three women were stirred by Wang Yuan's words, their fists clenched, filled with a profound sense of national pride. We must learn from our ancestors to strive diligently and be self-reliant. Well said, Dehei exclaimed. Yin Jie, is he truly from the same unit as your uncle? Rin Yuan whispered to Jiang Yan. Absolutely. Sometimes, my father's words also ignite a fire within me, Jiang Yin replied softly. What does your father say? Is it similar to what the captain said? Zhang Lanfang queried. It should be somewhat alike. I can't recall precisely, it was over a decade ago. Back then, I rarely saw him, but whenever we did meet, he would share words that stirred my spirit. In retrospect, his tone resembles that of the captain's just now. Even the grammar seems similar, Jiang Yin stated. Could your father and the captain be? Zhang Lanfang hesitated. Oh dear, what do you mean? I merely speculate that they might have come from the same unit, possibly even a special forces unit, Jiang Yin replied. All right then, perhaps we should refrain from guessing. I, too, am within the system. Some matters are best kept private, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Jiang Yin agreed. What are you two talking about? Rin Yuan inquired. Yuan, have you seen the film Wolf Warrior 2? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yes, I have, Rin Yuan nodded. The protagonist might be based on a real person. Zhang Lanfang remarked. Really? Rin Yuan gasped, glancing at Wang Yuan. Indeed, Zhang Lanfang affirmed. Noticing the three women whispering, Wang Yuan took Dehei to the sea. The ocean yielded nothing but some seaweed. The shore was nearly spotless, devoid of even marine debris. Let us return. We can construct a new shelter another day and make more fish traps, Wang Yuan said, glancing at his watch. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. Very well. The group resignedly turned to head back. Together, they managed to catch a salmon and placed it into Dehei's backpack. Returning to the cave, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, lost in thought. This day had truly been fortunate. The tide had receded not long ago. And during the round trip to the beach, he encountered virtually no danger, not even any beasts that posed a threat to humans. Was it due to the recent typhoon or the ebbing tide? He had never studied such phenomena before, and in the past couple of days, neither the bamboo grove nor the forest had revealed any wildlife. Could it be that a greater crisis was approaching, sensed by other creatures, prompting them to take refuge? Chapter 147. Three wolves. The smoke inside the cave had dissipated, leaving behind a number of insect carcasses on the ground. After a thorough cleaning, Rin Yuan took the insects to feed the chickens. Mr. Jiang, please prepare the meal, Wang Yuan suggested, before heading off with Dehei to construct a toilet. I want to eat salmon sashimi, Rin Yuan declared. All right. The three women proceeded to prepare the salmon, making soup from the head and tail, steaming shrimp and crabs, and marinating the remaining fish. In no time, the toilet was completed, and Wang Yuan returned with Dehei after fetching water, settling down in the shelter to smoke. Captain, it's time for dinner, Jiang Yin announced. All right, let us eat. The group gathered around the table in the cave. 2 large scallop shells were adorned with orange-red sashimi, beautifully marbled with white, tempting everyone. Wang Yuan picked up a slice, dipped it in the sauce, and tasted it. Delicious. What is this sauce made of? He inquired. Hee. It's from instant noodle seasoning, with a dash of lemon juice, Jiang Yin replied. Delightful. With such a feast, how can we not have some wine? Would you prefer brandy or beer? Wang Yuan asked. Beer, they replied eagerly. Very well, Dehei and I will have brandy, while you ladies enjoy the beer. Wang Yuan fetched the drinks. After a satisfying meal, they engaged in lively conversation, while the three women played with a gun and snacked on some fruit before retiring for the night. Upon waking the next morning, Wang Yuan washed up and placed some raw bananas by the fire to roast. Captain, what are you doing? The three women and Dehei emerged from their rest. Roasting bananas. Are roasted bananas tasty? Rin Yuan asked, intrigued. Absolutely. They become sweet and fragrant when cooked, he replied. Oh, hurry and wash up. They'll be ready for you when you return. Wang Yuan took a deep drag from his cigarette. All right. Wang Yuan sipped water and puffed on his cigarette, feeling quite content with life. He thought to himself that he should create a lounge chair for even more comfort in the future. Captain, what as for breakfast today? Jiang Yin asked after finishing her morning routine. I've prepared the hearts of those palm and banana trees. If we don't eat them soon, they'll spoil. Wang Yuan informed her. Sounds good. For breakfast, they enjoyed roasted bananas, stir-fried banana hearts with cured meat, and a cold salad of palm hearts. Captain, what shall we do today? Zhang Lanfang inquired after their meal. Let us head to the valley. We are nearing the bottom. I want to see if there truly is treasure there, Ren Yuanyuan suggested. All right, it's evident that someone lived there long ago. Perhaps they left behind some treasure, Wang Yuan remarked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Excellent. The group prepared their equipment and set off immediately. This time, their pace did not quicken, for the rain had washed away much of the sand from the stone steps, necessitating Dahei to spread sand anew. If we return with little, we shall take the food cart back. The group reached the site of the plane wreck, Wang Yuan remarked. All right, Captain. Let us take a brief respite and have something to eat. Ren Yuanyuan glanced at her watch, noting it was noon. Very well. 1 grilled fish and a bottle of water each, Wang Yuan stated. After their meal, they continued downwards, Dahei using a shovel to spread sand on the steps. As everyone proceeded cautiously, upon reaching the spot where they had picked mangoes, the group instinctively looked down. All that lay on the ground were a few bones. Wang Yuan raised his gun, observing the valley below through the scope. Let us move. It will only slow us down further, he advised. The remaining path was unfamiliar to them, the stone steps slicker than before, with an increased presence of moss. Perhaps due to the proximity to the valley floor where the air was more humid and sunlight scarce. An hour later, they arrived at a patch of low grass. Halting their steps, Captain, every time we reach such grassy areas, snakes tend to emerge. Is there any here as well? Zhang Lanfang inquired. I'm not certain, but it's prudent to remain cautious, Wang Yuan replied. Suddenly, an eagle swooped down, snatching a snake from the ground and soaring away. PFF. Ha. Laughter erupted among the group. All right, let us continue, Wang Yuan said. They pressed on, shortly encountering a rocky platform. Upon reaching it, they instinctively looked down once more. And indeed, fruits were visible. Papayas, so many papayas. Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Below, 20 meters down, lay a grassy area where 2 papaya trees flourished, each adorned with a dozen large fruit. Many had ripened below, while those above remained green, and a few ripe ones had fallen to the ground, smashed. Captain, shall we descend to pick them? Zhang Lanfang asked. Of course we should, but let us first ensure there are no dangers, Wang Yuan replied. The group surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. It seems safe. I shall go down, Wang Yuan declared. Dahei lowered the rope, and Wang Yuan slid down. Once steady, he called. You all keep watch. Understood. Dahei and the others raised their rifles. Wang Yuan approached a papaya tree, setting down his backpack, and glanced back. In that fleeting moment, he spotted a cave beneath the platform, explaining why it was invisible from above. The cave was less than 2 meters high, with a round entrance, shrouded in darkness. At that moment, 3 wolf heads emerged from the cave. Wang Yuan swiftly drew his pistol, aiming at the entrance and disengaging the safety. Captain, what's wrong? The 4 on the platform inquired, noticing Wang Yuan's tense posture. Owl, owl. The 3 wolves sensed the provocation and lunged at Wang Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. The wolves fell to the ground, groaning and twitching for a brief moment before becoming still. Excellent marksmanship, the crowd exclaimed. The 4 heads of the 3 wolf heads each bore a bullet hole, oozing fresh blood. Wang Yuan, wielding a firearm, approached the cave entrance and tossed a stone inside. A resounding echo reverberated, revealing the cave's shallowness. After a moment of silence, he produced a lighter, igniting it cautiously as he ventured within. An acrid stench assailed his senses. The cave was modest in size, approximately 5 meters deep and 3 meters wide, devoid of any contents. Wang Yuan retreated. Captain, what's the situation? The others inquired upon his emergence. There's a cave, likely a wolf den, but it's empty, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, you frighten me, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Should we still eat wolf meat? Wang Yuan asked. Why not? Wolf meat is quite delectable, came the response. Sister Fang, General Jiang, please come down to assist. All right. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin slid down, observing the cave. So, this is where the cave is. No wonder we couldn't see it, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Let us first gather papayas, Wang Yuan suggested. Agreed. The 3 collected all the ripe papayas, also picking 5 or 6 unripe ones, placing them into a backpack. Let us taste some. Wang Yuan reserved 2 for himself, then secured the backpack with rope, allowing Dahei to pull it up. The group brandished their knives and began to peel the papayas. Chapter 148. Approaching the valley floor, this papaya is truly sweet. Indeed, it's quite fragrant. Once they finished the papayas, Wang Yuan said, we can't carry the 3 wolves with us. We should only cut the meat from their legs. Agreed. Each person tended to a wolf, and together they harvested a substantial amount of wolf meat, which Dahé pulled up, followed by the three ascending in succession. After a brief rest, Wang Yuan checked his watch. It was 3:30. Flicking away the cigarette butt, he declared, "We cannot descend any further. We must return before nightfall. Let us head back." All right. The three women divided the papayas, each carrying a few, while Wang Yuan and Dahé separated the wolf meat into 2 backpacks, with each carrying one. The group hastened their pace, finally returning to the cave around 6 o'clock, where they settled under the shelter to rest. "Sister Fong, please prepare dinner. Dahé and I will fetch water," Wang Yuan instructed. Certainly. The three women set to work on the wolf meat, chopping it into small pieces, placing them in a steamer, adding water and spices for stewing. After dinner, they marinated the remaining wolf meat, hanging it on a rack. While enjoying fruit and engaging in conversation, each of the three women played with a long gun. Striking these areas on the body can induce faintness. A blow here and here can also lead to unconsciousness, but one must be mindful of the force applied. Too much could be fatal, while too little would be ineffective. A strike to this point would cause excruciating pain, debilitating the opponent. The same applies here. Excessive force may induce shock. Wang Yuan elaborated on a lethal maneuver, indicating the locations on his own body while demonstrating certain movements. "It's getting late. Let us retire early and muster our strength for tomorrow's journey to the valley floor," Wang Yuan suggested, glancing at his watch. Understood. The following morning, the group completed their morning routines and returned to the shelter. "Captain, what are we having for breakfast?" Jiang Yin inquired. "How about cooking instant noodles? We have a few packs without seasoning, so let's just boil them," Wang Yuan suggested. "All right then." Jiang Yin prepared a pot of instant noodles, adding diced ham and marinated eggs, followed by some chopped mushrooms and bamboo shoots. The group savored the unique flavors. "Captain, are we heading to the valley today?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Let's do this. Everyone raise your hands to vote. There are 5 of us. The minority will follow the majority. For the 2 options, the valley and the seaside, those in favor of the valley, please raise your hands," Wang Yuan proposed. Ren Yuanyuan quickly lifted her right hand. Jiang Yin followed suit, raising her right hand as well. Zhang Lanfang also raised her hand. When Dahé saw 2 hands up, he chuckled, "Haha. You all want to go to the valley and still ask me? Isn't that redundant?" "Hee, we were just worried you might disagree," Zhang Lanfang replied awkwardly. "Dahé, are you still a soldier? How did you surrender? Should I give you a white flag?" Wang Yuan said with a serious tone. No. My right hand represents my vote, while my left hand represents yours. You are the captain, a position of great honor, so I am voting on your behalf." Dahé replied earnestly. "Ha. The 3 girls were amused by Dahé's antics. "What are you saying? Do I really need someone else to vote for me? Even if both you and I vote, does that change the outcome? Do you really see yourself as a servant?" Wang Yuan expressed with an exasperated look. No. I merely regard the 3 ladies as my masters." Dahé flashed a big grin. "My goodness." Wang Yuan covered his face with his hands. "How many palace dramas have you watched?" Ha. The 3 girls looked at Wang Yuan with playful pride. "Then let us set off." Ren Yuanyuan glanced at Wang Yuan. "All right." Wang Yuan replied. "Yes." Dahé imitated Wang Yuan's response, albeit poorly. Ha. "Get lost, you dog servant." Wang Yuan kicked Dahé playfully. "All right." Dahé scurried off to gather his things. "Hey, how many palace dramas has this foreigner watched?" Wang Yuan mused. Giggle. "Although our country has imported quite a few of your dramas, which I enjoy, I must say I prefer your online novels. They are incredibly imaginative, presenting absurd tales with a straight face. For instance, one author turned a survival on a deserted island into a world war, while another transformed it into a tale of cultivation, and some even crafted stories where survival leads to saving the world and escaping the universe. Ha. It's utterly fascinating." Dahé rambled. The group listened with wide eyes as Dahé continued. "Captain, are there really such stories in current online novels?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "This is too ridiculous," Zhang Lanfang remarked. Aren't novels derived from life?" Jiang Yin interjected. "Yes, novels originate from life, but transcend it, serving merely as a form of artistic expression. There's no need to take it too seriously, just like Dahé. One should relish the enjoyment within," Wang Yuan explained. "Oh," the 3 girls pondered thoughtfully. "All right. Let us set forth," said the captain. "We have only a few grilled fish left, insufficient for our needs. Let us take along some compressed biscuits," Jiang Yin suggested. Very well. The group gathered their equipment and ventured towards the valley. This time, the journey proceeded smoothly without the need to scatter sand, and they soon arrived at the platform where they had harvested papayas the previous day. As they peered downwards, the 3 wolf carcasses had vanished, likely dragged away by other wild beasts. We must remain vigilant. There are surely other predators lurking below. The wolf carcasses have been removed, perhaps by creatures even more ferocious than wolves. The roars we heard a few days prior may have emanated from this valley. In any case, caution is key. We should not regret our inaction when faced with danger, Wang Yuan cautioned. Understood. Let us take a brief respite, consume some provisions, and then proceed. From our observations, we are quite near the valley floor. Let us muster our spirits and descend, Wang Yuan declared. Agreed. The group settled down, distributing a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of water to each member, silence enveloping them, their expressions grave. All right, no need to be tense. We are not heading into battle, nor are we a suicide squad. Let us relax. What we hold are not mere fire sticks. What is there to fear? If danger arises, we will fire without hesitation, Wang Yuan reassured them. Okay, understood. The 3 women still exhibited a hint of tension. Let us do this. Everyone draw your handguns and chamber around. Given the maneuverability of handguns, you may shoot freely if you sense danger. However, ensure to replace the magazine only when it is safe to do so. Once the bullets are exhausted, switch to the long gun. Utilize the handguns for close encounters and the long guns for distant threats, maximizing our resources, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. The 3 women nodded, retrieving their handguns. Perhaps due to Wang Yuan's words, or the comfort of having weapons in hand, the trio felt less anxious and even a hint of excitement. The group continued their descent, with Dehei once again using his shovel to scatter soil onto the stone steps. Chapter 149. Entering the valley cautiously, they finally reached the valley floor, revealing a stretch of grassy land. 20 meters ahead lay a vast grove of tree ferns, the majority towering 5 to 6 meters high, their leaves creating a canopy that obscured the sun. Captain, what kind of tree is this? It looks quite peculiar, Ren Yuanyuan inquired. This is a tree fern, also known as cyathea, Wang Yuan replied. Indeed, it is a woody fern species and is classified as a second-grade protected plant in our country, Jiang Yin added. Suddenly, a massive python emerged from the grove, raising its head at the edge of the trees and flicking its tongue. Ah, that creature startled me. Captain, should we shoot? Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Did I not say? The choice is yours, Wang Yuan responded. All right. The 3 women excitedly raised their handguns, taking aim. Bang, bang, bang. The trio fired in rapid succession. The snake's head was riddled with bullets, blood splattering as the python collapsed, its body coiling and thrashing. Excellent marksmanship. Your skills have improved significantly, Wang Yuan commended. The 3 women beamed with joy. Indeed, well done, Dehei praised. The trio exchanged high fives, celebrating their triumph. All right. Let's change the magazine and load it with bullets. We should head back, Wang Yuan remarked as he glanced at his watch, noting that it was already past 3 o'clock. Since we've come this far, shouldn't we venture inside for a look? Ren Yuanyuan suggested. Given how vast this forest is, we might not even see the sky once we're in there. We have no idea what dangers might lurk within. Let us wait for another day when we have ample time. It's already past 3, and if we don't head back soon, we risk being trapped here before nightfall. Wang Yuan replied. Very well then. The 3 women reluctantly turned to retrace their steps. Just as they reached the stone platform, a sudden roar echoed from the valley below. Goodness, what beast was that? You startled me, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. It seemed that these women had grown bolder since their initial days. Wang Yuan raised his gun, peering through the scope towards the valley. Ren Yuanyuan also took hold of the binoculars to get a better view. Suddenly, a tiger burst forth from the cycads, circled around a giant python, and then pounced upon it, tearing into its flesh. It's a tiger feasting on the python. Captain, should we take aim? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. Let it be. It's too far away, Wang Yuan answered. Let me have a look, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Ren Yuanyuan passed the binoculars to her, while Dahei took Wang Yuan's gun to observe as well. Let us move on, Wang Yuan declared after everyone had taken a glimpse. Captain, when we return, do you think we might encounter that tiger again? Zhang Lanfang asked. There's a possibility, so we must remain vigilant, Wang Yuan cautioned. Oh, will it attack us? Ren Yuanyuan queried. If it's well fed, it likely won't. However, we can't ascertain its hunger, so if we encounter it, we must fire, Wang Yuan explained. But if we kill the tiger, will we face imprisonment? Ren Yuan pressed. Indeed, so it is imperative that we keep this to ourselves, Wang Yuan replied. Rest assured. I want to breathe a word, Ren Yuan assured him. Ha ha ha, there is no law here. No one will judge us, Dahe chuckled, revealing his bright white teeth. Humph. Ren Yuan shot a glance at Wang Yuan. Upon their return to the cave, the group rested briefly before the three women set about preparing dinner. After the meal, Wang Yuan suggested, if the weather permits tomorrow, we shall return to the valley. This time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to thoroughly explore it. Therefore, we need to prepare provisions. The wild boar meat is nearly depleted, so let us take all of it and roast some tiger meat as well. Each of us should carry 2 bottles of fresh water, along with some compressed biscuits for emergencies. All right, let us prepare the tiger meat first, Zhang Lanfang agreed. Once they had gathered their supplies, they took a moment to rest. The following morning, after breakfast, they collected their gear and excitedly set out towards the valley. They quickened their pace and, by noon, successfully reached the valley floor, where only a pile of bones remained from the python. The group snacked on some food. Captain, let us venture inside, they urged as they stood at the edge of the cycads. Very well, let us proceed, Wang Yuan said, taking a slice at a nearby cycad. As they entered the forest, they walked cautiously. The leaves of the cycads were so dense that the sky was nearly obscured, casting the interior in a dim light. Captain, why do I feel as though we are retracing our steps? Zhang Yin inquired. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the group emerged from the thicket to discover the tree that Wang Yuan had previously struck. What is going on? Ren Yuan asked. Once we entered, it seemed we lost all sense of direction, Zhang Lanfang remarked. This must be an illusion. Once inside, every tree appears identical, and our eyes deceive us, Jiang Yin explained. Sister Fang, please take out the compass. We shall venture in once more, Wang Yuan instructed. Certainly, Zhang Lanfang replied, retrieving the compass and handing it to Wang Yuan. Once again, they plunged into the forest, with Wang Yuan leading the way, the 4 from Dahe gripping their weapons tightly behind him. After half an hour, they found themselves back at the starting point, staring at the tree that bore the mark of Wang Yuan's strike, a chill creeping into their hearts. Captain, could it be that we are encountering ghosts? Ren Yuan asked in terror. You are overthinking it, Wang Yuan said, pacing back and forth while observing the compass, which exhibited slight deviations. Captain, what could that mean? Zhang Lanfang inquired. The others watched Wang Yuan's movements, believing he was formulating a plan. The compass is ineffective here. What? Can a compass malfunction? Ren Yuan asked, and the group turned their attention to Wang Yuan. It must be an issue with the magnetic field. There may be magnetic or in this vicinity, Wang Yuan theorized. Oh, what shall we do? Let us mark our path. How do we do that? Simply make a diagonal cut on the tree with the machete. The downward angle indicates our direction of advancement, while the upward angle signifies the entrance, Wang Yuan explained. Understood. The group re-entered the woods, with Wang Yuan once again forging ahead, each time marking a tree with his machete at intervals. This time, they did not lose their way. Having ventured deep into the forest. Look, the compass needle, Wang Yuan observed, glancing at the instrument in his hand. The group gathered around, witnessing the needle sway erratically with every movement of his hand. Captain, what is happening? Ren Yuan queried. It is possible that we are walking over magnetic or, Wang Yuan deduced. Oh, let us proceed. Wang Yuan returned the compass to Zhang Lanfang, stating, Captain, I hear the sound of flowing water. After a brief walk, Zhang Yin noted. The group halted, listening intently, and indeed, the sound of rushing water was evident. Let us move toward the sound of the water, Wang Yuan declared. With that, they advanced forward, the sound growing louder. Finally, the group emerged from the woodland, standing at its edge before a small pond, where a brook babbled nearby. The sound of rushing water emanated from the brook, while the pond appeared to lack an outflow, likely absorbing into the ground, surrounded by abundant reeds.